A century ago, the world cracked open, and dungeons emerged. From them poured hordes of vicious monsters. Conventional weapons were useless against these monsters. The only ones who could fight back were the awakened. With the dungeons came supernatural powers. A cloaked youth raised his sword prepared for battle. They were the chosen few, the awakened. A mighty warrior raises his sword high. A mage channels her powerful magic. A giant of a man rests on his battle axe. Thanks to their power, stability returned to a chaotic world. Monsters, mana, and a new way of life began to take root, giving people hope. Some of the awakened became hunters, tasked with purging the world of monsters. Decades later, the world was flooded with hunters. What was once awe-inspiring had become a complete joke. When the secrets of awakening were discovered, anyone with enough money could become awakened. Jay, once a nobody without a shred of confidence, was reborn as an awakened with an overwhelming presence. And naturally, some people became filthy rich from it. The number of hunter wannabes exploded, while S ranks grew scarce. Such was the glamorous life of a pro hunter. A guy with slick hair and hidden eyes spoke up. "You too, huh?" "Yeah." And so the grand era of hunters began. A crowd of people shoved their way into the glowing gate. "Next stop, pushing me. Damn it, move over, let us go, hold on. A hunter is getting crushed down there." After much chaos, the government created a professional hunter exam. Only those who passed could officially work as a hunter. Naturally, academies that prepared students for the hunter exam began appearing. They offered physical training and tactical intel for hunts. These private schools, known as hunter academies, taught everything needed to become a hunter. One moment there was peace. The next, a bloody battle erupted. A massive, ferocious dragon cowered before a single young man. How? How can a human like you possibly exist?" "This young man is Kim So-jun." He scoffs coldly. "Perhaps your world is just too small." The dragon whipped its tail in fury, truly enraged. It roared madly. "I refuse to accept this." It lunged at him in a frenzy. The dragon charged with razor-sharp claws. To become a hunter while everyone else attends academies, he dodged the attack with ease. Wielding the spear Longinus, he landed a devastating blow. The beast prepared a world-ending attack. It unleashed a powerful beam of magic straight at him. Yet as destruction neared, he did not even flinch. A meteor strike. If you can grab it, you can slam it. "Professor Hercules, I have not given you permission to die." Professor Huatuo, "Once you master mana, you will see the world." Professor Merlin, "The moment your spirit breaks, your body is useless." Professor Gautama, "Bring the fairy stars down from Devaloka." The first 3 rules for wielding a staff, Professor Great Sage. Learning valuable lessons from the past, Kim So-jun stepped forward, smiling confidently. It was a world apart from other academies. Debris scattered everywhere. He defeated the dragon, leaving behind what looked like a man-made black hole. Kim So-jun walked away with a proud, smug look. He took out his phone, read the message, and broke into a wide grin. "Now, which class should I pick?" A system window appeared. "Register for lecture. Yes or no?" Without hesitation, he selected yes. Beginning lecture. "Thank you for using the ultimate academy." Under the scorching sun, he poured all his strength into his work. The back-breaking labor left him drenched in sweat. Kim So-jun, aged 27, a naturally born awakened. He carefully transported the monster carcasses. He was born and awakened with immense power, but he had to repay the debt left by his parents, who died in a mysterious accident. He walked without a single day of rest. For 9 years, he had been hauling monster corpses. The one thing that kept him going through the brutal work and crushing depth was his dream to become a professional hunter. Work continued as usual. During the lunch break, a few of the older guys called out to him, "Hey Sojun, how is that plan to save up for hunter school going?" Sojun approached and answered politely, "I am looking for a good, affordable academy." The older man exclaimed, "A hunter academy? Puzot," he asked, "do you not just need to be awakened to be a hunter?" Another man chimed in, "Well, it has been over 50 years since they created that Pro Hunter exam. You cannot even take the test without going to an academy now." Sojun fiddled with his drink and thought, he is right. Most academy instructors are active duty hunters, passing on secrets you would otherwise die to learn. This reshaped society entirely, creating a vast divide between the schooled and the unschooled, an age down where hunter academies were essential. Saying this, he smiled at his phone screen, and finally, a hefty balance for Sojun appeared on the screen. He thought to himself, he had saved enough for 1 year at a hunter academy. He smiled, thinking he wished he could afford a better school. But this one was not bad for the price. Suddenly a message popped up. "What is this? An ad. Supreme Academy. I have never heard of it." The ad was incredibly enticing. The paradigm of transcendence is shifting. A transcendence fever sweeps the universe. Wisdom from professors, tens of thousands of years old, plus personalized training for every single student. Countless reviews flashed by, all saying one thing: you too can become transcendent. After a moment, his screen went black. The astonished Kim Sojun blurted out, "What the hell was that ad?" The website looked like any other hunter academy, but the name of the professor was strange. The Great Sage Heaven's Equal. "I will give it a look." A video played of a smiling professor. A voice spoke from the video. "Greetings, I am the Great Sage Heaven's Equal, but my true name is Sun Wukong. My main weapon is a staff not so different from a spear." Seojun thought the concept seemed pretty basic. The video continued to play. "Words alone are hard to grasp, so let me show you first. Hold the staff out, extend your arm and rotate inward. The final thrust targets a single point." Then suddenly on screen, an entire mountain simply vanished. Seojun, watching in shock, yelled out, "What the hell? The mountain is gone!" He couldn't believe what he just saw, shouting, "This has to be CGI. There's no way that was real. Not even an S-rank hunter could do that." Suddenly a registration form appeared and Sojun hesitated. In the end, he hit enroll. An error message flashed, followed by scrolling code. "You are not a member. Would you like to create an account? A member registration invoice will be sent. Your registration fee is now being calculated by calculating your karmic value." Sojun was confused. It cost money just to make an account? And what's this about calculating karma? The system processed then displayed an enormous number. Sojun could only stare. He read every single digit. The massive sum made him curse out loud. "Scammers!" A fellow porter looked over and asked, "Are you enrolling in an academy soon? You look happy. Where are you applying?" Sojun answered with a bright smile, "The Aka Hunter Academy. I hear they have some amazing teachers." The man chuckled. "Don't forget me when you're famous." Sojun laughed. "Of course not. Want me to take care of the monsters I catch for you?" The man's face lit up. "That sounds great. Maybe I'll finally get my chance to handle a dragon." The two of them laughed, and Sojun's smile was pure. He added, "Not just a dragon. I'll let you play soccer with a zombie's head." The moment passed, and they returned to work. Someone once said that life is a comedy in the long shot. Seo-jun thought to himself. But a tragedy in the close-up. A chained monster suddenly broke free, falling from its harness. A desperate scream echoed towards him. The memory jolted him. So Jun-hee awoke with a start, lying dazed in a hospital bed. To be able to laugh, you must first endure pain. The doctor droned on about his chart. The nerves in your leg are becoming necrotic. It seems bone fragments entangled the nerves as you healed. Your recovery was faster than normal since you're unawakened. Hearing this, his boss spat out venomous words. What workplace injury compensation? Forget it. Do you know what a rumor like this would do to my reputation? To my nephew's reputation, the doctor stated. The cost of the surgery will be $40,000. You need it as soon as possible. Any delay and the nerves will fuse to the bone. The damage will become permanent. Someone handed him an envelope. It was a white envelope. Take this. Seo-jun sat on the bed, lost in thought. This is why you must always look to the future. So for 9 years, I looked ahead and endured. Seo-jun clutched the envelope tightly in his hand. All my savings went to the surgery. Now all I have left is the $3,000 Mr. Manchun gave me. Can I really start all over again? As he sat there, lost, a notification on his phone caught his eye. He picked it up and read the message, whispering, "Isn't this the website for the Supreme Academy?" He stared at the screen, thinking, I could never find this site again after that day. The registration fee was exactly $3,000. Wasn't it $40,000 before? After scrolling it down on him, thinking back, he only had exactly $40,000. Is it trying to take all my money? So Jun instinctively pressed the button. Why not just try registering? It's not like I have money in my account anyway. A success notification flashed on his screen, making Seo-jun panic. He dropped his phone. The cash from the envelope suddenly flew out as if magnetized, leaving Seo-jun stunned. The money flew out from the envelope. Congratulations, you are now a member of the Supreme Academy. Before he could recover, a small creature appeared. What is this? It started talking. A pleasure to meet you. You're Kim So-jun, right? It began its introduction, terrifying him even more. I am the mentor in charge of teaching you the basics. The cute chubby chick being introduced itself mentor. So-jun stammered. So, your advisor name is Mentor? Hearing this, Mentor jumped around. I mean, I am Mentor, your advisor, it declared proudly. Your advisor is me, Mentor. My name is Mentor. Seo-jun thought silently. Could you be the mentor? I know. Odyssey's master mentor perked up. Oh, you know me? Odyssey was my very first student. He became a transcendent long ago, but still contacts me sometimes. Seo-jun thought. What? At that moment, Mentor cleared its throat and spoke. By the way, our Supreme Academy is a place where teachers constantly strive to transcend their racial limits. Hearing this, Seo-jun shot up in shock. Wait, this is an academy for transcendence, not hunters. Mentor spoke softly. How can you even compare transcendence to hunters? Seo-jun calmed down and replied, but what about S-rank hunters? Mentor typed on a device and showed it to Seo-jun. Our teachers can defeat those hunters with a single finger. Have you filled this out yet? A complicated survey appeared on the screen. Seo-jun asked confused. What is this? Mentor eagerly explained. This is to determine what kind of transcendent you want to be and to confirm your current abilities and tendencies. Just as it said it was a survey, Seo-jun casually nodded in understanding. The mentor quickly urged him to provide the best guidance. Please answer honestly. He skeptically selected combat. Now what happens? The phone screen lit up. Seeing this, the mentor turned back. Is there a problem? Sojun scratched his head awkwardly. I don't know what to pick for the second question. A skill level chart appeared on the screen, requiring Seojun to choose. He hesitated for a moment. The mentor enthusiastically guided him. Many people hesitate here. Just pick what best describes what you can actually do. The mentor asked briskly, "Can you plow a fast plane into farmland with a single full power punch?" Seojun replied coldly, "No." The mentor persisted. "What about splitting a large mountain with one strike?" Seojun answered honestly, "No, but I can climb it." The mentor was speechless. "So that means you can't lift a mountain either." Sojun answered shyly, "Wouldn't it be weirder if I could do that?" The mentor thought to itself, "How did he even enroll in our academy? He's too ordinary." The thought passed, and the mentor spoke enthusiastically. It's okay, don't worry. The Supreme Academy never expels members. Once a member, always a member." The mentor cheered Seojun on. "Now keep answering." After a while, it clapped softly. "Great job, Seojun." After struggling with the mountain of questions, Seojun said wearily, "Why are there 108 questions?" The mentor approached him. "You get free lessons. Let me recommend some lectures, but we'll discuss the rest after we analyze your profile." Sojun replied tiredly, Okay." The mentor began analyzing seriously. "So, your preferred combat style is spearmanship?" Its eyes sharpened. "For spearmanship instead of mana cultivation, Eastern key arts would be a better fit." "Teacher, great sage heaven's equal is a master of the basics, but since you can't lift a mountain, he's too advanced. I think one of these lectures would be best for your free lessons." As it spoke, several lectures appeared on the screen. The mentor pressed on, asking, "You're not just physically hurt, you're also struggling mentally, aren't you? Why not start with a lecture from teacher Siddhartha Gautama?" Seojun was stunned. "Wait, are you talking about the Buddha?" The mentor replied calmly. "That's right, he says he isn't, but all the students call him the Buddha." The mentor proudly introduced teacher Siddhartha Gautama is one of our most famous instructors for spiritual lectures. It's a mandatory subject for the Transcendent exam, a lecture that would normally cost a fortune to attend, but he insists on saving pitiful souls. Seojun was disgusted. "What the hell?" A system question appeared. "Enroll in this lecture." Seojun read the title, Unwavering Mind. His mentor explained, "This is why Gautama's lecture is so essential. With an unwavering mind, you can master almost anything." All fields were required, even if it drove him mad. Horrified, Seojun shouted, "What? Go mad? What do you mean?" he asked. The mentor replied, "You'll understand when you study it." Then the mentor signed off. "I'll contact you after analyzing your profile." Seojun tried to stop him, desperate to ask more. "Wait," curious Seojun thought. "Alright, let's give it a look." He quickly clicked the lecture. A voice asked, "Where do you think this world exists?" Seojun muttered in disbelief. "Is that really the Buddha?" He looked just like a living, breathing golden statue. The video continued. "I don't exist, so I am not," Seojun thought. More importantly, this lecture is way too difficult. Siddhartha Gautama continued, "Without comparison, how can an indefinable being even exist?" Seojun realized, is this what the mentor meant? He slowly became absorbed in the lecture. "Therefore, this world was created with your birth, and it will perish with your death. You don't exist, you are simply the word." Dizzy, Seojun whispered, "I feel like I'm going insane." The lecture ended, leaving him drained on the hospital bed. A week later, a doctor said, "Your recovery rate is phenomenal." He marveled, "I know you're unawakened, but in my 30 years, I've never seen anything like this." Seojun smirked to himself. So it wasn't just my imagination. He recalled Siddhartha Gautama's lecture. My mind became serene, speeding up my recovery, even though it almost drove me mad. I've only finished a third of this lecture, and it's already this effective. The doctor looked at his chart. "To be safe, how about you stay for one more week? I wonder what will happen at 100%. His mood lifted. He smiled and said, "All right, that works for me." Seojun thought happily. This ultimate academy is the real deal. Scrolling his phone, he mused, "Now that I can move, why not try Chiron's lecture?" He settled in for the A-rank body transformation lecture. It was lower than Unwavering Mind, but an A-rank skill was nothing to scoff at. Seojun thought grimly, "I guess only Unwavering Mind is that insane." The mouth of a grown man appeared on screen. The voice mumbled, "A pleasure to meet you. My name is Chiron." He was a centaur, half man, half horse. The legendary teacher of nearly every hero in Greek mythology. Chiron explained, "The goal here is to prepare students to reach the first stage of transcendence." Please note, specific combat techniques won't be taught in depth in this course. Seojun chuckled. "The real Chiron, huh? I'm not even surprised anymore." A voice announced, "Now, the first step to becoming a transcendent." Chiron then took a breath and roared, "Get up this instant, you little demon." The command left him completely stunned. The roar echoed through the hospital. "Get to work, right now, you bastard." Kim Seorong's eyes flew open in shock. His body was a complete wreck from top to bottom. Then a system notification appeared. A daily personal quest has been issued. Assigning a suitable quest after calculating the student's current level. A quest window then materialized. Staring at his phone, Shoron was bewildered. "A quest?" He shot up, scratching his head. "What's the difficulty on this? This seems way harder than what I can normally do," Seoron thought. Not to mention what the doctor just told me. He remembered the doctor's warning clearly. "Don't overdo it for the next week," Seoron mumbled helplessly to himself. Sighing, he scrolled his phone. "For now, I'll just stick to the lectures. I'll do the real work once I'm fully healed." Just then, a red notification flashed on his screen. "Incomplete quest detected. Please complete your mission." Kim Seoron paused for a second, then quickly hit the close button. But the system refused to let him off. It relentlessly spammed his screen with notifications, pushing him to get to work. After tapping furiously, he roared in anger. "How the hell does it know I haven't done it yet?" Utterly defeated, he tried to console himself. "It's only for a week. I shouldn't push myself so hard." Scrolling for a moment, his finger landed on Gautama's lecture. "I should just listen to Professor Gautama's lecture first." His eyes caught something in the screen's corner. "Time until free completion deadline, 83 days. This sent Soron running down the street, fuming with rage. "There's a deadline too," he grumbled while jogging. "Well, the Ultimate Academy is a school, so it makes sense for them to have deadlines. 83 days left, so it must have started at 90 days. So much had happened, and his curiosity grew. "This school, I have no idea how this academy even works. I guess I'll just have to see it through." Your progress only increases after you truly absorb the lecturer's knowledge and gain real understanding. Seoron stared at his phone, frustrated. "I've been studying, so why hasn't the progress bar moved at all? I'm learning, but the progress isn't budging." Kim Seoron sighed, constantly checking his phone. He had replayed that single lecture over and over, a whole week on Professor Gautama's course. Yet his progress was a miserable 1.3%. There's no way I can finish this in 83 days. Shaking it off, he showed up to begin his workout. Completing it freely just means it's a practice run, right? Well, it's been a while since I exercised, Soron thought. More accurately, he'd never had a real reason to work out before. Even so, for the last 9 years, his job was just howling monsters that pro hunters had defeated. And so, Soron began training hard. He started with push-ups. 1, 2. The monster corpses I carried often weighed up to 70 kilograms. So I never felt the need for separate exercise. Even without mana, I'm still unawakened. I trust this tough body of mine. After a long while, he was finally done. 300. Soron jumped up, dusting himself off. He panted heavily, wiping away streaks of sweat. Soron jumped to his feet, brushing himself off. He gasped for air, wiping away sweat. I hauled corpses for 9 years. This is nothing. To keep the momentum going, the next exercise is... Before he finished, Soron glanced at his phone and paused at the system's trick count. Why did it only count 81 instead of 300? Defeated, Soron started his push-ups all over again. As his body trembled with exhaustion, the system added 1 point. Soron stood there stunned, staring blankly at his phone. Then it hit him. If your form is wrong, it doesn't count at all. All that effort had been completely wasted. Soron trained until it was late. How is this even possible? He cursed while jogging. His phone finally showed he'd met his quota. Soron collapsed on the ground, not caring who was watching. This is insane. I can't do this anymore. I quit. Soron despaired, realizing this was a daily chore. So when am I supposed to listen to the lectures? Chijo scratched his ear and said, "That's your problem to solve." What? A few days later, at the hospital, an old woman saw Soron and exclaimed, "My goodness, young man, you look so much healthier. Have you been working out again?" Soron heard her and replied politely, "Ah, yes, ma'am. How have you all been?" The old woman clapped her hands in admiration. "Oh my, you're so diligent, so very hardworking. Youth is a wonderful thing." But she didn't realize a nearby man reading a newspaper was looking extremely annoyed. At that moment, important news on TV caught Soron's eye. Breaking news. Around 5 a.m., the 4-star monster Bahyon suddenly appeared in downtown Seoul. The Federation reported the Bahyon was dormant at the time. It was confirmed the monster transport service was completely unaware. They moved the monster into the city just as it awoke. The screen showed unawakened. This incident could have caused mass casualties. However, a nearby awakened luckily arrived just in time, preventing any and all fatalities. He and the others kept watching. This awakened is a cadet at Gaon Academy, influenced by S-rank hunter Chu Handong. The kind old woman was also glued to the news. "Those hunters saved people again, didn't they?" she said with admiration. "They are truly great people." Then something clicked. She turned to Soron and said, "Now that I think about it, young man, didn't you say you were an awakened too?" Soron was surprised. Yes, that's right." She grabbed his hand excitedly. "Then, young man, are you a hunter? Could you be on TV like that someday?" Soron answered shyly. Well, just then a nosy old man interrupted. "Grandma, do you think just anyone can get on TV? Becoming a pro hunter is incredibly difficult these days. The odds are 1 in a million." Hearing this, she replied, "Is that so? Times have certainly changed. It wasn't like this in my day." The old man turned to add, "Besides, Kip, You're not even a cadet yet, are you? If you're training like this, just hoping to become a hunter, you should give up now. Don't waste your youth on the impossible. His word left Sorun speechless. The old woman immediately went to scold the man. How could you say such a thing? But the old man insisted. I'm giving him helpful life advice. It's for his own good. Sorun was furious. He retorted angrily. I will be the one to decide what to do with my own life. The old man's face flushed with anger, his hands clenching into fists. What, you little punk? I was giving you my sincere advice, Sorun shot back. Worry about your own life first. The man froze, then started cursing indignantly. Just listen to him. An adult is giving advice, so he should listen. But Sorun just stormed off. A storm of thoughts raged in Sorun's mind. Impossible. That's absurd. I am a cadet from the most elite academy. These past weeks, I felt how much those lectures were changing me at the academy. Becoming a pro hunter isn't just a dream. Sorun felt a surge of frustration. He started running, his voice firm. I will definitely become a hunter. Elsewhere, a mysterious woman muttered with annoyance. I hate being a hunter. This was Pearl June, battling monsters with brutal efficiency. Her skills were undeniable. Why even create an academy, she cursed, unleashing a mana-infused slash. The blade tore right through the monsters. We don't even have any students, she grumbled. This is infuriating. After a grueling fight, she exhaled sharply. Standing amid massive corpses, a faint trace of mana lingered, swirling around her. He said, finally, it's over. Back at Kim Serun's apartment, he collapsed onto his bed. Finally, I'm home, he sighed in exhaustion. Stuck in a hospital for 2 whole weeks, Sorun's mind drifted. His gaze wandered aimlessly. The hunter exam is in about a year. How much is in my account? A bitter wind howled outside. I really have nothing, he lamented. Suddenly, Sorun shot up. He stared at his phone and thought, right, I finished today's daily quest. It took me this long to finally do it. I always put it off, but maybe today. A notification popped onto the screen. Would you like to begin the next lesson? Sorun immediately accepted. Chi appeared offering his praise. Good, it seems you're finally strong enough to learn to crawl. Sorun cursed silently. Am I a baby? Ignoring him, Chi just smiled and continued. Well, since you can crawl, you must do so. This is the next step to becoming a transcendent. It's all about sensation. His course progress now read 5.7%. The next morning at the workshop, he was instantly reprimanded. What I thought it was some major surgery, turns out it was no big deal. The man scolded furious. You've got some nerve showing your face here. Let me tell you something. If you pull a stunt like that again, it will be your neck. Sorun had no other choice but to put on a compliant face and nod. I didn't want to come, but I have to. I don't even have money for food. The man finally walked away. Watching him go, Sorun thought, the fact he let me stay means he must feel a little guilty. During his break, a thoughtful Sorun headed to the rooftop warehouse. In the end, it always comes down to money. If I don't work, I can't eat. But if I work to earn money, I'll have no time for the lectures. He was torn between 2 impossible choices. If I don't complete Professor Chi's daily quest, I won't finish a single lecture. Just then, Mr. Manchun approached, but Sorun was completely oblivious. He was tapping away on his phone. In this mood, maybe I should review the lecture. Come to think of it, what did Professor Chi say last time, right? Something about sensation. His strange behavior piqued Mr. Manchun's interest. Sorun was lost in the lecture. There are 5 senses that play a decisive role in battle. Sight, hearing, smell, touch, and taste. We call this the five senses. Normally, these senses perceive, identify, and then assess each stimulus one by one. But that process is unbelievably slow. So why continue doing something so pointless? I will teach you how to shorten this process to make it as short as possible with something separate from your five senses. The sixth sense, your intuition. Mr. Manchun approached Serun as usual, reaching out to pat his shoulder. Oi Kim, Serun says something when you arrive. It's been a while, you punk. But Serun dodged sideways with inhuman speed, stunning Mr. Manchun. For a second they just stared shocked. What was that? Do you have eyes in the back of your head? How did you dodge that? A bewildered Serun replied. Huh? Nearby the boss yelled. If you're here to work, then get to it. What are you doing? Meanwhile, Mr. Manchun asked with concern. Kim Sorun, are you sure you're okay? Those three must weigh 200 kilograms. You're going to get hurt doing that, Sorun replied calmly. Yes sir, I'm fine. Please load them up. He then lifted all three pieces. The heavy monster carcasses didn't slow him down at all. The other two could only watch dumbfounded. Mr. Manchun thought worriedly. The way he's walking, I guess he really is fine. The boss shouted an order. Everyone take a break, then we'll get back to it. Seojun was baffled, questioning his own body. This is weird. Why do I feel so full of strength, so much power? I should at least do my daily quest. There won't be much time left after work. With that, Sojun began his training. Wiping away his sweat, he quickly checked the counter on his phone. Seojun froze his eyes wide. One squat counted as 3. The gears in his mind started turning. So the heavier the load, the greater the effect. That means... Just then, Manchun shouted, Sojun, you need to stop and take a break. But Sojun's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, I figured it out. He eagerly took over Manchun's task. Sir, let me carry those for you. Whoa, that looks heavy. Give them to me. You have to move these two, right? Let me get it for you. Seojun thought, why waste time on quests separately? I can just do them while I work. Manchun could only stare in astonishment. The young man pushed himself to the absolute limit. The heavier it is, the more it counts. I can earn money and save time simultaneously. It's the perfect way to kill two birds with one stone. Re-energized, Kim Sojun grinned. Alright, next up, pull-ups. Worried man. Chun could only scold the air. That kid finally going home after getting hurt. Seojun collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted. I feel like I'm about to die. But remembering the afternoon's discovery, he grinned. It's so efficient doing quests while working. Even if it's unbelievably tough, the look on Manchun's face was priceless. But honestly, how is howling monsters exercise? With that thought, he quickly shot back up. Well, at least. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Daily quest has been completed. Seojun was thrilled. Thanks to this, I saved a ton of time. He sat on the floor, finishing both lectures. It's only 10 o'clock. I'm glad I finished so fast. But now it feels like I'm wasting time. Should I at least review? Just as he was about to, an idea sparked. No, wouldn't it be better to learn something new? Reviewing won't increase my progress at all. This isn't a bad idea, is it? He scrolled seriously through his phone. Normal lessons cost money. I should take a free course to save on fees. Suddenly, a notification caught his eye. You can become strong enough to move mountains. Professor Xiang Yu. Kim Seo-jun stared for a moment, then froze. Xiang Yu, as in the hegemon King Xiang Yu. Seo-jun's mind raced. The hegemon king. After appearing in the Chu Han myths, He became famous for his overwhelming power. There is a reason the phrase 1 against 10,000 became legendary because of him. Kim So-jun stared at the screen. Another notification popped up. Do you wish to register for the selected course? If you register, you will learn the mountain-shattering spear arts. A grin spread across Seo-jun's face. Not bad, and since it's a free course, it costs nothing. Seo-jun quickly registered. A figure of Xiang-yu appeared laughing. So, you want to learn the spear? The trash that takes this course, they are all useless whelps who don't know the basics, and that kind of garbage wants to wield a spear. Seo-jun was left speechless by his words. Xiang-yu continued, Fine, I will teach you. You simpletons don't need anything fancy for now. Just swing it. And grab the spear into your body and soul, then come back and find me. Suddenly the screen changed again. Your daily quest requirement is now available. A suitable quest has been assigned based on the student's current overall rank. The new quest appeared. Swing a spear-type weapon 5,000 times. The lecture ended. Seo-jun was baffled. He only said a few sentences. And that's it. And this too, Seo-jun sighed into the night. Why did it become a daily quest? Meanwhile, Park Seo-jun was inspecting a workshop. Are you sure there are no issues? The owner greeted her warmly. Of course, thanks to our safety regulations, this site has never had an accident. You have nothing to worry about, Mom. Park Seo-jun's expression was stern. You are aware of the recent behemoth incident, right? Even though I have completed my inspection, I may have missed something. I need you to be thorough. The owner replied smoothly. Yes, of course. The workshop crew whispered among themselves. My God, he is practically bowing to her. Who is she for him to act like that? Someone else chimed in. Isn't she the granddaughter of the Sword Star? I think her name is Park Seo-jun. Overhearing them, Seo-jun was startled by the name, the Sword Star Park, Min-chun. 100 years ago, he was an awakened active when the concept of gates first emerged. Unlike the systematic knowledge of today's, awakened the monsters back then were far more brutal and they swarmed the streets. It was an era where humanity's survival was never guaranteed. Park Min-chun was an awakened in that world and one of the heroes who rebuilt civilization. He was truly a savior of this world, a hero. Time has passed and he may be old now, but he remains a powerful force on this planet. Kim So-jun let out a quiet sigh. Well then, he took a deep breath and began his training once more. That's not my problem. I have my own priorities. But Seo-jun's strange actions caught the foreman's eye. What's he doing? The boss quickly chimed in. Don't mind him. He's been like that since last week, like a complete madman. The foreman grew curious. Is there something wrong with him? Meanwhile, Seo-jun trained relentlessly. 45, 46. Seeing Manchun approach, he yelled, Mr. Manchun, I'm leaving these carcasses right here. 60. Manchun replied simply. Alright. He asked with curiosity. How long are you planning to leave those things? Seo-jun answered. Now that I've started, I'll see it through. 61. Wiping away his sweat, he added, All of this has a purpose. Manchun scoffed at that. Purpose my foot, he sighed, frustrated. You're seriously going to Paris if you keep this up. If you brought this here, then just get going. Seo-jun replied eagerly. I'll go bring a few more then. Manchun was at a loss for words. Good grief! Suddenly, the monster behind him stirred, waking up and stunning Seo-jun. Its limbs began to split apart into chunks of flesh. It suddenly let out a massive, agonizing roar that haunted everyone nearby. Blood splattered everywhere. Manchun lost his balance and crashed to the ground. Seo-jun cried out in horror. Mister! Elsewhere, Paroran let out a weary sigh. Finally done with her work, she found a quiet corner. At last, I am free. I'm really not cut out to be an instructor here. She remembered the offer the boss had made her earlier. How could we let the Sword Star's granddaughter stay in a shabby place like this? We will prepare a comfortable room for you. The offer made Paroran a bit uncomfortable, as she wondered, how much longer do I have to keep doing this? Suddenly, she overheard whispers nearby. Is that her, the Sword Star granddaughter? The other quickly hushed them. Shh, she'll hear you, the first person replied. What did we say that was wrong? What's her hunter rank? Paroran was exasperated, thinking to herself, I can hear everything, you know. The gossip continued. B rank, seriously? The Sword Star's granddaughter is only that rank. Paroran heard every last word. She sighed, the pressure building up. The Sword Star is a hero revered by all. But to me, that name is just a crushing weight that follows me everywhere. A memory of her secret struggles surfaces. Even though I received hunter training from my own grandfather since I could barely walk, the wall known as the Sword Star was still far too high, and I simply lacked the power to overcome it. For someone constantly compared to her genius grandfather, my original dream had been to become a teacher. In a flashback, Paroran was arguing fiercely with her grandfather. I want to be a teacher, he roared back in anger. I don't want to hear it. As he turned his back to leave, he said, Don't you ever say such things again. Paroran trembled with rage. I could never live a normal life just because I am the Sword Star's granddaughter. My only compromise was to join the Hunter Academy. A brawny man scowled and asked, Isn't the Sword Star teaching this class? Paroran answered with difficulty, The Sword Star isn't involved here. I am the instructor. The man scoffed and laughed without another thought. What then? We've been tricked. After news spread that the Sword Star wouldn't be at the academy I founded, Paroran desperately tried to hold everyone back. She called out weakly, Everyone! But no one turned around. All the students had lost interest and were already leaving. Her hand reached out weakly, but it was all in vain. They didn't enroll because of me, but for the name of the Sword Star. Back in the present, Paroran continued her survey, whispering, and the few who stayed also left quickly, as if they'd been chased away by my grandfather. Because of that, nobody knows about the Hunter Academy now. If only I had one suitable student. Suddenly, the workshop erupted into chaos. People screamed in terror. Run! It's a monster! Hearing this, Aroran was horrified. Back at the scene, Manchun was down at the monster's feet. Xiaojun yelled in disbelief. Master! Xiaojun gritted his teeth in terror. Why did the manticore we brought here suddenly awaken? It was supposed to be dead. In this life or death moment, Manchun's only thought was to protect Xiaojun. He screamed, Run, Xiaojun! Don't worry about me. Just get out of here first. Xiaojun watched in horror, his mind racing. He's going to perish. He'll definitely perish. A normal person can't possibly beat a monster. Not even an awakened who can use mana. Not to mention, a manticore is a 4-star monster. Even professional hunters have a hard time taking one down. What about the other hunters? In that instant, he thought of her. Right now, Hunter Paroran is the only one left. No, even if she got here now, it would be too late. He's still going to meet a terrible end. Backing away, his hand hit a steel bar. Somebody has to do something. Someone has to move now to save him. But who could it be? Just then, the monster let out a ferocious roar. Xiaojun trembled with absolute fear. In a flash, it opened its gaping maw, ready to devour the man before it. Xiaojun gripped the iron bar, tossing aside the useless object. He summoned all his strength, raising the weapon, preparing to fight. He swung hard, sending the creature reeling. His uncle suddenly shouted, "Sojun!" He glanced over, his eyes filled with concern. He roared, "Sir, get out of here!" Manchun rose hesitatingly. "I will," but Seojun cut him off, yelling, "We will survive this together. Hurry!" Seojun gripped the heavy iron pipe. He was alone. He had to hold out until the professional hunters arrived. The horrifying colossal monster stared him down, its eyes blazing red. Seojun tried to steady his nerve. "Damn it, stop shaking in fear. Don't hesitate, just move." Just then, the words of his teaching echoed in his mind. "You are a universe. Observe the world, find its origin and true nature." The words of Sakyamuni Buddha. Sojun faced the ferocious monster, embraced the universe, and considered its destination. The Buddha's presence behind him brought a sense of calm. "Control your emotions." The monster charged forward, lunging to attack him. Sojun whispered under his breath, "Calm the fear in your trembling heart." Sojun gripped the iron pipe and charged toward the monster. The huge monster lunged, raising its massive claws. In that instant, Sojun recalled Cheam's teachings. "If I think before I react, it will be too late. I have to trust my instincts." The beast broke its razor-sharp claws down, but Sojun dodged the attack in a flash. The sheer force of the blow pushed him back. Its tail began to stir, preparing to whip towards Sojun. He planted the iron pipe on the ground, preparing to fold. "Don't react, just feel." In a heartbeat, he dodged the strike, launching himself high into the air. The monster below searched for him. From above, Sojun spotted it, a weak point. Should I attack? He hesitated, unsure of what to do. But what can I even do? Just then, he recalled the teachings of Xiangyu. To uproot a mountain requires more than just raw power. You must channel the momentum of your spirit. Believe that your strike can cleave a mountain in two. There can be no room for doubt. Sojun raised the iron bar, his eyes ablaze with resolve, ready to strike. Can I really split it in two? I have to. The monster finally spotted him. Sojun glared back with pure hatred. This is the power to uproot mountains. The monster let out a sickening roar. In that moment, Sojun found enlightenment. The iron pipe suddenly began to glow. Infused with his power, he gathered all his strength for one devastating blow. The single strike cleaved the monster in two. The shockwave was so immense, the entire factory nearly exploded. The massive explosion sent the others into a panic. What was that? What was that noise? Sojun's superior rushed over frantically. Her expression froze through the settling dust. Kim Sojun stood still, clutching the iron pipe. The monster was split in two. Its mangled corpse lay on the ground. Everyone who witnessed it was struck with awe and terror. Kim Sojun slowly came to his senses. He turned slightly, scratching his head innocently. It actually worked. Just then, a notification appeared on the system. Lecture progress for Sagittarius has increased by 10%. Lecture progress for Shakyamuni Buddha has increased by 2.6%. Lecture progress for Xiangyu has increased by 13%. As the dust settled, Sojun's superior stared in utter disbelief. What in the world happened here? Kim Seojun stood dumbfounded on the manticore's corpse. His superior was completely stunned. He's not even a hunter, and he didn't have a proper weapon. He did all this with nothing but a steel pipe. Is it possible to defeat a monster like that? Kim Sojun, she muttered. The next second he rushed right past her. He rushed to his uncle's side. His superior watched in silence as he anxiously helped Manchun to his feet. He asked, "Sir, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Manchun quickly shook his head. I'm fine, but what about you, Sojun? The construction foreman finally made his slow appearance. He cowardly tried to explain the incident. The monster, but her attention was fixed on Sojun's deep concern for the older man. Manchun, sir, you know how hard I train every day. You might be hurt, so please go to the hospital first. The others gathered around Sojun. Some ruffled his hair, while others praised him for his great work. Manchun joyfully put an arm around his neck, grinning from ear to ear. The superior whispered, I found him. The foreman beside her was clueless. Huh? She'd finally found him, the perfect candidate. As the sun began to set, the foreman made sure to remind everyone, no one is allowed to speak a word about what happened here today. The workers happily began to head home. Good work, everyone. Let's go home. Sojun waved goodbye to Manchun, adding a quick reminder. See you tomorrow, sir, and don't forget the hospital. Manchun sighed wearily. Yeah, I know. My ears are about to fall off. Kim Sojun pulled out his phone only to find a notification on the screen. The lecture progress had skyrocketed. He stared in shock. It increased by that much? The lectures couldn't compare to real experience. He replayed the day's events, realizing it had to be because of this. He had captured a manticore. It was just as they say, experience is the best teacher. He realized the fastest way to master the lectures was to apply their lessons in actual combat. But there was a problem. Sojun ran a hand through his hair. Without a Hunter Academy license, he couldn't raid any dungeons. Transcendent Academy wasn't an official hunter school, so it couldn't provide the help he needed. Lost in thought, he found himself muttering aloud, Should I save up for a Hunter Academy? Suddenly, a woman's voice cut in from behind. Pardon me, are you him? She asked carefully. Could I have a moment of your time? Sojun sized her up with a suspicious gaze. Wasn't she the hunter from today's request? The Sword Star's granddaughter? He frowned. Why would someone of her stature want to speak with him? He kept his expression neutral. Yes, what is it? Pak Chun got right to business. I'll be direct. Will you come meet my grandfather? She declared. His face was bored. I refuse. She tapped her chin. I figured you'd say that. She whipped her head around, stunned by his immediate and flat refusal. With that, he turned to leave. I'm going. Pak Soyun desperately yelled from behind, Please wait! But he ignored her, eager to get home to his lectures. Pak Soyun was flustered. I'm Pak Soyun, she thought, 31 years old. Kim Sojun's voice cut in. So, what is it that you're trying to say? Pak Soyun bit her lip. In all her 31 years, she'd never been treated like this. She was completely flustered. She could hear the cold indifference in Kim Sojun's voice. You want me to join your Hunter Academy? One that has no cadets and exists only on paper? Pak Soyun was stunned. Just who in the world was this guy? In truth, she'd been watching him for a while. He performed strange exercises, and even when severely weakened and only able to fight a 2-star monster, he had cleaved a 4-star manticore in two. From this, Pak Soyun concluded he was trying to become a hunter, which is why she was trying to recruit him. However, we have everything you could possibly need. Top-tier equipment and excellent facilities. And even if we don't have an instructor, I can. Kim Sojun cut her off. Not interested. I don't need an academy's guidance anyway. Pak Soyun gritted her teeth, her expression hardening. For the first time, she played her strongest card. What if my grandfather, the Sword Star himself, were to teach you? His attitude didn't change. Irrelevant, he said coldly. She was shocked. He just refused the chance to learn from the Sword Star, an offer any hunter would kill for. This just gave Pak Soyun even more reason to keep him from leaving. She resolved herself. No, I absolutely can't let him walk away. To stop him, Park So-yoon brought up a practical matter. The written exam. What will you do about that? But his reply was just as cold. I can't handle that on my own. Park So-yoon was beyond frustrated. He pressed with another sharp question. How will you even participate in raids? From what I saw today, you're more than ready to start raiding dungeons right now. But you know, it's illegal to raid dungeons unless you're affiliated with the Hunter Academy, right? Without even turning his head, he shot back a question. And how is joining your academy any different? Only government-authorized academies can issue the temporary licenses. Park So-yoon quickly clarified. We have that authorization. If you join us, you can start raiding dungeons immediately. Hearing that, his footsteps faltered for a moment. Park So-yoon immediately seized on this opening. He's slowing down, she thought. Now's the time to push hard. She pressed her advantage, listing more benefits. And you said you don't need an academy's guidance, right? Fine. We won't interfere with your methods. We'll even provide a private training facility for you. And pausing, Park So-yoon clenched her fist. We won't charge you a single fee, not even for tuition. That finally got Kim So-jun's attention. He finally turned back to face her. You only want my affiliation. A deal this good comes with strings attached. To get all that he asked, what would I have to do for you in return? Park So-yoon placed a hand on her chest. Before you pass the Pro Hunter exams, just enter competitions under our academy's name. And wherever you go, she added, make it known that you're one of us. This wasn't a difficult choice. He weighed the options. A tempting offer, one that could solve all his problems. A one-time deal. The effort was nothing compared to the massive reward. But he had to ask, why go to such lengths just to recruit me? She met his gaze. Because I see your potential. The setting sun illuminated Park So-yoon's stunning features. Kim So-jun could tell she was serious. A slight smirk formed as he thought, not bad at all. Kim So-jun had his own agenda. This would be a relationship of mutual benefit. Still, he extended his hand with a smile. I'm Kim So-jun. She gripped his warm hand confidently. I'm Park So-yoon. And in that moment, Kim So-jun knew that one day we would become exactly what the other needed. The next day, while walking, Kim So-jun's phone suddenly buzzed. He saw the caller ID and answered cheerfully. Hello, Mr. Manchol. A gruff voice boomed from the other end. So-jun, what the hell did you pull yesterday? The construction chief was suddenly replaced today. Kim So-jun thought to himself, ah, so it's about that. Yesterday, after accepting Park So-yoon's offer, he'd met one condition. Fire that bastard of a chief. Still, hearing the news this morning was a bit of a surprise. I didn't expect him to be fired so quickly. But he played dumb with Mr. Manchol. What could I do? He probably resigned to take responsibility for the accident. Mr. Manchol scoffed. A scumbag like Kim Tae-soo resigning out of a sense of duty. Even a dog would laugh at that. Well, it's good he's not lurking around anymore. Everyone else seems to be enjoying it. After a brief pause, his tone shifted. More importantly, are you heading over there now to the Hunter Academy? Just as Manchol spoke, he saw Park So-yoon waving eagerly. Mr. So-jun, over here. She handed him a card. Here you go, your professional license, Mr. So-jun. Park So-yoon added with her arms crossed. It was issued yesterday. Kim So-jun accepted it with a thank you. I still had my doubts, but they actually did it. Suddenly a rush of excitement washed over him. He wasn't a professional hunter yet, but this was the first step toward his dream. He gripped the card tightly. This is only the beginning. He asked Park So-jun, can you teach me how to clear a dungeon? She turned away. That won't be necessary. Confused, he asked, "Pardon?" Park Seo-joon led him to a weapon rack, gesturing with an open hand. "First thing first, pick a training weapon you're comfortable with. From our selection, once you've chosen, we can leave immediately." She looked up at him, a confident smirk playing on her lips. Before a shimmering dungeon gate. "I already reserved a dungeon," Park Seo-joon said. "I figure you'd need it." Inside, a spear plunged down, striking a kobold square in the snout. Kim Seo-joon casually lifted his spear, glancing back at her. "Why did you follow me into the dungeon? Didn't we agree to stay out of each other's way?" Park Seo-joon smiled. "You're our academy's only cadet. How could we possibly ignore you?" "Don't worry," she tilted her head with a grin. "Think of it as a special buy one get one free deal, just for our academy's future star." Kim Seo-joon chuckled. "Well, I'm honored." They both stepped over the kobold's lifeless body. She warned him, "This is your first time clearing a dungeon, isn't it? Just consider me your safety net. This dungeon may have weak kobolds, but you can't let your guard down." He didn't answer, instead calculating silently. "Kobolds are two-star monsters, perfect for an inexperienced person like me to run some tests." He glanced at the kobold's corpse, feeling a sense of relief. Luckily, just like with the manticore, its mana shield was easily pierced. Kim Seo-joon was lost in thought. Normally, you don't need mana to bypass an invisible barrier on an attack. Just then, his eyes flashed with realization. Park Seo-joon sensed an oncoming threat and yelled, "Look out!" But a dark shape was already lunging forward. A kobold charged, ready to strike him down. But Kim Seo-joon was faster. He instantly dropped into a low stance, ducking beneath the creature's sharp claws. He was so calm he could even continue his thought. Now this is interesting." The kobold was stunned by his swift reaction. It turned to flee in panic, but Kim Seo-joon's spear was already in motion. His piercing blue eyes tracked the monster's every move, spotting the fatal opening it had just revealed. Seizing the opening, he raised his spear high, then plunged it straight through the creature's chest. He confirmed it internally. His attacks worked even without mana. Then a notification chimed from his phone. "And there's more," Kim Seo-joon talked. He checked the notification. The lecture progress rate had indeed gone up. He cheered. Yes, it went up. Kim Seo-joon was once again lost in his own thoughts. It wasn't a huge jump like with the manticore, but this much from just two kobolds, that was still a great deal. Lost in his thoughts, he didn't see Park Seo-joon staring blankly, her sword already half drawn. She was ready to protect him at any moment. But he was still muttering, "Plus, I can earn money clearing dungeons." Kim Seo-joon put his phone away and grinned. "I'm picking up the pace." Park Seo-joon was still looking stunned, breaking a sweat. She could only nod. He smirked at her reaction. In his hand, Kim Seo-joon held a simple spear and cut a fearless path straight through the kobolds. Internally, Kim Seo-joon was ecstatic. This is just like grinding in a game. In fact, Park Seo-joon was thinking something similar. "Seo-joon, I knew he was strange from the start, but his power is beyond anything I imagined." From afar, she watched him stare intently at his phone's black screen, muttering to himself, "I absolutely have to avoid the Hydra's poison." Fear crept into her heart. What in the world is he doing? This is so creepy. From her perspective, he just looked like an idiot talking to a phone with a blank screen. He'd even drool while asking, "You can't see this." She was horrified. After their dungeon clear, he just started staring at that blank screen, obsessed with the black empty display for hours on end. Park Seo-joon felt like she'd been struck by lightning, and that's not the biggest problem. His strange habits didn't stop there. As Kim Seo-joon's power grew more monstrous, he even started talking to himself. "How is this even possible?" she quietly observed him. A cadet with no formal training, he was slaughtering kobolds on his first ever raid, like a hunter with over 10 years of experience. The worst part, he tossed a kobold corpse at her laughing, then happily skipped ahead on the path. If you're not busy, help me move this. After all, every single one is worth money. See, she talked to herself. He was doing some bizarre exercise while moving the bodies. He could have just called a removal service, but no, he wanted to save money. Park Seo-joon held her head in her hands. I can't hide this new cadet from him forever. But how am I supposed to explain any of this? Just then, Kim Seo-joon suddenly yelled. Noticing the time, he panicked. It's past midnight. I haven't finished all my lectures yet. Park Seo-joon was exasperated. Is he Cinderella or something? Did I really make the right choice here? The next day, Kim Seo-joon showed up full of energy, with a smile brighter than any flower. His bank account now showed $95 million. He smiled satisfied. I can't believe I made this much in a single day. Kim Seo-joon proudly rubbed his nose. Hauling those corpses myself was the right call. All that hard work really paid off. But his joy was short-lived. He had a new problem. The whole process took way too much time and energy. In the end, I couldn't finish all of yesterday's lectures. Waiting at a crosswalk, maybe I should ask Mr. Manchun for help. If it's him, I know I can trust him, and I wanna stay in touch with him anyway. Plus, him starting his own removal service isn't a bad idea. The light changed as he crossed the street. A thought struck him. I'll contact him when I get the chance. Then another question popped into his head. What should I do with this $10,000? Saving is fine, but I want to invest it wisely. Inside a low-level dungeon, he easily crushed the monsters. He expected a huge stat boost from this, but to his disappointment, nothing happened. Dungeon clearing earns money and lecture progress, but it's not growing as fast as I'd hoped. When I finished the last kobold, it didn't budge. He was lost in a spiral of confusing thoughts. Is there a faster way to get stronger? Strong enough to be like the great sage Sun Wukong. At that thought, he suddenly froze. Kim Seo-joon shouted in the middle of the street. That's it, Sun Wukong. A plan began to form in his mind. This lecture was the pinnacle. Before, I couldn't even dream of taking it because I was broke. But now, things were different. He opened the system window, requesting the Great Sage's course. At those words, his face lit with excitement. Alright, I'll power up in no time. Without hesitation, Kim Seo-joon slammed the register button and then a registration fee appeared. The price wasn't much, just $27 million. He forced his mind, short-circuiting. A moment later, a furious scream tore through the bustling city street. 27 million. Kim Seo-joon crumpled to the ground defeated. He muttered darkly like a vengeful spirit. Those damned capitalists. The number was absolutely staggering. Is this why they call it the Supreme Academy? I couldn't afford that even as a pro hunter. Shaking off the despair, he started tapping on his phone. Can be helped. I'll worry about that lecture later. My current classes are already a struggle. Scrolling through, he muttered, Does the Supreme Academy sell items or something? Instantly, his burning passion reignited. He whispered, If I can't afford the lecture, I should at least get some decent gear. His wild mood swings were scaring the people nearby. Suddenly, he yelled out, There it is! In front of him, red text glowed. The Supreme Shop. It sold training gear crafted by admitted students. Kim Seo-joon was completely stunned. He stared at the items, his breath catching in his throat. Holy water, a divine shield, even the spear of Saint Longinus. They were just replicas, but they were all legendary grade. And this is all just training gear. Legend says Saint Longinus of Caesarea was the Roman soldier who used a spear to pierce the side of Jesus. Kim So-jun's mind was blown. He stared at the screen, deep in thought. Even I can tell these weapons are on another level. If the accepted students made this, it means they were created by transcendent beings. His heart pounded. I can actually get my hands on items made by transcendent beings. With fire in his eyes, he frantically searched for a weapon he could use immediately. Only one thing echoed in his mind: the spear of Saint Longinus. Without thinking, he instantly hit by on the replica spear. A sly grin spread across his face. Gotcha! A system window immediately popped up, calculating causality rate to determine a price for the spear of Longinus. The next day, inside the Dream Hunter Academy, an odd sound could be heard. 68, 69, 70. Pak Sorun heard the count continue, confused. 71, 72. A question mark popped up in her mind. Seeing Kim So-jun training with such intensity, she had to ask, "You're pushing yourself harder than yesterday. Did something happen?" He ignored her. His focus locked on counting his push-ups. Inside, however, he was fuming. I expected it to be pricey. Even a replica should be worth millions. I thought I had calculated the risks. Kim So-jun groaned. He remembered the price and despaired. But damn, I'm awful at math. $1,000? There's no way I have that much cash, and I can't even resell the item. He had considered buying it on a whim to flip it for profit. But the warning strictly forbidding resale forced Kim So-jun to give up on that idea. Now, he couldn't afford a single thing. Feeling like a penniless beggar, he muttered in defeat, "It always comes down to money. $100,000 is a fortune. I can't even guess when I can take that lecture. And 27 million for the Great Sage class." Seeing him so dejected, Pak Sorun interrupted. "Excuse me, Mr. So-jun, do you have a moment?" After hearing her out, he asked, "The academy race?" Pak Sorun simply nodded. "Correct. Have you heard about the academy race?" Kim So-jun answered, "I believe I've heard of it, but I don't know any details." She smiled, beginning her explanation. "It is literally a competition between academies. It's where countless academies compete to showcase their prestige." He saying that, Pak Soran handed him a file. She continued, "These are the relevant materials. Think of it as a place to gauge an academy's true level." Sensing he still didn't quite get it, she carefully explained things in more detail. "There are many such events, but the academy race is a tier 4 tournament. If you perform well during the competition, you can earn entry to a higher tier league, letting you increase enrollment numbers with authorization from the government. That's why hunter academies don't hesitate to pour resources into it and send their most promising talents to participate." Kim So-jun nodded, so that was the reason she was telling him all this. Pak So-jun offered a slight smile. "Yes, that's right," she said. "I want Kim So-jun to represent us for our Dream Hunter Academy." Hearing this, his eyes sharpened as calculations raced through his mind. The academy race. If I join, could I speed up my lecture's progress? He wondered. He figured it would be good experience and gave her a crisp nod. "Sounds good, I'm in." Pak So-jun hadn't expected much, so his easy agreement surprised her. She felt a small unexpected joy. "Oh, really?" He smiled. "Well, it's part of our deal, so what's involved in this race?" Pak So-jun rubbed her chin. "We don't know the exact details, but it's judged on total points from dungeon clears and a cadet tournament." "Dungeon clears and duels," he repeated. A flicker of concern hit him as a thought surfaced. His only monster experience was one manticore and some kobolds, and he had zero experience fighting other cadets. Kim So-jun gripped his spear deep in thought. What should I do? If I'm doing this, I have to do it right. Is anyone free for a spar? Then suddenly his eyes widened. He turned his head stiffly to stare right at her. Miss Park, if you're not busy, could you spar with me? Park Seo-joon was stunned. What, me? After being goaded by him and having her pride poked, Park Seo-joon finally agreed to a practice match. But she couldn't stop thinking, what in the world am I doing? Meanwhile, Kim Seo-joon had gotten exactly what he wanted. His mug, a perfect opportunity. He sized her up. Miss Park was a B-rank hunter. Sure, B-rank is just B-rank, but she was trained by the SWAT saint himself. A mere cadet shouldn't dare to judge a pro. But Kim Seo-joon was thrilled. I wonder just how strong she really is. Park Seo-joon spoke up, needing to confirm one last time. Kim Seo-joon, are you really going to do this? She sighed. You know, I'm a B-rank hunter, right? He nodded. Of course. Before Park Seo-joon could say more, he shifted his spear, lowering his center of gravity, ready to move in an instant. He grinned confidently. Please go easy on me. Seeing she couldn't dissuade him, Park Seo-joon sighed. I'll take the first hit. Come at me whenever. Suddenly, the air stirred as someone moved. Kim Seo-joon charged first, closing the distance in a flash. Then I won't hold back. Park Seo-joon calmly watched his spear. She held her sword with just one hand, treating it as a simple spar. The weapons met with a sharp clang. Park Seo-joon had raised her blade vertically to parry his strike. She sidestepped left effortlessly. Kim Seo-joon's momentum carried him forward, his spear slicing through empty air. She even had a moment to think, that's odd. Park Seo-joon heard the clumsy whoosh of his spear. His approach is fast, she analyzed, but also very clumsy. The next moment, just as she predicted, the spear tip shot straight towards her, and all Park Seo-joon had to do was sidestep again. She sighed internally. His movements are so easy to read. I know exactly where he'll strike. She couldn't hide her disappointment. It seems I overestimated him back in the Cobble dungeon. A cadet is still just a cadet. Park Seo-joon raised her wooden sword. A blue misty aura of mana coated the blade. She glanced at him, thinking, I don't know where he gets the confidence to taunt me, she thought smugly, but this one strike will be enough. Park Seo-joon's mana skill activated. She glared at her opponent. The wooden sword, which seemed harmless now, looked terrifyingly lethal. She swung down the blade, cutting through the air with a roar. Its overwhelming mana made her certain it's over. But in the very next instant, Park Seo-joon's eyes flew open in shock. Huh? Kim Seo-joon, the one she'd already written off, had blocked it with his spear shaft. He'd blocked her mana-infused strike. His hands trembled. The force behind that wooden sword was no joke. He gritted his teeth, his voice shaking. This is tough. Park Seo-joon stared at the point where their weapons met. She was completely stunned. How? How could he possibly block a mana-infused attack? She was lost in thought, unaware he was already striking again. Convinced his weapon should have been knocked away, a look of pure shock crossed Park Seo-joon's face. This time, instead of using the tip of the spear, instead of his usual attack, he closed the distance, striking with his spear's shaft. She hurriedly raised her sword to defend. Park Seo-joon thought she could just place her sword at his neck, but reality proved otherwise. When she tried to push him away with her sword, Kim Seo-joon had already retreated, but Park Seo-joon was stuck in her own assumptions. This was not how things were supposed to go. She couldn't finish him with a mana strike, and he was still standing strong. Kim Seo-joon wiped the blood from his mouth. He spoke, then gripped his spear tightly, pulling it back. A light ignited in Kim Seo-joon's eyes. Filled with resolve, he grinned. I am getting serious now. Without another word, he charged forward. In just a few seconds, they exchanged multiple blows. Park So-yoon struggled to adapt to the sudden change. She was bewildered. What is this? His power suddenly changed. His strikes are faster and much sharper. He swung his spear down again. This time, she knew for sure he was on a completely different level. Kim So-jun's eyes flashed with a blue light. Deep within his consciousness, he heard a faint voice. Use some predictable attacks. As he fought relentlessly, the voice continued to speak inside his head. Then add a few feints, in other words, fake him out. Suddenly another voice cut in. You trash! Who told you to use predictable feints? If your opponent can think, they will adapt their strategy. Don't assume your foe will just stand there and take it. Kim So-jun's expression grew grim. His face turned cold as he watched her movements, raising his spear once more to strike. The voice in his mind reminded him, use predictable strikes and she'll defend predictably. The voice guided his actions, instructing, pull your spear back as if you're rotating it towards yourself. Kim So-jun pulling the spear back before abruptly changing his attack direction. The constantly shifting attack stunned her. While she struggled to adapt, the inner voice continued its guidance. Repeat this until your opponent can no longer block your true attack. The voice spoke slowly, and when Park So-yoon revealed an opening, Kim So-jun knew his chance had finally come. He didn't miss his chance, lunging forward immediately while tightening his grip on the spear. She knew she was in trouble, crying out, I have to use my full power on this next blow. Kim So-jun gripped the spear with both hands, ready to thrust down. The young man's figure filled her vision as he swung his weapon. Warning bells screamed in her head. Danger! The training ground then flashed with a powerful blue light. A loud boom echoed as Park So-yoon panted heavily, standing on the flat ground. Faint mana still lingered on her sword. Her mind was still in chaos. What just happened? She then realized Kim So-jun had been thrown backward, slamming hard into the wall, creating a huge crack in the wall. He coughed up a large amount of blood. Park So-yoon cursed herself. What did I do? I countered with full power without thinking. She rushed to his side, calling out, Soo-jun, are you okay? Kim So-jun whispered breathlessly, I'm fine. He stood up, dusted himself off, and scratched his head awkwardly. He chuckled. I lost in the end. Her eyes widened. In the end? Park So-yoon's jaw dropped. Did he actually think he could win a B-rank hunter against a mere cadet? On the other hand, he learned something crucial from that spar. Hunters are completely different from monsters. Kim So-jun thought, is this the gap between me and a professional hunter? I still have a long way to go. Just then, a notification sound from his phone got his attention. His lesson progress had increased. He was thrilled. It went up just as I predicted. This made him even more excited. Is it telling me I need diverse experiences? This isn't like grinding points in some game. Kim So-jun turned to her. So-yoon, you're not in the tournament, right? Park So-yoon replied, flustered. No. Hearing that, he happily suggested. Then, when there are no dungeon breaks, could you spar with me like this? She panicked again. Spar? Kim So-jun grinned sincerely. Yes, sparring with you is a huge help. So-yoon, can I ask for your help again? She hesitated. He got hurt because of her. Yet he wanted to go again. Her opinion of him was changing. His mindset is a bit strange, but he's extremely hardworking. She smiled and agreed. All right. She silently made a resolve. After all, I did promise to help So-jun. She clenched her fist, replying decisively. If you win, I'll do whatever you ask. I promise I'll give you all the prize money. Kim So-jun was shocked. Oh, there's a prize? Miss So-yoon nodded. Of course, it's a competition. She rubbed her chin, trying to recall. How much was the price again? I think it was around. Mi Soyun tossed out a number. $100,000 or so, I've heard. At that sum, an image of the spear of Longinus flashed in Kim So-jun's mind. He froze, utterly stunned. For a long moment, a fire of determination ignited inside him. He lowered his head and asked, "When is that academy tournament?" Miss Yoyun was baffled by his sudden change. "The date?" She thought for a second, then replied, "About 2 weeks from now." Instantly, the fire in his eyes blazed even brighter. 2 weeks later, Kim So-jun trained like a man possessed. He tore through the gym, ready to destroy the place. "Do you have any sandbags?" "No." "Miss So-yun, can I just rip this one out? It's not that heavy, it won't leave a hole." Miss So-yun couldn't follow his logic at all. She held her head in confusion. Rip a hole? What is he saying? When she didn't show him a sandbag, he punched the wall, pulled out a concrete block and started lifting it instead. She panicked. "Kim So-run, what are you doing?" Defeated, she sighed. "Fine, there's a sandbag in the corner. Just stop using that." Before she could finish, he cut her off. "Oh, thanks a lot, Miss So." Closed her eyes, exhausted. Pretending she saw nothing, she thought, "I don't know anything." Meanwhile, Kim So-run burned with fighting spirit, yelling, "I will get that $100,000. Time flew by in an instant. 2 weeks passed in a flash. Today was the day of the tournament. A massive crowd gathered at the entrance to the tournament hall. Most were just spectators, eager for a good show. "It'll be great if someone famous show up. I heard Lucas is competing. Should we go see?" "Don't worry, you're our academy's pride. Mom, buy me that." Among them was a boy with glasses who muttered, "So this is the tournament venue." He clutched his bag strap and declared with excitement, "I finally made it." The boy looked around nervously. "Whoa, there are way more people here than I thought," he whispered. Of course, people would gather for a good show. Then, completely unprompted, he froze and began explaining everything to himself. These days, many have awakened, but normal people still love to watch hunters fight. Not to mention recruiters from guilds and mercenary groups mixed in. There might even be government officials. Passers-by gave him strange looks. Was this kid with the thick glasses some kind of walking narrator? Who is this guy? No one even asked him, but he explained it all, a total narrator. He suddenly snapped back to reality. "Oh, right, I don't have time for this." So he awkwardly went to ask for directions to the participants' waiting room. He soon found the players' waiting room. Trembling, he clutched his bag strap anxiously, thinking, what should I do now?" He stood alone at the door. Inside, intimidating contestants loomed large, making his slender frame stand out. He screamed internally, "I'm already nervous enough coming here by myself. I'm too scared to even move." His eyes scanned the room as his mind raced. "Whoa, look at all those shiny weapons. How much do they cost? And look at those muscles. They're all so confident." He figured each academy sent their best, so everyone looked incredibly strong. Then his gaze landed on Kim So-run. He was puzzled. Huh? Through his glasses, he saw Kim So-run with a shabby weapon and a spear case made from old clothes. The boy's mind filled with nothing but question marks. The other contestants had also noticed Kim So-run. They whispered and snickered. "Who's that poor-looking kid? What academy is he from? Is he from some unknown academy, trying to get famous?" The boy with glasses simply pushed up his thick lenses. "That guy." The others continued to mock him. "Poor dude, he was probably forced to participate. Why would he even attend an academy? I glance over and he's just staring at a blank screen. In reality, Kim So-run heard every word they said, but he didn't care at all, focusing on watching his lecture. Seeing he didn't react, the others grew bolder. What's he even doing here? Yeah, ha ha ha. He should just pack up and go home. Only the boy with glasses remains silent, his mind screaming, "That person. It has to be." He covered his mouth deeply, moved his eyes, welling up with tears. My comrade, it was just like being in a new class and not knowing anyone, so you pretend to be busy on your phone. Exactly, that guy also came alone. So he stared at Kim So-run with deep pity. A bond of comradeship bloomed, completely unknown to its target. The boy with glasses sent him a look of deep sympathy. "Oh, my nameless brother, I know exactly how you feel." Kim So-run, engrossed in his lecture, suddenly shivered. What was that? Why do I feel like I'm being seriously misunderstood? "Hello there." A sudden voice startled Kim So-run. In front of him stood a studious-looking boy wearing glasses. He seemed a bit frail, scratching his head shyly. "You're a cadet here for the tournament too?" "I am too. My name is Lim Min-jae." Kim So-run nodded politely. "I'm Kim So-run. Mind if I sit here?" Lim Min-jae asked. Kim So-run agreed, thinking he looked so young, so high schoolers can join too. But before they could speak, a furious voice erupted. "You gotta be kidding me." Lim Min-jae turned to explain. "That's Jung Dae-chun, a candidate from the Gao Chudi Academy. He means an X, a typical powerhouse type." Jung Dae-chun roared at the man facing him. "When someone tells you to scram, you scram." His opponent was a man with a long scar over his right eye. The man shot back. "I should leave because you said so. You started this fight. Are you an idiot?" Lim Min-jae adjusted his glasses. "The one arguing with Jung Dae-chun is from Lichun Academy," Min-jae added. "I heard he's a little strange. He wields dual daggers." Kim So-run was just speechless. Why is this guy explaining everything? Is he some kind of walking encyclopedia? He quickly spoke up to stop the commentary. He said, "You know a lot about everyone." Li Mingyi laughed shyly. "I just have a lot of interests." Chiang Dao-chen, enraged, began to draw his weapon, but the commanding voice cut through the tension before he could. "Can you all just be quiet?" Instantly, the entire room fell silent, the air growing strangely still. The speaker was a red-haired man. He scowled. "You aren't the only ones in this room." Kim So-jun was amazed. He silenced them with a single sentence. "And of course," Lee Mingyi resumed his commentary. He spoke up. "That's Lee Yong-gwan, a candidate from the Zeven Academy, but in reality, he's the tournament's champion." Kim So-jun was shocked. "The champion is a candidate?" Lee Mingyi nodded. "Yeah, he wasn't going to join. He said the competition was beneath him. But something must have happened at Seven Academy, so he changed his mind. If he's here, he's guaranteed to win. You know of the sword saying, right?" "It'd be weird not to," he replied with a laugh. "Haha, good point," Lee Mingyi said. "Rumor is his granddaughter tried to recruit him." Kim So-jun blurted, "Huh, Miss So-yun?" But Lee Mingyi seemed clueless. "Miss So-yun? Who's that?" Not that Kim So-jun really cared. He continued anyway. For some reason, he turned her down. He must be really confident to refuse the Sword Saint's granddaughter. Kim So-jun recalled his own recruitment by her. He shook his head. "No, that can't be why." A trash can clattered over. A frustrated voice seethed. "Damn it, why am I in a tournament with these low-level scrubs?" Of course, it was Lee Yong-gwan. After all, no one else was arrogant enough to lash out so openly besides him. Lee Yong-gwan shoved his hands in his pocket, cursing. "If Uncle didn't want me to boost them to level 3, it wouldn't matter if some trash won instead. No one's going to acknowledge a win at this level anyway." He clenched his jaw in fury. If I'd known it would come to this, I would have accepted that girl's offer. And it was true. Soyun had tried to recruit him, but Lee Yong-gwan had turned her down flat. Now he was filled with regret over his actions. It may be a no-name academy, but she is the Sword Saint's granddaughter. I should have just used her, taken everything and then tossed her aside. Just then, Lee Yong-gwan felt a stare locked onto him. He looked up and saw Kim So-jun staring right at him. He scowled. Who's this poor-looking nobody? The thought just made him angrier. Damn, it is this tournament that easy? Meanwhile, Kim So-jun was just curious. So he's the one Miss So-jun wanted to recruit. How much would my lesson progress increase if I fought him? Suddenly, a speaker crackled to life with an announcement. The first match of the Academy tournament will begin shortly. All cadets, please finalize your preparations. Looks like it's starting, Lee Ming said nervously. But Sojun was silent, completely lost in thought. For the past 2 weeks, my goal has been to reach 30% progress in the Chiron and Hangwu lessons. I don't feel any stronger though. Taking his spear, he walked toward the first competition area. The jump from 19 to 20% felt clearer than the jump from 20 to 21%. Kim So-jun stared at his palm, analyzing his own strengths and weaknesses. My lack of experience is covered by dungeon raids and sparring with Miss Yo-yun. He clenched his fist with quiet resolve. He was ready for monsters or a duel. The announcer's voice boomed once more, declaring the first match. Kim So-jun thought confidently, $100,000. Just you wait. I'm coming for you. But instead of a brutal, bloody battle, the organizers announced a dungeon maze race. Kim So-jun fell silent, gazing at the area. He repeated in disbelief. A maze. His personal system even displayed a new lesson progress bar. All his skills showed a stable percentage of growth. The announcer's voice echoed through the stadium. The first round of the tournament will now begin. In the stands, a boy with a camera waved to his friend. Hey, Sunbae, over here. The friend approached grumbling. Why did you get seats in the corner? While talking, he accidentally bumped into the person beside him. Flustered, the man quickly bowed. Oh, my bad, I'm so sorry. Park So-yun tucked her baseball cap lower and waved a hand. It's fine. The cameraman looked up, asking, What's wrong? You know her? The man answered uncertainly. No, she just looks familiar. What are the round one details? The cameraman explained simply. The first round is a dungeon maze race. Attacking other cadets is forbidden. Other than escaping the maze, no other objective was given. Is navigating a necessary hunter skill? Or are they testing a hunter's intuition? Even for a low-level tournament, would they make a maze simple enough to escape through sheer luck? But seeing cadets chop at monsters, they guessed that hunting them might provide clues to the exit. And just like that, someone had already found a hint scroll, they noted. This was likely a test of a hunter's most critical dungeoneering skills. The man narrowed his eyes. Scratching his chin, he added. And this year's cadets seem pretty skilled, huh? Just then, the entire crowd erupted. The cameraman shouted, Hey, Sanbe, look at that screen. On the main screen, a boy was fighting two monsters. A red light flashed from his sword as he unleashed a flurry of strikes. As blood sprayed into the air, the entire stadium was captivated by the scene. They roared with deafening cheers. The boy slowly raised his head, Lee Dong-hoon's cold, calm face filling the screen. The man from earlier praised him. Amazing are those really the movements of a cadet. He's on another level. The cameraman's jaw dropped. Even a novice like me can tell he's incredible. Who's that? Park So-rum stood in a corner hearing the others talk. It's Lee Dong-hoon. Yeah, you could basically call him the champion of this tournament. She jolted at the name, looking up sharply. Lee Dong-hoon Park. So-hoon's hands tightened into fists. Why is he here? In that brief second, she glanced up. The man turned and stared right at her, his eyes flashing with a spark of recognition. Startled, Park So-roon hid her face, thinking, crap, I can't be recognized as the Sword Saint's granddaughter. I'll never have a moment's peace. Thinking of Kim So-roon facing him, she began to worry if he would be alright. At that moment, however, his situation in the maze was surprisingly relaxed. Kim So-roon gripped his spear tightly. The wall before him was cracked, but it still wasn't enough to break through. He clicked his tongue. Just as I thought, they won't let us destroy the walls. He withdrew his spear, muttering, Guess I have to do this the normal way. If I knew this was coming, I would have studied up on the legend of Theseus. He could only press his palm flat against the wall. Legend says Theseus was a hero who could easily escape any labyrinth. He teased in regret. If I could use my mountain moving power twice, I could shatter this wall. I could learn the trick to escaping. Suddenly, Kim So-roon saw the path ahead of him change. He looked at the intersecting walls before him and said, It's a three-way fork. Kim So-roon touched the wall, thinking, if I follow the basic rule, I just keep a hand on one wall and walk, eventually I'll find the exit. However, every rule has a weakness, he muttered. The problem is that word, eventually. Suddenly his eyes lit up. A strange, compelling feeling was over him, urging him to trust it. Kim So-roon looked at the three paths. This way to the left. What is this indescribable feeling? I don't know what or why. He stared straight forward. In his vision, one path was glowing brightly, beckoning him to enter. His gut feeling kicked in. The left path felt wrong. He knew he had to go the other way. Could this be the sixth sense from John's lecture? Kim So-roon stared down the path intently. He swallowed hard and started walking. Who knows? Kim So-roon mumbled, scratching his head. Guess I'll just trust my instincts. As he continued onward, his lecture progress indicators began to appear. He suddenly felt something was off. Weird. Then, an official announcement echoed. Cadet Min Du-suk of SCA Academy has been eliminated. He considered this. The announcement implied the other cadets were already fighting monsters. He glanced around confused. So why is it empty here? Then a wild theory sparked in Kim So-roon's mind. My intuition avoids monsters too. He clenched his fist in excitement. If this is real, once I hit 100%, will I learn new skills or even see the future? Like predicting an enemy's attack 3 seconds early. Just as he was lost in this power fantasy, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Hey! The grin on Kim So-roon's face vanished. Lee Min-chul had appeared out of thin air, rambling on. You should be careful. Did you hear that? A monster could pop out anywhere at any time. Kim So-roon replied annoyed. Yeah, I know. He dodged monsters only to run into a pest. A really talkative one at that. Lee Min-chul timidly clutched his sword, glancing around nervously. But you seem so confident. Do you know something? He gave a flat reply. No, I'm just going where I want. Lee Min-chul suddenly jumped. He said angrily, That's just asking for trouble. I know the way out of this maze, so I'll take the lead from now on. His brilliant method. He just placed a hand on the wall and spoke cheerfully. Know about the left hand, right hand rule. By always following the left wall, you can solve even the most complex mazes. Kim So-roon clicked his tongue. Too slow. I'll stick to my gut. How long are you planning to take? Lee Min-chul was flustered. You'll get lost for sure, he replied coldly. Then let's split up. You were following me anyway. He pushed up his glasses, puffing out his chest. Because we're comrades in hardship. Kim Sorun asked, confused. Come again? Realizing how weird that sounded, Lee Min-chul explained shyly. Well, it's because I entered by myself, and from what I saw, you're alone too. It clicked for him then. That's why he'd approached him in the waiting room. Seeing his lack of reaction, the boy continued. I just thought the weak should stick together, you know. Kim Sorun was stunned. A giant question mark appeared over his head. He scratched his head, bewildered. With me? Well, I guess I don't look like much. Lee Min-jae, oblivious, just kept rattling on without a break. Since you're working hard on your own, I'll show you something really cool. He pulled out his phone, opening his gallery. He said proudly, Tada, cute, right? That's my little sister. Kim Sorun froze, just muttering a non-committal reply. He shouldered his spear, ready to leave, and offered a flat comment. She's cute but doesn't look like you. I'm leaving. Nice meeting you, but let's not do it again. Unwilling to let him go, Lee Min-jae latched onto his leg. Wait please. He refused sharply. No. Kim Sorun listened helplessly to the boy's endless pleading. The whining drilled into his ears. He's like a leech, he thought. Still, even a fake awakener would be scared and anxious being alone in a place like this at his age. Lee Min-jae pleaded. It's too dangerous alone. For a moment, Kim Sorun's resolve wavered. An intense internal battle began to rage within him. He's talkative, but he was helpful in the waiting room. But no, he's still a contestant in this exam, a rival, and $100,000 is on the line. He slung the spear over his shoulder and turned back. You keep talking about being alone, but didn't your parents and sister come to cheer for you? The boy flinched. Lee Min-jae didn't know how to respond. He answered awkwardly. My parents passed away. It's just my sister and me now. Those simple yet heartbreaking words suddenly reminded him of his own past. Of the man Kim Sorun used to be alone, broken, curled up in a dark, dusty room. Kim Sorun's hand tightened into a fist. He pressed his lips together, silent. Seeing his expression darken, Lee Min-jae panicked. I just blurted that out. He must feel so awkward now. The mood is ruined. He quickly tried to diffuse the uncomfortable silence. Sorry, that was a long time ago. I just meant my sister is too young to come watch me. Seeing the boy's flustered expression, he suddenly gave in. You were right, comrades in hardship. Lee Min-jae stared blankly. Kim Sorun didn't elaborate. He just said, if the boy wanted to tag along, he could, but he warned him first. Let me be clear that champion's prize is mine. There is no team here. Watching his back retreat, Lee Min-jae was completely baffled. Why did he suddenly agree to let him come along? The silence of the pristine white maze was shattered by the sound of thunderous footsteps. A desperate voice cried out, Hey, wait up! Lee Min-jae struggled to keep pace, completely out of breath. What kind of speed is this? Kim Sorun savored the moment, smirking. You said you'd follow me, he gasped. I know, but you can't just wander around aimlessly like that. Lee Min-jae thought, what is this? He's not hesitating at all. He's working with such baseless confidence. He despaired internally. It's like he already knows the path, but that's impossible. Just then, Kim Sorun noticed something. Lee Min-jae saw him stop before a solid wall, a dead end. He sighed softly. A dead end. I haven't even caught up yet, he called out quietly, Sorun. But Kim Sorun paid him no mind. Placing a hand on the wall, he murmured, So, it's here. Before Lee Min-jae could even ask, What are you doing? Kim Sorun suddenly pushed the wall with all his might. The wall suddenly split open like a door. Lee Min-jae was completely stunned. Beyond it was the exit. A booming announcement echoed from the organizers. The first contestant to clear the maze has emerged. Celebratory confetti rained down as the board displayed the time. 27 minutes and 12 seconds. He shattered the previous record of 1 hour. Lim Min-jae screamed as the crowd erupted. A man bumping into Park So-roon exclaimed, "A new record! Someone cleared it already." "No way, was it Lee Dong-kwon?" But Lee Dong-kwon is still inside, standing in the audience. Park So-roon was aghast. "What are you doing, So-roon?" Even Lim Min-jae, right behind him, stammered his name, as his face flashed across the giant screen. The winner screen displayed the dazzling words, "First place, Kim So-roon." Park So-roon couldn't contain himself. He screamed in disbelief, "It's So-roon!" But Kim So-roon himself seemed unfazed, casually cleaning his ear. "What a waste of experience points! I didn't even see one monster." Lim Min-jae just stared blankly. How in the world did this happen? A million thoughts raced through Lim Min-jae's mind. "I just ran into So-roon by chance and decided to team up to escape." The scoreboard displayed the round 1 results. First, Kim So-roon, 27 minutes, 12 seconds. Second, Lim Min-jae, 27 minutes, 16 seconds. Third, Lee Dong-kwon, 1 hour, 8 minutes, 7 seconds. The crowd exploded into discussion. "Did you hear? First place only took 27 minutes. That's an insane time. Which academy is he from?" I looked it up. Dream Hunter Academy. "But I've never even heard of that place before." Dream Hunter Academy. They sized him up like a strange creature. A cadet from a no-name academy actually took first place. Maybe Kim So-roon is from a powerful family. Lim Min-jung sat beside him, nervously thinking, "How did I get dragged into this?" The murmurs continued. "This is a huge upset. I was sure Lee Dong-kwon would take the top spot. Who would have thought he would only rank third?" Kim So-roon found it all annoying. "So noisy, I can't hear the briefing." Suddenly, Lee Dong-kwon stood before him, with fiery red hair and a glare that could kill. The room went silent. Kim So-roon was puzzled. "Lee Dong-kwon," he thought, "what is this about? Why is he sizing me up?" Met with Kim So-roon's casual gaze, Lee Dong-kwon flinched, his expression souring, just as Kim So-roon began to speak. The other man turned away coolly. He scoffed. "Is that all?" His voice dripping with contempt. "He was just lucky, that's all." The crowd easily swayed, immediately agreed. Of course. How could a guy from a no-name academy be that skilled? I'm so jealous. I wish I had that kind of luck. So-roon ignored their words completely. "Alright, let's wrap this up." Suddenly a door opened, everyone attention. A man with a stylish haircut spoke up. "I will now announce the details for round 2. It will be a one-on-one tournament. As this is a level 4 competition, for fairness, weapons cannot be imbued with mana. Any violation means disqualification." Everyone listened intently. However, using mana for physical enhancement is permitted. A contestant complained, "Man, they are being picky." The announcer continued. "Furthermore, if the referee deems a cadet unable to continue, we will forcibly end the match. Please keep this rule in mind." Kim So-roon thought 32 people passed round 1. A 32-person bracket for a one-on-one tournament is standard. I wonder how the matchups will be decided. The announcer concluded, "That is all. If there are no questions, we will begin. I will now announce the pairings." Suddenly a hand shot up. "Excuse me, I forfeit." What? So-roon was completely frozen. Out in the stands, someone nearly collapsed in a flash of embarrassment, remembering So-roon. Did that guy almost figure it out? It can't be. She was still in total shock. She'd screamed without even thinking. Who'd have guessed it would be So-roon of all people? So-roon sighed. "I'll be back when it's quieter." Suddenly, she overheard a voice. "This, bracket, What's wrong with it? At the betting counter, angry voices rose up. Didn't you say 32 passed the first round? So how are we already at the semi-finals? An old man explained why everyone just quit. That's what they were furious. Now there's nothing exciting to bet on. Someone wondered about betting. The bold man advised another gambler. Look, you should just drop out. Lee Yong-hwan is going to win it all anyway. The other man grumbled. That might be true, but the odds are way too low. As they argued, it was clear no one would bet on any other cadet. Suddenly, a briefcase slammed down. $1 million on Kim Seron. Everyone stared in disbelief. What? Are you serious, sir? That kid is just a lucky nobody. He's from some no-name place called the Dream Hunter Academy. Seoron wondered, who is that? A strange violet aura surrounded the mysterious figure. Just who could they be? She speculated. Meanwhile, Kim Seoron thought to himself, it's only just begun and things are already this boring. Moments earlier, someone had declared I forfeit, stunning the crowd. Forfeit? Lee Min-jung whispered to him. I hear that's common in these Tier 4 tournaments. Cadets were whispering amongst themselves. Well, either way, only the top-ranked cadets will win. And did you hear? Once Lee Yong-hwan gets started, he doesn't care about the match at all. He'll beat his opponent half to death. There's no way I'm going to let myself fight that monster. Even if it's a match, who's responsible if we get hurt? And this is just a Tier 4 tournament. It's not worth it. Hearing this, Lee Yong-hwan shot them a glare. Jong Dok-chun grinned. Lee Chun-man sighed in contrast. Besides, there are too many powerhouses this time. Honestly, if we keep going, we'll just become stepping stones for the major academies. It's better to just forfeit now. Fear of a chain reaction spread. The dominoes began to fall. I forfeit too. Me too. Damn it. Things were going so well. I forfeit as well. Kim Seron and Lee Min-jung looked on bewildered. In the end, only 5 remained. Lee Min-jung, Lee Chun-man, Kim Seron, Lee Yong-hwan, and Jong Deok-chun. In the waiting room, an official scoffed. Kids these days have absolutely no backbone. Match 1 Kim Seron versus Jong Deok-chun. Match 2 Lee Yong-hwan versus Hong Hae-yong. Lee Min-jung and Lee Chun-man received a bye. He gave a wry smile. Kim Seron calculated. I already took first in the preliminaries. So if I win this next round, I'll automatically secure first place in the finals, right? He noticed Lee Min-jung was sweating, his hands trembling. Seoron chuckled. Why are you shaking so hard? The kid was nearly in tears. Aren't you scared the match is about to start? He anxiously shook Seoron's arm. And my opponent is Lee Yong-hwan, you know. But Seoron just replied, you seem pretty energetic to me. He smiled gently. Lee Min, are you afraid of losing before you've even tried? The kid wailed. I don't even have to fight to know the outcome. Seoron's reply was blunt. Then you should just forfeit. Those words made Min freeze up. He could only manage a weak smile. Well, he lowered his head. The fear of failure was overwhelming. But he couldn't say the words, I can't do it. Before he could finish, an official arrived. Cadet Kim Seoron, Cadet Jong Dak-chun, your prep time is over. Called cadets, please proceed to the arena. Hearing the announcement, Kim Seoron remained perfectly calm. He smiled brightly, offering Min some advice. If you're not going to forfeit, then fight with everything you have. What if you win? Min quickly grabbed his arm. Filled with anxiety, he hesitated. Aren't you worried at all? Seoron flashed a fearless battle-ready grin. Not one bit. If anything, I'm just wondering how much he's worth. Lee Min had no idea what he meant. With a powerful aura, Seoron said his goodbyes. He turned coolly. Well, I'll be back in a bit. Outside, the arena exploded with cheers. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've all been waiting for is here. The 63rd Academy Tournament. Round 2. After all the chaff was filtered out, only the truly strong remain. Let me introduce the cadet entering our first match. The man who set a new labyrinth dungeon record with 0 monsters captured. Is it skill or is it just pure luck? The cadet shrouded in complete mystery. As announced, Kim So-run walked out, waving like he was in a parade. What a nice way of saying everyone else quit, he thought. I wonder if she is watching. And his opponent. Seo-ran, stop your little tricks. Your cheap ploys are useless before absolute power. I'm going to grind you into dust. The giant from Gochugi Academy, Jong Dak-chun. He roared, your luck ends here. You only passed the first round. So you're finally facing me, he smirked. Your luck ran out the moment you were matched with me. Here I am. Kim Seo-run returned a dry smile. Is that right? We don't know who's the unlucky one just yet. Jong Dak-chun's face darkened at the retort. Let's begin the first match of the tournament's second round. The match began. The crowd's roar intensified. Jong Dak-chun flew forward. You'll regret ever opening your mouth for speaking so freely. Kim So-run's confidence never wavered. In the waiting room, Lee Min watched intently on the monitor. The match has begun. Can So-run actually win? He glanced over at Lee Dong-kwan's grim face. He felt utterly worthless. No, this isn't the time to worry about someone else. That guy looks like a tyrant. It made him anxious for his own match against Dang Kan. Meanwhile, Lee Dong-kwan trembled, recalling So-ran's words to Minch. You're scared to lose before you even fight. Don't give up. Fight all out. What if you win? He clenched his fists. His fists. Damn it. It wasn't just Lee Dong-kwan. Both Dak-chun and Lee Chun-min were from prestigious academies. How can cadets from nameless academies like us compete? Lee Min's confidence dwindled. At least for now I can still back out. Suddenly, all 3 of them froze. Incredible. It completely shattered everyone's expectations. The match was decided in the blink of an eye. His eyes widened in disbelief. The referee's voice boomed. The winner is Kim So-run from the Dream Hunter Academy. In the arena, Kim So-run looked down, coolly upon Jong Dak-chun. Lee Dong-kwan scoffed. Look at the trash, having fun together. He scowled at Min, who clutched his sword staring at the screen. Min stammered, I can also. Lee Dong-kwan's face twisted. Grinding his teeth in fury, Jong Dak-chun hoisted his enormous axe. Overflowing with power, he let out a roar. Then he swung the massive weapon straight at Kim So-hun. But So-hun narrowly dodged the fatal blow. Just then, the announcer's voice boomed with praise. Just what you'd expect from Cadet Dak-chun. Such incredible power. But Cadet Seo-run is effortlessly dodging his every attack. Kim Seo-run glanced at the smoke rising from Jong Dak-chun's axe. The announcer continued, it seems his success isn't just luck. Jong Dak-chun couldn't believe what he was seeing. He thought to himself, what is this guy Jong Dak-chun? Watched in horror as every one of his blows was evaded. I've attacked non-stop until I'm breathless. But he's dodging like it's nothing. Why aren't any of my attacks landing? He gritted his teeth. In an instant, his entire body began to glow with a green aura of mana. He raised his axe, roaring at Kim So-run. Let's see you dodge this! But as the words left his mouth, Jong Dak-chun couldn't even swing his axe. Seo-run struck with his spear, sending Jong Dak-chun's weapon flying from his hands. The axe soared behind Jong Dak-chun. It spun wildly through the air before crashing violently into the ground. Witnessing this, he broke into a cold sweat, paralyzed by fear. He had been utterly defeated by Kim Suron. Jung Dok-chun collapsed to the ground, completely stunned. The announcer's voice boomed again. Incredible! Against all expectations, this match was decided in a single moment. Jung Dok-chun's entire body was trembling. He muttered in disbelief, "I lost." Kim Suron's image suddenly filled the large screen. The winner was Kim Suron from the Dream Hunter Academy. Jung Dok-chun couldn't accept losing a battle of pure strength. A moment later, Kim Suron checked his phone. He sighed in frustration. Suddenly, a notification window popped up. His lecture progression had barely increased. Holding his spear, he walked out of the arena, muttering to himself, "The progress only went up by that much. I was hoping for a much bigger increase by fighting against other cadets. On top of that, most of them are fighting defensively, which limits the number of matches." He pondered this, his face growing pale. The days left on the free pass are dwindling. What should I do? At this rate, I won't just fail. Soho's lecture. But Chon's and Hangwoo's too. I'll be completely broke if I have to buy a weapon and a new free pass. The more he thought, the bleaker his future looked. I have no choice but to win the prize money. As he entered the room, a voice suddenly called out, "Senior!" Senior, one hand on the door. He was surprised to see Minji. "What is it, Minji? Why so frantic?" The boy answered, full of excitement. "I saw your match. I had no idea you were that strong." Hearing the praise, he gave a proud smirk and said, "When did I ever say I was weak?" Hearing this, the younger boy agreed, stunned. "Ah, you're right. That was awesome, truly." Before he could finish, a staff member entered with a list. "The second match is ready to begin. Come forward when your name is called." Then he called out Cadet Lee Minji. Hearing his name, the boy jolted. The staff's voice echoed, "Cadet Lee Dongkwan." Hearing the name, Minji lowered his head. Lee Dongkwan strode past, coldly bumping his shoulder. "Move it, insect," he sneered. Minji remained silent. He watched Lee Dongkwan limp away, then turned to Kim Suron, who was also staring. "Remember what I said in the maze about how you and I are alike?" His voice filled with admiration. He continued, "I don't know why, but from the moment I saw you, I felt this strange connection. So when you defeated Dok-chun, I was overjoyed, like it was my own victory. But I was also incredibly jealous. I'm just an unlucky, talentless guy. I'm not strong like you." Seoron listened, his face unreadable. He clenched a fist to his chest, his voice filled with resolve. "But I want to be a brother that my sister can be proud of." Before he could continue, the announcer cut in. "Cadet Lee Minji." The sudden call made him jump. "Yes, I'm coming." Soron put a hand on his hip, encouraging him. "Give it your all." Minji rushed off, waving goodbye. A smile touched Soron's lips. On the large screen, the matchup was already displayed. Lee Minji versus Lee Dongkwan. "Let's meet in the finals." Facing Lee Dongkwan, he put a hand to his chest. "I can do this, I can do this." His opponent, who had been waiting, clicked his tongue. "Stop your pathetic muttering." His face twisted with pure annoyance. Sword in one hand, the other in his pocket. His aura was ice cold. "Everything about this is so tiresome," he thought. "It's humiliating to be forced into this pointless farce." The referee between them spoke up. "I'll explain the rules once more before we start." Lee Dongkwan said nothing, sizing him up. "This kid is my opponent." His piercing green eyes sent a shiver of fear down Minji's spine. "I already know the outcome," he thought with scorn in his mind. Minji was just a frightened fawn facing a predator. Nothing but weak prey, waiting to be devoured, the bottom of the food chain. For a predator like him, a fierce tiger. It was only natural to snap the faun's neck. He's as significant as a weed. His judgment was absolute. This guy only got here through sheer luck. He should know his place. I should have been ranked first in both rounds of this competition. Of course, I'm on another level from the trash in this charade. He then noticed his opponent was trembling, but even as Minji's entire body trembled, he stubbornly raised his sword at Lee Dongquan. Good grief, the elite cadet scoffed. Does this pathetic nut actually think he can win? He turned to the referee impatient. Hey ref, when does this start? The referee answered politely, it will begin shortly. And right on cue, the official announcement began. Now, beginning the second match of round 2, Minji stared at his opponent. I can be like Sauron. Lee Dongquan barely gave him a glance. No need to show off, he mused in a pathetic match like this. After a dramatic pause, the announcer cried, Begin! At the signal, he exploded forward. Minji barely raised his sword in time to block. Lee Dongquan's eyes gleamed. This will be over in an instant, he was certain. The moment his feet landed, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, forcing Minji to fall back, desperately trying to survive. Dust and debris filled the arena from the force of his blows. The announcer boomed, as expected from Lee Dongquan, a barrage of swift and precise attacks. On the other hand, Cadet Minji is on the defensive. It looks like he can't hold out much longer. He stared at Minji coldly and said, If you're an insect, then learn to grovel. He slammed the pommel of his sword into Minji's gut, sending him flying. The announcer shouted, a devastating blow. The impact sent his glasses flying. Minji coughed up blood, collapsing to his knees. Cadet Minji is down, the commentator cried. Is this the end of the match? Minji drove his sword into the ground, trying to stay upright. He clutched his aching stomach, filled with self-disgust. I'm going to lose. This isn't about whether I can win. He realized with a shock that he couldn't even compare. Is there really nothing I can do even after I promised to be a brother my sister could be proud of? To be strong like Sojun. Lee Dongquan slowly advanced on him. Despair seeped in as tears streamed down his face. A voice cut through the crowd. Don't stop the match. With renewed determination, he staggered to his feet, shocking the entire arena. The announcer shouted, Wait, Cadet Minji is getting up. He gripped his sword thinking, just one more time, just one more hit. It won't matter though. It was nothing to his foe. He roared with resolve. He aimed his blade fiercely at his opponent, thinking, this attack just needs to land. But as his blade was about to connect, a massive explosion sent dust flying everywhere. When the dust cleared, Minji was already on the ground. The explosion was his opponent's brutal counter. The crowd's roar joined the speakers. No upset today. The winner is Lee Dongquan of Non Academy. Spectators seated near him began to whisper. As expected of Dongquan, he's truly unbeatable. Dongquan is on a level that's too high for this competition. He may be an arrogant jerk, but he has the skills to back it up. The murmurs continued endlessly. Just then, a deep scratch appeared on his face as blood began to trickle from the cup. Seeing that scratch, his expression turned colder than ice. Amid the cheers, his cold face filled the screen. He thought in disbelief, he actually touched me. His face twisted with killing intent as he glared down at the boy. His eyes flashed blue. This damn insect, he seethed. His face was pure hatred, but the oblivious crowd just said, Is he trying to look cool after his victory? I guess that's our elite for you. Suddenly, he spoke to the nearby referee checking on Lee Minji. Hey ref, I'm not done here. The referee looked up confused. What do you mean? Ignoring the referee, he viciously kneed the fallen boy in the head, horrifying everyone. "I can't stand this pathetic circus any longer," he screamed, kicking him again to vent his fury. "This match became a joke because you people keep accepting these pathetic fools. That's why you are all just fourth rate," he roared. The referee finally moved to warn him. "Cadet Lee Dong-chuan, what is this? The match is over. If you continue, we will be forced to intervene." Without looking back, he scoffed. "Continue what? I'm doing this on purpose. Why aren't you angry? Look at these pathetic jokers trying to be hunters." Saying this, he stomped his foot onto Lee Minji's head. Grinding his foot into his face, he spoke with utter contempt. "You should have known your place. Trash like him should just." Before he could finish, Kim So-jun appeared from nowhere and attacked. Kim So-jun trembled with rage, his voice barely restrained. "I was going to wait for the finals, but I've changed my mind. You deserve a beating right now," he declared. "Get your foot off him." His foot was still on Lee Min-ji's head. What Lee Dong-chuan asked blankly. "Get your filthy foot off him," Kim So-jun snapped, as if to provoke him. Lee Dong-chuan ground his foot down harder. "Oh, you mean like this? And what if I don't?" At those words, Kim So-jun's face darkened, and he immediately swung his sword. This startled Lee Dong-chuan, forcing him to leap away from Lee Min-ji. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Kim So-jun knelt, supporting Min-ji's body. "Are you okay, Min-ji? Can you hear me?" But seeing his battered state, okay was a lie. The redhead sneered. How touching a story between insects. Min-ji was barely breathing, yet his lips managed to form a name. Senior So-jun. A bit of sweat ran down his face. Kim So-jun glared at Lee Dong-chuan. "Is it fun looking down on people like this?" His opponent seemed completely unbothered. "What is wrong with you? Why do you always have to trample on others?" Hearing this, Lee Dong-chuan looked at him with pure disdain, as if he were an alien. In the crowded arena, Lee Dong-chuan replied with dripping sarcasm. "Are you seriously asking because you don't know? It's simple. I just have insects who don't know their place." Kim So-jun's brows furrowed in response. Does that mean they aren't allowed to have dreams? Lee Dong-hun looked at him baffled. "What dreams? Wow. I can't believe people still talk about such naive things. You think hard work can actually achieve anything?" Lee Dong-hun continued, looking like he was about to laugh. "And why can't it?" Kim So-jun retorted. As the two argued, the crowd began to murmur, sensing the situation spiraling out of control. "This is total chaos. Why aren't the organizers doing anything? There isn't even a single staff member. What? Shouldn't we be stopping them?" His colleague stood back calmly. "I don't get it either, but these are orders from above. We're only to observe." Nearby Kang revealed a sinister grin. Something was wrong. So-jun's anxiety flared. He wanted to wring Lee Dong-hun's neck. "Damn it, I never thought you were this idiotic." Lee Dong-hun's voice boomed. "Let me teach you a lesson. It's a world where the strong conquer all. Understand? Only by crushing others can you survive here. There's no room for dreamers. Only winners and losers." Kim So-jun's entire worldview began to crumble into 1,000 darker pieces. Dong-hun kept striking him. "This is reality, you fool." Kim So-jun's inner voice took over. "Truth is, I used to think just like him." Memories of 9 grueling years flashed before his eyes. I had to face reality time and again. I started with nothing, no talent and no money. It felt impossible. Working my hardest was barely enough to live, never enough to get ahead. No matter the effort, I was still pathetic. I wondered hundreds of times, what if I just quit? Kim So-jun called to a paramedic. "Please take care of Min-ji for me." His inner voice continued. "Fear holds you back. It makes you doubt yourself. I questioned if I could do it countless times. Someone called him Cadet Seo Jun. He thought that's why so many people can face reality. But Sojun's spirit settled, meeting Lee Dong-hoon's gaze. So what? That helpless and raged face flashed in his mind. That's not something for you to trample on and insult. The ref's voice cut in. Contestant Seo Jun, that's a violation. Ignoring the referee's warning, he charged his opponent. Seo Jun spun his spear. Stop the match, the referee yelled. The crowd roared with excitement. Dong-hoon just closed his eyes. Inside a venomous expression surfaced. How absurd. Dong-hoon blocked Seo Jun's path. Like wild beasts they clashed. They traded curses. You goddamn cockroach, takes one to know one. With those words, Dong-hoon threw Seo Jun back, shocking him before he could recover. Dong-hoon lunged, forcing Seo Jun to block. His rage peaking, Dong-hoon unleashed a furious barrage. Seo Jun had no room to counter. Forced to retreat, Seo Jun bit his lip, steadying himself. He's strong. I see why everyone rates him so highly, but I can't afford to lose now. Dong-hoon slashed forward, his eyes gleaming like a predator's. No stop thinking. There's no time for that. Just follow the flow, move by instinct. Seo Jun closed his eyes, focusing. As his mind began to drift, a perfect strike. Seo Jun slammed his spear into his foe's gut, his face contorting in pain. Dong-hoon's face was a mask of pain and shock. He shoved Seo Jun back, who stumbled but caught himself just in time. What is going on here? Both of you stop this instant. Before the ref could finish, the beast roared back. Stay out of this! I am a predator, born to hunt. But those eyes, why do they seem so familiar? For the first time facing this insect, he felt a flicker of fear and stepped back. To think he'd fear such a pathetic insect. How amusing, he laughed, veins bulging on his face. He sneered. It's easy to talk about impossible dreams. Face to face, he challenged him. But can you actually stand up and conquer reality itself? The clash intensified. The floor cracked under the pressure of Dong-hoon's leap onto Seo Jun's spear. He blocked it. Fueled by rage, he pressed harder, making Seo Jun groan. Am I just imagining this? After blocking my attack, he seems even stronger. It's like I'm witnessing the birth of a monster. Seo Jun parried the brutal strikes, his mind analyzing the fight. He lunged for a vital point, shocking Dong-hoon. What? Of course, Dong-hoon took the hit, but Seo Jun was hit by a counter, sending them both flying back. Damn it! How could this bastard push me back? Blinded by rage, Dong-hoon gasped for air. Never his sword began to glow with a crimson light. He was aiming to cut Seo Jun in two. I won't rest until I see your corpse. A blade of pure aura materialized, and Seo Jun broke out in a cold sweat. This is an attack I can't possibly win against. Damn it, somebody stop him. The arena erupted into chaos as the guards rushed in. They screamed, "Stop!" But Dong-hoon closed in, threatening, "I'll finish you. I have to run, it's the only way. My mind is screaming to run, but my body refuses. If I flee now, everything I've built will be for nothing." Seo Jun's mind was a maelstrom of conflict. Then a voice emerged. It was Yang Yu, the fate of the Chu nation. He continued speaking to Seo Jun's thoughts. I told you of this Chu anthem before, did I not? A student once asked why I always charge directly into the enemy. They asked, what happens in a fight you are fated to lose? Even as that lunatic prepared to kill him, he stood like a statue, absorbing Xiang Yu's counsel. That's right, when defeat is already certain, there is no path left to survival. Though I had to admit it, that was the first time I felt fear. The thing I feared most was my own failure, and yet I fought until the very end. Do you know why? Soran's grip on his spear suddenly tightened. The voice echoed, "Because it was what I had to do. Listen, kid, if you know you will fail, trust in yourself and fight on." Xiang Yu fought with power that could move mountains. If you don't believe in yourself, you can't defeat anyone and you will lose. And that is the spirit of a desperate battle. It's how one becomes a hegemon king. Moving a mountain can shift the world itself. Was Yang Yu controlling him or just feeling his strength? He seemed different now, radiating a more intense, powerful pressure. Two forces, heedless of the outcome, charged at each other. Don't make me laugh. I am the true predator here, the one who will devour pathetic trash like you. Lee Dong-hoon had lost all reason. Consumed by hatred, all he could do was spew empty insults. They were about to erupt. Guards surrounded them. Dong-hoon roared, "Die, you bastard!" and Sorun's own battle cry answered. It was too late to stop them. The sheer pressure from their fight blew everyone else away, and then boom! A massive explosion rocked the arena and the stands. The guards were thrown to the ground, mouths agape in shock. Wow! The crowd was terrified but desperate to see the result. Damn it, I can't see anything through all this smoke. In the thick white dust, no one could tell who was who. They wondered who won. Then Sorun slowly raised his head. Miraculously, he wasn't dead. Lee Dong-hoon had collapsed unconscious, while Sorun used his spear to hold himself up. It looked like he couldn't last much longer. His hands trembled. Dong-hoon was out, blood spilling from his mouth. As the white smoke cleared, the scene was revealed. Dong-hoon was crushed like a bug, while Sorun had not been defeated. Cheers and camera flashes erupted. Seorum looked down at Dong-hoon's battered body. I won. He had actually won. The crowd roared from the stands. Kim Sorun, Kim Sorun, Kim Sorun. They chanted his name endlessly. Mr. Sorun sat in the back, his jaw on the floor. My god, just 2 weeks ago, he struggled with a mana sword and now he can generate spear chi. Ignoring all the cheers, Paruran was simply stunned. She truly could not believe what had just happened. Paruran was lost in thought about him until she heard a strange voice nearby. Impossible. When she glanced behind her, she saw a figure in a black cloak standing not far off. He was the person she saw at the betting center. She recognized him at once. The man's lips moved. Why is it impossible? It's cancelled. His face emerged from the cloak, his voice trembling. I'm surprised too, but his reaction is a bit much. Mr. Seorun smirked at the sight. The man just stood there muttering nonsense, which only made her wonder. He was acting as if some ancient law of nature had just been broken. Then something flashed through her mind. That's right, she thought, whipping her head around. Didn't he bet on Sorun to win? But he was gone and her face went blank. He's not there anymore. Meanwhile, Kim So-ran tracks down the corridor in a daze. His face was as sad as a puppy's. Something had happened. The memories of the aftermath came flooding back. Moon Chun's words hit him like a physical blow. You are disqualified. Though Cadet Dong-hoon's actions were extreme, he has also been removed. And you interfered even though it wasn't an official match. The referee gave multiple warnings, but you ignored them. He was buried under the weight of those words. Kim So-run couldn't argue back because it was all true. Your actions were a clear violation of the rules. Moon Chun closed his eyes, shaking his head. Seoran could only accept it. He isn't wrong, but why didn't the organizer stop it before I had to step in? His voice was full of regret. I know I was prepared for this when I intervened, Besides, what will happen to Dong-hoon now? Cadet Dong-hoon is also disqualified. Of course, Moon-chun said. His tournament rights have already been revoked. Indeed, Dong-hoon was so wounded he needed an emergency stretcher. His face was a mask of pure shock. Moon-chun added, and that use of sword aura showed clear killing intent. He won't face charges, but the association has banned him from the hunter exam for the next 5 years. Lee Chun-min won the tournament by default. Min-jae got second and somehow Cho Lee-chun took third. What luck! Winning without even trying is the best kind of victory. Sorun mumbled, trying to cheer himself up, but his heart was breaking. Well, it's fine. My proficiency rate went up a lot. At least my proficiency rate skyrocketed during the fight with Dong-hoon. A system window appeared. Teacher Chon plus 15%, Shakyamuni plus 5.2%, Xiang Yu plus 10%. He noted that the rate of Xiang Yu had now passed 50%. Kim So-jun recalled the moment Xiang Yu awakened. He realized that the strange energy he had felt might have been triggered by the proficiency rate of Xiang Yu passing 50%. Alright, time to learn a new skill. It will be easier with a higher proficiency rate. Lost in thought, a hand tapped his shoulder. It was Park So-yeon. So-jun, she called. He turned surprised. Oh, So-yeon. Park So-yeon asked, full of concern. Are you alright? Does anything hurt? He quickly shook his arm to prove it. See, I'm perfectly fine. I'm tougher than I look. She breathed a sigh of relief. What a relief. He looked back at her with guilty puppy dog eyes. Kim So-jun then said dejectedly, I am really sorry, So-yeon. She looked surprised. For what you had it won, and I interfered. He looked like a puppy awaiting a scolding. Oh, is that all? She said, trying to comfort him. Do not feel guilty. You have nothing to apologize for. Honestly, I was just worried about you, she admitted. A huge question mark appeared over his head. What if I was not okay? What about it? Did you not really want the prize money? The words of Park So-yeon hit him like a ton of bricks. He suddenly remembered his goal. Grabbing his head, he yelled like an idiot. Oh, right, she thought helplessly. He really forgot. The spear of Longinus. What do I do now? I needed to buy more passes for the lecture too. Seeing him muttering to himself, she asked, By the way, what did you plan to do with that prize money? I had my eye on a weapon, so I really wanted to buy it. A greedy thought flashed in his mind. Hey, $100,000 now. She was looking at him strangely. Oh well, he snapped out of it, surprising her. I would be lying if I said I did not regret it, but I would regret not stepping in even more. He gave her a reassuring smile. What is done, right? Park So-yeon was at a loss for words. I am sure the money problem will work out. Yeah, I think so too. As they were talking, a voice called out. It was Min-jae. So-jun he rushed over despite his hip injury. Min-jae, So-jun said surprised. The boy stood there panting. Are you leaving now? Kim So-jun nodded. Yeah, I was about to. Park So-yeon looked away, flustered. Min-jae fidgeted shyly, scratching his head. He looked down, breaking a sweat. Then he slowly raised his head. If I keep working hard, can I become someone like you someday? At his words, the world seemed to freeze. What was this? Was this kid his fan now? Kim So-jun was stunned. Lee Min-jae just stared intently at So-jun, waiting desperately for an answer. So-jun opened his mouth, then finally spoke. His answer stunned both listeners. It might be difficult, honestly. So-jun thought the talent of Min-jae was simply not enough to be a hunter in this day and age. Of course, they say hard work beats all. But facing this cruel world with just dreams is a harsh reality. That is why So-jun continued. So do not just fixate on becoming a hunter. You could be great at something else, you know. There is no reason to be this disappointed. You are still so young. His sincere advice seemed to get through to Lee Min-jae. You are right, he said, trying to look cheerful. I am not upset at all. I just came to say my last goodbye. The sun was beginning to set. Still, Lee Min-jae looked downcast. Thank you for everything, Sojun quickly added. Do not ever let anyone define you. Not me, not anybody else. Do not ever let someone tell you what you cannot do. Looking at the back of the boy, he continued, You lack talent. That is an undeniable truth. It is what people will see and it is what they will say. They will tell you that you cannot make it, and that is why you will never succeed. Then he shouted at the despairing boy, But remember this, what other people think of you is not your reality. If you want to do something, then do it. That is all that matters. Lee Min-jae could not hold back. He broke down crying like a child. The sunset was stunning. The spirits of Min-jae lifted and he waved goodbye. My sister and I will come visit you sometime. As they parted, Park Soyeon admitted, I am surprised to see this side of you. Sojun replied bashfully, I guess I just meddled in things again. She chuckled amused. But that was seriously cool. You have got a fan now. I think he would make a better student than a fan, Kim Sojun replied. Still a bit flustered, he added, I should have used that chance to pitch our academy to him. The expression of Park Soyeon turned serious as she thought. She watched the retreating figure of Kim Sojun, who was also lost in his own thoughts. Suddenly, Park Soyeon blushed, whispering, Our academy? She then hurried after Kim Sojun, calling out to him, All right, since you put in the effort, I will buy you a weapon. Kim Sojun was stunned. Wait, seriously? Just think of it as a scholarship. My grandfather frequents a certain forge. Let us go there, Kim Sojun said cheerfully. I am picking out the expensive one. The scene shifts to a vast estate steeped in tradition. A man hurried through the compound, drawing bewildered stares from onlookers. His name was Samun Chun. Reaching his destination, he asked a guard, Is the Grandmaster present? The guard quickly replied, Yes, but he ordered no disturbances. He is meditating. This is an emergency, Samun Chun insisted. Just announce my presence. The guard hesitated, unsure what to do. But their voices had already reached the room beyond, where a figure was deep in meditation. In the end, Samun Chun pushed the door open himself. Ignoring the worried face of the guard, he knelt. Grandmaster, it is I, Samun Chun. This man was the most trusted aide of the Sword Saint. The Grandmaster was clearly displeased by the intrusion. I gave an order that I was not to be disturbed. Was I not clear? Samun Chun flinched, terrified. An immense pressure suddenly filled the entire room. Do you take my word so lightly? The pressure crashed down, making it impossible to breathe. This is unreal. I can't even move a muscle. He hurriedly reported Lady Sojun. She participated in the Academy's latest tournament. Hearing his granddaughter's name, Park Min-chun retracted his aura. Sojun An Academy Tournament. Samun Chun answered immediately. Yes, he continued. We're still gathering the details. Meanwhile, Kim Sojun and Paralran were still browsing for gear. Kim Sojun couldn't decide which item would be the best fit. Back with Samun Chun and Park Min-chun, he continued his report on Lady Sojun. And it seems she has already recruited a new student. He continued gravely. I cannot handle this matter alone. Park Min-chun listened intently to the entire report and then disagreed. No. He turned to Samun Chun with a spark of interest in his eyes. I need to see what kind of person this boy is for myself. Dream Hunter Grand Academy. Elsewhere, the sound of intense rhythmic counting filled the air. 4,980. 4,981. A wooden staff cut through the air again and again. It was Kim So-jun, deep in his training. 5,000, he gasped, wiping sweat from his brow. Daily quest complete. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Someone had appeared. Perelrun's presence changed the atmosphere. Kim So-jun turned around, stammering, Miss Perelrun, are you glaring at me? She replied casually, Oh, you must be imagining things. Then she smiled, reminiscing. You were that desperate to replace your gear, and yet you went to the shop I recommended, hesitated forever, and walked out with nothing. Kim So-jun cleared his throat. It just felt a bit excessive. Perelrun stared at him intently. She muttered, You're not the type to refuse or care about appearances. I bet you would have gladly accepted it without a second thought. He didn't dare argue, his mind drifting to the gleaming weapons he saw. She reads me like an open book. I can't be satisfied with normal gear anymore, not after seeing those masterpieces. Weapons forged by a transcendent. Kim So-jun could only sigh. This is just my karma. He recalled his blunder. Instead of a spear, why didn't I just take the 20,000 in cash? Wait, what? Why did the prices suddenly go up? I can't afford any of this now. He stood there completely stunned. It really felt like the law of causality was at play. If you don't earn it through honest hard work, damn it, this karma is making me scared to do anything. Perelrun crossed her arms nagging. I told you to just buy it. An opportunity like that doesn't come twice. Seeing his silence, she picked at him before asking. There's something else I wanna know. What mana technique do you use? He looked confused. A mana technique? Perelrun continued. Yes, you need one to properly control your mana. She went on. The way you fight monsters proves you have perfect control over your mana. And based on your performance in the tournament, it's clearly not some run-of-the-mill technique either. Her voice echoed. Yet, I've never seen you training it. Hearing that, Kim So-jun had a revelation. Now that she mentioned it, I don't have a mana technique. Mana cultivation technique, a method that allows a user to control and utilize their mana with greater efficiency. But there are many variations. Based on effectiveness, they are ranked high and low. Every hunter has their own unique mana technique, some even patenting them. Kim So-jun figured that was why he had aimed for such a top-tier academy. He then asked Pak So-jun, Did you learn that at the Hunter Academy? She shook her head firmly. No, he absolutely forbade it. A knowing smile crossed his face. Not surprising, he thought. Otherwise, that academy would be legendary by now. Pak So-jun suddenly declared, Instead, I teach a technique I created myself. He gasped. What, you created it? She replied calmly. Yeah, I'm also interested in teaching. Suddenly, a brilliant aura enveloped Pak So-jun. Confused, she asked, Why do you ask that? Kim So-jun just scratched his head, stammering. I was just curious. Haha, he thought. And here I thought she wasn't talented, or maybe her talent is Sword Saint level. He pursed his lips, sweating. But she was right. Technique is a hunter's foundation, and I saw the difference mana makes during my fight with Dong-hun. Kim So-jun turned away, stroking his chin. Since I finally have time to train, learning about mana seems like a good idea. Seeing him lost in thought, Pak So-jun wondered, is it that hard of a question? Is he trying to smile? She turned to leave. If he won't answer, fine. As she left, she said, All right, keep up your training. Kim So-jun asked, Where are you going? Without looking back, Pak So-jun replied, I have something to do, he smirked. Something to do? I'm surprised you have things to do. She angrily raised a fist. Are you serious? Anyway, lock up if you leave before I'm back. The door slammed shut. Kim So-jun smiled and waved. Yeah, don't worry. After she left, he fell into deep thought. So, what should I learn now? He sighed. When is my advisor coming back? He's always gone when I need him. Meanwhile, Park So-jun stormed out of the building, her face bright red. Do I really look that free? I know. I haven't been busy lately. A question then appears. What is mana? An image of the sun appears, like a child's drawing in a harsh world governed by causality. A crescent moon appears, a mystical eye within a star at its center. This is the power to defy the world's laws. Archmage Merlin, sitting in a library with his grand staff. So that was his voice, that is mana. On his phone, Kim So-run flinched as words appeared in the video. Once you learn mana, you will truly see the world. The instructor Archmage Merlin. With this, your lesson begins. Merlin smiled gently. You all understand, don't you? It's simple, right? He sighed, thinking, I feel like I'm going to lose my mind in a whole new way with this. The voice from the video boomed. The explanation is over, it echoed. Now, you must find it yourselves. Kim So-run jumped. Then a system window appeared. Daily quest. Obtain 1000 mana stones. No more than 1000. He was puzzled. This is a daily quest too. He brought his hands together. I guess I'll give it a try. His entire body began to glow with a mana aura. Serun frowned. This must be from that sensory skill I learned. It's not too hard to feel and control the mana, but this is difficult. I can feel it, but I can give it form. How do I do this? He focused, recalling Merlin's words. Use mana to connect your mind to the physical world. You are using it to bring something from imagination into reality, manifesting it as if it's natural law. So-run's eyes shot open. A prime example is a power that never existed before. A speck of light appeared before him, a transformation of mana that glowed like a small aura. Staring at the brilliant light, he was stunned. Oh, so this is it, a mana stone. He stood there staring dumbly at the small glowing stone. He looked at the tiny gem confused. Does this really count for the daily quest? You call this a mana stone, my precious little rock? Kim So-run tried to be positive. I guess I'll get better with practice. Suddenly the door burst open and Park Min-chun strode in. You, he looked at the man confused. Then, recognizing the face, So-run exclaimed, Aren't you the sword saint? With a serious face, he talked, I came to see the academy's new student, So-hyun's friend. Min-chun stared at Kim So-run like he was an idiot. But that thing in his hand, if I'm not mistaken, that's a mana stone, a solid manifestation of mana. He watched the boy stare blankly at it. That's incredibly difficult to do. He may seem slow, but he's an absolute genius. He frowned, puzzled. Why would a genius like him enroll in this academy? With a chilling aura, he demanded, Who are you? Kim So-run answered innocently. Hello, sir. My name is Kim So-run. Thinking with a smile. How unexpected. Who knew So-hyun's grandfather would show up? He said politely to Park Min-chun. I've only ever seen you online. You look very different in person. Oh, are you here for Miss So-hyun? He asked naively. Too bad she just stepped out. At this, the old man yelled, What, Miss So-hyun? Seeing his grim expression, the boy asked, Weren't you here for her? Park Min-chun questioned him. Then why are you completely unharmed? Confused, he asked, What do you mean by that, sir? A murderous aura exploded from the old man. My killing intent is absolute. Unless you are an S-rank hunter, you should already be dead. Kim So-run flexed, thinking, killing intent. Is this supposed to affect me? Park Min-chun pressed him. Tell me why you are here. The man's strange questions were confusing him. What do you mean? The old man advanced slowly, hand near his sheathed sword. A talent like yours would be welcome anywhere. So why did you get close to Sohyun? The stench of bloodlust filled the air, startling Kim Sorun. You'd better tell me the truth. Panicked, he waved his hands. No, I think there's been a misunderstanding. Park Min Chun's voice was terrifying. I doubt you'll talk that easily. Kim Sorun tensed. This is dangerous. A mana-infused strike sliced the air. He ducked just in time to evade the blow. The old man simply frowned, watching him calmly. But he was panicked and confused. In the courtyard of a vast mansion, a familiar voice called out. What? He's not here. Sohyun asked the woman. When is he coming back? The maid replied. He didn't say, miss. I believe Assemblyman So might know. Shall I call him for you? She frowned in disappointment, thinking I wanted to tell Grandpa about Sorun. Where could he have gone, she wondered. Back with Kim Sorun? Park Min Chun radiated pure killing intent. Speak! Why are you here? He was on one knee on guard. Sohyun exclaimed, a little surprised. What? My grandfather's not here? The maid replied softly. That's right, miss. He's currently out. Perhaps Mr. Seo knows his whereabouts. Shall I phone him for you? She frowned, worried. This is bad, she thought. I wanted to keep this a secret for as long as possible, but with his performance in the academy tournament, I can't hide Sorun any longer. She hesitated. If I have to face this, it might as well be now. She turned to the woman. Then please ask Guard Seo. Suddenly a voice cut in. Sohyun So Munchun appeared with a bright smile on his face. Sohyun lit up. Guard So, he replied. I never expected to see you at the main estate. This is quite the rare occasion, she said urgently. Your timing is perfect. I was just about to contact you. He looked curious. Contact me for what? Her words made him pause. I came here to see my grandfather. Seo Munchun cut in. The chairman went to your academy. Young Miss Sohyun's eyes flew wide with shock. Without another word, she spun around and bolted, leaving the maid completely stunned. The woman wondered, why is the young lady in such a rush? As she ran, she cursed herself. I let my guard down. I knew he'd drop by sometimes, but I never thought it would be this soon. A worried sweat beaded on Soran's brow. No matter what, I can't let it happen. She worried for Kim Soran. Now face to face with Park Min Chun, I can't let those two be alone together. Kim Sorun knelt, holding a wooden staff as Park Min Chun loomed over him. His eyes widened in confusion. What? He stared at the man's sword. It's still in its scabbard. He swung without even unsheathing his blade. A realization dawned on him. He's trying to subdue me, not kill me. Park Min Chun demanded gruffly. Who are you really? Getting to his feet, the boy waved his hands. I don't know why you're doing this, but this is all just a misunderstanding. Wait a moment. Kim Sorun's jaw dropped at the old man's next words. You didn't just use mana, the old man said, eyes closed. You used techniques like that, and you still call this a misunderstanding. He suddenly swung his sword up. You lying cheat! Fortunately, the boy raised his staff just in time to block the blow. Seeing the dark killing intent pouring from Park Min Chun, he said quickly, I really don't know what Sorun might have said, but please just calm down. Suddenly, the old man roared, You insolent whelp! He paled with fear, thinking, I feel like I said the wrong thing. But I have no idea what it was. The old man's eyes began to glow. I would love to understand your situation, but you're only telling lies. I know you have no intention of settling this peacefully. Kim Sorun's lips tightened as sweat traced a path down his cheek. He shifted his staff into a fighting stance. Fine, whatever. He frowned, thinking, he's obviously not listening to me. But despite his words, he doesn't seem to have any real killing intent, he thought silently. If this sword star truly wanted me dead, I would have died the instant I first felt his presence. Pak Min-chun's presence was overwhelming, like that of a ferocious dragon, the one they call the Great Sage, the Sword Star. Kim So-run kept his top aim facing the mortal closest to a god. This was the perfect opportunity, a chance he had been waiting for. A satisfied smirk appeared on his lips. Magic began to emanate from the spear. Min-chun scowled, cursing under his breath. He immediately noticed the change. His entire aura had shifted. The old man frowned, meeting Kim So-run's unwavering gaze and thinking back through the decades. I faced countless hunters, but he's the only one whose fighting spirit still burns so fiercely after confronting me. A presence rushed him from the left. You must be skilled. It was Pak Min-chun attacking from his blind spot. The blade swung down with surprising force, but he barely blocked it. How did you approach my granddaughter? Kim So-run blocked with his spear, hands trembling, his face contorted. He couldn't even perceive it, much less see it. Suddenly, his eyes widened in terror. Before Pak Min-chun, he was nothing more than an insignificant creature. So-run gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down. Even a simple strike like that was on a level he couldn't possibly fathom. He spun around, twirling his spear in an arc. I really want to know how long I can last against him. He charged Pak Min-chun, ready to strike. The old man blocked effortlessly, then casually swung his arm. He casually tossed him aside and scoffed. How pathetic. All you had to do was answer my question. But Kim So-run gasped for air, eyes squeezed shut. No, that's not it. Something is missing. I can't let it end like this, just a little more. He collapsed onto the floor, his strength failing him. Tricks are useless. My only chance is now, while he's still holding back against me. Kim So-run quickly regained his composure and stood. He faced Pak Min-chun's descending blade. I only have one chance. I have to end this in a single strike. But then his mind went blank. But how? The old man's sword sliced toward him. He snapped back to reality and dodged backward. Kim So-run's face twisted in concentration. He remembered Merlin's words and poured his will into the spear. You can use mana to deceive the world itself, to make your illusion a reality, as if it were a law of nature. The spear began radiating with mana. He charged forward, surprising Pak Min-chun. This is the best I can do now. Without hesitation, Kim So-run attacked. Take this! A blinding flash erupted, a haze of pure mana. His spear flew into the air, powerless. He finally collapsed onto his knees before Pak Min-chun. The old man stared down at him without a shred of pity. He grimaced, wiping sweat and grime from his face. Damn, that hurts. Pak Min-chun roared. You damn bastard! He yelled in fury, so you finally show your true colors. He shot back defiantly. What true colors? You're the one who attacked me first. He suddenly switched topics, leaving Pak Min-chun stunned. It hurts more when I talk. When is So-run getting here? The old man advanced like a fearsome dragon. Very well, if that's what you wish. His expression darkened with rage. Then I will send you to hell myself. Kim So-run's eyes went wide with instant regret. I'm so dead. But just then, Pak So-run appeared like a savior. That's enough. Both men stared at her, stunned. Grandfather, what are you doing? Sweat dripped down her face, as if she'd run all the way here. Her breathing was ragged. Grandfather Pak Min-chun's expression grew thoughtful as he listened to So-run. Are you alright? Oh no, you're covered in bruise. Kim So-run stared, still in a daze. I don't think anything's broken, but I can say that it doesn't hurt a bit. The old man sighed, looking at the two of them. And you call yourself a man, being this weak. He gripped his spear, retorting angrily. Does gender even matter when you're getting beat up by the sword saint? I bet you beat up everyone you meet, huh? Hearing that, the old man stomped his foot. What did you just say, you bastard? His bravado vanished as he ducked behind her. What, you're gonna hit me again? She watched them bicker a little, impressed with him. Oh my gosh, I've never seen anyone talk back to grandfather. No, I mean the sword saint, he argued, still peeking from behind her. Seriously? But first, can I know why I was attacked? Does the sword saint just do whatever he wants? She snapped out of it, shielding him with her arm. Stop it, grandfather. Then she turned back, looking helpless. I'm so sorry you had to go through this, Sorun. He quickly waved it off. It's nothing, they're just small bruises. You don't need to apologize. Before he could finish, she cut him off with a deep apologetic bow. I'll explain everything later, but for now, I am truly sorry. Seeing her firm resolve, he simply watched her in silence. She looked apologetic, while the old man stood behind them, arms crossed with a defiant look. He rubbed his chin, reconsidering. I should at least get this checked out. I'm heading to the hospital. Pak Sorun remembered. Right, and don't worry about the medical bills. I'm so sorry. He looked at her, sighed, and turned to leave. With eyes like bullets, she turned to face him. Grandfather, her voice sent a jolt through Minchun's heart. Sorun met his gaze head-on. We need to talk. An icy silence settled between them, while her mind raced. She had resolved to confront him, but now, face to face, she couldn't speak. His voice shattered her thoughts. That punk is shady. Stay away from him. A slight tremor ran through her body. There's nothing suspicious about him. He instantly dismissed her. What do you know? A dark aura surrounded her as his old words echoed in her mind. What do you know? You know nothing, so just do as I say. Those were the words she had heard for 31 years. With just a sentence, he always dismissed her opinion. Her mind drifted back to her academy days. Even the Hunter Academy she chose wasn't free from him. She pictured him lecturing a new student. Seorun knew he always caused trouble, which is why they all left. Back in the present, she set her jaw, thinking, I know why you act this way. I know the real reason people come here. And that's exactly why I can never stop them when they want to leave. But he ignored her feelings, continuing his tirade. Get rid of him by tomorrow. If you don't, I will. Sorun, cut him off. I refuse. She stared at him silently. He asked in disbelief. What? What did you say? She yelled with all her might. I refuse. Inside her heart screamed. I can't lose him. She repeated. I said no. Why should I have to do everything you say? Years of resentment exploded. This academy is mine, not yours. She recalled a memory she shared with him. Didn't we create so many precious memories together? It's not as if I have special feelings for him. She watched his back. But every time I see her, a strange feeling stirs. Her happy expression makes me want to stay by her side. Her grandfather's roar echoed. This is no time for a tantrum. You may not know it, but he. She lowered her head but stood her ground. Fine, so what if I don't know? A memory of them laughing together, she couldn't explain why. Sorun clutched her chest. I don't know, and that's exactly why I need to find out. Calming herself, she spoke her truth. I can't live under your shadow forever. And I don't want to. Her voice grew softer. Even now, stunned into silence, he just stared at her. Serun pressed her lips together, then turned to leave. I'm sorry for shouting. She opened the door, then paused. "But this time I won't do as you say." He stared in shock at his once obedient granddaughter. Sorum Minchun asked himself, has she ever expressed her own opinion so forcefully before? He recalled the past, a city street at night, when a terrified scream cut through the air, a dungeon break, a massive dragon was attacking citizens. People fled in chaos, screaming, "Help me! Run!" Minchu's disciple rushed to him. "Grandmaster, it's an emergency." When he heard the news about his son, he was speechless. He looked at his little granddaughter clutching a teddy bear deep in thought. "After losing my son in that dungeon break, I took in Seorun, who was suddenly all alone. Seeing the innocent girl before him, he took her hand, leaving the toy behind. I decided then to give her the strength to protect herself. That was my resolution. It's why I was so harsh even though she hated swordsmanship." He pictured himself with a wooden sword looming over her kneeling form. "Pick it up faster. At this rate, you'll never be a hunter, let alone S-rank." It wasn't even the path she desired. In the room, his back was turned to her. "I want to become a teacher. You think I trained you all this time just for that?" She shot back. "I don't want to hear it." He turned and yelled, "You will do as I say, just like you always have." The chasm between them deepened. After pushing her for so many years, I knew her feelings were being crushed, but I deliberately ignored it. The distance between them only widened. He sighed. "So this is the result." Minchun pocketed his hands, watching the chaos outside. Hurried footsteps echoed on the pavement as Kim So-run walked, warming up his right shoulder. He walked and spoke. "Don't worry, today's mission is easy." He grimaced, recalling the Sword Saint's fiery rage from the other day. "I really thought I was a goner. Lucky for me, I escaped with only a few bruises." I know the Sword Saint held back, but if Sorun had been a moment later, it would have been much worse. He thought to himself, "I never knew Miss So-hyun had a story like that. Last night she called and explained why she did it. He is targeting my granddaughter." The old man fumed. Seorun considered the current situation and her bond with him. He sighed. It was just like the incidents with her past students. "I'm sure that's not the whole story, but I understand how she feels." His thoughts drifted to the girl and her grandfather, and just why the Sword Saint hated him so intensely. Even so, a part of him was resentful. The old man shouldn't just hate people. Understanding his reasons didn't make it any less crude. Morning came and Sorun stood hesitantly before the door. He had to apologize to prevent this from happening again. Then a notification appeared. Learning speed slightly increased after the Sword Saint's beating. A new notification. Learning speed from Constellation Merlin, plus 7%. Learning speed from Professor Gautama, plus 0.2%, for a total of 12.3%. What? He couldn't believe it. No way. His mind was a complete mess. No matter how rude he was, the old man surely wouldn't hit him again, right? His learning speed shot up after just one light hit. Mastering his courage, he opened the door. "Hello?" The only reply he got was a simple, "You're here?" which made him freeze. The old man sat on the floor, chin tilted up. "Why are you just standing there? Come in, have a seat." His entire body tensed. Is he going to hit me again? The old man's voice rose. "I see you have a pact with So-hyun." In a large empty room, Kim So-run and Park Min-chun sat face to face. The Sword Saint continued, "Is all of it true?" With a serious expression, Sorun found himself getting annoyed. "He's definitely very suspicious." "Yes, that's what I said. There was nothing to hide from the start, and no reason to do so." Park Min-chun studied Kim So-run, who was radiating a powerful blue divine energy, and silently assessed him. He seems to be telling the truth, but what is that power? An ordinary cadet can't possibly emit this level of energy. He continued to ponder. Not to mention, the moment I lay eyes on this kid, my rage just seems to ignite. There's no reason, Seorun suddenly spoke. If you have nothing more to say, may I please be excused? Where are you going? The old man asked. Seorun replied, I'm not going anywhere in particular. I just want to train. A look of surprise crossed his face. That's it, he thought. If I watch this brat train, I should be able to get a general idea of what he's hiding. How he does it is up to him. But there's one thing I can confirm. Min-chun was at a loss for words. The kid's mind is in some kind of unstable state. I can't understand. He stared blankly at Sorun. He trains by just sitting there and looking at his phone screen for hours, and there's not even anything on the screen. Recovering from his shock, he asked, Are you perhaps meditating right now? Sorun gave him a confused look. What? What did you just say? Min-chun asked again. I said, Are you meditating? It's something similar. With a serious face, the old man continued. Meditation is undoubtedly an excellent way to train. In any case, it's quite good that someone as young as you is already practicing it. You should recognize that no matter what happens, meditation always strengthens the mind and helps control one's psyche in any situation. Serun replied nonchalantly. Got it. Min-chun was confused. What's with this brat? Can he show any interest in what I just taught? He quickly dismissed the thought. No way. He suddenly said, If you want, I have a few things I can teach you. Seorun looked up in surprise. Huh? The sword saint is going to personally teach me? Min-chun talked with a smug expression. Look at him, he responded immediately. He's making me curious. So I'll teach him something if he genuinely wants to learn. I suppose I can offer some guidance, but then Serun's voice cut through. But I'm not that interested in your lesson, I'm fine. Min-chun closed his eyes in sheer disbelief. Sorun continued speaking. Besides, you're interrupting my training. If you have something to say, can we do it later? I know you're not busy. But suddenly, the door opened. Good morning, Seorun. About yesterday? Seorun was surprised. Oh, Pak Il-hyun, you're here. Min-chun walked over. You came at just the right time. She didn't understand why. And what are you doing here? He moved closer and whispered. Isn't that kid just relaxing his mind? His gaze remained fixed on Serun. She said, exasperated. If you're trying to bully Serun one more time, their quiet conversation continued. He says he doesn't want my guidance, the guidance of the Sword Saint, and apparently it's affecting Sorun's concentration. Min-chun continued. Everything that Kip is doing seems strange. In fact, he might just be losing his mind, she replied. To be precise, there's nothing strange about it, Pak Min-chun asked with a look of disbelief. So, you're saying what he's doing right now isn't strange at all. You might find it strange now, because I once thought so too. She smiled and spoke with a caring tone. She moved closer to say, Oru, I've arrived. He turned his head to reply, Miss Park El-jun, when did you get here? More importantly, are you alright? Park Min-jun thought grimly he really couldn't stand that guy. His words were nothing special, but So-jun was clearly enjoying the conversation. In fact, a bright smile lit up his face as he watched the two of them chat. Was their talk really that interesting? Min-chul fell into deep thought, his eyes fixed on them. Come to think of it, he'd rarely seen So-jun so happy, a stark contrast to his usual gloomy expression. Suddenly, watching them laugh, Minchul felt a surge of anger, clenching his fist tightly. That punk, he dares to target my precious grandson. The door burst open and So Moon-chun rushed in. Swordse Min-chun turned and asked, "What is it?" Moon-chun reported with urgency, "I am here because I have urgent news for you. The Church of Justice wishes to see you immediately." He scoffed. "That foolish church." Unimpressed, he said, "It's not necessary. If they need me, they can come here themselves." But Lady Kalia herself made the request. Min Chun's expression hardened. "Halia, she came in person." So Moon Chun continued. Lady Halia had one more request. She said that if someone named Kim So-jun is here, he is to come as well. All three of them turned towards So-jun. He stared back bewildered, then pointed at himself. "Me? She's looking for me." The four of them gathered closer. "Hey kid, are you a member of the Church of Justice? How would someone like Kalia even know you?" So-jun snapped back. "I'm wondering the exact same thing. Could it be because of that incident?" Sun said as she recalled something and voiced her suspicion. "A while ago, I saw a suspicious person in a black robe at the academy, watching everyone in the arena. Could that person be involved even if they are with the Church of Justice? It still feels strange. There's no way Kalia would be interested in an ordinary kid like him." Minchun replied skeptically. Sun turned back to Seojun. "Have you ever heard of someone like that?" Looking clueless, he replied, "I don't know anything either. Do I really have to go? It's such a hassle." The three of them stared at him, stunned. Sun explained, "This is the Church of Justice. She is one of the 7 apostles. She is treated like a head of state with immense power. You might want to reconsider not going." So Moon-chun added, "Lady Kalia is the successor to the vacant seat of Lady Purity. He rarely shows interest in outside affairs, so I don't know why she'd single you out by name." Still confused, Sojun asked, "Why should I care? She's just some foreigner I've never met. I'd rather spend that time training." The other three were speechless, but all silently agreed he had a point. Suddenly, Seo Moon-chun spoke up. "Could this be why they hold Lady Kalia in such high regard?" Min-chun's voice sharpened. "What are you talking about?" The man quickly explained, flustered. "The truth is, Lady Kalia predicted that Kim So-jun would refuse, so she told me to deliver a message if he did." So-jun looked up surprised. "Just for showing up, she is willing to give you $100,000. So, will you reconsider?" So-jun thought in disbelief. How the hell did she know I needed $100,000? An ancient legend speaks of a mysterious looming figure. Rather than worship man-made gods, they were a cult that served justice itself as their deity. A figure shrouded in a mysterious cloak. The Asur Emperor. 7 robed figures stood in a circle. Temperance, charity, moderation and diligence, purity, patience. The 7 apostles, their most essential members. They declared their words as justice, the very words of a god. Images of heroes flashed throughout history. A century ago, the Church of Justice was dismissed as a mere cult. But during the Great Deluge, by uniting their power with countless superheroes, they played a monumental role. They brought peace to humanity, allowing them to grow immensely. And their greatest trial was a colossal monster, a creature of pure frenzy and brutality. Its eyes blazing, it appeared just as the Great Deluge seemed to be ending. A new monster had suddenly emerged. Its power was terrifying, so immense that even the combined might of the world's superheroes couldn't touch it. The situation was so hopeless it was called the Second Great Deluge. But the one person who could slay that giant beast, She was from the Church of Justice, radiating a potent golden divine power. The Asur Emperor and the seven apostles, they hold the key to stopping the Great Flood. Back in the present at the hotel, the meeting was set on the outskirts of Seoul. Seojun looked up thinking, for a member of a global church, this place was plain. Park Min-jun pointed ahead. We are here to see Kalia. The man in black beside them suddenly spoke. I know Mr. Kim Seo-jun. He gestured inside. Please enter. Kalia is waiting. The two followed the robe man's guidance. Seo-jun worried silently. What if she was right? What if the person from the arena was truly connected to the Church of Justice? Was she really trying to lure me into her church? There were too many questions that only a meeting could answer. At the hall's end, the robe man opened a door. This is the room. Seojun's mind kept racing. Did she know something about him or about the Successors Academy? I have to confirm it after meeting this person named Kalia. When the door opened, a clean, spacious room met their eyes. Please wait here. She will be with you shortly. Seo-jun and Park Min-jun took a seat on the sofa. Park Min-chul seemed to expect this. I thought she'd be waiting, knew this would happen. Seo-jun asked Sorsen, do you know Kalia? He seemed hesitant, then sighed. Today is my first time meeting her. Seo-jun was stunned. What? This is your first meeting? From how you spoke, I thought you two were close. That's right, we've spoken a few times, but this is our first time meeting in person. Park Min-chul explained further. I've met the Apostle of Purity before, but never his successor. Seo-jun thought, a god from the Great Deluge. I figured the Sword Saint knew everything, but this world is still full of mysteries. Wait a moment, he asked aloud. What about the Azure Emperor? Park Min-chul replied. From what I've heard, that was the first and last time he appeared in that decisive battle. But have you met the Azure Emperor before? An image of burning red eyes and a black-robed figure flashed through Park Min-chul's mind. His tone turned serious, surprising Seo-jun. No, I've only ever seen him from a great distance. As they sat in their own thoughts, a knock echoed at the door. A blonde woman entered. It's a pleasure to meet you both. Isn't this our first time meeting face to face? Park Min-chul retorted annoyed. You summoned us and then made us wait. Kalia appeared before them. It was truly her, the successor to the Apostle of Purity. Her features were beautiful, with sparkling blue eyes that could mesmerize anyone. Park Min-chul said impatiently, You called us here only to make us wait? Kalia, she answered, shrouded in a shimmering aura. Her reply was as sharp as forged steel. Wouldn't you agree it's better that I purified my mind and body to perfectly convey my divine words? Against her sharp retort, he could only sigh in frustration. Hearing that from a charlatan like you is odd. Facing Kim Seo-jun, she bowed slightly. My apologies for the late introduction. I am Kalia of the Church of Justice and a bearer of God's will. I am also the successor to the Apostle of Purity. Out of courtesy, he also stood. A pleasure I am, but she cut him off. You are Kim Seo-jun, correct? Thank you for coming. He was startled she knew his name and curiously asked, How do you know who I am? She seemed to realize something. Oh my, I suppose I must clarify things before we begin. Kalia started to explain. You recently took part in the academy's debate, didn't you? One of our followers was observing you then, Mr. Seo-jun. She smiled. He praised you so much, I became curious to see how amazing you are. That is why I invited you here. That didn't lower his guard at all, he said. Is that so? Then you have an interest in me. Still wary, he pressed. What is your real motive for inviting me? It can be for such a simple reason, can it? In response, she only gave him a slight smile. I was just about to tell you about that. Why don't you sit down first? He repeated her words in a daze. Dungeon reconnaissance. She lifted her teacup, still smiling. Yes, that's right. I want the Sword Saint to cooperate in a dungeon reconnaissance. But that's not enough. Her answer didn't convince him. He said angrily, Why should I join you? She calmly sipped her tea. You know very well that it isn't over. It struck a nerve. He fell silent, then asked, What do you mean? What else is there? With perfect composure, she reported, We've received news of a dungeon distortion in Korea. I'm sure the Sword Saint knows what that implies. Of all her words, one stood out to him. Distortion. Hearing this, Pak Min-chul's patience wore thin. Stop this nonsense. I already made sure. But she cut him off. The Church of Justice has deemed this dungeon inspection essential. Her words silenced him for a moment. His anger subsided, replaced by understanding. So, this is why you've come to Korea, he said, glancing at her calmly, sipping her tea. He continued, and it allows you to secure your position as heir. Kelia let out a small laugh. The Sword Saint was not easily fooled. He leaned back. I'm ashamed to admit the church's decision is quite unwelcome. Seizing the moment, she asked, So, you'll help me? But Pak Min-chul didn't agree so easily. He calmly stated his terms. That depends on what I get in return. She replied, It seems the Sword Saint has no need for my favor. You don't seem to be lacking anything. Pak Min-chul simply sighed in response. Then she suddenly changed tactics. I heard your granddaughter manages the Hunter Academy. At the mention of his beloved granddaughter, his eyes went cold. She tried to explain what the Church of Justice could offer, but he silenced her with a bone-chilling pressure. The air grew so cold, even Kim So-jun thought, My entire body feels paralyzed. He tensed. So this was the Sword Saint's killing intent. When he truly meant to end someone, his cold eyes locked onto Kalia with a warning. This is your one and only warning. If you try to drag So-yun into this again, I will not spare you. Kalia knew she had crossed a line. With a strange smile, she said, My apologies. I was mistaken. I am sorry, she repeated. I am truly sorry. Pak Min-chul remained silent. Knowing an apology was not enough, she added. Besides, I have nothing to offer you in return. So how about this? I will grant one request from the Sword Saint. But he rejected the offer instantly. Ridiculous. You expect me to trust someone who feigns ignorance about our entire negotiation? Pushed into a corner, Kalia made her final offer. If you wish, I will swear upon the honor of the Church of Justice. That finally caught his attention. But still Pak Min-chul refused. He said that alone isn't enough to secure an apostle's position. She retorted with sharp words, I don't know what you're thinking, but you have no other choice, do you? In the end, he finally accepted her offer. Fine, if you swear on the Church of Justice's name, I will help. Their hands clasped, sealing a vow with their mana. Kia then turned her attention to Sauron with a direct smile. She stated, I'll be blunt. The Church of Justice wishes to support you. Support, he repeated. He then politely declined. I'm already affiliated with an academy. She quickly clarified, We aren't asking you to leave. We simply wish to support you where your academy cannot. No strings attached, he asked shrewdly. If I accept this support, what do you want in return? Kia smiled, placing a hand on his shoulder. She promised, We seek nothing in return for our support. A good relationship with you is payment enough. Kim Suron asked cautiously, And what if I refuse? He replied with that same placid smile. Then there is simply nothing we can do. The air between them felt disconnected. He thought to himself, they say that now, but they will surely ask for a favor later. So he decided to be direct. He said, frankly, your offer isn't very compelling. But if you honestly answer one question for me, I'll consider it more favorably. Her smile never faded. What is your question? Please ask. He started to say, are you... but stopped himself. Wait. Kim So-ron quickly weighed his options. Would she really answer truthfully just for him? After all, if Kia refused or gave a vague answer, he would learn absolutely nothing. But passing up a chance like this wasn't his style. Reaching into his pocket, he held his phone out to Kia. A cunning smile touched his lips as he asked Kia, what do you see on my screen right now? She squinted at the screen, remaining silent. In truth, Kim So-ron was showing her an image of the Buddha. It was from a lecture he had studied. Many say the key to one's existence is the soul. If that is true, then even with different bodies, souls that are the same should share the same existence after every death and regression. The foundation of one's existence shouldn't differ. Finally, Kia broke her silence. What are you talking about? With the phone still in hand, Kim So-ron said, I meant exactly what I said. What do you see on my screen? She blinked. That's a strange question, he smirked. I don't think it is difficult, she retorted. I think it's difficult for me. He feigned disappointment, pulling his phone back. He sighed sadly. If you don't answer, my hands are tied. His words baited her into giving a soft response, a black screen. Her unexpected reply caught his attention as she laced her fingers together. A smirk played on her lips as she said, I only see a black screen. Are you satisfied with that? He returned her politeness. Of course. Kia assumed he would now accept her offer. So, you will consider our support positively? Kim So-ron slowly rose from his seat. I will. Then he smiled flatly, refusing the offer. She crossed her arms, her sharp gaze fixed on the sky outside. She addressed the person behind her. Well, Kankis replied, I didn't detect any anomalies. Her patience wearing thin, she snapped. Are you absolutely certain about what you witnessed? Kankis frantically waved his hands. I swear on the name of the Church of Justice. I am absolutely sure. Her thoughts returned to Kim So-ron. He really wasn't anything special. Biting her lip habitually, she re-evaluated everything piece by piece. Even if he was special, he was still just a rookie. Still, I was startled when he suddenly shoved that phone in my face and asked if I could see something. Or was it just my own sense of unease? Kenki's suggestion shattered her train of thought. It might be better to report this to the other apostles. But she immediately shot that down. No, for now, we only observe. Our priority is recon inside the dungeon. What about the other heroes? Following Kia's plan, Kenkis recounted what he had done. I have contacted the Dark Saint and the Mind Saint, he added, explaining his actions to her. You know how it is, since they are the unseen. She fell silent, recalling the dark screen Kim So-ron had shown her. The unseen. On the main street, Park Min-chul's sharp rebuke echoed. You useless blockhead, why would you refuse Kia's offer? Hearing the scolding, he sobbed. That really makes me feel bad, you know. The man was incredulous, repeating, Makes you feel bad? In his head, Kim So-ron thought, I can't trust the rest of the Church of Justice. But at least Kia has no ties to the Transfer Academy. Still, I won't accept kindness from someone who is two-faced. He asked, So So-run's academy makes you feel better? He answered as if it were obvious. Of course, how could I not trust someone as honest as Miss Shorun? But then a curiosity sparked in his mind. So he asked Pak Minchul, Sir Sword Saint, may I ask something? What is dungeon reconnaissance? After a moment of silence, the man spoke. It means the magic has been distorted. He slowly explained. When that happens, the dungeon's estimated difficulty during formation differs from its actual difficulty. These distortions cause many ripple effects, but they mainly lead to dungeons leveling up unexpectedly or even a dungeon break before its time is up. After the man's quick replies, he was in disbelief. He exclaimed, "What? Things like that actually happen?" Pak Minchul said, "It is a phenomenon you wouldn't see at your current level." He continued, "But during the Great Cataclysm, it happened from time to time." His answer left him completely stunned. His confusion grew as he asked, "So, what he mentioned was not true?" The man quickly quelled his anxiety. "Do not worry, Kia just misunderstood. The Great Cataclysm is over." But he noticed the path of the man was off. "Huh? Where are you going?" "Sorun Academy is this way." The reply of the man was dismissive. "You do not need to know." His footstep halted as if he had forgotten something. Turns out he forgot to throw a warning at Kim Sorun. "You useless punk. If you try anything funny with Soran, I will not let it slide. Got it?" He just chuckled. "So, you do acknowledge me after all, do you not?" The man quickly corrected him. "I will be observing you, that is all." He just laughed. "You are not being honest at all. Is not this attitude why you and Sorun are growing apart?" The words cut through all the excuses of the man. Seeing the clenched fist of the man, he kept teasing. "Ha, you going to hit me again?" And then he bolted. "Have a good evening," the man could only say helplessly. That really is a useless punk. Reaching the Dream Hunter Academy, he sighed. Every time something happens, he tries to solve it with violence. He opened the door, making a new resolve. "I have to get stronger fast to stand up to him." Coincidentally, Sorun was there. She greeted him. "Oh, Kim Sorun, you are back earlier than I expected." Glancing around for Pak Min Chun, she asked, "Where is my master? You said you would be back together." He answered, He came this far with me, but left." She pressed on. "Where did he go?" "The model park." Eljun also replied, "She does, but it is not what you are worried about." She quickly apologized to him. "Did I interfere too much? I'm sorry, I should have mentioned it." He saw her uncomfortable expression. He said the method of the Sword Saint was wrong, but I do not think it was all that bad. Catching her attention, he scratched his head. "He can still change from now on. If it gets worse, I can take a few hits." He then realized how weird that sounded. Unaware of the smiling Park Eljun behind him, she said with a slight smile, "I am truly grateful." But the air grew awkward as he realized what she was doing. She quickly changed the subject. "You said you needed money, right?" It took him a moment to process it. Then, "Oh yeah, that is right. But how did you know?" She explained the situation, but he insisted he did not sing that one song. "How could I not know?" he retorted. "When was that? I never." His brain kicked into high gear at the mention of money. A slave to capitalism too. Money was his most critical problem. He had used the $100,000 from Kia on his debt. He silently listed off his countless expenses while Pak Eljun opened her phone. She said, "So while you were gone, I did some searching and found something perfect." He asked, "Something perfect?" A notification appeared. "The 24th Dungeon Sweep Competition, Wild Recruitment." He read the announcement. Dungeon Sweep. He scanned the details. deadlines, locations, and the prize money. He gasped in awe. The Dungeon Annihilation Contest. Park Eljun finished reading and asked, "What is this?" Mr. Sojun explained, "It is basically a competition to destroy all the uncleared dungeons." He repeated, "Destroy the uncleared dungeons." She replied, "Well, people do not want to clear dungeons that do not make money." Seojun instantly understood. That makes sense. It is true, he thought. The Awakened from the Great Change era had a mission, a belief. Now professional hunters only chase profits. She cleverly added dungeons that offer no reward, are low level, and are difficult to attack. Park Seo-joon added, "If left uncleared, these dungeons eventually break and monsters spill out. Even low-level monsters are a threat to civilians." At first, public hunters handled this, but using high-level hunters, there was wasteful and inefficient in every way. So the government finally found a different method. "That is it," Seojun jumped in. "You mean this dungeon annihilation contest?" She smiled. "Exactly." She continued her presentation, saying, "Most of these uncleared dungeons can be handled by students. After all, there is a surplus of student manpower right now. Just add that it will be reflected in their student evaluation." And he did not need to hear the rest. "Whoever came up with this is a genius." The next words of Park Seo-joon caught his attention. "If it is you, Seo-joon, you could easily win this. What do you think?" She also mentioned the prize money. The winner gets 300 million plus. The competition itself involves clearing dungeons, which boosts your lecture progress. Seo-joon saw no reason to refuse. He made his decision. "Alright, I am in." She replied cheerfully, "I knew you would be. I will go register you right away." Seo-joon knew she was not asking for anything, but he could tell she was pretending. She must have searched everywhere for this info. A competition, huh? He mused, reminding himself to be extra careful this time. From past experience, he knew unexpected variables could pop up. He could not underestimate it. That variable was none other than Lee Dong-gwan. She just smiled and praised him. "You work hard today too." He steeled his resolve. "I will definitely win it all this time." Seo-joon asked her, "By the way, Miss Park, how does the competition work?" She said, "The competition runs for about a week. When it starts, the government gives participants a list of dungeons." Her finger made a warning gesture. "Participants check the list, reserve a dungeon they want to clear on the app, and then go clear it. However, you must finish the reserved dungeon within 10 hours. You can only reserve one at a time, otherwise the reservation is cancelled," he sighed. "So you can't just hoard them all," Park Seo-joon summarized. So basically, the evaluation is based on your speed and the number of dungeons you clear. Hearing that, Seo-joon realized speed was the key. She sighed. "Yeah, that's why they joke. The gas money costs more than the prize." He admitted this would be tough. She asked for clarification. "What do you mean by that?" He replied, "I have to clear the gates and process the bodies." "But speed is the key." She simply answered, "Yes." "No, you don't need to handle the bodies. Like I said, the payout from them isn't much." But then she quickly realized something. "No, wait," she yelled. "Don't tell me you're planning to process them yourself." Again, he answered with pure innocence. "It's not against the rules." She tried to stop him. "No, but how much are they even worth?" But he wouldn't listen. "Every little bit adds up to a fortune. Why waste something so valuable?" But she still wasn't convinced. "Still, you have to win to get the prize money." She shook her head at Seo-joon's plan. "That's why I said this would be difficult." After thinking it over, an idea struck Seo-joon. "Well, if it's impossible, I'll just focus more on the prize money. Suddenly, an idea hit him. Wait a second. He took out his phone and asked, "What are the exact rules?" A few days after the competition was announced, Seojun received a training progress notification on his phone. He looked at it and noted, "Thanks to my hard work, the lecture progress rate has jumped." But Kazan and Melon's progress had stalled. Unsatisfied with the results, he thought, "If I'm only seeing changes every 10%, I'm going to need something else." Turning around, he heard Perel's voice. She asked him, "Mr. Seojun, have you downloaded the app yet?" He said, "Yes, I already checked for the essentials yesterday." Then she asked, "Come to think of it, that helper you mentioned isn't here yet?" Could it be he couldn't find his way? Seojun answered, "Not a chance, that man's sense of direction is legendary." He added with pride, "I'm not kidding. When it comes to finding a path, he's on par with a sword saint." It's a charm that contrasts his appearance. She exclaimed in amazement, "Really?" Just then, the man arrived. Seojun waved. "Ah, speak of the devil over here." The man scratched his head. "You don't have to announce it to the whole neighborhood." Seojun asked cheerfully, "I thought you'd be a little late. You're earlier than I expected." The man said, "Late? If I was late, you'd just chew me out, wouldn't you?" Making Seojun laugh, he quickly got to the point. And so Manchun asked, "So, what do you need from me?" A few days prior, Seojun had called him. "Oh, Seojun is calling me." He seemed to understand. Working together. After hearing the gist of it, Manchun summarized. "So basically, I'll transport the bodies you hunt during this competition thing and act as your personal driver." And he just smiled. "Yes, and of course, I'll pay you." Seeing the mistake, he corrected him. "To be exact, I'll do the transport and you'll do the dismantling. You know how fast time flies in there." At that moment, Manchun was getting off work. This proposal wasn't half bad. But can the two of us really handle it? "You said speed is the most important thing. If this is just charity, then no thanks." Seojun laughed. "No, I truly need your help." He knew dismantling monster parts for profit require a skilled hand. If it's Mr. Manchun, I can trust him completely. Just then, Seojun's phone buzzed to life. The competition was officially starting. "It's time." Seojun said excitedly, "Well then, uncle, let's get going." Seojun said, "See you later." She replied cheerfully, "Yes, good luck to you both." He asked, "You understand the competition rules, right?" The man replied, "You explained everything last time. I remember it all, so don't worry." But being cautious, Seojun reviewed the conditions once in the car. "So, the winner is whoever clears the most gates." In short, speed is everything. That means there are two crucial factors for this competition. Seojun said, "One is how fast you can clear a gate, and two is how fast you can get to that gate." Seojun continued, "This competition is mostly level 1 and 2 monster dungeon. The clear time varies by the gate's type, but for me, the type of gate doesn't matter at all. So the only thing left is how long it takes us to reach the gate." Then he handed the man a phone. He took it and looked. "What's this?" Seojun explained a list of all the gate locations for this competition. He was counting on him. "I need you to find the absolute shortest route to each of these gates." The man was stunned. "Me?" Then came his confident laugh. "Yes, it's much faster than any GPS." The man could only sigh. "Ah, you leave me no choice." Manchun had no option but to floor it. "Hold on tight." At the same time, the assassin Suan let out a long yawn. She glanced at the portal and took a note. "Let's see, the newcomer is Kim Seo-jun from Dream Hunter Academy." She calculated. Judging by that academy, this Sojun kid is average. This should take about an hour. Her gaze shifted to Manchun. You came with student Kim Seo-jun. At first I thought it was the rumored cheating I'd heard about, which was concerning. But he's just standing outside, so I let it be. Just a driver, I suppose. She then noticed a faint ripple from within the portal. Sojun's head poked out from the portal. He signaled, "Uncle, it's done. Get ready to move." This confused her. Huh? Why is the gate suddenly moving? And the old man stood up so fast, thinking it was cheating. The supervisor rushed to stop them. Wait, letting someone else enter the dungeon is a violation. But seeing her, Sorun simply said, I already know. Confused, she then heard him add, I caught them all. She couldn't believe it when he stated, I just finished clearing the dungeon, you can go check. She was incredulous. Finish clearing it. What kind of nonsense is that? But Sorun really had dealt with all the goblins, leaving her stunned. What is this real? Weren't you only in there for 10 minutes? Her eyes locked onto his current actions. Curiously, she asked, What are you doing now? He glanced back. This. But Sorun was already running off. Don't worry about it, he counted as he ran. 1, 2, leaving her speechless. That lunatic running and counting. Manchun judged. Still doing that crazy stuff. Sorun put the goblins down. Well, I can't skip my workout, the old man wondered. Workout? What workout? Seoran just replied, There is that kind of workout. He asked the old man, How long will it take? Manchun replied, Like you said, they are low grade with few valuables, about 15 seconds per body. The old man quickly got to work. All right, Seoran said cheerfully from the side. As expected of you, you handle that. I will bring them out. But the supervisor stopped him again. Wait, you are processing the bodies now. He just questioned her back. Yes, is there a problem? She tried to cite a rule. Of course, the problem is. But realized there was no rule against it. There really wasn't one. He confirmed. So there is no problem, right? She had no choice but to let them continue. First Sorun hauled the goblin corpses. Second Manchun processed them. Third, the supervisor watched dumbfounded. Once finished, they quickly moved to the next location. He asked the old man, Where to next? Manchun said, It is not close, but it is the most efficient route. Let's go. They left the supervisor standing alone in their dust. What am I even seeing right now? Meanwhile, the two of them hopped in their vehicle with godly speed. Let's go, a yellow butterfly, a pretty butterfly. The staff member mused about being stuck behind a computer all day. Getting to soak up the sun like this felt pretty nice. He wished every day was like this. The staffer wondered, aren't the participants scheduled for now just arriving? Just then a vehicle sped towards him. The sound of chaotic footsteps followed. Move back, move back! Inside the gate, the skeletons were at peace until this guy showed up, shattering that peace. Let's end this quick. This guy was Kim So-run. With one swing of his spear, he sent the surrounding skeletons flying. He even said innocently, I am letting go now. But what awaited them wasn't heaven. It was Manchun, ready to receive. Not bliss, but the old man, ready to strip them to the bone. Oh, this skeleton has a lot of marrow. Plus, Sioran working out and hauling them away, making them jerk around like a roller coaster. 1, 2. Once the deed was done, the pair bolted, leaving the staff member utterly astonished. Alright, next one, let's go. The vehicle sped off, leaving the baffled staffers staring at their backs completely clueless. In a certain building, a voice asked Kim, Have you finished the report on today's dungeon conquest competition? Inside the dungeon management office, Assistant Kim replied, Yes, sir. I have edited it and left it on your desk. The section chief smiled. Is that so? Good work. He then sat down and began reviewing the assistant's report. Let's see. Turning a page, he saw something that made him exclaim, Oh, 16 dungeons! That is a lot. The report listed Lee So-dan from Academy X, making him remark, No wonder she has conquered so many dungeons. Conquering 16 dungeons should put her in first place. But at the bottom of the page, he saw she was only ranked second. He flipped the page, only second with 16 players. Did someone actually manage to clear 17? Then he spotted the name Kim So-ran with 32 dungeons cleared, shocking him. What, 32 dungeons? He quickly called his assistant. Assistant Kim, hold on. The assistant replied, Is something wrong, sir? Holding the document, the chief asked urgently, Is there a mistake in this report? Look at this. First place cleared 32 dungeons. Is it even possible to conquer that many dungeons in a single day? His assistant responded. About that, Assistant Kim continued. I found it suspicious as well, so I double-checked. There are no errors. He really conquered 32 dungeons. To the chief's growing shock, his assistant added, Yes, he cleared the target dungeons and every other dungeon along his route. Furthermore, according to the supervisor, his clear time for each dungeon was under 10 minutes. The chief was stunned. 10 minutes? Really? For a student? Even a level 1 or 2 dungeon should take at least 30 minutes to clear. And that is not even counting rest and travel time. He asked further, Are you sure he is a student? Or did someone help him? The assistant quickly replied, Of course, I already checked that, sir. He hasn't violated any regulations at this point. The chief had no choice but to believe it. He then asked affiliation. Which academy is he from? His assistant answered, A small place called the Dream Hunter Academy. It is located in Pangyo, Seoul. For a moment, the name struck the department head as familiar. Dream Hunter Academy. He searched his memory, then it hit him. Wait, isn't that the academy run by the Sword Saint's grandchild? His assistant realized it too. So that is why it sounded familiar. An uncomfortable silence fell between the two men. He asked cautiously, The Sword Saint won't get involved in this, right? The assistant replied. I'll look into it immediately. A voice filled with regret whispered, I let first place slip through my fingers. So Dawn stood before her father's office. Eyes shut tight, she murmured, I'm sorry. But her father shut back. Is sorry supposed to fix this? Your failure has cost our academy dearly. With no other choice, she replied, I'll do better. Then he said something that grabbed her attention. 32 dungeons. Do you think that number is within your reach? So Dawn remained silent, calculating in her head. But factoring in the travel time between each one, is clearing 32 dungeons even possible? Her father said, I believe it's possible with some quiet assistance. She immediately understood his implication. Suddenly, her father told her something strange. So Dawn just proceed as you always have. It made her wonder, why did he look so satisfied? Her mind raced. Did he plan to cheat from the very beginning? Her father turned. Is something bothering you? This was Lee Sukman, a former A-rank hunter and the current academy principal. She simply replied, No, sir. But he offered a piece of his philosophy. Don't be timid. This word runs on the pursuit of self-interest. He continued, All that matters is who wins and reaps the rewards. The process is irrelevant. Noticing her silence, he pressed, You don't still believe in playing fair, do you? Again, she denied it. No, sir. Her answer didn't convince him. Purity is for fools. I trust you aren't naive enough to make such a foolish move. Her footstep echoed on the cold tiles, a chill seeping into her heart. Her mind drifted back to a time long ago. She remembered the young man's words. So don't. Every true hunter has a line, something they will never compromise on. Back then, she had scoffed at him. How ridiculous. No one thinks that way anymore. They're just hunters for the money. But the young man was resolute. So, that's what the world has become. Does that mean I have to become corrupt too? Just you watch. I'll become a hunter that truly inspires people. His passion struck her as absurd. Oh, please don't go around saying things like that in public. If people laugh at you, I'll be embarrassed for you. Her expression darkened, his voice echoing in her mind. What, ashamed of me? Yes, very. She stared coldly at him, despising the smile on his face. With a detached voice, she said, Once you're dead and gone, don't ever show your face to me again. Her pace quickened beneath the dim street lights. A groaning voice complained, Ugh, every single part of my body is aching. The two men were taking a break, joking around. Menchun whined, Are we really going to do this every week? At this rate, I'm gonna kick the bucket. Sojun chuckled. You work hard today, Manchun. I guess even you feel the pain sometimes. But Manchun shot back. Seriously, what's that? You try planning our route while driving. This stuff fries your brain, kid. Sojun laughed. Haha, you've got a point. But can you really complain after seeing how much we earn? That got Manchun's attention. So what's the total? After a quick calculation, Sojun answered, About 7.8 million won. Sojun smiled. If we split it 50-50, that's 3.9 million each. But Manchun shook his head. Let's go 30-70. You take 70%. You cleared the dungeon yourself. I didn't do enough to deserve half. But you handled the dismantling. Sojun argued. That was important too. Exactly, Manchun said. That's why I'm taking 30%. Manchun insisted. Just do it my way or I'm not showing up tomorrow. Seojun had no choice but to agree. Alright, I get it. So 30% of 7.8 million is 2,340,000 won. That's an odd number. Let's just make it 2.5 million, okay? Manchun was floored. What? How did you get to that number? Seojun just smiled. Please, just take it. I couldn't have earned this without you. Anyway, just consider it gas money. Manchun finally relented. Alright, I get it. Then Sojun changed the subject. But Manchun, you don't seem that surprised. This confused him. Surprised about what? No, not about the money, Sojun explained. I mean about me raiding a dungeon. You didn't seem shocked at all. Oh, that Manchun replied. I've seen it before. I saw you fight back at the academy. Sojun jumped, shouting. You were there. You should have told me you were coming. Manchun just sighed and said, What? That would have just put more pressure on you. Knowing Manchun was always looking out for him, Sojun couldn't help but smile. He thought Uncle Manchun was always like this, a bit rough around the edges, but always in his corner. He'd look after an orphan like him, crushed by a mountain of debt. He became his rock. Sojun proposed an idea. Uncle, why don't you start a dismantling company? You could be my exclusive contractor. A dismantling company me. Where would I get the money? But are you really at that level already? Strong enough for an exclusive contractor. Sojun chuckled. No, not right now. I mean for the future. Manchun sighed. What a thing to say. We'll talk. then don't get ahead of yourself. Deep down, Sojun was deeply grateful to his uncle. On day 2 of the dungeon conquest, the two continued their relentless assault. Suddenly, a voice was heard. "Hey, I heard those two are the dungeon cleaners." Dungeon cleaners? The name was new to Uncle Manchun. Sounds strange. The person quickly explained. "It's not a strange name. You don't just raid dungeons, you clean them out completely. That's what we call you. In fact, rumors about you two have been flying around." I didn't believe it at first, but I've seen it myself. The pair just stared back confused. The man continued. "Anyway, it's not an issue. Just keep doing what you've been doing." And then the ranking board updated. First place was Kim So-jun with 73 clears. Second was Lin with 36. Seeing the scoreboard, So-jun smiled. "At this rate, we're guaranteed to win." Manchun added, "But it'd be embarrassing if we lose now." So-jun thought to himself. Just as expected, asking his uncle for help was the right call. He cheered him on. "Only 5 more days. Let's do this, uncle." Faced with his dazzling enthusiasm, his uncle just clicked his tongue. "Damn it, you wouldn't let me rest, even if you became a god." At this point, Sojun had to bribe him. "If we win, I'll treat you to a huge feast." Sojun added that he'd treat Sojeho too. His uncle joked, "Then you better get a whole cow." With victory in his grasp, Seo-jun smirked, thinking everything was going perfectly. His uncle asked again, "Can you even afford it?" "I'm ordering the most expensive thing," Seo-jun replied confidently. "Of course, I'll buy you anything. And bring Soju with you. I haven't seen her in a while." At that, his uncle's eyes lit up. "Then we'll definitely need a whole cow." He looked at his phone, a confident thought forming. "Everything is going smoothly. I've got a good feeling." Beside him, Uncle Manchun was beaming. He thought, at this rate, victory is certain. But then came day 3 of the dungeon conquest competition. His uncle stared gravely at the screen before showing it to Sojun. "What's wrong? Just look." Sojun's eyes widened. "What?" The map was flooded with reservation notice. He was stunned. "Are there really no more dungeons left to reserve nearby?" In the middle of a park, Sojun cried out, "There aren't any available dungeons around here. The nearest one is an hour's drive away. Coincidentally, only the dungeons we usually book are all taken." Seo-jun stared at his phone. His face was full of suspicion. Beside him, Uncle Manchun spoke up. "Something about these things." Seo-jun had to agree. "Yeah," he replied. His uncle added, "It seems someone is deliberately blocking our path. There's always something trying to stop us." Climbing into their truck, Seo-jun said, "Nothing is certain yet. For now, let's just head to the next available dungeon." But strangely, when they arrived at the next dungeon and the one after that, the exact same thing happened. Uncle Manchun roared in frustration. "What? It's the same here too!" Finally, the day's rankings were posted. As expected, Kim So-jun was at the top. "We only managed to clear a mere 10 dungeons today," Seo-jun said, looking at the screen. "This is just too weird." Manchun countered, "It's not weird, I'm sure of it. This is definitely the work of that Lee Soo-jin, the one in second place." Soo-jun spoke up. "We can see who reserved the dungeons on the app, but with just that it's hard to be certain. First, let's try reporting this to the organizers." Uncle Manchun cursed in frustration. "Damn it all." Meanwhile, Seo-jun was deep in thought. "Even though I'm in the lead, there are still 3 days left." He worried that if this sabotage continued, he could actually lose the championship. He turned to look at Uncle Manchun and said, "Uncle, I'm sorry. We'll have to postpone the dismantling company plan until we secure a bigger lead. Uncle Manchun agreed completely. Winning is the most important thing right now. You don't have to worry about me. But he continued with a worried tone. But no matter how fast you clear dungeons, we can't make up for this travel time. I'll try to find the fastest route, but if we keep getting blocked like this... After a moment of thought, Sojun spoke. That's why I have an idea. A cunning glint appeared in his eyes. Let's try things this way. And just like that, the next day began. A crowd had gathered. One man in a black suit exclaimed, "Well, well, it's nice to see everyone talking things over, but I'm getting worried. If that Kim Seojun guy reserves even one dungeon, all the nearby ones will be taken." Another man replied, "Don't worry, we have him completely boxed in." A third added, "Just like yesterday, we'll be fine." The man in white continued, "Still, how in the world does that Kim Seo-jun manage to clear so many dungeons so quickly?" The other man laughed. "Who cares? As long as we're the ones who benefit, that's all that matters." Meanwhile, the man in the black vest got a call. He stood and shouted, "Everyone listen! He's already reserved the dungeon." The man in white spoke into his phone. "Remember this. Yesterday he booked every dungeon within a 1-hour drive. Booking them all at once is too suspicious. We'll split up and reserve them during his 10-minute raid." The man in black warned, "Don't forget the deposit." The other snapped back, "All right, we know what you're doing." Suddenly the man in white froze. "Wait!" Everyone looked over as the man in the vest asked, "What is it? What's wrong?" He stammered, "Wait, you just reserved them like this?" Are the dungeons Sojun booked right next to Lee Sujin's? One of them panicked, shouting, "What? Let me see that." They murmured, "If every dungeon is taken, Lee Sujin can't raid either. We can just cancel our reservations after Lee Sujin's raid is over, right?" Another man chimed in, "The rules say you can't cancel for 10 hours if you reserve a dungeon, but don't actually clear it. You didn't know? This is a targeted strike." With trembling hands, the man in the vest relayed the news. Damn it. Meanwhile, completely oblivious, Lee Suyeon continued her relentless monster slaying. A creature fell swiftly to her technique. With a final slash, she walked past its corpse and into her waiting car. "It's done. On to the next dungeon." The driver stammered, drenched in sweat. "Already you were in there for less than 15 minutes. Noticing his shock, she glanced back, and he quickly recovered. "Ah, yes, of course." She asked, "Aren't we leaving?" He trembled. "The thing is, every dungeon in this area has been reserved, so I have no idea where we're supposed to go." The news left Lee Suyeon completely stunned. Finally, the day 4 raid rankings were posted. Kim Sujin, 98. Lee Suyeon, 73. Her heart sank. It's over. At first, it could have been a coincidence, but now I'm sure every dungeon I plan to hit has been taken. He's exploiting the fact there are no dungeons near him. At this rate, I can't possibly turn the tables. In a boardroom, Lee Suyeon's father spoke. I knew he'd figure it out, but I never expected this kind of countermove. Don't worry, I've already devised another strategy. For now, you just keep doing what you're doing. She answered beautifully, yes. The next day, the 5th day of the dungeon conquest competition began. As she stood alone, a voice called out, "Are you Lee Suyeon?" She was positioned before 2 dungeons. Her hand resting on her sword, she turned. "Who are you?" Manchun just smiled, arms crossed. "Who else? We're all in the same boat here." A bystander warned them, "Hey, participants are forbidden from fighting each other. Violating that rule is grounds for disqualification." Sojun replied calmly, "We have no intention of fighting. I also have a reservation for that dungeon. Lee Soo-yeon's eyes narrowed. You're Soo-jun? He shot the question right back. You must be Lee Soo-yeon. Soo-jun continued. Win or lose, let's at least keep this a fair fight. This competition started with good intentions after all. Lee Soo-yeon scoffed. Are you implying that I'm the one playing dirty? Soo-jun just laughed. I never said that. He then turned and walked away, leaving Lee Soo-yeon to stare after him. Good intentions, she whispered. How ridiculous. She scoffed internally. There's no such thing, not in this world. The creature called human is inherently selfish. Every single action is judged by the standard of personal gain. If it's profitable, you do it. If not, you don't. In that entire process, there is no room for goodwill or kindness. Turning back to the monsters, she thought. Let's just finish this and get out of here. Gripping her sword, which pulsed with dark energy, she stepped into the dungeon, teeming with vicious creatures. When she emerged, a man in a white shirt remarked, I'd only heard rumors, but seeing you in person is truly something else, very impressive. Lee Soo-yeon glanced over and saw Manchun fighting. While Soo-jun was howling away monster carcasses, she froze staring at them. Oh, you're done already, Soo-jun called out. You cleared that faster than I expected. He gestured to the bodies from her raid. If you don't need these corpses, mind if we take them? She stared back the corpses. She finally answered, Do what you want. Soo-jun's face lit up. Awesome, thanks. He started hauling the bodies, happily counting 1, 2, 3. Taken aback, she asked him, Why are you doing that? He looked confused. Huh? Why am I counting? Then he realized, Oh, cleaning up the corpses. To make money, of course. Her eyes narrowed. What a complete waste of time. She turned and left as Manchun and Soo-jun watched her go. Lee Soo-yeon thought grimly. There's no such thing as good intentions in this world, and no such thing as a good intended hunter. She remembered a boy proudly boasting, Just you wait, I'll become a pro hunter that will amaze everyone. In an age where any stray can become a hunter, she mused, the title is just another job. Meanwhile, on another front, it looked as if a fierce battle had just concluded. A lightning-fast strike thundered down. Someone cried, Kia, you said this was a level 6 dungeon. Min-chun stood over the slain beast, his blade dripping blood. But why is a Class M monster here? Kia wondered. The reading was definitely level 6 dojek. This must be a mistake, Min-chun cowered back. Nonsense, a mistake like this doesn't just happen. I'm telling you, the Church of Justice is behind this. His gaze was as piercing as it was 30 years ago. Kia retorted, I understand your concern, Sword Saint, but we swore an oath of justice to never use deceit. He refused to yield, firing back. You people from the Church of Justice are all the same. A new voice cut in. The two of you stop fighting in front of me. He turned on her. You're too loud. Why are you even here? Where's the demon star? It was wrong then. She replied, I came with you both to investigate exactly what happened here. You know our master's health is failing. You're the only old man who's still this powerful, he snapped annoyed. Why do you keep calling me an old man? If I recall your actual age is... Jin shouted. Hey, you're old enough to know better. Stop this bickering. The three began to assess the situation. Jin spoke first. I can clearly sense an unusual flow of mana. And just as you said, this was no accident. She turned to the old man. Did you notice anything strange during your fight with it? He replied nonchalantly. No? What's strange about a Class M monster? Jimin exploded. Do you hear how arrogant you sound right now? Unfazed by Jimin's fury, he calmly answered. Regardless, this event was not a mistake. She continued. That's true, But this isn't an issue we can afford to take so lightly. This hasn't happened since the grab beast behemoth was slain. Kia realized, could other dungeons be experiencing the same thing? Jimin pondered this. The chances are low, but they're not zero, she told Kia and Minchun. Either way, I believe we need to investigate this matter further, she proposed. We must recheck the low-level dungeons. The chairman is scouting elsewhere. Two others stared in shock at the sight before them. The pink-haired girl asked the man facing her, "Is that a dungeon gap?" He replied, "Yes, it's rare. But I have seen two dungeons appear together." Before he continued, "Now facing three portals, but I've never seen three appear at once." A blood-wrapped ominous gate pulls with menace. A man in white with an axe scratched his head. Isn't this the dungeon I reserved? I was sure it was." A black-haired man cleaned his ear with his pinky, grinning. "Oops, my bad. I must have been mistaken." An old man turned away, waving. "Oh, this isn't my dungeon. I had no idea. My apologies." A deafening shout shook the entire high-rise. "You damn bastards! Are you insane?" Minchun raged. "Why does this happen everywhere I go? Are all the supervisors on the deck?" Kim Sojun held up a document helplessly. "They couldn't use their old tricks, so they found a new way to block us." Sojun's anger flared. "This is unacceptable. I'll use your name if I have to, but I'm filing an official complaint." A new announcement was posted reading, "In the event a candidate's reserve dungeon is raided without their prior consent, raiding rights can be transferred at the discretion of the dungeon supervisor." Perfect. Kim Sojun smiled at his phone, thinking they may have taken all the dungeons. But this new notice changes everything. The scene shifts to him in a car buckling his seatbelt, a helpless smirk on his face. Now they truly have no way to stop him. From the driver's seat, Minchun yelled, "Hey, you're blocking the road, move it!" The squatting man just smiled. "Sorry, my car just broke down on the busy road." They were met with one deliberate obstruction after another. "What happened?" "I must have dozed off. Are you hurt? We should get to a hospital." "Oh, my bad. I was looking at my phone and missed the light." Move my car now. Where did I put my keys?" The rankings had already changed. Finally, their positions were swapped. Sojun told them, "Everything connected to the license has been invalidated. The dungeon management captain will investigate directly." Minchun said furiously, "We're out of time, damn it." She agreed. "Yes, exactly, time is an issue. But I found out this license is from the academy run by Headmaster Lyman." He froze, exclaiming, "Lyman," she explained. "He's a former A-rank pro hunter, one of the few my grandfather acknowledged." Minchun was skeptical. A pro hunter? The sword saint himself acknowledged? Is he that skilled?" Suyun shook her head. "Not at all. He's all talk and no real talent, but he is extremely well connected." Minchun sighed. "No wonder we've been running into them." "Yeah, I figure as much," Suyun said, defeated. "So an investigation would likely turn up nothing, and even if it did, it would take far too long. If my grandfather stepped in, this would be over instantly," Lee Suyun added. "But the Sword Saint won't get involved directly." She sighed. "I figure as much, and besides, I can't even reach him right now." Minchun groaned. "So, what do? We can't just let the championship slip away like this." The air grew heavy with despair. Suddenly, Suyun whispered, "I'm sorry, Sojun." Kim Sojun was confused. What are you sorry for? Why apologize to me?" For some reason, she felt utterly useless. "I couldn't do anything to help you." He was taken aback by her words. "Huh? What are you saying? You've helped me plenty." "Why would you say that now?" Just standing up for me was more than enough. Without you, things would be much worse. Minchun crossed his arm, comforting Suyun. That's right, Suyun, you did your best. We'll handle the rest from here. He then pointed a finger at the main character. More accurately, this Kip will handle it himself. Hey Kip, you see how worried Suyun is? Stop mumbling and say something. Have you thought of a plan yet? But Kim So-jun just offered a knowing smile. Elsewhere, the sound of a fist slamming on a desk made a young man flinch. We've been overtaken again. What in the world happened? The man trembled. He must be claiming dungeons right as he gets to them. Because of that, we have no idea where he's even registered. The man insisted. Then you have to stop him no matter the cost. He suddenly gasped. 5 minutes! It only took 5 minutes from registration to the clear notification. Go on, bribe the proctor. If you throw enough money at it, anything is possible. The subordinate stammered. About that, the academy over there has already applied pressure, and with the dungeon management team supervising, it's nearly impossible. Lyman shot up in a rage. The dungeon management team is involved just because some academy complained. Which academy is it? Which hunter gaon? The staff member replied, No sir, I heard the owner of that academy is none other than the Sword Saint granddaughter. Hearing this, the man began to tremble in fear. The Sword Saint. The secretary's shaky voice rang out. There's nothing I can do right now. A scream echoed through the halls. Then find a way. I don't care what methods or tricks you have to use. The academy must win this time. If we don't, you'll answer to me. The man quickly replied, Yes, I understand. In another location, Lee Suyun swung her sword imbued with mana. She was at the top with a count of 126. Kim So-jun fought back, his mana-filled spear sending blood flying. He instantly shot to the lead with a score of 131. The two took turns holding the number 1 spot. Lee Soo-yeon then overtook him after killing a few monsters. They went back and forth, their mana-infused strikes flashing with brilliant light. Finally, the system board displayed the second dungeon conquest competition rankings. Kim So-jun 141, Lee Soo-yeon 141. Inside the competition committee's meeting room, a voice cried out, A co-champion! That's impossible! So-jun's aunt shouted. How can a contestant who cheated possibly win? Lyman immediately retorted. What cheating? You're going too far. You're hastily blaming us for a random incident. That's a baseless accusation. She shot up from her seat and raged. Baseless. How many accidents happened during this contest? And you are calling all of them a coincidence? Do you have any proof? A man with silver hair sighed. Both of you please calm down. So-jun's aunt looked at him listening. First, the committee has concluded that we cannot accept a co-championship. Hearing this, Lyman flashed a smug smile. However, there is no proof that contestant Lee Soo-yeon committed any foul play, so she remains qualified. Therefore, I have a proposal. Outside the captain of the dungeon management team, Shin Kang-sok spoke. Ah, you've arrived. It was Kim So-jun holding his familiar spear and contestant Lee Soo-yeon holding her sword. He smiled at them. So you're both here. I will now explain the rules for the final match to decide the winner between you two. Just then, dungeon gates began to materialize. 3 gates, each a different color, red, purple, and blue. Shin Kang-sok explained. The rules are simple. Of the 3 dungeons before you, each of you will choose one to conquer. He smiled. Whoever clears their dungeon faster and then clears the remaining one will be the winner. Kim So-jun asked, So whoever conquers the first dungeon fastest wins. What's the point of attacking the last dungeon? The man sighed, closing his eyes. You're correct. We initially tried to find a place with only 2 dungeons, but none were suitable. leaving only this location. This means you can't just abandon the last one. He scratched his head and grinned. Besides, a true champion should conquer more than 2 dungeons, shouldn't they? All the dungeons are level 2 with equal difficulty. They just had to decide which one to tackle first. Silence hung between them. Kim So-jun figured the odds of her rigging this match were slim. Still, he had to be cautious. He broke the silence. "If you don't mind, I'll make the choice." Lee Soo-yeon replied with her eyes closed. "Suit yourself." He aimed his spear at the Sea Brew dungeon. "I'll enter the first dungeon on the right." She quickly responded. "Then I'll take the first dungeon on the left." As they approached the gates, Lee Soo-yeon uttered something strange. "Don't feel too wrong by this." Kim So-jun was utterly confused. "What?" From behind, Shin Kang-sok raised his hand, shouting, "Contestants, prepare!" The moment his hand fell, both of them charged into their dungeons. The trial began in a flash. Once inside, Kim So-jun frowned, mulling over her words. "Don't feel wronged." What did she mean by that? He quickly pushed forward. "Forget it, victory is all that matters. Let's go." He scanned his surroundings, confused. "What is this? I thought it was a kobold dungeon. But I can't even hear a breath, let alone see a single kobold." "Don't tell me this isn't a kobold dungeon." He frowned in confusion. "This is weird. I've been in for 5 minutes and haven't seen a thing. What in the world is going on?" Suddenly, a horrifying sound echoed, causing Kim So-jun to freeze in his tracks. He grimaced, grinding his teeth. That terrifying scream. A massive foot with razor-sharp claws stepped into view. "That's definitely no kobold." A vicious monster charged at him. It was a manticore. It had 3 horns and a maw of sharp fangs. It leaped straight for Kim So-jun. Why is a level 4 monster here? Was the dungeon's rank misjudged? He eyed it warily, then grit his teeth in a surge of anger and curse. Damn it all! A mana-infused strike tore through the manticore, sending blood spraying. He had successfully eliminated it. He immediately sprinted away. "I took down the manticore fast, but I've lost way more time than a normal level 2 clear should take." The exit was right ahead. But Lee Soo-yeon was still clearing her level 2 dungeon. He burst out, stunning Shin Kang-sok. He figured she must have already moved on to her second dungeon. He frantically yelled, "There's a manticore in my dungeon!" "What did you say?" Shin Kang-sok was baffled. "Hold on, a level 4 monster was in there." He pointed toward the dungeon. "That's right, a manticore. Go check for yourself." "So you dealt with that manticore yourself, Kim So-jun? You did it alone," he yelled back. "Yes, a manticore is completely unfair. I demand a rematch." Shin Kang-sok stroked his chin. "I fully understand your position," he said with his eyes closed. "However, it will be difficult to nullify the match." Kim So-jun was stunned. "What? There was a manticore?" But the official answered, "Because contestant Lee Soo-yeon has not yet emerged." Hearing this, he froze, perplexed. What? The deep crimson dungeon radiated an unusual light. How strange. Lee Soo-yeon walked onward. She'd been inside for some time now, looking around anxiously. She was oblivious to the nether killer behind her. Why is it empty? The pain groans of Jinsu echoed. A fresh bruise marked his cheek. A voice reminded him. "Just bear with it." He sat on the ground chuckling. "Soo-yeon, you really pack a punch. Once you're a transcendent hunter, monsters will be a piece of cake. The weak are all talk. This is what you get for defying father." Hearing this, Lee Soo-yeon's expression turned somber. "Even to win, I refuse to do dirty work, even if it's father's command." He smiled slightly. "You know, Soo-yeon, if you want to become a transcendent hunter, you must never compromise your principles." She stood up, cutting him off. "That's enough," she snapped in frustration. "What's so funny? Do you even know what people call you? They call you an idiot. So what if you do a few bad things? Being that naive in this day and age gets you nowhere. If you can't solve your own problems, then just live shamelessly like everyone else." Her voice rose. "So what? No compromises. A true hunter." Despite Lee Soo-yeon shouting, Jin-soo just kept smiling cheerfully. "Get a grip. Most heroes are old and gone. This is the era of the transcendent hunters now. People like that don't exist anymore," he corrected her, making her freeze. "They do," he smiled brightly. "There are still good people out there." Lee Soo-yeon was exasperated. "You are unbelievable. Stop being so naive." He ignored her teasing. "And if I don't?" In the pouring rain, Lee Soo-yeon ran, recalling Jin-soo's advice. "It may be hard to believe now, but listen, Soo-yeon. One day you will definitely meet someone like that." She shoved her way through the crowd. "Let me through, please. Get out of the way." Jin-soo's words echoed in her mind. "Someone who won't betray you for personal gain no matter the reason." Staring at the scene before her, Lee Soo-yeon's smile became strained. Down below lay a motionless body in a pool of blood. His face was covered by a white sheet. "Your brother, a man more foolish and more naive than anyone else in the world." Lee Soo-yeon stood talking with the man. "I knew Jin-soo was a fool, but to think he died protecting a total stranger." "Soo-yeon, you aren't disappointed in him, are you?" she thought silently. "A fool who didn't know his place, sacrificing himself to protect others. A naive idiot, just like they always said." The light in Lee Soo-yeon's eyes faded as he spoke, her face blank. "Yes, father. I'm not like my brother. I will never live like him." Deep inside the Crimson Dungeon, Lee Soo-yeon walked through the darkness. Strange. She'd been in here for a while. She looked around, not noticing the nose scar appearing behind her. Why hasn't anything shown up? Outside, Kim So-room was confused. "She's not out yet," Shin Kang-hyuk replied. "That's right. Player Lee Soo-yeon hasn't left the dungeon. You'll win regardless, but do we really need to fight again?" "If you insist, I'll consider it." He was stunned by those words. "Just clear the last dungeon and you'll win." Something felt strange. He replayed the events. Something was off from the start. It wasn't a dungeon malfunction. It was Lee Soo-yeon. Is she pulling some kind of trick? He wondered. "Could Lee Soo-yeon also suddenly?" Assistant Kim exclaimed. "Huh? What is this? Why did it suddenly change?" Shin Kang-hyuk asked Manager Kim. "What's wrong?" He quickly replied, "The mana measurement device is acting strange. It was indicating level 3, now it's level 4. Shin Kang-hyuk said, "Really? Is the machine broken?" He fell silent. "A broken dungeon. What does that mean?" "It means the mana is unstable. The dungeon's mana flow is chaotic and the projected stats are fluctuating. This error usually has a low impact, but the dungeon's level suddenly spiked. Without enough time, the dungeon could explode, causing massive damage." Kim So-roon's eyes widened in worry. "That's right. I've been doing this for 20 years and this is a first. The situation is unpredictable. This sudden shift will cause more problems." Shin Kang-hyuk stroked his chin. "We should call in the elite hunters to investigate. That would be best." He turned to Kim So-roon. "Player Kim So-roon, something's happened. For now you should." But before him was an empty space. He was confused. Deep in the Crimson Dungeon, Lee Soo-yeon coughed up blood. She had lost an arm. Her white clothes soaked in blood. Damn it, a Noscar's shadow fell over her. A massive level 6 Noscar, towering over her with sharp horns. Is this the justice he talked about? it suddenly roared. Hisuyon frowned in disbelief. This can't be happening. The walls began to crack. In this world, there's no such thing as justice. The Noskar raised its claws ready to charge. That kind of morality only exists in stories. She closed her eyes and smiled. I won't be a fool and die like you, brother. Suddenly it howled in pain. Lee Suyon's eyes flew open in shock. She looked up trembling. You, in front of her. Kim Sorun blocked the Noskar with his spear. What are you doing here? He greeted, his teeth stammering. Can you move? Lee Suyon was stunned. She seemed unable to move. Just run, I'll buy you some time. Friends bugs on Kim Soran's neck as his body trembled holding back the Noskar. What did you just say? Lee Suyon screamed. Why are you here? He ignored her, pushing back the monster with all his might. He thought, a level 6 monster? This isn't easy. He swung his spear and charged, leaping right in front of it. Hey, bighorn goat! It roared in fury, wanting to devour him. He quickly ran, drawing its attention. Alright, Noskar, now it swings to grab Kim Sorun. He dodged aside, struggling to use his spear as a shield. If he gets hit, it's over. He raised his spear to block anyway. I figured out its attack pattern. I just need to avoid the fatal blows and lure it in. The Noskar's gaze was now locked on Kim Sorun. It charged head down, ramming him. Its horn pierced through his body. Kim Sojun coughed up blood. It tossed him aside and he fell next to Lee Soyun. Blood gushing from his chest, he groaned in pain. The Nokilgar stood over them, roaring as it gathered dark red mana. Kim Sojun quickly used his spear to stand. He spoke calmly. Smarter than I thought. Looks like stalling for time. Is impossible. Still can't move, Lee Soyun asked, confused. Why are you doing this? She yelled. Why did you save me? What do you gain? Maybe she saw a reflection of her brother in him. I have nothing to do with you. You should have just cleared the dungeon with someone else and won. Lee Soyun cursed at him. Don't think this makes you a hero. You're just in this for the money anyway. Kim Sojun admitted. That's right, I'm here for the money. You have no idea how much I need it. She screamed back. Then get lost. Get out and go. Win. You know what I've done? Do you really think I'm going to thank you for this? That nonsense, I will never. Kim Sojun cut her off. I'm not listening to this. Lee Soyun's eyes widened. What you did was wrong, and this isn't the first time. I will not forgive you for a moment. She saw a haunting image of Jinsu within him, but that was no reason for her to die. Lee Soyun's eyes widened in a daze, his words echoing in her mind. It might be hard to believe now, but you will definitely meet this girl one day. Without turning back, Kim Sojun said, I can't think of a single reason not to help you. He recalled his joyful chats with Jinsu. A friendship without any strings attached. No complaints ever. Kim Sojun turned his eyes firm and declared, What reward is greater than saving a life, you fool? Jinsu's words echoed in her mind. This girl, my hero. The Nokilgar shrieked, charging them at shocking speed. Kim Sojun aimed his spear at it, cursing, damn it. His gaze turned deadly serious. Intuition is a domain of thought, but most of the trainees fail to grasp its true meaning. Being in the domain of thought ultimately means making a judgment. Then someone will surely ask, didn't the instructor say, if you wait to think and judge, it's too late? Instructor Chon said, arms crossed. Sujun agreed. The instructor continued, That's right, if you wait to act, it's already too late. But most people misinterpret this to mean you shouldn't think or judge at all. Instructor Chon repeated himself. However, I said from the start that intuition is a domain of thought. Suddenly something clicked for Sojun. Make intuition and thought become one. A phrase surfaced in his mind. If judgment isn't a feeling, then it's the fusion of thought and sensation, the intuition of a transcendent. Back in the fight with the no-kill, it charged wildly, but a blue light now shined in Sojun's sharp eyes. It was as if Sojun could read its move. He effortlessly dodged its furious claws. The no-kill kept attacking while Sojun dodged. The area was destroyed, and the girl was thrown far away. A scratch appeared on Sojun's cheek. He thought, I can see where it will strike. And then Sojun jammed his staff into its mouth like a brace. As its dark mana erupted relentlessly, I can feel every shift of its muscles. It's like I can see its next move. His eyes widened. The beast slammed its arm down, but he had already leaped away to evade. He thought he could hold out until the pro hunters arrived. The team leader must have requested backup. The pros would be here soon. But he suddenly froze when he saw his companion. She was curled up on the ground, her arm drenched in blood. Could Lee So-yun last that long? Sojun still his resolve to fight. I don't have time to hesitate. Mountain toppling force enveloped his spear as he dove like an arrow. I have to take it down now. Mountain toppling force, the power to move mountains and aura that envelops the world. With eyes burning with resolve, Sojun and his skill plunged downward. The monster's mouth gaped open as if ready to receive the blow. He fell silent, facing the beast and its surging red mana. Was this instinct telling him that he couldn't win? Sojun tightened his grip on his spear. The mountain-topping force of spearmanship alone wasn't enough. Sojun's eyes blazed with its power. Was another power surrounding him as he charged like a moth to a flame? A long spray of blood erupted as Sojun watched in shock. Sojun's side was torn open, bleeding heavily. But the monster was now petrified in gold, lying defeated at his feet. She cried out in disbelief, "No way!" He struggled using his spear to keep from collapsing. From behind, she asked in fear, "How did you?" A system window appeared, showing the lecture progression stats. All his lecture stats had increased dramatically. Sojun helped Soyun as they staggered outside. "I wonder if I'll die of embarrassment for trying to help." "You're not dead, right? Please tell me you're not. Don't make my struggle be for nothing." "I'm really getting anxious here," Sojun said. Soyun's tired voice trembled. "I'm not dead yet." He let out a dry laugh and a sigh of relief. "Thank God." Sojun said, "We don't have much time. Let's get out of here quickly." The section chief panicked. "Where on earth did participant Kim Sojun go? No, what happened here? Are you two alright? What happened in there?" "Drain of energy," Sojun replied. "I'll explain everything later. First, can you please call the medical team?" As he spoke, Soyeon collapsed. The chief screamed, "Hey, get the medical team here now. This is an emergency." "I will absolutely not consider you my savior," Soyeon whispered. She added, "Or that you were wrong either." At that, Sojun replied, "Feel free to think whatever you want. I didn't help you expecting anything in return." A voice in the crowd shouted, "How could this have happened? We need to get her to a hospital now." Medics arrived with a stretcher for Soyeon, while Sojun could still stand with support. The news about the dungeon conquest competition went public, causing an absolute uproar in no time. A 6-star monster in a 2-star dungeon. Measurement errors happen, but never a rank gap this massive. News articles immediately began flooding every media outlet. Public outcry naturally focused on the associations and the government as everyone debated the contest. But one name stood out among the rest: Kim So-jun. Kim So-jun. First time I'm hearing that name. This student took down a 6-star naga. A trainee actually captured a naga. Do we know which Hunter Academy he's from? Dream Hunter Academy. Elsewhere, A subordinate reported, "The Apostle of Serenity is looking for you." "Haha," he replied. "The Apostle of Serenity," she sighed. "It must be because of the incident in Korea." Dunjin pointed to his phone and shouted, "Grandfather, I heard the student who beat the monster is from Sojun's academy. Is that true?" Minjun replied, turning away. "If you mean that detestable kid, then yes." How detestable? She was confused by his comment. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Seojun was groaning with his head on a table. "Ah, my prize money." His uncle Manchun casually peeled an apple nearby. "What? Having regrets already?" Seojun yelled. "Of course I am. I was the rightful winner." He grumbled angrily. "What is this about a joint victory? Now the prize money has to be split. Isn't this completely unfair?" Manchun shot back. "Then why did you help her in the first place?" An idea for dealing with Soyeon hit him. How about rock, paper, scissors for the prize money? Or a two-handed game of mukjipa? Manchun asked. Two-handed mukjipa? She lost her right arm in the incident. Sojun replied nonchalantly, "Exactly." This stunned his uncle. "Wow, has your greed completely destroyed your humanity?" Seojun just laughed. "Well, if that's no good, how about a game of one potato, two potato?" "Ah, she probably doesn't know that one, huh?" Suddenly, Miss Sorun appeared. "I'm here." They hadn't even noticed her. Manchun muttered, "What a psycho. Then why did you even save her?" "Your personality is just," the uncle sighed. Sojun clutched his head and yelled, "Ah, I don't know." Seeing this, Sorun rushed over. "What's wrong with him?" Manchun replied, "Just ignore him. He's sulking about splitting the prize money." Hearing that, she said innocently, "Huh? Why would he split it? He's the sole winner." The two of them froze. "What did you just say?" "It's true," she continued. "Soyeon has officially forfeited her place. Not only that, she exposed all of her past fraudulent activities, including this last competition. She also reported the atrocities committed by the academy's director, her own father, Lee Suk-man." He remembered her words, thinking, "You were wrong. That won't ever change." Sojun was stunned. "Soyeon did that? Why so suddenly?" Seoran added, "I wondered if she had an ulterior motive. But this is what Soyeon told me." She repeated the words. "My opinion that Kim Sojun was wrong hasn't changed at all." She added, "However, I've come to think that I was also wrong." Seorun sighed. "Honestly, I have no idea what she meant by that." "Seojun," she continued, "regardless, you are the sole winner of the competition. Additionally, the government is offering you extra benefits to take responsibility for the incident." But here's the best part. She raised a finger. "The prize money is tax-free, plus an extra 100 million. Hearing this, his face flushed as he shouted with glee, "An extra 100 million won!" She smiled. "Yes, it's technically listed as compensation, not prize money. And there's one more important thing. Our Dream Hunter Academy has finally broken into the top 3. But Seojun was already lost, muttering and counting his newfound wealth. "Wait, is that for real?" Seojun's face lit up with excitement. Miss Sorun went on, "Yes, this victory fulfilled the final evaluation criteria. While that comes with many new privileges, the most important thing for you, Seojun, is that you now have access to 4-star dungeons." He thought back to the previous competition. "I was so worried about the prize and the 3-star upgrade." Sitting up on the bed, Seojun yelled, "This is awesome! It's all thanks to you." "Seojun, thank you truly." Her face was beaming. He grinned. "Guess you can finally recruit students other than me, right?" Uncle Manchun asked. "So everything's all sorted out then?" Seojun nodded. "Yep, no need to play muk cipa after all. He grinned widely. Look at the time. What does everyone want to eat? My treat. The other two wouldn't dare miss this chance. Manchun spoke up first. Ah, so the prize money brought your humanity back. For me, I'll take anything as long as it's expensive. Miss Sorun, what would you like? She replied cheerfully. I'd like some sushi. Sushi it is. Everyone else had gone, leaving him alone in the room. With the money settled and a full meal in his belly, he pulled out his phone. Time for a little shopping, don't you think? He said eagerly as the virtual transcendent gear shop materialized before him. Lying in his hospital bed, he muttered, Okay, 4 billion. The spear of Longinus is 1 billion. But what if the price drops after the event? Prices will normalize. They'll probably go up, he mumbled to himself with a sudden realization. No matter how much I save, it's never enough. All this saving is for nothing, Sojun pouted. Fine, I'll just aim for some cheaper gear. He scrolled through the shop page. A golden belt appeared, a replica of Aphrodite's belt. Its effect could attract the opposite sex. Next, a blue cord appeared, a replica used to bind Fenrir. Forged from 7 unreal materials, this cord was said to be completely unbreakable by anything. So Jun weighed his options. The Spear of Longinus seems like the best choice I have to get it. Painful past experiences taught him a lesson. Buy what you truly want, or regret wasting money. Bitter memories of Karmalo, items worth hundreds of billions, with replicas costing just 1 or 2 billion. Even replicas must have some use, so Jun thought, and each purchase adjusts my karma. There's a chance the prices could skyrocket, or maybe not, but it's better to be careful. He recalled the lore behind each weapon. Plus, the shop itself offered almost no descriptions. He could only guess the effects based on mythology. So Jun was completely lost in thought. After all, for items not based in myth or ones he simply didn't know, he couldn't guess their true power. How could I know? I can't research every single myth. Then a brilliant idea struck him. Maybe someone in the community has used it before. Shojun began searching the Academy's official forums. He thought, I can post without an account, but I can still read through the topics. The website itself was confusing. Why can't I create an account? He'd have to ask his advisor. Posts flooded the screen. One stood out. A review of 100 items from the shop. A flood of emotional reviews appeared on screen. He was stunned. He used 100 items. First up, the Shield of Aegis. The review was blunt. This item is complete garbage. Don't get it. Besides its terrible blocking ability, the Medusa head on the front is purely for decoration. Its effect redirects an attack. Sounds useful, but the timing is nearly impossible to pull off. You need perfect timing to reflect magic spells back. It's absolute trash, so I rate it 0 out of 10. It's a perfect get gift though. Reading this, Kim Seo Jun was speechless. He muttered, this guy really bought 100 items. He scrolled down to number 87. The spatial pouch. A lot of people don't know this one. Simply put, it's a dimensional bag for storing items. Items placed inside are shrunk down, the reviewer added. Better to buy it now, before the karma price skyrockets. It's a much better deal. Plus, I've used it myself. Its adamantium build makes it incredibly durable. The pouch is black with a green drawstring. Its only weakness, as a replica, the weight reduction isn't perfect. It reduces weight by about 70%. The space is also limited. Still, 10 out of 10, an item that's truly worth the price. After reading, Seojun sat up stunned. A special pouch. His mind immediately started racing. Could it be the goddess Athena's mythical bag? The one Perseus used for Medusa's head? How much is it, he wondered. The special pouch, 100 million. Seeing the price, Seo Jun thought, that's actually a great deal. He scratched his head, considering his options. This could be really useful for carrying monster corpses from dungeons. Suddenly, he paused. A shocking thought crossed his mind. On long journeys, I could save on lodging. Right, the weight isn't fully removed. Then he thought, this will be perfect for dungeon clears. Just toss everything inside. I could travel long distances without heavy gear. I have to buy it. The deal was sealed. 3 days later, Seo Jun looked sharp with his brand new spear. Dressed to impress, he brandished his new weapon. Whoa, it looks even more incredible in person. He grabbed the new special pouch at his hip. I need to test its features, but it looks solid. But a glance at his balance told another story. My account is empty again. I really hope this thing was worth it. He tried to encourage himself. Well, I already bought it. I can always earn more money. Suddenly, Harin appeared calling his name. She asked, You just left the hospital and you're heading to a dungeon? Why not rest? So Jun just replied, I'm fine. What's the point of resting? I need to make money. She pressed on. But what about your bonus? So Jun casually replied, I already spent it. It's all gone. Harin suddenly cried out, What? 4 billion. It's all gone. The gleaming spear finally made her understand. I see, you bought some new gear, Harin observed quietly. You must be dying to test it out, huh? She thought. He wasn't this excited when I offered to buy it. With a sigh, she said, It's your money, so I can't say a thing. A short time later, they arrived at the gloomy dungeon. Be careful, she warned. I'll back you up if it's dangerous, but there's no telling what might show up. The monsters inside had already caught their scent. They appeared to be stone statues, but a strange life force pulsed within them. Kim So-jun eyed them thinking, these gargoyles, their defense should be on par with a level 4 monster, right? Seo-jun braced himself ready to charge and test his new spear's power. The perfect opponent to test the spear of Longinus. His face an icy mask, he raised the spear of Longinus. These were simple monsters, focused only on physical attack and defense. The monster's cement-colored eyes widened in a glare. It opened its maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs. Their eyes glowed a furious red. With their high physical defense, the gargoyles were perfect test subjects. For the spear of Longinus, the gargoyle never saw it coming. In a single flash, the spear cleaved it in two. As if it were a fragile piece of slate, both of them stood completely frozen, stunned. Huh? What? Sorun turned, asking in utter confusion. What just happened? Her face went blank. Why are you asking me? She retorted. It was completely unexpected. With shocking ease, he continued to slice them apart. She did not even have to lift a finger. Just watch him work. He is cutting through gargoyles like they are tofu, she thought. Are they made of soy now? He then pulled out his dimensional pouch. Got a decent haul. Let us test this thing out. Her eyes narrowed at that pouch. Her eyes went wide as she watched him stuff the monster remains into the pouch. It is barely bigger than his fists. How can it hold all that? Even with a 70% weight reduction, it is still heavy. He shoved the entire monster inside, giving the pouch a little shake to test it. To her astonishment, he even turned the pouch upside down, which seemed stable enough. Seeing this, she called out immediately, Hey, Shorun, can I ask something? The 4 billion prize money, was it actually $4 trillion? He answered instantly, No. Then how could you afford it? Where did you even buy it? She fired off questions, not giving him a chance to think. Serun answered smoothly. I actually got it from a pawn shop for hunters. Hearing this, her face flushed as she demanded, a hunter shop? Where is it? It is a small shop in a quiet alley near my place. It is called the Virtual Transcendence Shop. She repeated excitedly. Virtual Transcendence. They sold you that spear and pouch for only 4 billion, she gasped. Where is it? I have to go. But Sorun shut her down bluntly. You cannot go now. When I got there, the owner was already closing up to go on vacation. She stared at him full of disbelief. But his face held an expression of pure, undeniable sincerity. That look on his face, he cannot be lying, can he? She pouted in disappointment. Meanwhile, Sorun was thinking to himself, Sorry, Seun, I cannot tell you the real truth. Deeper in the dungeon, the silence was unnerving. The only sound was the echo of falling pebbles. They were taken aback by the magnificent, sprawling chamber before them. This place looks dangerous. Seun drew her sword. I will handle this one. But he held up a hand to stop her. Wait, he said. Let me give it a try first. He gazed at his spear, the Longinus. Just what kind of power does this thing hold? To cut through gargoyles like tofu, he settled into his stance. In that case, I will try a ranged attack with Mountain Breaker. He focused his energy. Mountain Breaker blew. Mana flared to life around his spear. Seorun stood before the horde, ready for their charge. He closed his eyes, recalling that one moment. The energy of Mountain Breaker flared brilliantly again, engulfing both him and his spear in its light. His eyes snapped open with newfound understanding. He unleashed a single thrust, and the monsters were simply vaporized. Not a trace of them remained. In their place, a swirling shield of wind now protected him. Seun watched astonished by the overwhelming power of the spear. But then, even more of them appeared from nowhere. They formed a tight circle around him, ready to tear him limb from limb. He gripped his spear tightly, then unleashed a single devastating strike with all his might. The force of his attack skewered them in a perfect line, like a shish kebab. The spear hung silently in the air, its work done. Both of them could only stare in awe at the scene before them. His face was completely frozen. Oh my God! Before them, a deep trench was carved into the ground, as if a meteor had just scraped the earth. The air itself crackled with residual electricity. An image flashed through his mind. Jesus Christ on the wooden cross. This was the Holy Lance rumored to have pierced the Son of God himself. The Spear of Longinus, with its iconic leaf-shaped point. Seorun muttered to himself, It is just supposed to be a replica. I only meant to test it a little. The sheer terrifying power he now held was truly overwhelming. A bad craftsman blames his tools, but this was just absurd. It was all about the items. Serun figured he should check the forums and buy the gear he needed. It sounded like a solid plan, so he committed. In the end, it was all about money. He needed funds for new equipment, especially for his hands. He opened his phone and a blue notification appeared. FGP membership, 25 days remaining. The notification glared back at him, a death sentence of a deadline. He clenched his fist, hardening his resolve. Only a few lectures were left. He had to give his all for 25 days. Then she suddenly broke his fiery focus. Oh, hey Shorun, I forgot to tell you something, he replied mid-squat. What is up? She said. Jimin wants to meet up, is that alright? Sorun asked. Who is Jimin? Do you have a sister? She replied, No, not really. We are just close acquaintances. She searched for the right words, then it clicked. He would know her as the disciple of the magic star. He stammered, "What? The disciple of the magic star?" She was the one taken, in his later years, a genius among geniuses, said to surpass the master himself. He thought to himself, she was actually called the next magic star. The magic star's disciple is just an acquaintance. He asked, "Why would she want to see me?" Pak Solun answered, "She wants to ask about last time." His mind instantly flashed back. If it's about last time, it had to be about that one mistake. She then explained, "Actually, she wanted to see you then, but you weren't well, so I held her back." He thought, "Talk to me." Then aloud, "Wait a second, could she also be?" His mind pictured his father-in-law Pak Min-chun and his son-in-law Kim Sorun. Reading his mind, Pak Sorun frantically denied it. "It's not like that, she's not like that, so don't worry." As she held up a hand to reassure him, he relaxed. "Alright then, I'm fine with it." She smiled. "I'll contact her and send you the details." Her fingers flew across the screen. "Hey, Sorun said he's in. Are you free?" After sending it, she cheered. All set. Just then, a familiar voice called out, "Seorun, I'm here." Stunned, she turned to confirm. "Jimin?" Utterly bewildered, she said, "I literally just texted you. You're already here?" But Jimin ignored Sorun's shock. She was focused on one thing. "So, where is he?" She took off her glasses, the one the master always praised. She suddenly gasped. This can't be right. Looking at her, he thought she looked like a high schooler. Meanwhile, she just kept repeating, "How is this possible?" he asked, confused, but was cut off by her shout. "You, where did you get that?" he repeated. "What are you talking about?" Losing all patience, Jimin screamed, pointing at him. "I asked, where you got that?" he snapped. "And why are you dropping all formalities with me?" But she shot back defiantly, "If you're offended, just say it." He could only sputter, "Say what?" Now, seeing things escalate, Seorun rushed over. She grabbed Jimin from behind, asking, "What's gotten into you?" Seorun was just joking, but Jimin yelled, "Get off me, I just need to know where he got it." Seorun had to shout to snap her out of it. Her tone echoed in his confused mind. Once Jimin finally calmed down, Sorun rushed to apologize. "I'm sorry, that was sudden, right?" When she gets curious, she blocks out everything else. And just like that, something clicked for him. He asked, "Don't tell me she's..." She gave a weak smile. "Yep, that's her. That's Jimin the Magic Star's disciple I mentioned." He compared her youthful look to info online. The difference was so vast it left him baffled. "But what about her appearance? I thought she was supposed to be in her 40s. Sorun explained. "She changed her look all the time. To be precise, she maintains her childhood appearance." He asked in disbelief, "Is that even possible?" Jimin's voice suddenly cut in. "It's not a true polymorph. It's just recalling a stored image. It's based on memories etched into the body." She grinned, not exactly easy to pull off. Then her finger pointed to the brown pouch at his hip. She asked, "So about that subspace pouch, where exactly did you get it?" He repeated blankly, "A subspace pouch?" Then he understood. "You mean the KBC?" As he held it up, she practically lunged for it. "Yes, that's the one." "How is this possible? Create a magic circuit like this, and space itself should distort." He asked Sorun, "Have you seen this before?" She shook her head. "No, I wouldn't have known if I hadn't seen you use it." "Is this subspace pouch really that incredible?" Seorun admitted, "It's amazing for sure, but I don't know the specifics." Suddenly, Jimin yelled, "Not amazing, it's terrifying. No, it's horrifying." And with that, Jimin launched into a full lecture about the KBC, This tiny pouch has 4 magic circuits running simultaneously. If this was just clumsy enchantment, I wouldn't care. Space expansion with reduction and image storage. My god, is this a spell that even I can analyze? How is that even possible? And what in the world is this pouch made of to withstand 4 magic circuits? It made him wonder how would she react if he showed her the Spear of Longinus, crafted by the Sword Saint's favorite artisan. In a fever pitch, Jimin yelled, "Sell this to me, I'll buy it." Then she burst out laughing hysterically. Sorun scoffed, "That's going to be tricky." But Jimin thought he was talking price. "Don't you worry, I'll pay you 100 billion. The offer left both of them stunned. Jimin quickly added, "It's not with my own money though. I can't pay you right now. I have other places to assist first." "But she said I can get 100 billion. After all, a subspace pouch like that is worth more than 100 billion. Her words triggered a memory for Sorun. A pouch holding 30 items had once sold for 30 billion. At that rate, 100 billion wasn't unreasonable at all. Coming from anyone else, it would be a bluff. But coming from her, she could actually get the money. He looked at the determined Jimin, willing to spend such a fortune. He began planning. With 100 billion, he could buy back KBC and some private lectures. Every last one of his worries would be solved. But after a moment's thought, he refused. "I can't sell this." This baffled both Jimin and Soyun. With a sigh, he handed the pouch to her. "Here, try using it." The result: an electric shock zapped her. The pouch fell as her hand trembled. Jimin stuttered. It. Sojun then spoke. "See for yourself. No one can use it besides me." A blue system window then appeared. This item was crafted by enrolled students. It is for their juniors, and resale is strictly forbidden. Sojun explained. "No one else can even touch it, never mind buy it." He expected her to give up, but Jimin was more excited than ever. "So it can even be inscribed not 4 mana circuits, but 5. It is a true masterpiece." "Where did you get this? Who on earth sold it to you?" Then she yelled, "I'll give you 1 billion just to tell me." Sojun had no choice but to tell her to calm down. After Sojun's brief explanation, Jimin repeated, "So you bought it from a shop nearby? Don't recall the seller, and now the shop is gone. What a shame." Her expression was filled with suspicion. "Handled more neatly than I expected," she remarked, then made a new offer. "Then, let me research it." Sojun was intrigued. "That's right, research," she said. "Even if it's soulbound, I just have to not use it. Just let me run a few experiments. I'll pay you, of course, but obviously not 100 billion. This made him think. In this case, what would happen? I'd still have ownership, so it should be fine, right? He wondered, hand on his chin. It rejects other users with a spark. But what if I'm not transferring ownership, just helping with research? Plus, I would get paid for it. Still, how would causality be applied here? In the end, he made his decision. "All right, if you pay, I'll help with the research." Seeing her delighted face, Sujun said, "Let's begin the experiment." But she stopped him. "Not right now. I don't have my research equipment here." I'll invite you to my lab later. I'm busy at the moment and don't have time." She then recalled, "Wait, the reason I came here in the first place." As if reading her mind, Sujun asked, "You mean about that dungeon?" He smiled in confirmation. "Exactly, I want to hear the full story." After he explained, she scoffed. "So, Anukel was already inside that dungeon from the start. But luckily its mana signature was hidden by the fluctuations." He confirmed, "That's right." Jimin took a sip of water and asked him, "So, how did you manage to defeat the Nukel?" Sojun just smiled. "It was pure luck." She looked at him, finding that hard to believe. Luck? You defeated a grade 6 monster with just luck. If you can handle the dungeon's glitch, you can't even scratch it. Sojun repeated himself. It was all pure luck. But inwardly he thought, my mountain toppling force was useless against the Nukel. Without Merlin's mana, I would be dead, according to the lecture from Merlin I listened to before. Then something clicked for Sojun. He thought, wait, in that lecture Merlin gave, Sojun immediately turned to her. Miss Jimin, this might be a flawed theory, but could I get your opinion? She clicked her tongue. An opinion on what? Sojun asked. Are magic and aura just derivatives of mana? How is mana used? The real question is, how can an individual's will interfere with the laws of the world? But Jimin didn't seem to follow his logic. She replied curtly, and so. But Sojun's next words made her eyes go wide. Isn't a dungeon glitch the exact same thing? She shot to her feet, slamming the table. Elaborate on that now. At her command, Sojun continued. Let's assume that magic and aura are errors caused by manipulating mana. Wouldn't a dungeon glitch be the same principle? Sojun's mind raced. In his lecture, Merlin constantly spoke of breaking the world's laws through one's individual will by using mana. If I connect the current situation to the contents of that lecture, then he finally voiced his conclusion. A dungeon glitch is a phenomenon caused by someone's will. Sojun's thoughts continued. So, the dungeon's abnormal glitch isn't natural. It is caused by an individual's will. What am I doing lecturing a genius magic scholar? So embarrassing. He laughed awkwardly. Haha, just a crazy talk, that's all. However, she asked with a dead serious gaze, who are you? Sojun flinched, repeating her question. Ignoring his reaction, she pressed on. I asked, who are you? Are you one of the magic scholars? Sojun replied, no, you see, I just want to be a transcendent hunter. But she wasn't buying it, shouting, then explained that, no, wait, the laws of the world separating magic and aura. Like that, he only dared to think it to himself. That wasn't my thought, it was Merlin's. She then remembered the dimensional pouch. As her eyes met Sojun's, then she asked, did you create this? To think a normal transcendent hunter was a genius magic scholar. Sojun was floored again, blurting out, huh? Inside his mind raced. What is she talking about now? Jimin's eyes shone, notebook in hand as she exclaimed. How in the world did this even happen? Sojun could only smile and gesture toward her, thinking, I only applied the concepts I learned from Merlin. I never expected such a powerful reaction. Sitting across from her, Sojun felt completely out of his depth. Jimin spoke. Alright, next topic. The origin of mana and aura, she continued. It's true, the academy's curriculum is naturally designed for transcendent beings. It's knowledge that goes beyond conventional thinking. Sojun broke a sweat and said, that's right. But he privately thought, all I want is to be a normal hunter. With the little knowledge I have, is this really okay? It feels like I'm the one giving the lecture. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. If teaching is also a reward, what happens if I receive tuition for teaching someone else? The two of them sat opposite each other, their minds working at full power. Sojun's thoughts kept racing. The ability only lands in item form, but sharing my knowledge could also be considered a sale. However, this is different from equipment. This is knowledge I'm working hard to convey. Is there a high chance it could be used for other purposes? For that, they can't just listen to the lecture. They have to understand and be able to apply the content of my lesson. Of course, teaching others isn't easy. Besides, who would learn from a student like me? She thought for a moment. She said, I'm not clear on the concept of magic scholarship. He realized, there it is. For a curriculum with a 17.9% rate, there's no other choice. She stood up, looking at him. Even so, this is the first I've ever heard of this. It's a truly unpredictable idea. This will require more research. At that moment, Park Hyun opened the door from outside. Seeing her leaving, Park Hyun said, I just brought food and you're already going. She waved her hand. Just leave it, I'm done, so I have to go. I'll invite you to the lab later. Leaving the two of them, Park Hyun called out from behind her. Eat something before you go. Sojun mused. She's an extraordinary person, very different from her media image. Once outside, she walked along happily singing. Time to hurry to the research lab. Earlier, Jimin had been pleased by Sojun's admission. Is that so? I've heard many people say that, so sometimes I wonder if I'm still fit to be the next magic star. He thought. So I just saw the disciple of the sword star and the magic star too. People who are so hard to meet, and yet I've met all three. Back to the present. Park Hyun and he were in the meeting room. She handed him the food and said, well then, let's eat this. He gladly thanked her. While eating, he thought, at this rate, maybe the saint will come find me next. A new day began and he was meditating. The progression rate is still too low, but the ability increases efficiency. I can finish tests quickly, but the remaining time isn't enough to complete the course. I want to complete one more course before FGP ends. There's no choice but to earn money for FGP, and I need to increase the teaching progress. Seeing Park Hyun from afar, he called out, Park Hyun, I want to ask you something. But she seemed lost in thought and paid him no mind, just muttering what she mumbled to herself. If there are new students, I can't teach them alone. I'll have to hire another instructor, but I can't invite just anyone to teach. And how much would I have to pay them? Do I have to run the system again? Seeing her completely absorbed in her own thoughts, he got closer and called out, Park Hyun. It made her jump with a yelp. Ah, yes, I'm here. She turned and asked, did you call me? Sojun replied, what were you thinking about? I called you several times. She then told him about her worries. It's about, I'm actually planning to recruit new students, but so many problems have come up that I'm getting a little worried. Hearing that, he also replied, ah, I see. I'm worried about a lot of things too. Park Hyun asked curiously, what did you need me for? Sojun replied, oh, it's nothing. Hey, are there any competitions coming up soon? Like the last academy tournament or a dungeon sweep event? It needs to be recent. Can you check for anything before the 20th? Seojun pulled out his phone as he spoke. The 20th, around the 20th. But nothing came up. Disappointment washed over his face. Nothing at all, she continued softly. That's right, Hunter is holding a mock exam next month. He repeated her words. A mock exam? He figured it was just as the name implied. Not a real test, but a simulation. The Pro Hunter exam is only held once a year. If you fail, you wait another year. So the pressure is insane. That's why the Hunter training academies create simulated competitions for students to practice. The top 3 in Korea are Hunter, Mael, and Gayon. Any student from these 3 academies can register for the mock exam. So the scale of the mock exam is absolutely massive. The scores students get in the mock exam usually match their Pro Hunter exam results. With a huge number of students participating, the scholarship prize money for the top ranker is enormous. It's also a way to deal with the exchange rates and money, she said. But isn't next month when the FGP ends? Hearing that, Sojun scratched his head. There's no other way around it. I'll just have to try my best until then. That night in his room, he studied the formula. It was imperfect, always at risk of being disrupted or failing. As the situation changes, the formula shifts. I have to memorize it. Intuition can exist apart from its own principles. He stared at his research board and said, I never doubted it. The superhumans are on a completely different level. Suddenly a thought struck him. Wait a minute, the superhumans mock exam is getting closer, but I can't let myself get obsessed with the results. After all, a mock exam is just a mock exam. No matter where it's held, I need to pay close attention in the next lecture. Suddenly a notification popped up and he thought he was mishearing things. His face showed complete confusion. The superhumans have a mock exam too. Before him was the announcement for the superhumans mock exam. It was a special secret among the elite students. It was accumulated over hundreds of years, with a perfect analysis of past exam questions year by year for each subject. It even came with answers and video guides for the hardest problems. He wondered aloud, is this really for the superhumans exam? There's even a certification. That means there's a standard to pass, just like the professional hunter exam. And someone actually evaluates all of this. Come to think of it, this was the first time he'd ever seen the ad. Passing this would be like achieving the 5th level of Immortal Ascension, or becoming a 9th level SWOT master. He remembered what the others had said, thinking they were joking. He never thought it was real. He scratched his head and mumbled, but I have no reason to take the superhuman mock exam right now. Besides, I'm not even skilled enough to participate yet. While I'm at it, I should speed up this lecture. Suddenly, Xiang Yu appeared on screen and spoke. You're all getting closer to the mock exam, aren't you? If that's the case, why haven't you considered registering for it? Once, if you're just going to slack off and be proud of it, then my god, you are all nothing but a bunch of trash. I could say it 100 times and you still wouldn't listen. So just go and register for the exam already. Let me see for myself exactly how pathetic you are. Xiao Jun was left speechless, his face a mask of disbelief. After watching the video, he exclaimed, What the hell? He searched again and said, It wasn't this video. I don't remember any video I watched mentioning Chon and Xiang Yu appearing together in the mock exam. Then a realization hit him. He gasped, could it be Shakyamuni and Merlin? On screen, Shakyamuni appeared saying, the mock exam is approaching, and Merlin continued, don't get too obsessed with the results. Sojun blurted out in surprise, this is related to the mock exam too. With an exhausted sigh, Sojun collapsed onto his bed. He wondered, the curriculum for superhumans has more than a few strange things. He looked at his phone and asked himself, no, seriously, is the mock exam really that important? He was curious to see what people were saying about the exam. A notification with a title popped up before his eyes. How long until the superhuman mock exam finally happens? The dread of waiting just becomes another kind of pressure. The content of the post opened up. Hello everyone, and hello to the newcomers. You must all be working hard to prepare for the superhuman exam, right? When I first heard about it, it sounded impossible. But after going through it, I realized it wasn't what I thought. Even though this is my 10th year taking the exam, I still can't see the path I'm supposed to take to get it right. That's why I'm planning on joining the mock exam. But I'm wondering if I should get my hopes up too much for this. Honestly, it's a bit embarrassing to admit, but I know my own skills aren't good enough to register. I'm still just listening to the intro lectures. I was still asking myself, do I really need to take this mock exam? I'd asked my seniors, but there was no one I could turn to. I knew I needed advice, but asking around only made me more confused. Everyone just had a different opinion. Reading a post, Seojun muttered, "This is my exact situation." Scrolling through more search results, he noted that things always seem easier in hindsight. Then a post caught his eye, titled "Ruler of the Forest." It read, "I want to recommend something to everyone. Since you're just starting, your results will be awful. But that also means you can improve at an incredible speed." A massive boost to his learning speed was exactly what Seojun needed. He decided to give it a shot. At his door, Seojun read the notification, "The Superhuman Mock Exam." It read, "The ultimate secret of superhuman trainees, accumulated over hundreds of years. Perfect analysis of past exams complete with video guides for solving the toughest problems, calculating participation rates, and analyzing a suitable registration fee. Would you like to register for the Superhuman Mock Exam? The first attempt is free." Sojun looked up after reading, realizing the first try was complimentary. He thought, if the first try is free, it is a waste to use it now. I should save it. But he immediately dismissed that thought. Saving it now is just wasting it. He hit accept, choosing the warrior profession. Faced with production healing and other classes, he declared, "Warrior level 9. Let us go." A message appeared. "Loading mock exam questions. Please wait a moment." At last, the test content loaded. These questions are based on data from questions that appeared in the official exam. The difficulty is based on the official exam standard and does not reflect the academic results of an individual. There are 7 subjects in total. Points are based on question difficulty. This is only a mock exam. The mock exam may differ from the actual test. First subject, combat ability. The question is, provide the correct answer for the problems conducted in the following 15 stages. After reading this, Sojun was completely bewildered. It is starting already. Right now, right here. Is this how the test works? He worriedly noted there are 15 stages. By superhuman standards, is stage 1 level 5 or level 6? What kind of monster will appear if stage 1 is level 5 and each stage increases level? Does that make stage 15 level 22? Suddenly, a blue light erupted from his phone. Holding it away from himself, he cried out in suspicion. What the it is coming out of the phone? The monster for stage 1 of the mock exam. It appeared and just kept growing larger, and it was still expanding. He stared wide-eyed at the beast before him. It was a dragon. He tried to reassure himself. This cannot be real. This is insane. But as the monster came into focus, he screamed, "Oh my God! What the hell is this? Wait, hold on, stay back. I told you to stay back." The massive blue dragon unleashed a blinding light. It made Seojun scream. "This is crazy." The system window displayed its message. Stage 1 failed. Time remaining 29 minutes and 58 seconds. The face of Seojun went completely blank. He looked like a kid who had just been dumped. He rolled around on the floor, tossing his spear aside. "This is insane. Damn it, how was I supposed to beat that?" I could not tell who the real monster was. It was only stage 1, not stage 10, just stage 1. And the monster used to test combat power was a dragon. Not just any dragon, but Fafnir, the dragon of destruction. If stage 1 is Fafnir, does that mean stage 15 is a fight against a god? Do superhumans beat gods? No, at that point, the superhumans are practically gods themselves. He slammed his fist on the floor, venting his anger. His mind raced, imagining all sorts of game hacks people who could lift 500 kilograms. No wonder some of them act like gods. How embarrassing. Sojun sighed heavily. He sat up with a groan. In this situation, what am I supposed to do? I thought the building was going to collapse. but everything is fine. It seems only my area was affected. What a relief. Looking at his phone, he muttered, "At least there is one silver lining. I have 10 more chances after this first one." The system window appeared again. Do you want to retry? 10 chances remaining. Even with 10 tries, nothing would really change. But let us see who wins in the end. You or me? Grabbing his spear, Seojun charged towards the door. Something felt wrong. The system window flashed repeatedly. Stage 1 failed. Time remaining 29 minutes and 57 seconds. Stage 1 failed. Time remaining 29 minutes and 24 seconds. Stage 1 failed. Time remaining 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Stage 1 failed. Time remaining 29 minutes and 53 seconds. Stage 1 failed. Time remaining 29 minutes and 56 seconds. Do you wish to try again? 5 tries and he still could not win. Seojun was at his absolute limit. No amount of ancestral luck was going to save him this time. He thrashed like a fish out of water. He was so tired, completely drained. This is impossible. How can I beat it? Seojun let out a string of curses. Slumped on the bench, he groaned in defeat. If even pro hunters found this vague, what was a transcendent supposed to be? To make any progress in the trial, he had to do something. But it always ended before he could even act. There was just no way to advance. Even if he quit now, he could not switch to a different challenge. Just as he was wallowing in despair, his phone buzzed. A new message. Would you like to access a guide lecture for this trial? Accessing the guide lecture will incur a penalty to your evaluation score. A guide lecture. Sojun was skeptical. What was this? But like a drowning man finding a lifeline, he snatched his phone. Could this actually show him a strategy? A list of lectures appeared on the screen. The motto was, "The harder the challenge, the simpler the solution." Lecturer, the great sage heaven's equal. Listen to lecture. Analysis of Fafnir's characteristics. Lecturer Siegfried. Listen to lecture. Don't dodge, just fight. Lecturer, the Asur Dragon. Listen to lecture. Sojun was baffled. The great sage was a lecturer. The great sage Sun Wukong himself. Recalling the legendary figure, Sojun thought maybe he could learn something more from this lecture. Sojun tapped on the great sage's video. The monkey-faced professor appeared. The problem for this stage 1 trial is the ruined dragon Fafnir, isn't it? The great sage grinned, leaning on his staff. I wonder if this challenge is also testing your judgment skills. But while it might seem difficult, if you just think a little, it's not hard at all. The victorious fighting Buddha, the great sage himself. Many students get tripped up by its very first breath attack. Sojun watched from the bench thinking to himself, wow, it's been a long time since I've seen Sun Wukong. The first time I saw him, I thought he was just some goofy monkey. Wukong continued his lecture. And that's really all there is to Fafnir. There's nothing else special about it. To put it simply, just dodge the breath attack. Watch this. The great sage snapped his fingers. Behind him, a massive dragon materialized out of thin air. The professor continued his lesson. Don't even think about powering through that breath attack. It's great if you can, but it's not necessary. All you have to do is dodge. He said it with such an arrogant smirk. Is that really his advice? How am I supposed to dodge something that huge? After it uses its breath attack, Fafnir is vulnerable for a moment. It's just a big lizard after all. And then what? The great sage put his hands behind his head. Simple, just hit it once and it's over. He swung his staff, annihilating the dragon. Sojun broke out in a cold sweat just watching. Heavenly Moon Meteor Staff. First form Meteor Fall. As he struck, a blinding explosion of light erupted, instantly obliterating the massive dragon. Simple, right? Hearing that, Sojun's face went completely blank. Simple, my butt. Even with a judgment test, this was still just stage 1. The harder it is, the simpler the solution. Well, that's all for me. The great sage signed off with a cocky grin. That guy deserved 100 punches to the face. What rotten luck picking this lecture. Sojun just sat there completely dumbfounded. Easy, huh? Was this really supposed to be a guide lecture? Did that guy even know the meaning of the word guide? Or maybe the Academy for Transcendence concept of a guide was just different. Pushed to his limit, Sojun started acting like a complete lunatic. Or maybe I'm the one who's going crazy. Whoa, hold on. Yeah, you've lost it. Just stop. It was just one mistake after another. He clicked on the next one. Guide lecture. Don't dodge, just fight. Lecturer. The Azure Dragon of the Four Mythical Beasts. The video showed two massive blue dragons blasting dragon breath directly at each other. Sojun's face soared instantly. Am I supposed to copy that? It was one layer of helplessness after another. He hung his head in defeat. How is that even possible? He truly had no idea what to do. He'd already used his precious free attempt, and it felt like a total waste to give up now. He scratched his head, staring at the screen, unwilling to quit. He was in too deep. The next lecture appeared. Analysis of Fafnir's characteristics. Lecturer Siegfried. Siegfried, a hero from Norse mythology. He was the famous wielder of the sword Balmung. He was also known as Siegfried the Dragon Slayer. And the very dragon he was famous for slaying was none other than the ruined dragon Fafnir. An image of the hero appeared in his mind. With a lecture title like that, this had to be the one person who understood Fafnir best. He might even be the one who created this trial. If this one's weird too, I'll just quit. Driven by desperation, he selected the lecture. As you all know, Fafnir's most critical feature is its breath attack. Therefore, the entire focus of this challenge hinges on whether or not you can dodge that breath. Leaning on his sword, Siegfried spoke. Siegfried the Dragon Slayer. Just avoid its breath. That's the entire strategy. Sojun reached to turn off his phone. This lecture felt like a waste of time. But after listening, things were different. That sounds impossible, right? So I'll analyze Fafnir's patterns and give you two strategies. Siegfried raised one finger. First, Fafnir unleashes its breath attack the moment it's summoned. If you hit summon and immediately run, the dragon still attacks that same spot. That's the crucial point. But knowing this doesn't make the dodge easy. Still confused, Sojun listened intently, needing more info. Many students will find dodging that attack impossible, so I'll teach them two countermeasures. Listen closely. The next word stunned Sojun. Prepare a block of gold. He just said, huh? Thank you. The door closed. Could this crazy plan actually work? He had already bought the gold. Trusting the lecture. Let's rewind a little. During the lecture, Sidus mentioned preparing gold. He himself was turned into a dragon because of his bottomless greed. It does not have to be real gold. Just prepare something similar. The instant you summon it, toss the gold in front of Fanny. Sidus waved his hand playfully. It won't use its breath attack at first. And the reason? Because a breath attack would melt the gold. It is like baiting a fish. Sojun heard this, but he was skeptical. What is wrong? You think that is not a victory through pure skill? Sidus crossed his arms, reading his mind. Who cares if others know? A win is a win, whether by skill or by trickery. In any case, that is all I am going to say. If you are curious about fighting other dragons, take my dragon slaying sword arts lecture. In that lecture, I sometimes share old dragon hunting stories. And the lecture ended. So Jun stood there holding a gold bar like an idiot. He had nothing left to lose anyway. He helplessly closed his eyes. This was his last resort, and So Jun began his sixth retry. He summoned Fanny. A massive green dragon with golden eyes appeared before him. Sensing the dragon's incoming attack, he snapped his eyes open. In that instant, he hurled the block of gold right in front of it. Xiao Jun threw the ingot toward the massive dragon without hesitation. Seeing the glittering object, the dragon halted its breath attack. Its eyes immediately lit up at the sight of gold. He climbed onto the dragon's body while it was distracted by the cheap, fake gold. He had dodged the dragon's breath. Success, he celebrated inwardly. Victory was so close, but the plan shattered. Fanny instantly realized the gold was a fake. It flew into a rage from being tricked, turning on him with a hungry glare. "This is insane!" Xiao Jun was terrified. As it lunged at him, he screamed in despair. How could that man call this a lizard? It only took the dragon a single blow, and he was sent flying once again defeated. A system window popped up. Stage 1 failed. Time remaining 28 minutes and 56 seconds. Do you want to retry? 4 attempts remaining. So Jun was too frustrated to look. All that chaos for just 1 minute. How am I supposed to beat this thing? Suddenly, a notification chimed. Staring at his phone, he fell silent. A lecture progress update appeared. John's progress plus 3.1. So Jun gazed at the sky, and a brilliant idea suddenly struck him. Lecture progress, huh? Maybe I should craft a full suit of golden armor. Xiao Jun zipped behind Fanny, surprising it. Fanny lashed out with its claws, but he leaped away just in time. He kept backing away, dodging every strike. Fanny's assault was ferocious. It forced him completely on the defensive. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "Damn it, even just dodging is this hard." He searched for an opening between its attacks, but suddenly Fanny spun around and saw him. He thought it is over too late to dodge. Instantly, Xiao Jun reached into his inventory. If that is how it is, he thought. Then he threw another gold ingot at Fanny. Fanny's tail shot up and slammed down to crush him. Luckily, he escaped just before the tail smashed him flat like a pancake. He gasped. Phew, that was way too close. But Fanny sprang back up, giving Xiao Jun no time to recover. He yelled in anger, still mad about the gold. Fine, then suddenly he roared. How about a whole pile of it then? He conjured illusions of gold all around Fanny. This made it lose focus as it stared at the floating ingots. Seizing the moment, Xiao Jun used his mountain-splitting force and his sword-enveloping aura. He unleashed a powerful strike. Fanny staggered back stunned. The attack seemed to pierce right through its armored scales. His full power slammed into Fanny. He breathed a sigh of relief. I got it, a direct hit. But reality was far from what he expected. He was still on Fanny's back, and it had not taken any damage at all. At that moment, a chill ran down Xiao Jun's spine. A devastating blow sent Xiao Jun crashing to the ground. The system window appeared. Stage 1 failed. Time remaining 24 minutes and 32 seconds. Face down on the ground, So Jun groaned in utter frustration. I really thought I could pass that time. Everything hurts. A notification arrived. John's lecture progression rate increased by 5.1% to 71%. Kami's lecture progression rate rose by 4.5% to 73.7%. Shang Yu's rate increased by 1%, reaching 19.1%. He laughed at the message and said, as I thought. Shang Yu's progression rate went up from that attack. He set up to check the results. he thought to himself. At this rate, could I finish 2 courses this semester if I really push myself? Seojun beamed at the results, shouting, "Let's go!" "Alright, I have to keep this up." As he checked his results, a voice came from behind Seojun. "You have not been to the dungeon lately. It was Perel." Seojun replied to her question. Yeah, I have not had time to go out. I am focusing on solo training for now," she asked, completely surprised. "You don't have time." Seojun felt extremely awkward. He thought she must be suspicious. "I've been glued to my phone all day, so how could I have no time?" But Perel just smiled lightly and said, "Well, I'll go get some papers ready." Then he simply gave a small nod. A sudden notification arrived with the following message. "Member Kim Sojun's combat course score is 4.2. Combat Tower 4.2 out of 100 fail. Basic Stamina classifying. Adaptability classifying. Mana classifying. Mentality selected. Course 1 not chosen." Staring at the notification in shock, he gasped, "This is bad. Am I the first person in history to do this? My first subject of the semester is a fail." He added, "The course completion rate is lower than I thought." The notification read, "Cheon lecture progress 80.3%. Shakyamuni lecture progress 84.5%. Xiangyu lecture progress 19.9%. He realized that actual combat was just a shortcut to understanding the courses. "I can only understand the lessons by applying them, which is how the completion rate increases." Sojun considered the Transcendence Placement Test is in 3 days. Listening to lectures would be more useful, he decided. "Alright, let's finish these lectures." 3 days later, a notification appeared. Course 2 Basic Stamina. Please provide the correct answers for the following 15 stages. Preparing question for stage 1. Please wait a moment. Sojun stared at the screen nervously. "I wonder what's coming this time." A message announced the preparation was complete. A glowing red orb appeared in his hand, surprising him. "Huh!" The orb spun in his palm. "This looks just like a Dragon Ball from the anime," he murmured, mesmerized. He was oblivious to the red dragon creeping up behind him. A notification popped up on his phone. Level 1, within the time limit. Protect the dragon orb and escape from the serpent Katron. A sudden chill ran down his spine. He finally sensed the presence behind him. Another message appeared. Evade all of Katron's attacks. Time limit 1 hour. The massive serpent lunged aggressively at Sojun. He was caught completely off guard. Frozen by the sudden assault, he could only stare and mutter, "This is basic stamina." The system screen updated again. Time remaining 59 minutes 57 seconds. Would you like to retry? Opportunities remaining 10. Another notification appeared with new content. Cheon lecture progress increased by 7.2%, now at 87.5%. Xiangyu lecture progress increased by 5.3% to 89.8%. Another message arrived. Third course adaptability. Level 1. Eliminate the Sphinx or survive with all 5 senses sealed. Time limit is 10 minutes. A Sphinx materialized without warning. Sojun panicked, screaming, "What the heck is that?" He pointed at it. "Is that thing human?" A new notification appeared. Cheon lecture progress increased by 0.2 to 87.7%. Xiangyu lecture progress increased by 1.1 to 90.9%. Then the fourth notification appeared. Mana. The message read within the time limit restraint. Pugi-Pugi's hunger. Without enough mana, it will begin to consume itself. Time limit 30 minutes. Sojun followed the instruction, channeling mana with both hands into Pugi-Pugi. It kept staring at Sojun, whining, "So hungry, hungry." He looked at it in horror. Wait, how much do you need to eat? Unable to bear it, Sojun flapped in tears, shouting, "What is this? I don't know." Quickly, the next notification appeared. Chon lecture progress increased by 7.2% to 94.9%. Xiang Yu lecture progress increased by 5.4% to 96.3%. The next notification appeared. Fifth course mentality. Within the time limit, listen to the siren song. Time limit 30 minutes. The siren appeared out of nowhere and began to sing under the open sky. Sojun watched thinking, this actually sounds pretty good. But he was suspicious. Is Shakyamuni's unwavering mind affecting this? A notification appeared. Stage 1 cleared. Sojun was stunned. No way, I passed level 1 on my first try. At this rate, I might even reach level 15. But an unexpected twist occurred. The siren transformed into a terrifying creature and moved toward him. The next notification arrived. Fifth course, mentality level 1. Within the time limit, listen to Hewham's Soul Requiem. Time limit 30 minutes. A sharp sound made Sojun scream, "My ears!" Then a new notification appeared about the teaching progress of Shakyamuni. It rose 1% to 15.5%. This is brutal, Sojun said. Finally, the mock exam score for member Kim Sojun were posted. Combat 4.2 out of 100 failed. Stamina 3.7 failed. Adaptability 2.3 failed. Mana negative 1.2 failed. Mental strength negative 9.8 out of 100 failed. Selected course 1 unchosen. Selected course 2 unchosen. Lecture progress report. Chon 94.9%. Shakyamuni 15.5%. Xiang Yu 96.3%. Merlin 19.9%. Staring at his phone, Sojun muttered, "At this rate, I might actually pass 2 courses." But what if I complete them all? He worried. 2 course slots were still empty. Which ones am I even supposed to choose during the level 9 registration? None of the 10 options mentioned anything about selecting a course, he wondered. I don't get it. Do I have to choose on the day of the exam? Finally, Sojun gave up. Whatever, I'll figure it out eventually. For now, I'll wait. But anxiety gnawed at him as he bit his nails. Soyeon asked curiously, "Sojun, what are you doing? You've seemed really on edge these past few days." He forced a calm reply. "It's nothing really, don't worry." But inside, Sojun felt like he was about to explode. He thought to himself, it's been 3 days and still no notifications. He calculated that the payday was in 5 days. I'm so close to finishing the course, but I don't know if I should head back to the dungeon right away. In the end, Seojun decided that returning to the dungeon was much better than waiting around aimlessly. He clenched his fist with determination. From now on, if a notification pops up, I'm ignoring it. Suddenly, a tiny mentor materialized out of nowhere, jumping with joy. "Long time no see. Remember me? Kim Seo-jun." The voice made him jolt in shock. He looked on helplessly as the tiny figure stood on his phone with its hands on its hips. The mentor asked, "Have you been doing okay?" It added sheepishly, "I guess I was a little late getting back, huh?" The mentor's sudden appearance from the phone left Kim Seo-jun stunned. He gasped in shock. "Mentor." The creature crawled out of his phone grinning at him. "You seem to be surviving just fine." He glared at the creature's relaxed and carefree attitude. After it had vanished for so long, leaving him completely stranded and alone, his anger flared. "Hey, what took you so long to show up?" Behind him, Soyeon thought he was yelling at her and turned around. "Excuse me, Were you talking to me? The mentor was hidden by his large frame. Yikes! It covered its tiny ears as he shouted. Soyeon stood behind him, totally confused about who he was yelling at or what he was even saying. She had no choice but to ask again to be sure. Seojun, what did you just say? Hearing her soft voice, Kim Seojun panicked quickly, hiding the mentor behind his back. He stammered, trying to answer her. Oh, it was nothing at all. She looked puzzled. Huh? Really? Did I mishear? I must be tired lately. He just scratched his head and let out an awkward laugh. Well, I have to go. And with that, he scooped the mentor up in both hands and ran off, leaving her completely baffled. A moment later, he sat on a wooden bench in the courtyard, coldly staring at the pale figure kneeling on his phone. Why were you so late? The terrified mentor rubbed the back of its head, searching for a good excuse. Well, I thought you'd be fine without me, Seojun. But before it could finish, Kim Seojun cut it off with a roar. Don't give me pathetic excuses. The creature looked up at his furious expression, realizing it was no use hiding the truth any longer, and reluctantly decided to confess. Okay, I'll tell you the truth, he replied through gritted teeth. Yeah, let's hear it. The mentor hesitated. Actually, I only came back after I checked your profile. It's true, it insisted, fearing he wouldn't believe it, but it was just too pathetic. His brows knitted together in confusion. Pathetic? What do you mean? The creature was so frightened, it began to stammer. It's your current level, Kim Seojun. After hearing that, he fell into a stunned silence. After a moment of internal struggle, the mentor decided to say the rest of what was on its mind. At your current level, Seojun, any advice I could possibly give you would be pretty much useless. That's why I figured it will be better for you to just focus on the 2 lectures I recommended. As he listened, he raised a hand to cover his devastated eyes. Tears began to stream down his cheeks. The mentor on the side didn't look much better, shutting its eyes, tightly debating whether to continue. The free access period is short and my advice is only meaningful if it can actually help raise your stats. The more Kim Seojun listened, the more his spirit broke. He screamed in his mind, damn it, he's making perfect sense. I can't even be mad at him. Not that I really wanted to be. Despite the storm raging inside him, his expression remained unnervingly calm. His voice was heavy with defeat. In that case, just tell me what it is. At his words, the mentor bowed its head in a sincere apology. For that, I am truly sorry. His mood brightened instantly. You've been studying hard while I was away, haven't you? He asked cheerfully. Yes, I've been running around, listening diligently. Kim Seojun replied earnestly. The moment he finished, the mentor, he eagerly grabbed his phone to check his progress. Let's just take a look at first. As he looked at the device, his expression was bored. But a moment later, his eyes shot wide open as he stared jaw-dropped at the data. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, staring blankly at the screen while muttering to himself. Is this a bug? Huh, what's wrong with it? Seeing his reaction, Kim Seojun asked, Is something wrong? The mentor stammered. No, nothing serious. But why are 4 lectures playing at once? And this completion rap. Before he could finish, Kim Seojun confirmed it. That's right, I am listening to 4 lectures simultaneously. The already worried mentor was completely floored. He couldn't believe his ears. It has to be a bug, right? No way. Huh? What did you just say? As if he hadn't heard, Kim Seojun repeated firmly. Everything on that screen is correct. Hearing that, the mentor's eyes practically bugged out of his head, too stunned to even speak. Hey, wait a minute. Are you saying this is all real? The mentor asked in shock. Is there a problem? Kim Suron asked nonchalantly. Of course there is, the mentor shrieked, pulling at his hair. No, how in the world did you do this? Incredible, doesn't even begin to cover it. To reach this completion wrapped in just 3 months, even for the intro courses, this should take 3 or 4 times longer. He gestured wildly, trying to convey how impossible this was. In stark contrast to the mentor's panic, Kim Suron remained perfectly calm. He brought a hand to his lips and said casually, I just kind of wing it. Oh, and I took the superhuman practice exam a lot. The mentor tilted his small adorable head up at him. The practice exam? You're already taking that? Yes, he replied, looking down at his phone. The mentor fell silent, turning away with a bitter, disappointed smile. As if he didn't hear him, Kim Suron stared at his phone and called out, Oh, right, mentor. Speaking of which, I have a question about the exam. The mentor replied glumly, Go ahead. For the electives in the superhuman practice exam, how should I choose? He asked. Electives. You can just pick whichever ones you want. The moment he finished speaking, a notification window appeared. Your combat capability score is 4.2, the mentor said, confused. Huh? Wait a second. That's weird. Why does it say not selected when you're taking the test? He floated in the air, looking at the screen. Kim Suron held out. And your Apex Academy ID is missing too. How is that possible? Kim Suron said, equally puzzled. The mentor was completely lost, with a million questions he couldn't voice. That can't be you, registered when you first joined. Hearing this, Kim Suron shook his head and clarified. No, I skipped it. This only confused the mentor more, who blurted out, Wait, are you misunderstanding something? Kim Suron held up the phone, pointing the screen at him. Take a look for yourself. On the device was a notification. Cannot create post without an ID. Reading the message, the mentor was utterly baffled. He took the phone from Kim Suron with both hands. What the heck? This is just seriously. I've never seen a case like this before. He stroked his chin. I'll have to consult the headmaster. After a moment thought, he turned back to Kim Suron. I'll be right back. You just focus on finishing the test. Kim Suron was incredulous. Huh? You're leaving again. Don't tell me you're... But the mentor cut him off, knowing what he was about to say. He promised with certainty, No, I'll be back as soon as I ask him, I swear. For now, I'll handle the elective subject problem for you. The mentor hastily tapped on the device, then showed it to Kim Suron. There you should be able to choose freely now. With that, he vanished without a single trace. But before he disappeared, he left a final message. I'll return before the free pass expires. Kim Suron was too surprised to react. His hand still raised in the air. I still had questions for him, and he's gone. He scratched the back of his head, looking down at his phone with an annoyed expression. Then again he thought. He said he'd be back before the pass expires. I guess I'll see him again soon enough. He focused his gaze on the text on his screen. Please select your elective subject. Elective 1, weapon usage. 1, sword. 2, blade. 3, spear. 4, fist. 5, foot. 6, magic. Elective 2 main weapon skill usage. Sometime later, after Kim Suron finished selecting his subjects, Min Chun also appeared. As he was honing his mountain breaker strike, a system window suddenly appeared. A notification read, Lecture completion rate plus 3.7%. The text on the panel began to shift. This is the Mountain Breaker Force. He had to complete the Mountain Breaker Spear technique lecture to fully master it. He glanced down at the small notification panel in his hand, puzzled. He wonderfully mastered the Mountain Breaker Force. Suddenly, a thought sparked in his mind. Could it be? But he quickly dismissed that speculation. Still, he gripped the long staff, shaking his head firmly. He raised the staff with intense focus, then swung it down, unleashing the mountain breaker strike. Streams of pure blue aura erupted and surged toward him, converging on the staff's tip. A moment later, the blue energy slowly dissipated and vanished. Kim So-jun felt the distinct changes inside his body from that last mountain breaker strike. He felt a strange new power compared to before. What is this? Is this its true power? Just then, the notification window appeared again. New text materialized on it. Would you like to hear the final lecture? This is the Mountain Breaker Force by instructor Tyrant King Xiangyu. After reading it, he was in disbelief. The final lecture, he thought to himself. So, you finally decided to finish it. I thought you'd never get here in this lifetime. Xiangyu stood with his arms crossed, letting out a booming laugh. The guest students who completed the lecture are vastly different. Now you can all probably wield the mountain breaker force with ease. He stared at the notification panel deep in thought. But no one should become arrogant just because they have this power, right? I hope not. The mountain breaker force is the absolute basic on the path to becoming a transcendent being. To walk this path, you must first prove your worth. But there will certainly be students who still don't grasp this. It's the same every single time. That's why I say you've only been upgraded from regular trash to recyclable trash. You still haven't escaped being garbage. The voice of Xiangyu continued to echo from the notification panel. Hearing this, Kim So-jun could only offer a wry smile. Still, this was something worth celebrating. You have now officially learned to use a spear that suits you. You must hone that skill if you wish to advance on the path to becoming a true transcendent. He continued his lecture for the guest students like Kim So-jun. That path is incredibly difficult. You will constantly doubt if you've chosen the right way, and you will want to quit. But remember, this transcendence has no single answer. No, not just transcendence, but all of existence. Nothing in this world has a single correct answer. His image standing and speaking was projected in detail on the device. Therefore, you must simply have faith that the path you have chosen is the right one. After a long lecture on philosophy, he finally got to the important part. Ultimately, speed is not what's important. He clenched his fist, his eyes flashing with a red light. Inside a massive high-rise, Kim So-jun opened the door to one of the apartments. Miss So-run had her back turned to him. She glanced over her shoulder and said, "Ah, So-jun, you have perfect timing with that." She turned to face him fully, showing him her phone screen as she asked a question. It's nothing major regarding the last Hunter mock exam. They're accepting applications starting today for 1 week. Do you want to participate? Hearing this, he hesitated, unsure if it was real or a trap. But since he was planning to ask about it anyway, he decided to go with the flow. Yes, please. Seeing him agree, her face lit up. I knew it. I'll go ahead and register you right now. Without another word, she began tapping intently on her phone screen. Standing across from her, he smiled and thought, my score on the Transcendent mock exam was worse than dismal. But that was for transcendent beings. A Hunter mock exam should be different, right? I have the Mountain Breaker Force from Xiangyu's lecture. What's more, I now have the Spear of Longinus. I wonder what my power level is now, he thought with curiosity. I finished the registration. If nothing comes up, the exam will be held in 10 days, Miss So-run said, looking up at him after she finished registering him for the exam. Suddenly he raised a hand to his chin and slowly stepped closer to her, causing her face to flush a deep red. I wonder if I could fight Miss Soran now, he thought. She was holding her phone, growing flustered as he drew nearer, unsure of what to do. What is it? She asked, stammering. Oh, it's nothing. Is student recruitment still going well? He asked, scratching the back of his head. I don't need to raise my lecture rate anymore anyway. While he was still lost in his own chaotic thoughts, she began to speak with hesitation, revealing her own anxieties to him. Actually, I've been worried about that lately. Her statement made him both surprised and curious. She rested a hand on her head, her voice thick with concern. With the new enrollment period, I don't know what my grandfather is going to do. She quickly tried to reassure him, but I'm sure you'll pass, Sojun. Hearing that, he couldn't help but feel a shiver. He thought of the tyrant. With new student coming, the sword saying he's sure to chew her out. He pictured the fierce, intimidating old man. What are you plotting now? Why did you get close to Seo-hun? He wondered, stroking his chin. Maybe I should have challenged the sword saying back then. As if hearing him, she offered some comforting words. It's just talk. He's my grandfather. I'll handle it. Besides, my biggest worry is which instructor to invite. With her hands on her hips, she looked troubled. He turned confused. Huh? An instructor? I thought you were teaching. Soyun gave a wry smile. I'll be the primary teacher, but I can't possibly do it all myself. Every student is different, so I can't just force my methods on them. That's when it finally dawned on him. Oh, I figured teaching was all there was to it. I once dreamed of being a teacher. She then continued her thought. That's why each field needs a specialized instructor. I can't hire just anyone, and famous ones are expensive. He listened intently, nodding along with her. So, what's the salary for a well-known instructor? He asked. She rested her hands on her knees, calmly replying, It's different for every instructor. Each one is unique, but for a famous one, it's at least 100 million a month. A top-tier one could cost you billions. The moment he heard the word billions, his entire face lit up, his eyes sparkling with greed. So that's why pro hunters retire to teach at the academies. A question he'd always had was finally answered. Let's do it. If you need any help, just ask. He yelled with joy, leaving her completely baffled. Still, she replied politely, okay. And just like that, 3 days passed. That day, he checked his phone. Kim Sojun's mock test results. Combat power 4.2 out of 100, fail. Basic stamina 3.7 out of 100, fail. Adaptability 2.3, fail. Mana 1.2, fail. Psychology 9.8, fail. Elective 15.1 out of 100, fail. Elective 2.7, fail. Total score 29. Staring at his pathetic results, he heaved a disappointed sigh. How depressing. You'd think 100 was the max score. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Chiron's lecture rate 94.9%. Shakyamuni's lecture rate 15.5%. Xiang Yu's lecture rate 100%. Merlin's lecture rate 19.9%. Reading this made him feel a little better. He smiled proudly. Well, at least I finished all of Xiang Yu's lectures. Ken's lecture is a bit of a waste, but my free pass hasn't expired yet. It should be fine, right? He wondered. Suddenly, Mentor materialized right before him. I'm here, the little guy announced, raising his hands cheerfully. But Kim So-jun was completely unfazed, calmly looking at his long-absent companion. You're back. This threw Mentor for a loop. Huh? You're not surprised. What's with the cold shoulder? He stepped back blankly. I knew you'd show up. You said you'd be back before my free pass expired. I figured you'd return once I finish a lecture course. Mentor's jaw dropped in complete disbelief. You finished an entire course already? In contrast to Mentor's shock, Kim Sojun remained perfectly calm. Wow, I'm speechless, Kim Sojun said calmly. So, how did your investigation go? His words jogged Mentor's memory. Oh, that's right, my brain is totally useless. Anyway, it looks like we've got a huge problem, he yelled, leaving Kim Sojun utterly confused. Inside the grand mansion, Sojun's voice echoed, a huge problem. In one of the rooms, Mentor hovered beside him, grumbling about Kim Sojun's missing ID. I double-checked before reporting to the director, I swear. But seeing Mentor's hesitation gave him a bad feeling. A pretty serious system error, huh? Mentor suddenly shook his head, confusing him even more. What he asked scared he'd misheard. At the Supreme Academy, the name Kim Sojun doesn't exist. Mentor explained what he'd found, his voice shaking. Kim Sojun was stunned. Huh? There's no record of me. What are you talking about? Seeing his utter disbelief, Mentor had to repeat himself. Like I said, there are no membership records for Kim Sojun at the Supreme Academy. Still reeling, he held up a hand. Wait, are you telling me I'm not a member of the Supreme Academy? That can be right. Then how have I been taking the Academy's lectures this whole time? He roared at Mentor. Mentor regained his composure, calmly answering him. Yes, he received my report directly, but even the director has no idea what's happening. Those words left him utterly speechless. He didn't know who the director was, but he could feel their immense power. A being of that caliber wasn't someone you could just find. After a long pause, he finally spoke his mind. Could it be a system error? Mentor countered. No, the ultimate academy system is flawless, unless causality itself was altered, but that's something that should never change. He continued. The director found traces of outside interference, but we don't know who did it or how. A wave of anxiety hit him. So, what happens to me now? He asked. Am I going to be expelled? Mentor reassured him. No, not at all. This must be some kind of misunderstanding. This problem originated on our side, not yours. Kim Sojun, it has nothing to do with you. So when I mentioned a huge problem, I meant for us. He gave a thumbs up. You are not getting expelled. Like I said before, once a member, always a member. Hearing that firm promise, he finally let out a sigh. What a relief, he thought. He knew something was strange, but never imagined someone had actually interfered. He was absolutely certain someone did this on purpose. But for what reason? Who could it be? And why me? He wondered. I'm just an ordinary guy who dreams of being a hunter. My life is totally normal, nothing special at all. He then turned and asked his mentor. Anyway, everything seems fine for now, right? The mentor nodded eagerly. Exactly, just continue as you are for now, and please be patient until we find the cause. As reissuing an ID is very difficult, the mentor gave an apologetic smile. Seeing this, he offered a gentle smile in return. Since there was no major issue, it's no problem. Alright, let's move on. The mentor's cheerful voice chimed in moments later. A notification popped up on Kim Sojun's screen. Jesus Teachings Progress Rate 94.9%. Shakyamuni's Teachings Progress Rate 15.5%. Sun Wukong's Teachings Progress Rate 100%. Merlin's Teachings Progress Rate 19.9%. After reviewing the stats, he asked for advice about his future path. The FGP is ending soon. I'd like some guidance on what to do next, he said. The mentor floated closer. Of course, that's what I'm here for, he said cheerfully. First, to put it simply, the curriculum at our Ultimate Academy is divided into 4 major stages: beginner, elementary, intermediate, and advanced. You are currently in the beginner stage here at the Academy. According to the Academy's curriculum, he was only at the beginner stage and had 3 more levels to conquer: elementary, intermediate, and advanced, all to become a true transcendent. Hearing this, the main character had a question: will I really become a transcendent? After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously asked, so, if I complete the advanced stage, will I become a transcendent? The mentor shook his head. It's not that simple. There's much more after the advanced stage. We only structure the curriculum up to that point. After that, our lectures and advice won't be as effective for our members. Once you finish the advanced program, you will reach a level where you must find your own training methods, something more suitable and efficient for you. The mentor took his phone and said, the path from advanced to transcendent is far more difficult than the journey from elementary to advanced. In fact, the true journey begins after the advanced stage. The revelation struck him like lightning as cold sweat dripped down his face. This path, he thought, is truly endless. As if reading his mind, the mentor spoke up. Anyway, for now, you just need to clear the beginner stage. Are you sticking with the spear as your main weapon? Once the FGP ends, you'll probably have to purchase it. The mentor sat on his lap. And if you buy it, you'll have to take special lectures. But suddenly, notifications flooded the screen. With this workout, anyone can do 3 reps of 500. Hercules lecture. Would you like to register? Register to receive S-Rank Divine Power. At the bottom of the notification was a Learn button. Secret Method, the first step to becoming a transcendent. Jang Sambong's lecture. Register now. Register to receive the Heavenly Ladder of the VoIP Path skill. The mentor and Sojun read the notifications. The mentor said. Choosing these 2 looks like a solid plan. Hearing this, Sojun was confused. What about my mana techniques and spearmanship? The mentor met his gaze. Well, those are part of the intermediate stage curriculum. Of course, it's not a problem if you want to keep studying them. But you should master the fundamentals first to build a solid foundation. Only then should you learn more about them. He nodded silently. He figured there must be a reason for the mentor's insistence. After analyzing his words, he spoke. I understand. The notification window reappeared, calculating the appropriate membership fee for the Law of Causality class. The system paused to calculate, then continued. Tuition, 2 billion. Tuition, 2 billion. The staggering sum made him gasp. Buying an FGP was already going to cost a fortune. His face paled as he stared at the screen. He thought to himself, how many zeros is that? The mentor spoke cheerfully. Exactly. That's why you must consistently collect causality. But mentor, what is causality exactly? He turned to ask the question that had been bothering him. The mentor calmly explained. At our Supreme Academy, causality is the students who join. To put it simply, it's similar to status. His words sparked a glimmer of understanding. Status. Then what does that status get me at the academy? He asked, bewildered. The mentor stammered. Well, nothing. The Supreme Academy's lectures only help students become transcendent. Is there a reason? He asked. Hearing his question, the mentor fell silent and thought. My being able to stand here with you, that is the effect. What I can tell you is also an effect. When you advance to a higher curriculum, you'll naturally understand what my words mean. The cryptic answer surprised him. Suddenly, the mentor grew excited. From now on, I will support you with all I have. So study well, he said with a wide grin. This sudden shift in personality left him unsure how to react. After a moment he spoke. "Can I ask one more thing?" The mentor replied happily. "Of course, I'll answer any question I can." He looked at the mentor seriously and asked, "Besides me, are there other students?" The mentor shifted into a lounging pose. "Naturally, you can tell just by looking at the community, can't you? But your question is whether they are in the same dimension, right?" He had instantly pinpointed the heart of the matter. The mentor hesitated. "That's a bit ambiguous. This is all I can say. The Supreme Academy currently has many users as students. We currently have 4 students who've become transcendent. That's the highest number among all academies," he said proudly. "Among the Hunter Academies in South Korea. This is the 3rd-ranked Hunter Academy. Each academy has its own courses and characteristics, but everyone agrees. If you want to learn magic, you go to Ale Academy. If you want to learn weaponry, you go to Gaon. And if you want to know a bit of everything, you come to the Hunter Academy. It is often said that having no specialty means having no particular weakness." From that one could guess how famous the Hunter Academy was to become one of Korea's top 3. And finally, the day of the mock exam to become a professional hunter had arrived. In a vast open room, Sojun was standing. Behind him was Park Sun. She called to him, "Kim Sojun, this way, please." She quickly strode forward to lead him. "It is going to get more crowded soon. We should hurry." Around the room, staff members were shouting directions to everyone. "All participating students and guides, please proceed this way." He took in the entire scene. "It feels completely different," he thought with awe. The two of them quickly made their way to one of the staff members. She presented a card and introduced herself. Park Sun of the Dream Academy, and participant Kim So-jun. He thought to himself, this mock exam is a competition between 4 guilds, so the scale of investment is on another level. The top-ranked winner will receive a scholarship worth 1 billion won. He remembered the amount he needed to buy the FGP. A new FGP cost about 500 million won. An image of a notice appeared. FGP 500,000. "I have been grinding in dungeons all this time, but my savings have not even surpassed 30 million won, he thought in frustration. Even after standing strong, I am still getting knocked down. An image of him collapsing to the ground flashed in his mind. Mentor mentioned some special lectures, but right now, the FGP is the most important thing. He resolved to get that kind of money. There is no other way but to take first place. Behind him, Park Sun and the staff member had already finished. "All right, I have confirmed everything. Please head inside." Only then did he notice the commotion. "Huh!" He gasped at the sight of a massive crowd, pushing and shoving to get inside just like them. A staff member yelled, "Don't push! Please form a line!" He glanced at the crowd, then back at her smiling face. The chaos of the crowd during the competition is truly something else. She began to explain. "Well, this is it. It is the Hunter Academy's mock exam. We should probably hurry. We will head on first. Stay safe and good luck." And just like that, she was gone. "I believe in you," he replied. "Yes, thank you." As Sojun turned to leave, a man's voice boomed. "What the hell? Can't you see the line?" He paused, curious to see who was causing the scene. That same angry voice echoed again. He thought, "Are they still at it? Hey, you! I am talking to you!" The brutish man, held back by staff, roared at Kim Kang-chul. He glanced back, hands in his pockets, and calmly replied, "Yes, is there a problem?" The man raged at the staff member holding him back. "What gives? Why does he get to skip the line?" Taking his chance, he started to leave. As the staff explained, "I apologize, but that person has priority entry." The man kept raging. Priority? What did you just say? But his words were drowned out by whispers from the crowd. Wait, isn't that Kim Kang-chul? Kim Kang-chul! Where is he? Oh my god, it is really him, Kim Kang-chul! The whispers grew louder. The troublemaker froze, the name striking fear into him. What, the Hunter Academy? The crowd kept murmuring. I wondered who the Hunter Academy was sending. I can't believe it is Kim Kang-chul. Yes, that is definitely him. Ale sent Do Jun and Gaon sent Jin Dong Min. This year's mock exam is going to be absolutely legendary. With Kim Kang-chul, the Hunter Academy is guaranteed a top 3 spot. The chatter just would not stop. Kim Kang-chul then faced Kim So-jun. Their eyes met for a second before he walked right past him. He is definitely the Hunter Academy's prize prodigy. Kim So-jun thought, impressed by his calm and confident aura. The rowdy man just clicked his tongue. So what if he is from the Hunter Academy? Big deal. Then a new voice cut through the noise. So, who do you think will win? That question caught his ear. My money is on Kim Kang-chul, but Do Ji-eun and Jin Dong-min are no joke. Still, skill-wise, he is number 1. I heard Kim Kang-chul is backed by the Justice Guild. So, what is this whole test to him then? Mr. Black commented. Behind him, Lee Min-hwan pleaded with the staff. Please let me in. Assistant Kim faced Mr. Black, adding, What about the exam? Since you are from the academy, you must know about Kim Kang-chul. You don't know, Assistant Kim clarified. It is not that, but some people fake being students of the Hunter Academy. What? He scratched his head embarrassed. Oh, right, about that. The truth is, but another voice cut him off, shouting, What? Why can't I go in? The question hung in the air. Whose voice was that? Suddenly, the same person screamed at the staff. I said, let me in. Everyone turned, startled by the outburst. Soo-jun was no exception. He watched from his spot, trying to figure out the situation. His eyes fell on the newcomer, sizing him up. So many weapons, a sword, a spear, a bow, all hanging off him. Can he really use all of those? A strange thought. Seeing that yelling was not working, the kid tried a softer approach with the staff. I am here to participate too. Here is my registration. Now let me in. But the staff member firmly refused. You need to get in line before you can enter. Hearing that, the kid shot back. But that other guy just walked straight in. So why can't I? Why do I have to wait? He pointed in the direction Kang Tron had gone. The staff member crossed his arms, explaining calmly, because he is a student from the Hunter Academy. The injustice stung him. A Hunter Academy student, so what? As he stalled, holding up the line for everyone, Mr. Black finally snapped, shouting, Hey! All participants have to wait in line, got it? You are holding everyone up. Get back in line. We do not have all day to wait around for you. Just then, 2 more staff members appeared. They each grabbed an arm and started dragging the kid away before he could even react. They were on him. Hey, what kind of rule is this? He screamed as they hauled him off. I protest this treatment, as the kid yelled. Seo-jun noted, wow, this stuff is intense. The first guard then turned to him. Don't just stand there, move along. He thought to himself, so students from every academy are really here. As they dragged him away, the kid gritted his teeth, still stubbornly fighting to get inside. I want in too. Inside the stadium, the athletes were already gathering to greet the spectators. Among them, a red-haired boy stood out. He was panting as he began his introduction. My name is Pusk. In short, I'm a hunter in training at a second-rate hunter academy. Do you think I have the talent for a more prestigious academy? Maybe even ranking first? You viewers might be wondering, why am I at a second-rate academy? He then explained the whole story. It all came down to money. The top academies charged tuition in the 9 figures, so he had to settle for a second-rate school just to get a scholarship. Knowing he was disappointed, his relatives, family, and friends tried to comfort him with the old saying, "Better to be the head of a snake than the tail of a dragon." But he couldn't accept that advice. He believed the dragon's tail could fight dragons, while the snake's head only squabbles with other snakes. He vowed to escape this small pond. I entered the mock exam, a choice he was happy with thanks to Seo Jun. To put it simply, the Hunter mock exam has 5 parts, and none of them are written tests. The professional hunter subjects include basic physical fitness, mana usage monster, combat and dungeon attacks, and player versus player combat. Basic fitness was the first event, a simple, straightforward 3-kilometer run to be completed in 5 minutes over and over. Run 3 kilometers in 5 minutes, then do it again. If you can't make the time, your score ends there. In short, stamina is judged by how many laps you can complete. He ran furiously beside his rival Sojun. At first, he thought Sojun was a nobody, but he turned out to be a racing god. Because now only he and Sojun remained on the track, he had no choice but to acknowledge the man running beside him. He gasped for air, encouraging himself just a little more. He swore he just had to beat this guy. I just have to pass him. He was closing the distance on his rival. He ran, lungs burning, his body screaming in agony. Then he stopped the clock, reading 5 minutes and 12 seconds. The assessment was over. Forced to a halt, he smiled proudly. He had shattered his own limits competing against the racing god. As Kim Sojun jogged over, he raised a hand. He intended to high-five Kim Sojun, but as he said, "Thanks to you, I got a great score." Kim Sojun sped right past him. Kim Sojun ran on wondering, "Why do I feel so light?" Elsewhere, people in the gym watched with pale faces. They were stunned as Kim Sojun lifted 100 kilograms 3 times. He kept going until the bar itself bent from the shock. But their shock was nothing compared to the crowds. As he trained, he wondered, "It is not as heavy as I thought. I train every day, of course, but it shouldn't be this easy." The run earlier felt the same way. Could it be that I instinctively used Herculean strength after finishing Xiangyu's course? If Herculean strength is this powerful, how strong will I be after finishing Hakuen's course? The thought excited him. A notification appeared. With enough exercise, anyone can lift 500 tons 3 times. Hakuen course completion grants S-rank divine power. Reading the notice, his whole body blazed with power, terrifying a staff member who came to tell him to rest. The staff member turned to the man in yellow with emerald eyes. "Contestant Kim Gang-chon, you have worked hard. Please rest a bit before the next test." But he simply walked away as everyone behind him began to whisper. In reality, those who exceed the standards in the mock exam don't really gain anything from it. 3 of them were Kim Gang-chon Laidon and Jin Dong-min. These 3 were only competing to show off the prestige of Korea's top hunter academy. Kim Gang-chon thought, to be more precise, this is a war of pride between the academies. But then a mysterious person contacted him. "Kim Gang-chon, this time I need you to participate in the mock exam and observe Kim So-jun's movements for me." The mysterious person told him not to say anything, just to watch whatever Kim So-jun does. He felt that the Church of Truth had supported him for so long without making many demands on him. If they needed something, he would definitely help them. Still, he wondered, what is this sudden request and who is Kim So-jun? He searched through a dusty file of memories. A month ago, he first heard Kim So-jun's name through rumors. He had run into Kim So-jun a few times in the Chaos Dungeon, but honestly, he never expected him to be anything special. His train of thought was broken by a crowd. Gathering around a screen, he looked up. The results are out. The monitor displayed the results. First place, Kim So-jun with 100 standard points. Third place, Kim Gang-chon, 89 points. The announcement stunned him. He couldn't believe his eyes. He thought, what the hell? An 11-point gap. Someone even shouted, "Hey, that can't be right. He was third, not first or second." And the name Lee Min-jun, he had no idea who that was. To be skilled enough to beat me, he thought, I should know your name. I've never heard it before. Where did this guy even come from? Some nobody appeared from nowhere and snatched his rank, his confidence instantly shattering. He tried to reassure himself. Sometimes a few contestants just ace a single subject, that's all. He quickly rallied. I can't let this happen again in the next round. But the next ranking appeared. He was still third. Second place was still that stranger Lee Min-jun. First place, Kim So-jun held his rank. His spirit plummeted so low that others began to notice. He recalled the mysterious man's words. Kim Gang-chon, you don't have to do a thing. Just watch Kim So-jun. Did he really not have to do anything? In the arena, an announcer declared the second test mana control. The score was based on breaking a generated shield. Contestants had to use their mana efficiently to destroy it. However, So-jun wasn't confident in his mana. Despite learning the basics from Merlin's course, his one fatal flaw was his inability to use mana. The contestants went one by one. As the announcement continued, next up, contestant Liden. She stepped forward, her body glowing with a strange aura. A beauty holding a magic staff stepped up to wild cheers. She stood before the machine, waiting for the signal. First, Liden summoned a flame, then drew magic from it. She took her stance ready to strike. Magic gathered at her fingertip. She fired. The flame instantly shattered the shield in a huge explosion. The blast registered as 100 points on the board. The crowd below erupted into excited whispers. Some said it was her Ether Academy training. Others said it was just because she was Liden. So-jun was amazed. So that's magic. Liden walked off the stage. As she passed, the staff announced, next contestant, Kim So-jun. He walked up as she walked down. Their paths crossed for a moment. Behind him, Liden scoffed. So-jun stilled himself. I'm not confident, but I have to try. His hand tightened around Longinus as it began to glow. A plan quickly formed in his mind. I don't need overwhelming force. I just have to create Merlin's mana. His eyes began to shine. He decided to pierce it. He charged the shield, swinging his spear with far too much force and sliced the machine in half. He froze for about 2 seconds, feeling something was wrong. But by then it was too late. The machine exploded. The blast left him completely stunned. The arena fell silent. The board quietly updated. First place, Kim So-jun, 100 points. Only then did he realize what he'd done. How did that happen? He stared at the glowing Longinus in his hand. The realization dawned on him. Could it be? With the mana shield generator destroyed, the exam was put on hold. The stage staff scrambled, making announcements, calling for backup and inspecting the damage. They probably never imagined the machine could be split in two, so they had no backup plan. After all the chaos, the results were finalized. Kim So-jun first with 100 points. Lee Min-jun second with 90. Liden, Kim Gang-chon, and Jin Dong-min ranked third, fourth, and fifth. The crowd burst, finally asking one question. Just who is Kim So-jun? From the stands, Park So-jin heard the whispers. She thought, If this is the Sojun I know, then this makes perfect sense. Her hand clenched her skirt. But if it's really him, then of course he's capable of taking first place. She then said aloud, "This mock exam is completely meaningless. How bizarre. She never intended to let Sojun get such a massive lead." But now, no one dared to predict what would happen next. No one knew where this exam was headed. In the stands, a gentleman simply muttered, the abilities of these contestants are no joke. I'll have to raise the difficulty for this year's Pro Hunter exam." Another man replied, "The meeting with the association chairman is soon." Meanwhile, the crowd continued to gossip. They wondered if anyone besides Lee Ha-jun could possibly stand up to Kim So-jun. She, however, just stared intently at the ranking board. Another shout was heard. "Whoa, Kim So-jun is on a whole other level." Meanwhile, So-jun sat in a daze. He rested his head on Longinus, wondering what in the world just happened. Staring at the glowing weapon, Soo-jun recalled its legend. This was the Holy Lance that pierced Christ on the cross. That legend alone was proof that its power was anything but ordinary. My mind raced, analyzing the Holy Spear. But what exactly is its true power? All I have to go on are legends. Just that one story with no further explanation. Can the Spear of Longinus pierce mana shields? Or does it just shorten the distance? I have no idea. As he was lost in thought, a sudden shout shattered his focus. I need another weapon for comparison, but the voice shattered Sojun's concentration, forcing him to find its source. It was a boy with brown hair, but what first caught Sojun's eye was the arsenal on his back. Pausing, Sojun felt a sense of familiarity. I've definitely seen that face before. He's that weirdo who clashed with the authorities. And coincidentally, he was looking right at Seo-jun. The boy jogged over to greet him. He introduced himself. "I'm Lee Min-jun." Repeating the name Seo-jun recalled he was rank 2. Min-jun grinned. "That's me. Hearing you say rank 2 feels a bit strange." Seo-jun responded with a quiet, assessing gaze. "He's on guard." Min-jun quickly stammered, No, you don't have to be so guarded. I was just curious to see what you were like." Seeing Min-jun's frantic apology, Seo-jun relaxed. An announcement echoed. "The dungeon raid test will now begin. All contestants prepare." Boots on the grass, hair in the wind. Seo-jun held his spear. Was this an AR-generated dungeon? The fourth Hunter exam event. Dungeon Raid. The primary evaluation is clear time. Before Seo-jun could even process it, the thundering footsteps of a monster approached. "I have to eliminate this monster," the preacher hissed, baring its fangs. The objective: defeat 10 neckers. 10 of them chucked Seo-jun. The air whistled as Longinus' sharp blade cut down one necker after another. But he wondered why neckers these are AR monsters. So their level should be 1 or 2 ranks below the real thing. But they still set the difficulty this high, Seo-jun mused, standing on a necker's corpse. Just then, another one launched a sneak attack. But Seo-jun saw it coming. Launching himself forward in a whirlwind strike, the necker was torn to shreds where he passed. A world of different from before. Seo-jun unleashed a decisive slash at the final monster. Of course, these were a far cry from real neckers. Even while lost in thought, he eliminated them one by one. "But I can feel it. I am completely different now." He was finally leaving his past behind. "Just 3 months ago, I was a nobody, just struggling to survive. An ordinary person simply trying to exist. But now, I glide through the brush with a single step. I'm a student at the top academy. My entire life has changed." He leaped into the air surrounded by neckers. "But I can't afford to get complacent." He plunged his spear into the final monster. then looked up, breathing heavily. My journey to the top is still a long one, and it will be filled with obstacles. Sojun had defeated them all. With one foot on his foe, he looked both exhausted and triumphant. Becoming the world's greatest hunter isn't just a distant dream. Kim Sojun, 100 standard points. Sojun finished and walked out. He could feel everyone's eyes on him, but he didn't look pleased. Jin Dongmin looked annoyed. Where did this nobody suddenly come from? The girl beside him remained silent. Seojun thought their reactions are brutal but fair. As long as I'm not disqualified, I'm guaranteed to win. This is a competition where the winner is already decided. Across the way, Jin Dongmin and the girl were still glaring. This reaction is more surprising than I expected. Suddenly, Lee Min-jun walked over complaining to Sojun. So close, I really thought I had it this time. Then Min-jun started showering Seojun with praise. He was praising him to the high heavens, but Seojun wasn't paying attention. His gaze was fixed on Kim Kang-chon, his mind racing. The first time I met Kim Kang-chon, I could tell his pride was immense, but now he's unusually quiet. Kang-chon spoke to no one, just leaning against a wall. Finally, Sojun turned back and thanked Min-jun. Thanks, but you were great too. Min-jun replied, Hey, you can drop the formal speech. It's weird if I'm the only one being casual. Sojun hesitated, then agreed. Alright, if you say so. Min-jun beamed. See? It's much better when we're comfortable. Then Sojun's curiosity got the better of him. By the way, I've been meaning to ask, what is that weapon on your back? Do you use it? Min-jun glanced at his shoulder. Oh, this? Yeah, no one ever taught me how. I just figured it out on my own. Seojun was stunned by that answer. No one? You mean you're an unaffiliated contestant? Min-jun folded his arms hesitating. If an independent is self-trained, then I guess so. He glanced at the clueless kid thinking. An independent, someone who learns without an academy. Usually they lack money and talent. Only rarely does a true prodigy appear among them. To be self-trained and defeat the seeds of 3 top academies, he must be a monster talent. You are a real talent. With your skills, any academy would be desperate to recruit you. But he just waved it off. I don't like being tied down. To Kim Sojun, he added, Besides, I have a teacher. He just doesn't know he has a student like me. Sojun was puzzled by Min-jun's cryptic words. They were just too confusing. He was about to ask Min-jun to clarify, but someone burst in stammering. Examinis, my apologies, but an unexpected problem has come up. The room erupted into chaos. Everyone was stunned, but Kang-chon alone remained completely silent. But then, Kim Kang-chon's expression darkened. He sensed that something terrible was about to unfold. The organizer suddenly announced, The judges for this exam had an emergency and won't be able to arrive on schedule. An anxious student demanded, What does that mean? He replied, The instructors selected as judges encountered a dungeon that suddenly manifested. On their way here, it was a 10-star dungeon. They had no choice but to personally intervene and resolve the situation. A green-haired examinee asked in shock, So, what happens to the exam? The organizer said, We're holding an emergency meeting now. My apologies. We will announce the results as soon as we have them. Please just wait a little longer. Everyone grumbled at the news. We just have to wait. But Kang-chon realized this was undoubtedly the work of the justice sect. I don't know how they can generate a 10-star dungeon, but if it's the justice sect, they are more than capable. The problem is, this could shut down the entire evaluation. He thought further. If this continues, Kim So-jun will be declared the winner and everything will end so pointlessly. I doubt the justice sec went to all this trouble for such a lame outcome. He then spoke up. Are we just supposed to stand here and watch? Facing everyone, Kang Chon proposed. Why don't we just change the test format? The organizer asked. The test format? Kang Chon countered. Isn't the final test just individual combat ability anyway? In that case, why not have the examinees fight one-on-one? The other students murmured in agreement. The organizer replied, that makes sense in theory, but it would be very difficult to implement. He explained, there's a massive number of examinees participating in the Hunter Academy's evaluation this year. Holding one-on-one matches for everyone would take far too long. We don't have that kind of time. Plus, it would create issues with the scoring system. It's better to just find new judges and wait. Kang Chon shot back. If you find new judges, that have to be A-rank hunters or higher. Can you really find hunters of that caliber right now? He pressed on. Besides, we can't just wait here forever. The organizer hesitated at Kang Chon's bold proposal. Seeing his uncertainty, Kang Chon pressed his advantage. He became more forceful. Then how about turning this final test into a special event? Not for all the examinees, only for those who volunteer to participate. The organizer repeated. A special event, Kang Chon explained. This evaluation is being broadcast nationwide. The entire country, the association and government officials are all watching. Having the test interrupted by an incident like this, won't that tarnish the Hunter Academy's reputation? The organizer was clearly conflicted, unable to decide. Kang Chon thought, if the exam just ends here, the reputation of the Hunter Academy, one of the nation's top 3, will be shattered. On the surface, I'm just offering a solution for the exam, but from everyone else's perspective, this whole mess is the Hunter Academy's failure to prepare properly. They need a way to divert everyone's attention and give them a spectacle worth watching. And most importantly, if I defeat Kim Seo-jun, there all the fame he's accumulated will become mine. A smirk played on Kang Chon's lips. He would crush Kim Seo-jun and take his place at the top. Kang Chon schemed, even though Kim Seo-jun will be the exam's official winner, everyone will remember me as the one who defeated him. Hearing this, Jin Dong-min and Lee Min-ho voiced their support. That sounds like a great idea. I'm in. Kang Chon turned, realizing they understood his true intentions. Lee Min-ho laughed aloud. Haha, now this sounds fun. Having met his case, Kang Chon's gaze fell on one person. Well, Kim So-jun. Min-ho turned to him. Are you going to join? A vicious thought crossed his mind as everyone agreed. Let's see you get out of this one, Kim So-jun. But So-jun was completely oblivious, only thinking about how much prize money he'd get. From his perspective, it was just an extra test, and winning meant more prize money. Suddenly, the announcer's voice echoed through the hall. An alert appeared. Emergency competition event, total participants 15. The top prospects from each academy would be their representatives. Outside the crowd roared, "Whoa, hunters!" Gaon and Ares Academy are all here, and not just them. Kim So-jun and Lee Min-jun are here too, the ones who beat the big 3. Look, the news feeds are about to crash. The crowd's going wild. I'm so glad this is a live broadcast. A huge explosion. The first victor has been decided. The winner is Jin Dong-min from Gaon Academy. Dong-min raised his fist shield in hand, striking a victory pose. The next contestant was a young woman. As expected, there's no stopping that fire magic. Ryu is the winner. And next, an overwhelming victory for Kang Chon. I'll definitely crush you, Dongmin smirked. Ryu thought the same. I'll show them the power of a true battle mage. I'll make him regret participating. And of course, Kang Chon was eager to flatten Kim So-jun. Prepare yourself, Kim So-jun. He was in the waiting room holding his spear, unaware that everyone was gunning for his head. He just talked of the prize. About 1 billion won maybe, So-jun talked. Besides the winner's prize, if I win the whole event, I could make up to 2 billion won. Seo-jun grinned. If I have 2 billion after spending 500 million on the flip, I'd have 1.5 billion left. The lectures my mentor recommended cost 2 billion and 2.5 billion. Then I can take those lectures sooner than I expected. But first, I have to win this event. His thoughts turned to Dong Min-ru and Kang Chon assessing the situation. I'm not really worried about those three. There's no way I'd lose to them. But then, someone else came to mind. Someone he needed to worry about. But there is one person, just one, who's a real threat in this event. The announcer screamed, "Whoa, what's this?" Contestant Lee Min-jun just tossed his sword aside and drew a bow. Seo-jun pondered Min-jun's weapons. Some people use secondary weapons, but I've never seen anyone use more than 3 types. Normally, you focus on mastering a single weapon to maximize your combat power, Seo-jun thought. But when I counted earlier, I think he had over 8 different weapons. Can he really use all of them? Outside, Min-jun was firing a volley of arrows, overwhelming his opponent. A hit to the head. What the? I thought his main was a sword, but it's a bow. He frantically deflected Min-jun's arrows and charged forward. The opponent raised his sword. Did you think that would fool me? Min-jun tossed his bow aside with a wicked grin, now holding 2 swords. He effortlessly blocked his opponent's strike, then sent him flying with a powerful shove, making him cry out, "Ah!" From his room, So-jun watched the battle unfold. Lim Min-jun. He assessed his fighting style. It's so raw. It wasn't a polished style like Ryu's, Kim Kang-jun's, or Jin Dong-min's, but something completely free and unrestrained. He's not restricted by any convention. Those not formally trained as hunters often develop their own unique styles. I'm the same way. Why is his fighting style so much like my own? A sudden realization hit So-jun. Could he also be a student of the Ultimate Academy? He remembered his mentor's words. We have students all over the world. The Ultimate Academy produced 4 transcendent beings more than any other. Some were from Earth, some were not. But in the end, all 4 achieved great power and status. He recalled Min-jun's words. Actually, there are instructors here whose lectures I've taken, but they wouldn't know I was their student. He thought to himself, now that I think about it, that makes perfect sense. At the Ultimate Academy, all the lectures are on video. The instructors have no idea who is actually watching them. The announcer's voice boomed. The winner is Lim Min-jun. Hehe, I won. Min-jun waved with a chuckle. Seo-jun watched him thinking. Of course, it could be a coincidence, but there are too many suspicious things. The announcer spoke again. As expected of the mock exam second place ranker, that was a completely one-sided battle. He looked down at his notes. Well then, it's time for the final match. I know you've all been waiting for. At last, the contestant we've all been waiting for. In the next match, the disciple of the Mystic Witch, a truly exceptional talent. In the future, she is destined to be one of Korea's most brilliant mages. A girl's face appears on screen, none other than Lee Duan of EOS Academy. The announcer continues. And her opponent is a student hailed as the super rookie of this generation. Bae Jun-ho was also watching this match, eagerly awaiting this very moment. A perfect score on the mock exam at the Shadowhunter Academy. He just shattered a record that had never been broken before. Seo-jun's face flashes across the giant screen. A Hunter Academy student from the Dream Academy, it's Kim Seo-jul. The crowd roars. But look at that shining beauty, Lee Duan. Calling her a genius is an understatement. But genius might not be a strong enough word. Lee Duan is one of the 5 strongest students at EOS Academy, one of the top 3 schools in all of South Korea. Her talent is recognized by ranker Jimin, the genius mage and master scholar, the one destined to become the next grand magus. In Lee Duan's world, the word impossible doesn't exist. Her magic blazes with the intensity of golden fire. Her rank was only low because these trials put mages at a disadvantage. In the EOS Academy trials or the Pro Hunter exams, the results would be completely different. Lee Duan immediately unleashes her magic to intimidate Seo-jun. She smiles triumphantly, but then something feels off. Her mouth hangs open in shock. Kim Seo-jun just swatted her magic away with one hand. Her spell simply vanishes in mid-air. He scratches his head in confusion, muttering, "What was that?" making Lee Duan furious. Her eyes fly open. No way! The two stand facing each other in the vast arena. Is it possible to just cut through magic? Lee Duan thinks. Only 2 things could have destroyed my spell. One is an overwhelmingly powerful mage, but they need to understand the spell's core principles and strike at the perfect moment to dispel it. She continues her thought. But he's not a mage. There's no way he could understand my spell, and even if he did, he couldn't have timed the disruption so perfectly. Meanwhile, Seo-jun looks at his spear thinking, I wondered what would happen against magic, so I just swung it. So it really can dispel magic? He scratches his head. Guess a weapon from Longinus has some kind of special effect. I wonder what this effect is. Hey you, Lee Duan's angry voice calls out. How does this compare to that 1.5 billion won support weapon? While he muses, her magic forms into arrows, ready to pierce him. It seems Lee Duan is serious this time. She's going all out. Seo-jun focuses watching the attack race toward him. He gives his spear a few casual swings, easily deflecting all of her arrows. The crowd roars. My god, he deflected them all. They shout, go for it. Seo-jun, he just cracks his neck, warming up his joints. An explosion erupts behind him instantly. Suddenly, her magic vanishes, and Lee Duan's staff falls from her grasp. She drops to her knees completely stunned, staring at Seo-jun like he's a monster. I can't win. I absolutely cannot win. Just now, a thought flashed through my mind that he is invincible. While she's lost in confusion, Seo-jun's spear is already at her neck. Seo-jun smiles and says, guess I win, huh? She stares at his spear stammering, hey, a monster. The announcer's voice roars. The winner is Kim Seo-jun from the Dream Hunter Academy. An axe and a staff clash in a fierce showdown, wielded by none other than 2 incredibly talented young men. Next up is the fight between Lee Min-hun and Jin Dong-min. The result of this unfolding match is surprising everyone. What a fierce battle indeed. Dong-min grits his teeth thinking, a battle? It doesn't look that way. I'm clearly in the lead. Min-hun is also giving it his all. His hand suddenly reaches for his thigh. Is he pulling something out? Min-hun pushes back, creating distance, then flings a knife at Dong-min, surprising him. Dong-min cries out, "Ak!" What did he just pull out of his sleeve? Seeing his opponent's surprise, Min-hun grins. Dong-min shouts, "Where did you just pull that from?" Min-hun rushes forward relentlessly as Dong-min blocks. Min-hun laughs. Just a hidden talent. Dong-min thinks, irritated, I can't figure out what he'll do next. Min-hun keeps pressing his advantage, while Dong-min struggles to counter his ever-changing attacks. If this goes on, I'll get pulled into his rhythm. Then Minun goes for the finishing blow, launching himself into the air and landing a punch to the gut. The blow lands hard. After a long struggle, Dongmin sinks to his knees. The winner is Lim Minun. Dongmin's voice trembles with rage as he shouts, "That's against the rules. What kind of fighting style is that?" He screams to the heavens, "I don't accept this result. It's invalid." The people around him begin to whisper, "If you call it a strategy, it's not against the rules. But it's a weird way to fight. So what? In a real battle, winning is all that matters. No one cares about the details." The whispers continue. "Still, it's a bit much. If I were Jin Dongmin, I'd be furious." "Yeah, that's true. I get it." Dongmin's voice is broadcast over the screen in a nearby room. "If that guy hadn't played those dirty tricks, I would have won." Kim Sojun thinks to himself, "Either way, he still lost." How would Jin Dongmin have reacted if Lim Minun hadn't fought by constantly changing weapons? The outcome would be the same. After the match, Kang Tron muttered, "Damn it, now I understand the Justice Church's plan." He realized their target wasn't just Kim Sojun. The church wanted both him and Lee Minjun. "I have to watch them both." He recalled the order in his room. "Kang Tron, you don't have to do a thing. Just monitor Kim Sojun's every move." But was it truly that simple? Do nothing. The Justice Church's true goal was to force a showdown between Lee Minjun and Kim Sojun in this test. "I don't need to interfere. Her little event has probably succeeded. Could Lee Minjun be one of them? It must be otherwise. No amount of talent would let him defeat top-tier academy students alone." The announcer's voice boomed. "This event is now reaching its grand finale. Next up is a match you absolutely cannot miss. The man with the power of steel, the pride of the Hunter Academy." Kang Tron's footsteps echoed as he ascended the stage, surrounded by the roaring crowd. He thought, "Just stand and watch, huh?" And his opponent, whose overwhelming blows crushed everything in his path. A familiar shadow appeared. They were using him as a stepping stone. Kang Tron's teeth ground in pure fury. Kim Sojun of the Dream Hunter Academy, the Justice Church. He swore he wouldn't let them win. The speakers blared, "This event has now entered its final thrilling rounds. The next match is one you absolutely cannot afford to miss." As the announcer spoke, the man as strong as steel, the pride of the Hunter Academy, stepped forward. The announcer screamed his name, "Kang Tron of the Hunter Academy." He entered to a storm of cheers. The announcer yelled, "And his opponent entering the ring with powerful strides, the man who has obliterated every challenger." From the announcer's casual tone, Kang Tron knew he was just a prop from the start, meant to make Kim Sojun look good. Kim Sojun of the Dream Hunter Academy, Kang Tron said. Thinking of the Justice Church, he made a vow. "I will shatter your plan. I won't follow your script." Kang Tron unleashed a mana-infused punch, his eyes blazing. Sujun summoned his holy spear, striking and blocking the mana blade from his sword. Kang Tron created a shockwave. He retreated, dragging the blade's tip across the ground. Sojun's boots scraped the floor as he slipped back. A massive crack formed in the arena. Sujun readied Longinus behind him, his grip tightening. Kang Tron glared at the holy spear. His weapon, he thought, assessing it. It had no aura, yet it completely nullified his own. No, it wasn't just blocking it. His sword aura seemed to have no effect on it at all. That weapon looked like plain iron, but it was anything but ordinary. Recalling Sojun's previous fights, he knew that weapon was the source of his high score on this test. Kang Tron leaped into the air. His plan was simple. Be wary of that weapon. Their power levels weren't too different. Kang Tron charged forward, unleashing a mana strike. Kang Tron's ambition flared. I will be the one to defeat Sojun. The commentator erupted as Kangtron unleashed a barrage of attacks. Kangtron is on a relentless offensive. He isn't giving Kim Sojun a single opening. Despite the great sword, his attack speed is unbelievable. Such incredible power, as expected of Kangtron. His strength is truly on another level. Meanwhile, facing the onslaught, Sojun remained perfectly calm, his mind calculating. Kangtron's power surpasses all the other students I fought. As he thought this, Kangtron closed the distance. Mana surged along the edge of the great sword. In this moment, Sojun's iron will never wavered. Just as I thought, he mused, watching the glowing Kangtron. Your top 3 rank isn't an empty title. Gravity pulled Seojun down as he plotted his move. Kangtron felt an immense weight crush him. Sojun had activated his ability. Dark projectile swirled around Kangtron. What is this? Seojun lungs with Longinus held high. But Kangtron's sharp blade parried the spearhead. Their eyes locked in a fierce gaze. Kangtron swung his blade wide to break free from the spear. In a flash, Sojun's killing intent skyrocketed, forcing Kangtron back. His entire presence just changed. Kangtron thought, if his aura was a calm wave before, now it's a raging volcano. Suddenly his great sword was ripped from his grasp. Even the commentator felt the terrifying shift. What just happened? It's unclear, but Kim Kangtron, once on the attack, is suddenly being forced back. Now Sojun has reversed their roles, relentlessly thrusting his holy spear at Kangtron. The commentator notes that after being repelled, Kim Kangtron is facing a ferocious pursuit from Kim Seojun. As their sharp blades clash, Kangtron thinks while defending. So fast, so powerful and intense. Looking at Seojun's determined form, he's left in awe. His power can be described with mere words. Kangtron analyzes the Holy Spear's rotations, comparing them to the advanced sword arts of the Hunter Academy. To him, it's just a simple weapon spin, but Seojun lunges. The spear's sharp tip aims right at Kangtron's neck. Another shockwave erupts. As the smoke clears, a crack is visible from where Kangtron's sword hit the ground. Panting after the desperate dodge, he wonders, how can he wield that weapon so effortlessly? Kangtron quickly analyzes the situation. The problem isn't just the weapon itself. From the very beginning, Kim Sojun hasn't used any sword aura. As Sojun remains calm, Kangtron has a terrible realization. If he were to use his sword aura, he stammers, "Impossible." He stares at Seojun and a memory surfaces. It was just like that woman and her disappointed words. "Is that all? Is this your full power?" she had asked. Kangtron swallowed his pride, kneeling and begging her. With a cold tone, she ignored his strained face with contempt. "With just this much power, you made it into our academy's top 3. He could never forget it. His hands tremble. The memory shatters the nightmare of his first meeting with Lee Hae-run. She hadn't spared him a single glance. She had said, "I wasn't expecting much anyway." Recalling that despair, he screamed, "Impossible! You can't do this!" Back in the present, he grips his great sword with all his mana. In desperation, he roars, "You and her dare to look down on me." The power of desperation fuels him, giving him strength to prove himself. He shouts, "I am Kim Kangtron." An immense torrent of mana surges into his great sword. Facing his foe, he holds his sword high and yells, "Die!" Seojun senses his hostile intent, channeling mana into the holy spear. A sharp crack echoes out. The crowd gasps as he suddenly collapses. Kangtron lies sprawled on the ground, defeated by a harsh reality. He wasn't the main character. The announcer is forced to declare, the winner is Kim Seojun. Having defeated his opponent Seojun, lets out a sigh of relief. A familiar brown-haired figure watches the television screen. The announcer shouts, "Advancing to the final round is Kim Seo-jun." Lim Min-jun breaks into a bright smile at the result. The audience is buzzing as the news sinks in. "Hey, did you see that?" someone asks excitedly, raising their phone to record. "Wow, I'm glad I came to see this live. Is this for real?" says the person next to him, unable to hide his amazement. "Honestly, I thought Kim So-jun was just some plan from the organizers. But wow, even his weapon is insane." Someone who dozed off asks his neighbor, "So, who's fighting? Kim So-jun in the finals?" His friend has to remind him, "Were you asleep?" It's Lim Min-jun, obviously. Kim Kang-tron, Lee Dong-jin, and Dong-min are all out. Who else could it possibly be? To focus the crowd, the announcer speaks. "Thank you all for waiting. The moment we've all been anticipating is here. The final match has arrived. Who do you think will claim the ultimate victory?" the commentator asks enthusiastically. Next up is the showdown between two super rookies who have surpassed the elites of Gon Academy, the Hunter Academy, and AOS Academy. In contrast to the hype, Lim Min-jun smiles calmly. "I really wanted to fight you, but I never expected we would face each other in the finals." He continues, ignoring So-jun's stern expression. "You must be very curious about me, right?" On stage, Se-jun asks, "Did you say you never formally learned martial arts from anyone?" He replies, "That's right." So-jun says, "Even so, your master is here as well." He scratches his head. "That's true, but my master doesn't know I'm his student." So-jun asks, "This master, do I know them?" He suddenly stops scratching his head and falters. Lim Min-jun gets annoyed. "Why are you so curious?" So-jun just smiles. "Because I might know them." Lim Min-jun is surprised. "What, you know our master?" Then he says, "You're lying." So-jun says nothing and only smiles, but thinks to himself, "I should have just mentioned the Supreme Academy." Seo-jun forms a quick plan. No, maybe not. What if Lim Min-jun isn't a guest student from the Supreme Academy? Then I can just say it was a misunderstanding. But if he is, like me, also a guest student from the Supreme Academy, then this changes everything. A cunning spark flashes in Sorun's strategic mind. He coldly reminded himself that even as academy students, they were not on the same side. On the contrary, he had to see him as a rival. He told himself, "I can read Lee Min-hun, so I can't be reckless." He thought, "Let's test him and ignore the announcer. How will the victor be hailed? No further introduction is needed, right? In this event, whose name will everyone be cheering?" Seorun focused his question. "If your master is who I think, he must be a transcendent level warrior, right?" Lee Min-hun slipped. "How did you know?" The announcer roared on. "Kim So-run versus Lee Min-hun. Lee Min-hun versus Kim So-run." The predictable outcome was now a complete mystery. Panicked, he just asked, "Who in the world are you?" Kim So-run replied, "I wanted to ask the same, but it seems we can talk this out calmly. Therefore, I have a proposal." As the announcer hyped the finals, he offered, "The loser of this match must answer one question from the winner." "How about it?" Amid the roaring crowd, Lee Min-hun quietly asked, and the loser is forced to tell the truth. The announcer yelled, "Begin!" At the same time, Kim So-run said vaguely, "You will have to judge that yourself." The announcer's shout echoed as the final match began. The crowd's cheers shook the stage, but both fighters stood motionless. This confused the audience. What is happening? Why are they just staring at each other in the ring? Kim So-run analyzed Lee Min-hun. On the surface, he looks clumsy, but looking at his combat stance, he realized something new. In battle, he has no visible weaknesses. Lee Min-hun charged, yelling, You are no pushover after all. His eyes track his opponent, his brain instantly processing the signals. Lee Min-hoon holds a sword now, but based on his fighting style, it is not simply a sword. His grip on the holy spear tightened. Channeling his mana, he planned. I have to go all out from the start. He thrust the spear determined to find a weak point. The spear had met the blade, shattering it instantly. The spear launched again, but he flipped into a quick handstand. Dodging the deadly tip, he backed away step by step. Kim So-run thought, "Tsk." He abandoned his weapon and retreated. He longed, thinking to himself, if I had been any slower, the match would have ended right there. Suddenly, So-run froze. A volley of arrows rained down on him. So-run spun his holy spear, deflecting the arrows in a flawless circular shield. Lee Min-hoon watched impressed. "Whoa, amazing," he added. "That weapon of yours, I am pretty curious about it." He then asked, "If I win, you will answer my question about it, right?" So-run replied, "Of course." He added, "But that is only if you win." Lee Min-hoon laughed, yelling, "Then I will have to try even harder." Then they clashed once more, their weapons a blur in the air. Looking back, Lee Min-hoon praised him with excitement. "You are really strong." Nothing was wrong yet. So-run felt a strange tension. What is this strange feeling, he wondered, swinging his spear. So-run planted his feet, parrying with Longinus. So-run made a silent judgment. Unlike someone who would break rules to win, his thoughts continued. He does not seem to want victory at all. So-run noted that, despite occasional jeers from the crowd, he seemed completely unbothered by them. It reminded So-run. They both paused. He asked, "Don't you want to beat me?" Lee Min-hoon replied, "What nonsense are you spouting? Of course I want to win. I have a question for you," So-run pressed seriously. "Is that so? You show no desire to win at all." He looked stunned. "Huh? Days," he repeated himself. "I don't know what you mean. I want to win more than anyone." He added, "It is just losing is okay too." The crowd yelled, "Losing is okay. Why aren't you using every trick you have to win?" But he remained indifferent. "I am trying my best to beat you. There is no shame in trying your best, right?" With a stern face, So-run said, "I don't know if you are trying, but to everyone else," he cut in, "I don't care." Lee Min-hoon smiled. "No matter how others insult me, my own value doesn't decrease." That left him speechless. A moment later, he smirked. Tossing the holy spear aside, he formed a new blade. This wasn't the holy spear, but a completely ordinary one. So-run spoke. "Now it is my turn. Don't think for a moment I am underestimating you." The voice of Sakyamuni echoed. "What kind of word is it that you wish to see?" Kim So-run stared intently at his phone, listening to the lecture. The master continued, "In truth, the world isn't as beautiful as we think. If the laws of nature are not strong enough, they are cast aside. That is why we must constantly temper ourselves." He tilted his head deep in thought. The voice went on. "So we are not eliminated. So we do not fall behind others. Today we must become even stronger than we were yesterday." As Kim So-run faced Lee Min-hoon, a thought struck him. Hearing Lee Min-hoon's words now reminds me of Shakyamuni's teachings. So-run recalled the memory. The master asked him, "This humble monk must ask, have you ever once escaped this mindset?" His eyes widened in sudden realization. The voice continued, "Even for just a single moment." In the distance, the master sat peacefully under a tree. "Have you ever stepped out of that world to see it from a different perspective?" He began a story from his past. "This is a tale from my time in training." The scene shifts to a vast forest bathed in the soft light of morning. The story began when Shakyamuni still had his human name Siddhartha Gautama, a wise monk with a kind face and a gentle smile. This was before he attained Buddhahood, while he was still on his path of cultivation. One day, Siddhartha Gautama was watching a group of children as they held a running competition. He sat and observed them. For some reason, they raced over and over again. In every one of those races, a certain boy always finished last. And yet, though exhausted, his face was always radiant, and a smile never seemed to leave him. Seeing this, Siddhartha Gautama grew very curious. As the story goes, his curiosity got the better of him, and he approached the boy. He asked cheerfully, "Why do you run like that?" The boy replied with excitement, "Because I like it." Surprised, the master asked again, "You enjoy running?" The boy nodded, "Yes." The master continued, "Don't you get tired of running?" The boy answered patiently, "Of course, but I'm fine after a little rest." At that moment, a faint image of Sujun appeared. He was stunned to hear the master ask, "But what if the others catch up to you?" The boy was defiant, hands on his hips, as he replied, "My finish line and their finish lines are different, so how could they possibly catch up?" The master was taken aback by this answer. Pointing to a distant tree, he asked then, "What is the finish line you see over there?" He watched as the boy answered, "Other people are standing there, so I'm not sure if that's really the final destination." With a cheerful grin, the boy began to run again, shouting, "For me, that's just a checkpoint." Along the way, the boy ran on, leaving Sujun and the master staring blankly at the small figure dashing ahead. The master then spoke, breaking the silence. "That boy continued to finish last but later in the biggest race ever held in my country. I heard that the boy achieved an absolutely incredible result." Sojun listened, his gaze lost on that fleeting figure. The master explained, "At the time, I thought of it as building a tower. Each little bit of effort was used to construct the self, to build one's own life. So I repeated my harsh training endlessly, all to build a more perfect tower than before." Then the wooden beams of my tower suddenly gave way, but as I listened to that boy's words, a new thought entered my mind. This tower I was building, perhaps it doesn't need to be completed. Maybe it's fine if it's chipped and flawed. Why had I never once thought of that? He shared this sincere revelation with him. Back in the present, Lim Minjun and Kim So-jun stood facing each other. The master's voice echoed in his mind. "A long time ago, a young boy gave this monk a great enlightenment." So-jun thought, "Our world is a world of competition. If you don't fight every single day, you will be cast aside. If you fall behind, you simply disappear. The desperate struggle for money is survival of the fittest, where the strong devour the weak. So I had to push myself every day, thinking I had to grow faster so I wouldn't be left behind." He fought hard, taking on challenges to improve, but then he realized it. The more he struggled, the more anxious he became, and he found himself obsessed with the Zenith Academy. He remembered lying in bed still terrified, completely consumed by the obsession to keep pushing forward. In his mind, an image of himself was always running, trying with all his might not to be eliminated, not to be left behind, to not be surpassed. To survive this brutal competition, he recalled the boy's words, "It's fine. Others are standing there, so it might not be the goal." As the wooden planks fell through the air, the words echoed to me, "It's just a checkpoint." Lim Minjun's image appeared and said, "No matter what others say, my own value doesn't change." The sight of the falling planks made Sujun realize something. "Now I finally get it." Recalling the words of Shakyamuni, he let out a cold laugh. Why had he never thought of it that way? His arm trembled, but he held Longinus tight, calculating his move. With the spear of Longinus, victory would be simple. Whatever trick Lee Min-jun tried, he could simply shatter it. Sojun declared, "My will to win hasn't changed." He then summoned his own familiar spear. Lee Min-jun watched him, a mix of confusion and suspicion in his eyes. Seeing his own weapon, Sojun smiled confidently. Winning through better gear is its own kind of power. The crowd murmured in confusion. He swapped one legendary spear for another. But in this fight, something changed. Sojun declared, "You said others' curses don't lessen your worth." He continued with new confidence. "So, by that logic, their praise doesn't raise my value either, right?" Sojun thought, "I refuse that. I will be the one who decides my own worth." A confused Lim Min-jun stared at him. "You're more interesting than I thought," he admitted. In the arena center, all eyes were on Lim Min-jun as he began removing his own equipment. "I'll do the same as you," he said. "Don't think I'm underestimating you." He readied his weapon, taking his stance. His discarded gear lay on the ground. "This is all my master taught me," he declared, "and it's what I trust the most." A crater marked the stage where Kim Sojun and Lim Min-jun fought. Both warriors were resolved. "I will be the one to win, so just give up." Spear met dagger, their faces inches apart. Neither would yield. Then a sharp grin spread across Lim Min-jun's face. In that instant, Sojun felt his spear's wooden shaft flick upwards by a dagger. Lim Min-jun threw Sojun off balance. He ducked, gathering power, then lunged. Before Sojun could even counter, a flurry of dagger thrusts followed. One grazing his shoulder, another nicking his side. Trapped by the relentless assault, he could only defend the pressure. Sojun thought, "It's overwhelming." Watching the youth attack with such glee, Sojun remained wary with Longinus. Each blow would have been a fatal threat. Sojun's mind raced. Before he could process, his opponent grabbed the spear shaft, his other hand shooting forward with a dagger. He was forced to block the attack. Trapped in this bind, Sojun admitted, "This style is incredibly difficult to counter." His attacks were unpredictable, constantly shifting. A thin line of wrap trickled between the fingers, blocking the blade. To break the pressure, he swung his spear wide, forcing them apart. He felt no stress fighting Lim Min-jun, only exhilaration. Strangely, he felt that losing wouldn't even matter. They both charged forward, thinking the same thing. "Losing is fine, but I'll fight my hardest to win." A smile finally touched Sojun's lips. "So this is how much fun a real battle can be." In the middle of the class, he suddenly asked, "Is weapon mastery all you learn from your teacher?" But Lim Min-jun suddenly leaped from behind him. "It's far too early to be surprised," he said cryptically. He swung his blade in a vicious arc, but Sojun dodged just in time. The impact left a spiderweb crack on the ground. Sojun struggled slightly, still swinging his spear. Seeing the air before him shimmer, he wondered, "Dust." Then he realized the dust was thickening. Lim Min-jun flickered in and out of view within the haze. When the dust finally settled, he was gone. Only a new crater remained. Lim Min-jun had vanished. Sojun wondered, a stealth technique. He can use a high-level skill like that. It wasn't perfect, yet he silently assessed. A faint trace of him still lingered. Sojun's mind screamed at him, "If I lose focus, he'll vanish completely." So Lim Min-jun wanted to settle this with one final move. Sojun smirked. He was certain victory was his. "That's fine by me." After all, he possessed Merlin's mana and the space steering technique. A memory of the fight flashed through his mind. He saw every move, even how the dust cloud was formed. And then the shocking realization hit him. Spear in hand, Sojun held his stance. So this is all it takes, he wondered. It wasn't a lack of self-confidence, he realized, but seeing Lee Min-jun's free-flowing style made him understand something crucial. He thought, all this time, my fighting has been too rigid. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from behind him. Learning many things is wonderful. Merlin's deep voice echoed in his mind. But learning always creates habits, and those very habits can chain you down, because you're only absorbing what others have already created. Merlin's words rang with clarity. Learning gives the illusion of progress, but it's often just imitation. You must remember this, Merlin had warned. Following that memory, Sojun closed his eyes. He thought, it's not Merlin's mana, it's my own. Merlin had said, you can't be satisfied with just learning. He gripped the spear, channeling his own mana. I have to do this my own way. Merlin's flat voice continued. Learning must exist as a means to express yourself. Sojun closed his eyes. And one more thing, Merlin's knowledge. He felt mana wash over him. Chiron's perception, Xiangyu's mountain toppling strength, Shakyamuni's unmoving heart, a divine power manifested. No, none of these are it. He erupted spear, aura blazing. It has to be something of my own. A golden light blazed on stage, surprising many. Whoa, that's spear aura. Even people in the crowd were astonished. No, that's impossible. Hunters must train for decades to reach that state. So how could a trainee do something like that on stage? Sojun was strangely calm. He could feel the spear aura in his grasp. Sensing Min-jun, he immediately spun and thrust it towards him. With blinding speed, the spear aura split into two separate paths. He smirked, his blade at the boy's throat. At that moment, the sword in Min-jun's hand shattered. Finally, he spoke. I lost. The stage erupted with cheers. Inside a clean, lavish room in the Church of Justice, Kia was about to enjoy a cup of hot tea. A voice suddenly rang out, reporting, the final winner is Kim So-jun. She didn't react right away. Kia slowly raised the teacup to her lips, then calmly nodded. Is that so? A moment later, she set it back on the table. Her indifferent gaze swept over the follower. Was it a failure? The follower Kankurt stammered. About that, he seemed to hesitate. I'm not sure, he reported. It looks like a failure, but I don't know if I should call it that, she asked, confused. What do you mean by that? Kankurt replied. Kim So-jun suddenly changed his fighting style. In the final, he used an aura blade. Kia's face instantly darkened. She frowned, thinking this was not part of the plan. Outwardly, however, Kia pretended everything was still under control. She stood up and said, I know. For now, keep a close watch on him. I will report this matter to the apostles. Kurt was likely dissatisfied and decided to ask, is there a reason we have to go to such lengths? Upon hearing that, her hand froze in midair. Kia whipped her head toward him. What did you say? Kurt quickly tried to explain. I know Kim So-jun is a person that we should be watching. He spoke carefully. But the Korean Association has begun a full investigation into the appearance of the 10-star dungeon. This has disrupted the plan we prepared for 10 years. Honestly, I don't understand why we're doing all of this just for that kid. The more Kurt spoke, the bolder he got. He let something slip that he shouldn't have. What exactly did the Apostle of Serenity say? Tia's face turned to stone. She warned Kurt. The follower fell silent. The air instantly grew tense. As he swallowed hard and bowed his head. I apologize, he said. Kia crossed her arms without replying, her mind drifting to the past. A few days ago, inside a secret chamber of the church, The room was lit only by two flickering flames. A mysterious man stood in the center. A cloak hid his entire face. The figure spoke. Kia, I've heard about the mana overload incident in Korea. Is it true? She knelt respectfully and replied, Yes, it is true. The man continued his questions. I also heard that it has been resolved. Who was the one that resolved the mana overload? This time, Kia's expression remained calm. She replied truthfully. The person was Kim So-jun. But inside she was in turmoil, realizing something was strange here. This is odd. He clearly knows everything. Yet he summoned me just to ask about this. The man's face was hidden beneath his cloak. Kia couldn't see his expression, which only made her more anxious. Why is he asking who resolved it? How could he suddenly? The mysterious man gave another order. Keep a close eye on that Kim So-jun. Startled, Kia looked up and hesitated to ask, May I ask the reason? The man said nothing, but his eyes suddenly glowed a deep crimson. He then unleashed his power. Caught off guard, Kia was crushed by the intense pressure. Her body trembled as a pain cry escaped her lips. The very air around them grew dense. The man's voice boomed menacingly. Kia, I trust you understand your position as the heir to one of the 7 apostles. His voice held a dark truth. But sometimes you've forgotten your place. An immense pressure crushed her to the ground. Helpless, Kia collapsed to her knees. Pleading for her life, she whispered, I'm sorry. Suddenly, the suffocating presence was gone. Faintly, Kia could hear the sound of footsteps on the velvet carpet. The black-robed figure walked right past her. Just as Kia thought it was all over, his chilling voice echoed once more. He is not someone you can rely on. Her eyes shut open as she spun around, her face instantly going pale. A chilling thought then struck her. Not just the apostle of purity, the highest figure in the Church of Truth. Being one of the 7 apostles made you untouchable, no matter who you were. The mysterious man never turned back, his threat hanging in the air. You've been acting without the elders' approval. Given your position as the successor, I can let those matters slide for now. But report everything concerning Kim So-jun to me. Back in the present, Kia stood by the window biting her finger. To use an apostle of judgment as a mere messenger, few in the world could do such a thing. But then a realization hit her. A wave of emotion struck her so hard, she bit through her finger. Kia thought no, in reality there's only one person, only him. Meanwhile, outside the arena, voices buzzed with excitement. That was insane, I could die happy. I never expected Kim So-jun to be that powerful. When's the professional hunter exam? Should we contact him right now? Park So-jun sighed helplessly. What should I do? The more I see you, the more you look like a monster. Leaning against the wall, Kim So-jun laughed. A monster? Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? Park So-jun shot back. Not at all. Anyone would think that, especially after seeing your aura blade. Speaking of which, Park So-jun got curious. But where did you even learn the aura blade? He couldn't say, simply dodging the question. I just got lucky, she grumbled, hiding things again, but she let it go with a sigh. Ooh, so we're done for today. Heading home? He nodded. Yeah, but I need to meet someone first. Park So-jun was surprised. Meet someone? Just then a commotion erupted behind them. Lee Min-jun snapped. Hey, come on, I already told you I'm not interested. His harsh words were met by the recruiter's slick promises. We promise you the best conditions, including a full scholarship. Our academy has the best instructors and facilities. If you keep self-studying, it'll be tough to prepare for the professional hunter exam. Just give it a try. Come tour our academy. Park Seo-joon pointed toward them, asking him, "Is he the one you wanted to see?" Kim Seo-joon nodded. "Yeah, that's him." But the chaos around Lee Min-jun only grew louder. He shouted, "I don't care what you offer. I am not going to an academy." Kim Seo-joon watched from the side, just as he figured everyone was all over him. In his eyes, Lee Min-jun was the ultimate prize that every academy wanted. Even though he lost the final match, the fact that he was self-taught and had no academy affiliation was more than enough to grab everyone's attention. To the academies, he was a must-have talent. A prodigy like that couldn't be ignored. Kim Seo-joon groaned inwardly. "This isn't good. How am I supposed to talk to him with that crowd around him? I should have known this would happen. I should have picked a more private meeting place." Meanwhile, Lee Min-jun was still refusing. "No, I said I'm not interested." And then his eyes locked onto Kim Seo-joon's face. Huh. In that very instant, Lee Min-jun vanished from the middle of the crowd, leaving nothing but an afterimage. A second later, he appeared right behind Kim Seo-joon. "I'll go to Dream Hunter Academy," he announced. After his declaration, he asked, "That's okay, right?" Everyone else was left completely stunned by his choice. All eyes were on them. But Lee Min-jun paid them no mind. "Anyway, my decision is final," he yelled. "What? Let's go!" And with that, he dragged Kim Seo-joon away. Park Seo-joon and he were both frozen. Huh? Wait, what's going on? A moment later, she peeked from behind a wall, seeing the recruiters all running in the wrong direction. They were panting and cursing. "Where did he go? Damn it!" As their footsteps faded, Park Seo-joon knew they'd escape. Once the trouble was gone, Kim Seo-joon confronted the cause of it all. "What were you thinking back there?" Lee Min-jun just laughed sheepishly. "They were just so persistent, I didn't know what to do. Besides, it's not like I haven't considered it." Kim Seo-joon was shocked. "I thought you didn't want to join an academy." Lee Min-jun didn't try to hide his admiration for him. "I was just thinking about whether I should go to the same academy as you." Kim Seo-joon stared at him, absolutely stunned. The words "what the heck" were written all over his face. I was at a complete loss for words. He said he'd come to the academy, and I couldn't bring myself to refuse. After all, I'm just a student at Dream Hunter Academy. If I protested, Seo-joon probably wouldn't let him enroll, but I couldn't interfere with her decision so emotionally. Kim Seo-joon decided to put the matter aside for now. He deflected. "We can talk about that later." He turned to face the boy, his expression now serious. "Do you remember our promise?" Lee Min-jun nodded. "Of course." First, he thought, "I need to address the real issue." So he cut straight to the chase. "This master you mentioned, who exactly is he?" Lee Min-jun closed his eyes with a slight smirk, as if expecting the question, then his eyes snapped open with resolve. Lee Min-jun declared confidently, "I don't know." A vein pulsed on Kim Seo-joon's temple as he shot the boy a scornful glare. Kim Seo-joon was furious. "Is that the answer I've been waiting for?" His killing intent began to skyrocket. Sitting with rage, Kim Seo-joon stormed towards him. He growled, his voice a low threat. "Are you messing with me? Because that would mean you're lying." "Fine, I'll just have to make you talk." Lee Min-jun broke into a cold sweat, waving his hands frantically. No, that's not it. I really don't know," he pleaded. "Please believe me. I'm serious. He doesn't even know I'm his student." Kim Seo-joon was skeptical. "But you said you were taught how to use that dagger." Lee Min-jun gestured nervously. "Well, that is..." But before he could finish, Kim Seo-joon pressed on. "Plus, you said your master was a transcendent level awakened, and you don't even know who he is. Facing the relentless interrogation, Lee Min-jun answered with a slight tremble. No, because he never taught me. I learned everything by secretly watching him. He stood before them and stated, I've never had a formal teacher. In this day and age, the idea of a self-taught hunter wasn't unheard of. It was common for someone with no money or talent to dream of becoming a hunter. But Lee Min-jun's case was entirely different. He wasn't like the others. He had talent. And he certainly wasn't poor, but he refused to be tied down by any academy's curriculum. So he chose to train alone. He began to tell his story. I trained alone deep in the mountains. I had no master, but I preferred it to a stuffy academy program. His thoughts drifted back to the past. That continued until one fateful day. I was going through my usual training routine when I suddenly sensed a presence. There a man was lying face down in a grassy clearing. Though his wounds weren't clear, it was obvious he was gravely injured. Lee Min-jun rushed to his side, shaking him and shouting with concern, Hey, are you alright? Back in the present, Lee Min-jun continued his story for Kim So-jun. That injured mysterious man lying motionless on the grass, he was the key that would unlock everything to come, Lee Min-jun said quietly. That was our first meeting. Lee Min-jun shook the man again. Hey, are you okay? Blood was still seeping from his wounds. He hoisted the stranger onto his shoulders, panicking. These wounds are too deep. I have to get you to a hospital now. Just then, the man on his back whispered weakly, No, I can't go down the mountain. Lee Min-jun's eyes widened. Startled, he asked, What do you mean? You need a hospital right now, or you're going to die. The man repeated his voice, a rugged whisper. I can't go down. Lee Min-jun could sense the desperation in his words, so he abandoned the idea of taking him to a hospital. With no other choice, he continued. I decided to care for him myself. He brought him to an abandoned house on the mountain. There, Lee Min-jun laid the stranger down and began dressing his wounds. He fed the man porridge one spoonful at a time. Day after day, his wounds slowly began to heal, much to Lee Min-jun's relief. At first, his condition was so critical. It was a miracle he hadn't died on the spot. But as time passed, I noticed he was recovering at an incredible rate. Lee Min-jun walked silently through the woods lost in thought. Has it really been a month since I started caring for him? I hope he finally wakes up today. Suddenly, a voice from the distance startled him. We thought you were dead. It seems you not only survived, but you've been hiding here. Hiding behind a tree, he saw figures robed in black, their swords aimed at the man. The very same man he was protecting. Coming all this way for a dying old man, you must be bored. Min-jun's expression was still tense. That old man, he just woke up today. More importantly, what is this? The figures in black spoke. Did someone help you? The man replied coldly. You don't need to know. The man in black sneered. Why wouldn't I know? You mean the fool hiding over there? Min-jun froze, his cover completely blown. Suddenly, with a flash of movement, one thug fell dead. In an instant, the old man had dispatched more than 4 of them. Her bodies flew into the air, cut down by his blade. The remaining thugs were paralyzed with fear. They roared, Get him, and charged all at once. Kim So-eun noticed the boy's arm trembling, his eyes wide with terror. I've never seen anyone fight like that in my life. This wasn't part of the plan at all. One of them growled through gritted teeth. The old man's killing intent flared. I suppose you've forgotten you can't even see me. Suddenly, the old man turned to him and roared. Get out of here now and don't ever return. The overwhelming aura made him shield his eyes. When he looked again, the man had vanished, leaving only corpses behind. Just like that, the old man was gone. Minjun didn't understand what happened, but he decided to obey the man's command. I had no idea what was going on, but my instinct screamed at me to listen. So, before leaving, I gathered my belongings. While packing, Minjun spotted a dusty old book. It was a manuscript the old man had left behind. I was in such a rush, I panicked. Back in the present, Minjun explained awkwardly. I intended to give it back to him if I ever saw him again, but I never have. Both Kim Sojun and Soun were filled with doubt and shock. Kim Sojun cut in. Hold on, you're saying that old man is your master? But how can you call him that if he never taught you anything? Your master, Minjun answered. When I looked inside the manuscript, I realized it contained his most priceless techniques. Priceless techniques? He asked. It detailed dagger arts and the art of invisibility, and I read it, he admitted scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. Kim Seun clarified. So you're saying he doesn't even know he has a disciple? Minjun answered sheepishly. From his fighting style, I'm sure my master created the priceless techniques in this book. But my master doesn't know I have his records or that I've been learning his techniques from them. Seeing their disbelief, Minjun frantically tried to explain. I know it sounds crazy, but I'm telling the truth. Kim Sojun thought, yeah, he's probably lying. But he's no ordinary cadet from the Apex Academy either. Minjun raised a hand. I swear it's true. But he was asked again, you really have no idea who that man was? Minjun sighed, defeated. I honestly don't. In fact, I joined the placement test hoping that in a big event like this, my master might find me. After a moment of thought, Sojun finally spoke. She continued, listening to your story, a thought occurred to me. Do you think the man you call your master is actually the Dark Saint? A stunned silence fell over the other two. The Dark Saint. He was a legend like the Sword Saint, one of Korea's 5 national heroes, and among those 5, he was by far the most mysterious. A peerless genius of assassination. A recluse known only by his title. But if the Sword Saint's own granddaughter, Miss Soryon, was saying this, Kim Sojun asked, Miss Soryon, have you ever actually met the Dark Saint? Soryon replied, what? Oh yes, I met him a few times when I was young. He used to visit my grandfather occasionally. They always ended up arguing though. He pressed on. Then, Miss Soryon, could you ask the Sword Saint about Minun's manuscript? I'm sure the Sword Saint would know if it truly belongs to the Dark Saint. She replied, you may be right. My grandfather would know if it's the Dark Saint's. I can ask him, but are you okay with that? She then turned her gaze to Minun, who seemed completely stunned. He was still processing everything that was happening, her grandfather. The next day at Dream Hunter Academy, Kim Sojun stared grimly at the screen. How can equipment cost $500,000? He grumbled, planting his hands on his hips. How does this academy even run? No matter how much I earn, I can never cover the costs. But he had no other choice. Whatever I don't urgently need sport gear anyway. The $1 million prize for first place has already been deposited. The event match prize money will probably take longer. Then, regaining his senses, he exclaimed, What? That beautiful lady is the Sword Saint's granddaughter. He bowed his head respectfully. Then, please help me find my master. She waved her hand dismissively. Right, I will ask my grandfather. Sojun recalled. He was hesitant to show the manuscript to anyone. However, he was confident in demonstrating what he had learned, so he decided to return today to meet the Sword Saint together. Kim Sojun wondered, wait a second, Why is Minun so formal with Miss Sorion? He completely dropped the formalities with me right away. A free pass. He tapped the purchase button and his phone lit up with notifications. The sudden boost in his learning speed was shocking. So it increases even without the pass. Suddenly a blue light erupted from his phone with a new alert. Staring at the glare, he thought, hold on with this. The message appeared. Mandatory Intro Course Transcendental Combat Skill, Professor Chijo. You have completed the class and learned Metamorphosis. Light shot out, engulfing the room. When the light faded, Sojun appeared, examining his body with a look of pure disbelief. He even did a little dance before freezing. Oh, his expression was utterly blank. Did anything even change? He wondered. After Xiangyu's class, he felt platinum power flowing through him. But this time, there was nothing. In the martial arts novels, metamorphosis involved bones twisting and reforming, or even purging impurities from the body. He scratched his head. Guess fiction is just fiction, Well, it's a bit of a letdown, but I definitely finish it. Suddenly a cold chill shot down his spine. He whipped around instantly on guard. His face tensed. What was that? Another chill raced down his spine, feeling like a cold blade pressed against his neck. He froze at an unbelievable voice. Even if you could see me, how did you detect my presence? It seems you cannot see my form. Is it an innate sense? Truly surprising. He scanned his surroundings, gripping his spear tightly as cold sweat formed. The voice returned. Don't be alarmed. I didn't come here to kill you. Sujun demanded. Who are you? The voice drew nearer. You will be a tough rival for that kid. A realization hit him. Could it be? A shadowy figure with glowing eyes stepped forward. Are you the Black Saint? Kim Sojun watched in silence, his mind racing. A legendary assassin, a master of stealth. The Black Saint remarked coolly. You catch on fast, but I still can't fathom how you detected my presence. Facing the question, Sojun looked just as confused and thought. Honestly, I'm wondering the same thing. It must be the metamorphosis skill Chijo just taught me. His thoughts drifted. Wait, isn't this more like a super sense? Maybe this skill has hidden secondary abilities. I should review the last part of the lecture to be sure. Lowering his spear, Sojun asked, Did you come here because of what Minun told you? The Black Saint clasped his hands behind him, replying calmly, You could say that. Sojun felt a pang of annoyance. Just as I thought you deliberately left the Saint's scroll. The Black Saint clicked his tongue. Did that brat tell you? Telling anyone about the scroll doesn't do him any favors. Sojun shook his head with a small laugh. When would he? Minun doesn't even know you're the Black Saint. He didn't even realize you left the scroll on purpose. The Black Saint, realizing the issue, roared in anger. What, that little brat? To calm things down, Sojun added, Actually, Minjun is on his way here now. He should arrive any minute, so why not say hello? At this, the Black Saint composed himself. That brat is coming here. Seems I am not as free as I thought. Sojun quickly asked, What do you mean, not as free as you thought? The Black Saint said slowly, If I wanted to meet him, I would have, but not now. Fine, that was my reason for coming to you anyway. He cut to the chase. Time is short, so let's get straight to the point. Kid, you are involved with the Church of Justice, aren't you? Confused, Sojun quickly corrected him. No, I have no connection to that church, though I do believe I met a man named Kia once. The Black Saint continued. Kia, the Apostle of Purity. I see, so that is how it is. Noticing Sojun's confusion, he added, It is because I was tracking the Church of Justice for some time. Sojun asked the Church of Justice why the Black Saint face turned to ice. because I don't trust those beasts. He began a story. Most people in the world view the Church of Justice as mankind's saviors, the ones who put an end to the great flood. But not everything you see and hear is the truth. You know of the great beast Berus being hunted by the church, correct? Sojun replied, yes, but why bring him up? The Black Saint's gaze grew heavy. On that day, Berus was never truly defeated. In the records of the past, Berus was a terrifying beast, so monstrous they call it the second great flood. The hunt for it by the grand eclipse and the seven apostles marked the end of that disaster. Sojun was lost, not defeated. What is he trying to say? The Dark Saint saw his doubt. That beast cannot be killed. He listened intently. Doesn't that seem strange? If the church truly hunted it down, shouldn't its corpse have been found? So why is there no photographic proof? No video evidence whatsoever. No matter how chaotic the great flood was, for not a single trace to remain is simply impossible. The next word stunned him. The behemoth simply vanished. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Wait a second. If the Church of Justice failed, how are they hailed as saviors of mankind? The Dark Saint answered, they certainly affected the beast. More accurately, the great calamity did. The behemoth, it never perished. He turned away, continuing. At first, I thought it was just my own wild speculation. But after a few years, certain incidents confirmed my suspicions. No, incident is the wrong word. The Dark Saint turned back his gaze cold. Have you ever wondered why the Apostle of Serenity's seat is vacant? Sojun replied. The church announced he died of old age. Then a realization dawned. Or perhaps precisely, the Dark Saint said. The Apostle of Serenity vanished instantly, just like the great behemoth. He let out a sharp laugh. Ha! Died of old age. What a ridiculous story. The seven apostles have been together since ancient times, yet only one of them dies from old age. Does that make any sense to you? Before he could answer, the Dark Saint continued, I see a striking parallel between these two disappearances. To uncover the truth, I began tracking the Church of Justice. My investigation led to two conclusions. First, those bastards tried to kill me for digging too deep. And second, the recent Star Demon dungeon subjugation was a scheme orchestrated by the Church, a scheme with you at its very center. Sojun was stunned. What? Why would they? The Dark Saint's voice grew grim. I don't know the exact reason, but the Church of Justice is definitely watching you. Sojun asked, why are you telling me all of this? The Dark Saint revealed his purpose. Because I need a favor from you. He turned to face him. Please look after that boy in my stead. Sojun stared at him. That boy? You mean Minjun? The Dark Saint let out a dry cough. Yes, if I could, I would have raised him myself. But as long as the Church of Justice is lurking, I cannot personally care for him. It's part of their plan. He went on. The Church has a unique method of observing its targets. I don't know how it works, but when their target acts, they see the complete outcome. That is why those monsters call it observation. The Dark Saint added, and I am one of their most closely watched targets. Anyone who associates with me is immediately put under their surveillance. That's why you must be the bridge between me and the boy. Realization hit him and he protested. Hey, hold on a second. Does that mean you just put a target on my back? But the old man shook his head. You are the sole exception, the Dark Saint explained. As I said, the Church is watching you. However, just like me, you are hidden from their sight. So, even when we meet like this, those monsters can't perceive a thing. And if I act through you as an intermediary, they will attribute the action to you, not me. Sojun scratched his head, looking unconvinced. Okay, I get why they can't observe you, but why can't they observe me? The dark saint's reply was blunt. I don't know. He slowly stepped closer. I escaped their gaze by entering a state of non-existence. But why you can do the same is a mystery even to me, Serun thought. So, we're just full of questions, huh? He wondered if it was related to the Supreme Academy and the missing records about his own past. The Dark Saint pulled a book from his robes. My time is running out. He handed the book to Sorun. Please, make sure the boy gets this. He added, I'm racing against time, so I only managed to write down the dagger and stealth arts. This manual is more detailed. Seorun was baffled. How could this man possibly trust him with something so important? The old man replied calmly, the only people I never deal with are those who break their promises. In other words, don't do anything foolish. Another book materialized in his hand. Calling this compensation is a stretch, but take it. It's another technique I've recorded. It will prove useful to you. But he was immediately shot down. I don't need this. Instead of this book, how about you give me something else? The air went dead silent. He cursed inwardly. This little punk. A technique from the Black Saint is a priceless treasure. Even an S-rank hunter would scramble over begging to receive it. Is it possible he doesn't know this? Despite that, he still asked, so, what is this something else you want? He scratched his head. Oh, nothing special then. A cunning grin spread across his face. But have you ever heard of child support? The Black Saint was in disbelief. Did I hear him correctly? Money? This brat was shamelessly demanding cash from him, one of the 5 great heroes. Does he really value money over my sacred arts? Seorun shouted. No cash, no deal. The Black Saint was at a loss for words. This kid was serious. He was actually shaking him down. He coughed dryly. How much? Hearing the question, Serun grinned. If you pay right now, I'll give you a special price. Just $3 million. The smile vanished from his face. The Black Saint roared. You psycho! Seeing the outrage, Sorun quickly added, whoa, calm down, just hear me out. Then he launched into his spiel. Let's be real, am I not the only person who can even do this? According to you, Black Saint, this job requires someone the Church of Justice can observe. He begrudgingly answered, yes, that's correct. Sorun continued, and that person also has to be close to Minjun. Just think about it. Some random weirdo pops out of nowhere, shoves a secret manual in his face, and starts spewing nonsense, saying this is a gift from your master. Do you think he'd actually be happy about that? Or would he think that guy is just some crazy person? Hearing this, the Black Saint could only grunt. Fine. Serun pressed on. He might take it the first time. But what about the second time or the third? Or did you plan to help him once and then abandon your own student, the same student who saved your life? Before he could even respond, Shorun kept going. And if you knew Minjun, you'd know he hates being tied down by anything. So if you abandon him, he'll probably just disappear into the mountains to train on his own. What would you do then? More importantly, if I help you, I am the one putting my own neck on the line, right? You said it yourself. As the middleman, I'm the one taking the action, not you. Isn't that right, Black Saint? Which means the Church of Justice will be looking at what I do. And they'll start getting more suspicious of me, won't they? He held out his hand, making a money sign. So I believe I deserve at least $3 million. Hearing all this, the Black Saint finally relented. Okay, I understand. So 3 million will be enough. Seorun nodded. That's right. He was a bit surprised. He agreed that easily. I should have asked for 10 million. Nah, better not push it. He might actually try to kill me. Still uneasy, the Black Saint asked one last thing. Fine, I'll wire you the money. But just to be clear, this isn't a monthly payment, is it? Sorun acted offended. Of course not. I'm not that much of a scoundrel. Alright, and let's be clear. After taxes and financial loss, it's still a flat 3 million, right? That's the final number. The Black Saint fell silent, staring into Serum's money-hungry eyes. This kid's sense of shame is completely non-existent. Turning to leave, the Black Saint added one last thing. The money will be wired under the association's name. The association will handle all the tedious paperwork, so you can spend the money freely without any worries. Seurun called out with a final question. You're leaving already? And am I allowed to tell Minjun about you, Black Saint? The Black Saint's form faded into the void, his voice echoing back. It doesn't matter. Like I said, the Church of Justice can't observe you. But make sure that Kip doesn't breathe a word about my existence or our master-student relationship to anyone. He thought to himself. So, the Church of Justice is watching me, huh? Just then, a door opened and Minjun shouted, I'm here! Without hesitation, Sorun told him, Your master is the Black Saint. I mentioned the Church of Justice, but he was completely floored by who his master really is. Of course, I left out the part about the child support payment, he told him. The Black Saint had to leave for an emergency, but he asked me to give you this then. Seorun handed the book to Minjun and turned away. Okay, delivery complete and money is on the way now. Should I buy a new weapon or invest in some training? But before he could decide, Minjun asked from behind. Why are you the one giving this to me? He replied, Didn't I just say? The Black Saint asked me to give it to you. But Minjun's next question was a total shocker. You could have just kept the book for yourself. Sorum was baffled, asking why he'd give him the Black Saint's secret arts. Sorum gave a forced laugh, his mind racing for a reply. Man, what should I say? If I say these techniques are useless to me, I'd be insulting the Black Saint. After a brief pause, he simply answered, My reasons. Minjun watched him silently, then suddenly spoke. I've made a decision, he asked. Huh? A decision about what? His eyes lit up with determination. I want to join the Hunter Academy with you starting from today. Minjun talked. I'm so touched. He really is a good person. But Seurun, still confused, just asked casually. So, you agree, right? The question left him speechless. This was a total misunderstanding. Lee Minjun winked, slinging an arm over his shoulder. Basically, I'm planning to enroll in this academy. Pak Shoron nodded with a bright smile. I don't mind. Honestly, I'm actually happy about it. Hearing that, he cheered. Yahoo Kim Sorun annoyedly pushed his beaming face away. Even Pak Soron is fine with Minjun enrolling here, he thought. At first, I was pretty surprised, but this isn't a bad deal. I'll just train with the secret arts book the Black Saint gave me. And whenever I get a blessing from the Black Saint, I won't have to waste time looking for Minjun. His train of thought screeched to a halt. Wait a minute, couldn't I milk the Black Saint for more money? This way, if I just stick around Minjun like this, it didn't take long for him to come to a conclusion. He's my golden goose. If that was the case, he had no problem getting close and acting like his best friend. Kim Sorun smiled, thinking, I can get a lot out of him. Just then, Pak Sorun spoke up. Well, now I think we can enter the team competition. Can't we? He asked. Team competition? She nodded. Yes, there are competitions where academy students participate. Since so many people join, the prize money is much bigger. That phrase, bigger prize money, echoed clearly in his ears. The moment she said it, if you, Serun, and Minjun team up, I think the two of you could win those competitions. Kim So-run suddenly acted like a shy comic book heroine. Oh my, we simply must join. He glanced over the teenager in the teal outfit. Lee Min-jun still looked lost. With a sparkle in his eye, Kim So-run said, "Welcome aboard, Min-jun." Though confused, he still replied politely, "Thank you." 3 days later, inside the Dream Hunter Academy's training room, a man in a lion print tank top was in the middle of something. Kim Se-run, watching from a screen, slapped his forehead. The man was clearly lifting a giant pillar up and down. He grunted, "Just wait for me a little longer. Let me just finish this one set." He felt helpless. 3 days after Min-jun enrolled the contest with a $1 million prize was announced and $3 million from the Black Saint. He marveled at the image on his phone. Wow, look at those muscles. But back to the main point. $4 million gone in the blink of an eye with just a single tap. All because he bought a new training package. Anyone can achieve a 500-ton total with this program. Instructor Hercules. You will receive divine strength after completing the course. The first step to greatness is to obtain excellent footwork skills for yourself. You will achieve the divine light foot technique. Just then, the giant pillar slammed to the ground. It created a massive boom, sending cracks through the floor. The man leaned one hand on the pillar. He grinned widely. A pleasure to meet you. I know introductions are a drag, but since this is our first class, I'll try to make it quick. I am Hercules, a god from ancient Greco-Roman times. He was the god of strength and heroes. And now he continued. I know that most of my students come here right after finishing Master Chon's course. Don't tell me any of you haven't finished his course yet. If you haven't, I suggest you finish that course first. He spoke with such booming confidence. But in truth, Hercules was actually a student of Chonjo. He flexed an arm, showing off his muscles. For a warrior to fight, their body must be their top priority. Strength, reflexes, speed, all of them must be trained. Among all these things, what I am about to teach you today is strength. To be more precise, I am talking about muscular strength. Hercules lectured with a serious face. I am sure some of you are thinking, what's the point of getting strong? You just become a slow-walking slab of meat. If you get bigger, you get slower. If you get stronger, you become more sluggish. Hahaha, that's just a baseless stereotype. Completely different from the truth. He immediately flexed with all his might. His muscle size multiplied several times. Hercules declared power, speed, reflexes. They all originate from the strength of your muscles. Kim So-jun watched from his screen stunned. What the Kim So-jun exclaimed, I thought he was just flexing a little, but his muscle mass had actually grown. And now Hercules knelt on one leg, lowering his center of gravity. He got into a runner stance and said, "Now watch this." Then Hercules suddenly exploded forward. His speed was so immense that he only left after images. In a flash, Hercules had moved all over the area. He proudly boasted, "This lightning speed came from his lower body muscles." Next, Hercules shattered a giant pillar with a single punch. It crumbled into 100 pieces. He stood and flexed both arms, declaring, "This skylifting power comes from the muscles of the upper body." He then performed a series of other powerful poses. As he demonstrated, Hercules continued his explanation. Reflexes that surpass both instinct and thought. Stamina that is absolutely inexhaustible. All of it comes from these beautiful muscles covering my entire body. The sight was blinding to Kim So-jun. He squeezed his eyes shut while Hercules was still radiating with immense power. Do you all see? All of this is achieved by honing your muscles. You want faster speed, sharper reflexes, then train your muscles. Physical strength is the first step to becoming more powerful. A drained Kim So-jun wondered, could I ever become like that? Just then, a system notification appeared. A daily quest has been assigned, calculating the most suitable workout for the user. Kim Seo-jun read the assigned task, murmuring, I was a little worried, since the instructor was Hercules. But these exercises aren't much different from his own. He nodded confidently. I think I can do this. But suddenly his eyes locked onto a certain line of text. Wait a minute, hold on. Something seems wrong here. He squinted, reading it carefully again. The current quest is only completed when the student uses weights of 1 ton or more. Weights will vary according to the student's level. He smiled at the screen. What Kim So-jun rubbed his eyes. He read the quest board again, but not a single word had changed. Kim So-jun sat all alone in the vast training room. He stammered to himself. Are they insane? After confirming it again, Kim So-jun screamed. So that video title, anyone can achieve 100 tons in the big tree with this workout, wasn't a joke. Don't tell me the leg technique workout is just as crazy. He clicked and opened the leg training section. Immediately, a deep voice echoed. When I speak of footwork, I refer to the movement of the feet in combat. When using a sword or any other technique, what matters most is simply how you step. But footwork isn't just about the legs, it's about using the entire body in harmony to form your steps. Those were the words of Trung Tam Phong, great elder of the Wudang sword sect and creator of Tai Chi and the Tai Chi sword. Kim Seo-jun beat his hand and wondered, man, Hercules is like a gym fanatic, except this one is immortal. Trung Tam Phong is a legend who transcended the mortal world. Does that mean he's immortal too? Trung Tam Phong said, I shall show you an example. On the screen, Trung Tam Phong appeared gently stepping on clouds. His presence was dignified and transcendent. As if strolling on solid ground, he instructed, the lightness skill I will now teach you is simply about walking flatly upon the air. By harnessing your internal energy, you can step on the void itself. Trung Tam Phong pondered for a moment, then set a condition. You will come to understand the rules as you learn. There's no need to force your understanding now. Kim So-jun was in absolute awe. If a person could move through the air like that, they would no longer have any movement restrictions. At that moment, the blue system window popped up again. Here it is, the daily quest. A list of tasks appeared before him. Let's see, it should be normal, right? Kim So-jun scanned the key points, and what struck his eyes was the line, maintain a stable speed of 300 kilometers per hour for 30 seconds, fall from a height of 30 meters or more 20 times. Kim So-jun froze, staring blankly at his phone screen. Kim So-jun tried to motivate himself. I think I can do this. A long moment later, he let out a huge sigh and gave up. Seriously, how could I think that was possible? I must be losing my mind. Just then, a voice from outside cut through his thoughts. Excuse me, I heard that So-jun was in here? Kim So-jun nodded in reply. Yes, that's me, he muttered. Their eyes met as they both cried out. Huh? He stared in shock at Soo-in, who also called his name. So-jun. A moment later, he invited her to sit down. Why are you here? This young woman was Soo-in Sermanchun's daughter. My father said you used to work with him, she answered. Soo-in seemed restless as she gently asked him a question. Have you been in contact with my dad recently? Kim So-jun sat back replying, with Sir Manchun, I believe so when I applied here. Kim So-jun saw the worry on her face and asked, is something wrong? Soo-in answered sadly, I've suddenly lost contact with my father, so I thought maybe you'd know something. Kim So-jun was stunned. What? Panic, he shot to his feet demanding, "You can't reach Sir Manchun, since when?" She replied sorrowfully, "Yesterday, right after he left for work." Hearing that, he felt slightly relieved. He comforted her. "It's only been a day. Maybe he just got drunk and passed out somewhere." "It's happened before," the girl spoke softly. "That's possible. I hope so." Seeing her somber expression, he then asked, "Did anything else happen?" Suin traced the rim of her glass, confessing, "Actually, I argued with my dad yesterday." She explained, "I told him I want to be a professional hunter." Kim Sojun yelled in surprise, "A professional hunter? But you don't have any powers. Are you planning to use Tech Power 4.0? Then he heard her quiet reply, "No, I have my own powers now. I've had them for about a month." Suin explained everything. "So I told him I want to join the Hunter Academy instead of going to college, and because of that my father disapproved." But she sighed sadly. "Well, it's okay if you don't know where he is. I'm sure he's just off drunk somewhere," he thought worriedly. "Right now, being a hunter pays way better than a corporate job." I get why Swin wants a job to help her dad, but what parent would want to put their child in danger? He let out a long sigh as he walked her out, still feeling anxious. And of all people, it's Sir Manchun. He's heard so many things about hunters. I'm sure he hates the very idea. He then advised her, "Be careful and call me if anything happens." Swin nodded goodbye. "Okay, good luck to you, although I think you're doing pretty well for yourself now." They waved goodbye. He waited until she was gone before leaving, still uneasy. Sojun ducked into an alley to call Manchun, but there was no answer. He muttered in frustration, "He's not picking up." He glared at the missed call on his screen, cursing quietly. "What is that old man doing?" Kim Sojun wearily closed his eyes and tried again, but the call wouldn't connect. He tried to console himself, disappointed. "Well, this isn't the first time this has happened," he thought. "I guess this will have to be a problem for another day." In a dark room, a follower reported, "I believe the evil star has taken notice." Without turning, Kia asked the evil star and the dark saint, "And what about Kim Sojun?" The follower replied, "We still can't find his location. What are your orders?" She paced anxiously. Kia turned and commanded, "At all costs, do not reveal the infiltration of a 10-star dungeon." "Yes, ma'am," the follower acknowledged. Kia then inquired about the plan's progress. The system then displayed the daily quest. The bold text stated the quest required an added ton of weight, making Kim Sojun shout, "1 ton!" He threw the barbell aside in frustration. "If I had known this, I never would have sold those monster corpses." Then he remembered opening a small glowing bag. "Good thing I bought kibi though, I never meant to use it for this." Sojun gritted his teeth, preparing to take it out. Cold sweat dripped down his face. He strained. "With this, it should be over a ton." Suddenly, the bag dropped and he collapsed exhausted. He panted, complaining, "This alone is a little tough, but if I boost my strength with mana, I should manage. Damn it, I can't believe I have to go this far for training. Is this a workout or is it torture?" He rolled up his sleeves resolute. "Guess I have to give it my all." As the quest notification glowed, Kim Sojun clenched his fists. A massive blue aura exploded from his body. Miso looked down at him with an unreadable expression. He was sprawled on the floor, completely drained. She found his state amusingly pathetic and asked, "What in the world are you doing?" Kim Sojun gasped, "Help me," pointing at the bag. He pleaded with Miso, "This thing is too heavy. Get it off me, or I'm going to die." She was momentarily speechless, then sighed helplessly. Walking over, she wondered, "Just how much did you even stuff in here?" She bent down to grab the bag, but immediately froze, gritting her teeth. She was forced to use her own mana just to lift it. Only then did the bag fly aside. Both of them sat on the floor exhausted. Miss So stared at her trembling hands in disbelief. While she was still puzzled, Kim So-jun blurted out, "I seriously thought I was about to meet my ancestors." "Thanks." He then asked, "Oh, right, Miss So. You know how tall this building is, don't you?" A bit surprised, she replied, "It's 5 stories, so I'd guess 15 meters. He thought to himself, 15 meters? That's not quite enough. She asked, "Why the sudden question?" With a grim smile, Kim So-jun said, "I plan on jumping from the rooftop." He continued, "Is a 15-meter fall even enough? I'm not sure I can pull it off in my current state." "No, Miso, just wait here while I test this." She started to protest, but suddenly Pak Soron was alone. Frozen in place, she heard a loud crash outside. Then a voice, "Oh, so I really can do this." Confused, she heard him again. "Let's try that one more time." Pak Soran scowled. This guy is completely insane. Stepping outside in a daze, she sighed. What would new trainees think if they saw him like this? "No, can we even get any new trainees? I have no idea." Lee Min-jun laughed weakly. "What is this?" He stared at Kim So-run, bewildered, holding a bag. "Sis, what happened here?" "I was just out looking for a new place." Pak So-run's voice was flat. "Don't ask me. I'd like to know too." Kim So-run just stood there, stunned. "I still can't get in touch with Uncle." The other two whispered, "Is this normal? Did he eat something strange?" "Well, he's been like this since I first met him." Sorun anxiously checked his phone. "Complete radio silence for 4 days now. Nothing like this has happened in the 10 years I've known him. Manchun." A message from Sujin filled him with dread. "Something is definitely wrong. I need to confirm it myself," he announced. "Miss Sorun, I'm stepping out for a bit." They panicked. "What? You're going to jump again?" Again, she was shocked. "Did you forget the police warning? There are confirmed zombie sightings, and people suspect the tunnel was blown up." Kim Sorun gave a faint smile. "No, not this time. I'm going to find Uncle Manchun." Pak Sorun and Minjun were both shocked. "Uncle Manchun? Did something happen to him?" His expression turned serious. "I'm not sure yet. I'll tell you after I confirm it." Elsewhere, voices began to chatter. "No way! Who's that? Isn't he the superstar Kim Sorun?" He politely greeted the old-timers. They all sang his praises. "You were awesome in that hunter exam. You trained hard for 9 years to be a hunter. I'm sure you succeed. You damn brat, don't get cocky. And be careful, you haven't gotten your hunter's license yet." Kim So-run scratched his head, smiling shyly at the compliments. "He's too good to just be a professional hunter. I knew he'd make it big ever since I saw him doing crazy stuff while hauling those corpses." Everyone was in high spirits. The bald uncle asked curiously, "But why did you suddenly show up here? Are you here to hire our company to transport monster corpses?" He quickly waved his hands, laughing. "No, that's not it. I just wanted to come visit you guys. How is everyone?" The uncle replied cheerfully, "Nothing's changed at all. Thanks to you handling that awful director, we're feeling great now. Manchun told us you're the one who got Kim Tae-ho fired." He smiled sheepishly, thinking that asking Miss Soran for help was the right choice. He then asked, "By the way, has anyone seen Uncle Manchun?" "Manchun him? I haven't seen him. How about you guys?" "Come to think of it, I haven't seen him in a while. He's not slacking off somewhere after wasting supplies again, is he?" "He does that sometimes." Hearing this, Sorun grew worried. "Does nobody know anything?" The bald uncle suddenly spoke up, grabbing his attention. "Didn't he disappear after following that person?" Sorun immediately pressed him. He followed someone. What do you mean? The man replied. It happened about 3 or 4 days ago. A stranger came to our monster transport company. Wasn't Manchun the one who dealt with him? Others chimed in. Ah, you're right. I heard he offered a huge fee. Even I was tempted by it. The conversation continued. Did anyone else go with that person? He answered. No, it was just Manchun. They continued to analyze it. I guess that is suspicious. The client made a private request instead of using official company channels. Usually that means the mission is either extremely dangerous or illegal. Seriously, no amount of money is worth your life. Kim So-hoon was still puzzled. So why Uncle Manchun? Everyone figured he was desperate for cash for his daughter's tuition or something. Suddenly, hearing that, a memory flashed through his mind, stunning him. The uncles at the site were still talking. Seoran quickly asked, "Can you tell me where he went?" But the bald uncle just said, "Sorry, but we don't know either." The uncle then gave him a suggestion. The company might have information, right? They must keep records of transport requests. With that lead, he took off running. Thanks for the tip. I'm in a hurry, so I have to go now, the uncles replied. Goodbye. Come visit us again soon. Now, at the front desk, the manager explained awkwardly. I'm sorry, but we are not allowed to disclose client information to an uninvolved third party. Kim So-hoon couldn't restrain his anger and yelled, "He's missing, my God." But the manager's response was completely robotic. We are unable to help reveal anything until we confirm the person is actually missing. Even then, we can share information with unrelated parties. His reply was curt. I'm sorry. Sojun's composure finally shattered. At the park, Kim So-jun sat alone. His head hung low. What should I do now? His mind was a maelstrom of thoughts. We lost contact with Uncle Manchun right after he left with the suspect. That would be the obvious reason he is in trouble. However, according to the company, we still have zero proof that he has disappeared. He clenched his fist tightly. Damn it, this dreadful feeling of anxiety. He remembered a time with his uncle, a memory of Manchun, and the moment he held out an envelope gently. He said, "Take this." From his hospital bed, a weak Sojun stared at it. He asked his uncle, "What is this?" His uncle spoke warmly. "It's an envelope, of course. It's only 3 million, but I want you to have it." Sojun looked down, refusing. You've also worked so hard. Uncle and Sujin needs her tuition money. I can't possibly accept this. But Manchun was firm, wanting to provide for him. Take it. When an elder offers you something, you should accept it and thank them. His uncle's warm hand pressed the envelope into his, giving it a firm squeeze. And you have to get better as soon as possible, kid. The image of Manchun from that day surfaced in his mind. As for money, we can just save up again, can't we? Sujun recalled that warmth. Thank you, uncle. When I lost all 9 years of my savings after the accident, he comforted and took care of me. Even though he wasn't wealthy, he gave me 3 million without a moment's hesitation. I used that money for my tuition at the academy. I'm only here today because of him. He gritted his teeth. I can't just sit here and do nothing. Kim So-jun walked with fierce determination. He made a call to Park So-jun. Miss So-jun, could you do something for me? A fire burned in his eyes. I have to make a move. Can I meet with the SWAT saint right now? The scene shifts. Now, Kim So-jun stands opposite Park Min-chun. The air between them heavy with a cold, stern energy. The elder's voice was deep. I've heard about your situation. Do you require my assistance? Kim So-jun faced the master without a shred of fear. He answered with a single sharp word, "No." To the man's surprise, Kim So-jun challenged the sword saint. I want to fight you. Will you accept? In the courtyard, Kim So-jun issued his challenge to the Great Elder. What do you say to a duel between us? His words sent a shockwave through the onlookers. Park Min-chun's brow furrowed as he stared intently at him. What Kim So-jun boldly declared his terms. If I win, I want your direct intervention in this matter, not just your help. Then his voice dropped slightly as he added the other condition. If I lose, I will drop out. Hearing his resolute words, Park So-jun cried out in shock. So-jun, but he pressed on without a moment's hesitation. I know I can defeat you in a fair fight, that's obvious. Min-chun listened to him with a thoughtful expression. So-jun carefully stated his terms. Therefore, if I can inflict even a single scratch upon you, I ask that you consider it my victory. His heart pounded as his mind raced. What happened to Uncle Manchun after he met with that suspicious person? And yet the organization refuses to give me any details, claiming all the information is confidential. Before him stood Park Min-chun, his majestic form surrounded by a shimmering violet blue aura. But things are different with the Sword Saint, one of Korea's 5 great heroes. Anxiety crept in. This truly is a massive gamble, but this might be the only way I can save Uncle Manchun. Min-chun's voice was even. How bold! With that he turned. Very well, follow me. A worried Park So-jun tried to stop him. Inside a traditional chamber, Park Min-chun slid open a door and entered the room. A sword like an ancient relic radiated a faint mystical energy. He coldly unsheathed the blade. Samun-chun, watching from behind, broke into a sweat. That's the blue dragon sword! Min-chun held the blade, his presence overwhelming. Legend has it that when Kim Yu-shin, a great general of the Silla Kingdom, was training on Mount Taham, he received a divine weapon, a sword and a book of tactics, which led him to a resounding victory. And while this is merely a replica of the original Blue Dragon Sword, it's a masterpiece forged by Korea's greatest blacksmith. Samun-chun watched in utter horror. There's only one reason the headmaster would ever draw the Blue Dragon Sword. It means he fully intends to kill his opponent. He clutched his sleeveless robe, his mind reeling. The headmaster hasn't drawn the Blue Dragon Sword a single time since the day the Great Calamity ended. He asked in a low, careful voice, "What are your intentions with him?" Min-chun turned back his gaze as sharp as ice. Samun-chun's tone was urgent. If something bad happens, the young lady will. The elder cut him off sharply. That is enough. His words were like stone. Even if that boy could fly, run or crawl, he's still just a student. I doubt he has the nerve to challenge me. If all he brings is determination, my aura alone is little. Still, I should at least humor him. He's serious, isn't he? Outside, worried, Park So-jun blocked Kim So-jun's path. You don't have to do this, she pleaded anxiously. Let me try asking him for you. If I ask him personally, he might. Kim So-jun cut her off, his eyes closed in resolve. No, he faced her gently. I appreciate the thought, but this will set a precedent for the future. He knew there was no guarantee this wouldn't happen again. He wondered grimly. I don't know why Manchun vanished, but what if I was the cause? If that's the case, this will happen again and again. So-jun clenched his fist with resolve. I still lack the power to protect my people. For that reason, his will burned even brighter. The Sword Saint will intervene personally if anyone tied to Kim So-jun is harmed. I must involve the Sword Saint to engrave this truth into everyone's mind, he told So-jun with conviction. I will return victorious. His powerful aura stunned her, and she reached out her hand. She meant to grab his arm and support, but hesitated letting it fall. You have to win. Inside the arena, all eyes were fixed on this rare spectacle. Park Min-chul and Kim So-jun faced off sword against spear. Min-chul's expression was stern, showing no mercy. "If you think I'll hold back for So-yun's sake, you should quit now." As he spoke, a dark blue killing aura erupted, filling the air. Kim So-jun, caught in that immense pressure, wasn't afraid. Instead, he met it with confidence. "That won't be necessary. I only expect you to keep your promise." The master's cold sharp blade was unsheathed. It reflected Min-chul's stern face staring down the young Sojun. In an instant, the entire blade was revealed. He aimed his sword at Sujun, a fearsome green aura instantly filling the air. "I'll grant you the first strike." Sujun centered himself, preparing his stance. He thought, even if he is the legendary Sword Saint, the current me can hold my own for a moment. Then, with a powerful stomp, he shot into the air. Kim So-jun unleashed the mountain-toppling force. His spear awakened, erupting in a blinding jade-green light. The light engulfed his entire form. Sujun gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing. "I'm going all out from the start." Instantly, the spear's power surged to its peak. A green aura lit the sky and his own eyes began to glow. He shot directly toward Min-chul. The moment his strike landed, he opened his eyes. With a single sword, Min-chul effortlessly blocked the spear's immense force. His blade hadn't moved an inch. Sojun's all-out attack was stopped dead, freezing him like a statue. Min-chul's eyes grew even colder. They turned icy. "Is this all you have?" Without moving from his spot, Min-chul swung his sword once. A powerful gust of wind exploded outwards, shaking the room and blasting Sojun several meters back. He struggled, gritting his teeth. He gripped his spear tightly, bracing against that overwhelming force. The spear's jade aura flickered. Sujun opened his eyes just as Min-chul moved, appearing before him like the wind. The master swung his blade. Sujun ducked narrowly, dodging the blow. The killing intent was relentless. With the presence of a great general, he unleashed a barrage of peerless strikes, blinding the entire area with light. Not stopping there, Park Min-chul released an even more powerful attack. The entire room was flooded with blue flames. Its power was terrifying. As Kim So-jun witnessed these deadly moves, he knew he's serious now. As Min-chul fought, his weathered face grew colder, his eyes seeing through everything. Seeing the trajectory of the blade and the power enveloping him, Kim So-jun knew he was finally getting serious. Every attack, every movement felt like a finishing blow, pinning him down. Wild Dance Sword. He unleashed the Wild Dance Sword. Its peerless green energy created a vortex that could shred all creation. Soyun and Somun-chol were staggered by the gale force. She was completely stunned by his incredible power. The resolute Sojun gritted his teeth, using his spear to block the massive blow. Min-chul landed as light as a feather, a stark contrast to the aura he commanded. This was a true hero, a master of masters. He held his sword like a dragon, his eyes sparkling with blue light. An unparalleled aura, a star among stars, the Sword Saint. Mana-infused strikes rained down. Park Min-chul relentlessly used his Wild Dance Sword, while Kim So-jun countered with the mountain-toppling force. Kim So-jun met his every move a clash of equals, spear against sword. They unleashed a storm of mana-laced strikes. Sparks flew as steel met steel in a deafening clash. Kim So-jun's relentless assault actually caught the old man by surprise. Questions raced through his mind. This kid, he remembered Kim So-jun as a mere boy just a few months ago. So how could his spear dance with such power now, he mused. I felt his potential during our last meeting, but he was merely talented for an academy student. Kim So-jun wasn't remarkable back then. But the warrior before him now was a completely different person. He launched precise mana-filled strikes with incredible speed. Just then, Minchul unleashed a devastating blow of his own, but Kim So-jun dodged it with ease. Now the old master was finally serious, his eyes blazing like stars. After a 5-second stare down, he caught the spear. Kim So-jun was like a fish on the chopping block, helpless before Park Min-chul. But this fish was destined to become a dragon, and it refused to surrender. Gritting his teeth, he pushed back with everything he had. That unwavering spirit struck a chord within the master. With every passing second, the boy pushed himself to evolve. He gave Park Min-chul no rest, launching another direct assault. But then what was that? What happened? Kim So-jun's eyes flew open, his face a mask of pure shock. Min-chul's mighty swing with the blue dragon sword forced him to brace his spear. Against the ground for sport, he was still sent flying as white smoke engulfed the area. The storm of power blasted everything in its path. The master held his stance, ready for the next strike. Min-chul's brow furrowed as he stared into the dust. Something wasn't right. Kim So-jun had been blown back, and the white smoke concealed everything. But it couldn't hide the brilliant aura radiating from his spear. That weapon, I knew it was strange from the start, he thought. But to think it could withstand my aura this well. Park Min-chul's face hardened with irritation. He knew this duel would have ended long ago without that spear. Kim So-jun was forced to use it just to stay upright. Showing no mercy, a thought crossed Min-chul's mind. I wasn't planning to go all out. But he shouted aloud, "Should I try a little harder?" In the blink of an eye, he unleashed his wild dance sword technique at point-blank range. Kim So-jun had no chance to defend, let alone fight back. It was indescribably fast. That power, it was absolutely terrifying. The blinding mana forced his eyes shut as he braced for impact. A scream tore from Kim So-jun's throat. Once again, Park Min-chul sent him soaring. This time, he launched him high into the air. A cloud of dust exploded as the master watched him fly. Blood erupted from Kim So-jun's body as pain seared through him. He cried out his strength, completely gone. Kim So-jun collapsed to his knees, battered and broken by the master's assault. He panted heavily, gasping for air, cursing himself. He thought, "Damn it, I was too arrogant." Park Min-chul approached slowly, but Kim So-jun's body refused to obey his commands. His mind raced with self-blame. I thought I could win just because I beat a few promising students. But a student is still just a student. They're naive, inexperienced. They've never faced true despair. He looked up at Park Min-chul looming over him. Blood dripped from his lips as he thought I was a fool to ignore that truth. Park Min-chul stood like a giant statue, his body radiating immense mana. His eyes glowed with power. Suddenly, Kim So-jun felt impossibly small. He took a deep breath, annoyed. He still isn't using his full strength. All at once, Kim So-jun channeled power to his legs. In a flash of lightning, he shot past the old master. A massive boom shattered the tense silence. He aimed his spear and dove from above straight towards his target. With a roar of defiance, he poured his desire for victory into the attack. But Min-chul met the spear with his azure dragon sword. The clang of steel echoed once more. Their sharp gazes locked in a silent battle. The master spoke. "How could you challenge me when this is all the power you possess?" In an instant, Kim So-jun was thrown back again, but refusing to yield, his eyes burned with fierce determination. Gritting his teeth, he thought, "I can't deny it." His powerful strikes, his flawless technique, his razor-sharp instincts, I truly admire the sword saint. Park Min-chul's presence was majestic. his body shrouded in a powerful aura, his blazing eyes, his sheer intensity. I want to become just like him. The path to greatness is always paved with hardship. I admire his power, but more than that, I admire his entire existence. What he had to endure to gain that power. I was too arrogant in my empty title of transcendent. Though his mind was in turmoil, his body moved differently. He would fight until the very end. Once more he lunged, unleashing mana-infused blows toward Pak Min-chun. But in an instant, every strike was perfectly countered. All Kim So-jun could do was endure. He defended until his strength completely vanished. Only through this battle did Kim So-jun truly realize it. He'd been too complacent and had unconsciously underestimated the Sword Saint. The consequence was being sent flying once again by Park Min-chun's wild sword dance. Through the crushing pain, Kim So-jun knew he was still far weaker than the Sword Saint. He focused all his remaining strength into his legs, bracing for the next attack. I may be weaker now, but one day I will reach a new peak, a height far beyond his. Refusing to waste a single chance, Kim So-jun charged Pak Min-chun again, pushing past the pain. I have to surpass him head-on. He aimed his spear, pouring all his strength into the attack as his eyes blazed a brilliant blue, burning with resolve. And then, suddenly, he froze. His eyes widened, pupils dilated, his face in a motionless mask. He continued his charge toward the man. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. The spear felt weightless in his hand. What is this feeling? Something is incredibly strange. With every step, Pak Min-chun was right there. But the sensation was alien. Kim So-jun had never experienced anything like it. He could see every single movement of the Azure Dragon's sword. It was bizarre and incomprehensible. Wild sword dance. A brilliant flash of mana sliced across his body. Blood sprayed as he froze his mind, reeling in pure shock. In that instant, Miss Yo-yun and Pak Min-chun's men rushed in just as his conscious mind gave out. His spear clattered to the ground. His name rang out in a desperate cry. So-jun, she darted to his side in a flash. His men watched the aftermath and began to murmur. It's the expected outcome, but that kid is amazing. He held his own against the principal for that long, facing Pak Min-chun under that intense gaze. Kim So-jun struggled with every fiber of his being to utter his promise. Unable to stand any longer, he collapsed forward, whispering, I trust you won't go back on your word. She rushed to Kim So-jun, who lay broken before the man. He was completely spent, his body covered in wounds. Pak Min-chun just stood there, watching him fall without saying a word. Miss So-run knelt beside him, her face filled with confusion. Even with her arrival, his gaze never once wavered. His eyes remained fixed solely on Kim So-run. With him on one side and Kim So-run on the other, she grew anxious, unsure of what the right move was. It's not often you see him lying down so obediently. He's rarely this quiet. The scene cuts to a dark, cold cave. A pair of legs sprints through the darkness at an unnatural speed, never once breaking their pace. It's Man-chun carrying a mysterious figure on his back. Gasping for air, he roars, Damn it! I never should have followed you if I knew this would happen. I was totally blinded by your money. The man on his back then spoke softly. I did not anticipate such a sudden disturbance. Had I known, I would have come alone. My sincere apologies. Man-chun replied, Come on, what are you talking about? Don't worry so much. People have probably noticed by now and are sending a rescue team. Pak Min-chun calmly replied, That is not going to happen. The words struck Man-chun with a jolt of fear. In the darkness, the man's voice echoed. I specifically requested the association's chairman, not to disclose our information to outsiders under any circumstances. It was foolish of me to keep this secret. Now we are suffering the grave consequences. Still carrying him, Manchun desperately searched for a way out. The man's low voice spoke. It will be nearly impossible for us to escape from here. Manchun sighed for a moment. Then a confident grin spread across his face as he said, "Don't worry. I'm sure that guy will find a way out of this mess." Confused, he asked, "What do you mean? Who are you referring to?" Manchun said excitedly, "There is one person." His face beamed with pride, thinking of that foolish brat. At that moment, Sorun's eyes shot open. Miss Sorun, who was sitting beside him, reacted instantly. "You're awake, Sorun." He looked around dazed and disoriented. When his senses finally returned, he yelled, "How long was I out?" Miss Sorun hesitated for a second. "Not long, however. I'm afraid you don't have time to lie around anymore." A deep voice cut in, followed by the slow creak of a door opening. Pak Min-chun stood at the main door. The sword saint glared at Sorun, still lost in a daze, and let out a frustrated sigh. He tossed an exquisite sword at him. Seoran stared at it in shock. It was the Asur dragon sword. Both Seoran's uncle and the guard beside him gasped in utter shock. They couldn't fathom giving a legendary blade to someone barely conscious. Even Sorun was confused. "Why are you giving this to me?" Without a glance, Minchun replied, "Silence. I'm simply keeping a promise," he grumbled. "With that sword as a symbol, the association will act. I'd rather you handle things your way." He left with a final comment, "Do it right." Seorun was still utterly baffled. "You really entrusting this to me?" Minchun added. "Just bring it back when you're finished. The Hunter Association is a government body that manages all hunters. It's also a for-profit entity, founded by hunters. Its sole purpose to serve their own interests. At its head is Lee Byom, chairman of the Korean Hunter Association. The chairman stared at the dragon sword glittering on his glass desk. His mind raced with so many questions. Why was the dragon sword here? Across from him, Sorun felt restless. "I never expected to meet the association chairman." He broke the heavy silence. "It's an honor to meet you, sir. My name is Kim Sorun. I've come unannounced because I have some questions." Bibyom remained silent, crossing his arm with an internal sigh. First, the Dark Saint himself appeared, demanding he transfer 3 billion won to this very same Kim Sorun. And now the Sword Saint's blade arrives. Just who is this man? Seoran continued. 4 days ago, a man named So Manchun disappeared. He vanished after entering a dungeon on request. Since all entries must be reported to the association, please tell me which dungeon he entered and with who. Lee Bom's expression soured. Why is he asking about this? He remembered the Dark Saint's warning. Tell no one about this. He had to deflect this somehow. Before I answer, I must verify this dragon sword. Seorun's reply was sharp and impatient. Go right ahead, but I'd appreciate a prompt answer to my question. The chairman tried to stall. I believe authenticating the sword comes first. He eyed Sorun with suspicion, but Sorun didn't back down. If there's a delay, can you take responsibility for what happens? Just then, the dragon sword began to glow, its brilliant light capturing the chairman's full attention. Lee Byom sighed, clutching his head. Damn it, if this is the Sword Saint's will, he had no choice but to speak. The Magic Saint is investigating the 10-star dungeon break. He was acting on my request and recently found a clue. He went to a 6-star dungeon to investigate in secret. A key detail clicked for Seorun. Didn't the Dark Saint mention the Church of Justice? The ones behind the 10-star dungeon incident. Something here wasn't adding up. He shot to his feet. Thank you for the information. With that, he turned and moved to leave. But just before reaching the door, he turned back. Oh, and one more thing, if I may. A smirk played on Soran's lips as he presented the sword. Can I use this dragon sword as collateral for a loan? A moment later, a call came from Sujin. Her voice was a frantic scream. Brother, have you heard from my dad? Seorun answered. No, but I have a lead on his location. I believe the dungeon he entered is the problem. Sujin's face paled, her voice trembling. What should we do? Is my dad going to die? Sorun remembered. Sujin's mother had died 11 years ago in a dungeon break, sacrificing herself to save her daughter. She couldn't bear to lose another loved one to monsters. Tears streamed down her small, anguished face. Perhaps that's why she wants to be a hunter. Her eyes grew red with tears. How can I possibly live all by myself? Don't worry. Sorun's voice was gentle but firm. I swear I'll bring him back. The call ended and he bolted forward. According to the chairman, the Magic Saint and Manchun entered a dungeon with 6-star monsters. Though the Magic Saint was old and frail, he was still one of the 5 strongest hunters alive. To be trapped in a 6-star dungeon, something was wrong. It had to be a trap set by the Church of Justice. Sorun's mind raced. The Church of Justice was watching the situation. They would act the moment anyone interfered in this crisis. Only he could help them. Just then, a notification sound chimed on his phone. A deposit of 500 million won from the Korean Hunter Association. Seorun's resolve hardened. Perfect, it's here. He checked his account. When I offered the dragon sword for a loan, the chairman thought I was joking. But when he finally realized I was serious, he reluctantly agreed. In the end, it was a strange situation, he recalled to the chairman. He must have looked like a thug, using a priceless artifact to cover a debt. It's repayment, not a loan, he had said bluntly. I'm leveraging my connections. No receipt, I dare you. The chairman's shocked expression said it all. His thoughts were practically written on his face. That sword said, why would he give the dragon sword to this man? Sorun just offered a wry smile. It'll be fine, right? What other choice do you have? Not bad. He checked the stats on his phone for the sword's value. This was a steal. This should be enough for that piece of gear. I'm entering a place where even the Saint Mage couldn't escape. I must be fully prepared. With a single tap, the system calculated the value. He didn't hesitate at the purchase button. I've had my eye on this for a while. A flash of light revealed a shimmering golden spear. Sorun grasped the handle, an indescribable feeling surging through him. He took a breath, steeling himself with his new ultimate weapon. Time to move out. The dungeon was terrifyingly dark, filled with rows of leafless dead trees. The ground itself glowed, a substitute for the gloomy sky. He sighed. Seriously, there are too many kinds. Dryads, even as 6-star monsters. They're a pain to hunt since they look just like ordinary trees. An ambush or a swarm would be dangerous, he thought. But I can't just wander aimlessly. I'll challenge them one by one. He pondered for a moment. Should I try sensing their presence? He closed his eyes, focusing all of his senses on his surroundings. In the vast forest, every tree was identical, their presence lost. But standing out among them, Sorun found one tree that felt separate from the rest. An alien feeling he couldn't explain. He observed it for a moment. Outwardly, it looked normal. But Sorun drew the spear from the pouch on his hip. He muttered, should I give it a try? I need to test this new weapon's power anyway. Decisively, he raised the spear high into the air, gathering energy before lunging forward. The spear shot forward, tearing through the air and heading straight for the suspicious tree. Just as the tip neared the bark, It took the form of a ferocious dryad, which roared and dodged the attack. Seorun flinched. It dodged my attack, but the spear wasn't finished. After a few rigid turns, it returned to its original path. It closed in on the dryad when the monster was most vulnerable, piercing it straight through from behind, taking down the monster in one hit. Seorun's eyes widened as it crumbled. He let out a single word, "Whoa!" He thought Gungnir, the spear Odin used to tear apart Ymir, the first giant, and create the 9 words. Seorun spoke the name aloud, then glanced at the spear. He knew it would be strong, but for a replica, this was overkill. Seorun silently appraised it. Look at this destructive power. It must be forged from transcendent materials. Seorun raised his hand to recall it. He wondered, can it return on its own? Seorun noticed the spear twitch, perhaps with a bit more mana. Closing his eyes, he focused on increasing his mana. As expected, the spear rose and shot back into his hand. Its sudden weight nearly knocked Seorun over. He fell with a thud, groaning. This is tough, so it has a return ability. But the mana cost is huge. I can only use it twice at most. No, in a real battle, one use would completely drain me. Looking at the glowing spear, Seorun made his assessment. Legend says, Gungnir returns on its own, but a copy will always have limitations. At his current level, he could only call it back a single time. But surely one day he'd be able to use this power freely. Until then, this ability is basically a one-time use item, he sighed. Good thing I should not pound the Asur dragon sword. Seorun formed a plan as another monster rose behind him. If Kim Sung tries to kill me, should I throw Gungnir to buy some time? With Gungnir in hand, Seorun unleashed a flurry of swift spear strikes, sending the monsters to their graves. Seorun moved quickly, trying to escape. Now I have to find my uncle. Where is he? Elsewhere. Man Chun was panting, carrying the Saint Mage on his shoulder. As he ran for his life from the Dryads, their roots were right behind him. He had to rush, but their tricks caused him to stumble. He fell to the ground as their roots slowly crept up behind him. Damn it! However, just then the Saint Mage awoke. He used a shield spell to block the incoming roots. Seeing the Saint Mage shield him with his own body, he cried out, "Old man!" The Saint Mage shouted, "Leave me and run! I will hold them off." He couldn't leave him behind, screaming, "But what about you?" The man replied, "I am just an old geezer with one foot in the grave." His mana was rapidly depleting, the very air being squeezed from his lungs. A heavy guilt weighed on him. He blamed himself. If I had not brought you here, this never would have happened. Finally, the old man roared. "What are you dawdling for? Go now," he urged him. "One last time, hurry." That final word, hurry, finally reached his brain. It was the old man's last. "No," he screamed, but he had already collapsed. The Saint Mage could fight no longer. As the monstrous roots lunged, he clutched his friend's body. The uncle had no choice but to be bait. He cursed, "Damn it!" His silent farewell echoed in his mind. "I am sorry. It is all my fault." He thought it was the end for him, but then there was nothing. Puzzled, he picked his eyes open. A familiar figure stood before him. It was Seorun. He smiled and said, "Uncle, do you know how long Sudan has been looking for you?" The uncle scolded back fondly, "You foolish kid." Tears streamed down his face, but there was no time to say more. Seorun rushed off shouting, "We will talk later. Get the mage sane and fall back now." The Dryad's roots surged towards him. His plan to draw their attention was a success. He thought, "Good, now I have got its attention. I need to find its weak point and fast." And just then he spotted it. The tendril stepped right for him. Sorun swiftly swung his holy spear, slicing through the roots as he dodged. The brown roots ensnared him. Damn it, Sorun cursed as he saw new branches sprout from the severed ends. No matter how many I slice, they just regenerate, he thought. Sorun quickly broke free from their relentless attacks. He formed a new plan. At this rate, I cannot get close. I will throw Gungnir to pierce its weak point. Sorun's eyes darted around, searching for Gungnir. Suddenly, he saw it lying in a corner. There it is, he thought with relief. All right now. But looking back, he saw his uncle struggling with the mage saint. His nerves tightened. Damn it! He realized his uncle and the mage saint had not escaped the danger zone. But he failed to notice the dryad closing in from behind. By the time he realized their roots were lunging for him, Sorun was forced onto the defensive with his holy spear. He spun it in a rapid arc, severing the attacking roots. With every spin, he felt his body being torn apart. He glanced back and saw the others were now far away. He thought with relief, they finally made it far enough. With that, he quickly made his own escape. His eyes caught sight of Gungnir in the corner. The spear suddenly began to glow. Seoran grabbed it and leaped back. He dodged the clinging plant tentacles. The dryad shrieked and swam towards him. He parried with his spear, but the root still grazed his cheek. Gripping the holy spear tighter, Seorun advanced. His spear tip grazed the target, landing a solid hit. In that desperate moment, his eyes fell on Gungnir, stuck in a corner. There it is, he cried out in his mind. Reaching out, he pulled it toward him with his mana. Let's go, he whispered. Mana enveloped Gungnir, making it spin through the air into his hand. Sorun now had it firmly in his grasp. Sorun's feet hit the ground. He looked up, his gaze stern. With Gungnir in hand, a sight that terrified his foes, he scoffed. Oh, look at them. A proud smirk crossed his lips. They finally understand the danger of this weapon after getting hit a few times, huh? Look at them trying to sneak away. He swung his spear, treating them like prey. And so Sorun began toying with them. He knew everything. Finally, his eyes chose a victim, and he pointed his spear. All right, you, the creature shrieked. Somehow he understood its stuttered reply. Me, he grinned. Yes. Before it could make another sound, Gungnir's tip flew and pierced right through its face, leaving a trail of sparkling light. Their savage eyes realized Gungnir was gone. They quickly regained their dark momentum. The branches grew longer, preparing to attack. Sorun's eyes followed their movements as he let out a little "oh." From their movements, he deduced, are they trying to stop me from retrieving Gungnir? This actually works in my favor. These trees are annoying, he said. Thanks for delivering yourselves to me. He swung his holy spear, unleashing a powerful wave of mana. A cunning smile played on his lips. Gungnir isn't the only divine weapon I have. Know your enemy and know yourself. Sensing a familiar presence, Sorun yelled, Uncle, over here. Seeing him, his uncle scolded fondly. Over here? Seriously, what took you so long? He replied, I never said you were lost. Besides, I heard you came to bring Sudan here to the Hunter Academy. He added, if that was the plan, why did you cause trouble for her? The question hit a sore spot. The uncle pouted. That is none of your business. Changing the subject, Soran asked, anyway, how is the mage saint? Glancing over to check on his old friend, Manchun said, he's not in good shape. The situation was dire from the start. His life was hanging by a thread. Yet he'd vowed to protect them. Sojun knelt quickly, assessing the holy mage's state. His conclusion, it was dire. This called for the emergency elixir he always carried. He produced a green vial, pouring a few drops into the holy mage's mouth. He hoped this stopgap measure would work. It should at least stabilize him. Hearing a groan, he knew the man was conscious. He asked, "Are you feeling any better? Are you awake?" The holy mage's vision was blurry as he asked. Manchun quickly replied, "This is the kid I told you about," the holy mage faintly recalled. "The one you mentioned from the Hunter Academy." Taking his chance, the holy mage asked, "Did you really come to save us? How did you find us? Wait, what about the dryads?" Sojun answered nonchalantly, "I've taken care of them." The holy mage couldn't believe his ears. "All of the dryads by yourself? That's impossible." Sojun then pressed, "What happened here? Why did you bring Manchun to this place?" The old man's lips trembled as he explained, "To research the monsters, I needed help moving the bodies. For personal reason, I had to be discreet. But I couldn't manage it alone, not at my age." Seojun's brow furrowed. "So you brought no porters?" The holy mage replied, "I feared it would draw unwanted attention. As I said, we needed to operate in secret. So I required someone completely trustworthy." Reading between the lines, Sojun connected the dots. "You're doing this secretly to avoid the Church of Justice, aren't you?" The holy mage was stunned by his words. He stammered, "How did you know? I didn't even tell the association president." At that moment, the monster's massive branches began to stir. A sudden tremor shook the ground, startling all three. A heavy rumbling echoed from below. Sojun asked, "What is that, an earthquake?" But the expressions on the other two men turned to ice. Manchun trembled. "It's that bastard," he cried. "That's the monster that nearly killed him." Seojun's mind raced. He'd suspected a trap by the Church of Justice. But it was strange for the holy mage to be cornered. Unless this dungeon held something even he couldn't handle. The old man spoke. "I'm grateful you came to save us." But then his face hardened. "You shouldn't have come here." But Sojun barely heard him. His focus was locked on the unnatural movement of the nearby mountain. The mountain was moving. Then it dawned on him. No, that was a creature that resembled a dryad. But then a massive, terrifying maw opened before them. The creature unleashed a horrifying roar, pinning the humans below with pure dread. His lips barely moving, Seojun asked, "A mutant monster?" Another thought hit him. "No, can you even call this thing a monster?" The holy mage said, "This is my first time seeing it. I believe it's a mutation, but I'm not certain." A mutant, Seojun thought to himself. Still, besides its sheer size, it looked like the other dryads he'd faced. For a fleeting second, Seojun felt an incredible stroke of luck. Good, it seems. It hasn't spotted us yet. Seojun urged, "Let's stay out of its sight and escape this dungeon now." But Manchun shook his head. "We've tried that. It's impossible. Somehow, whenever we try to flee, it detects us instantly." That explained why the holy mage was so grievously injured. The holy mage recalled the battle. "That monster is no ordinary mutant. Its hide is too tough for magic to pierce. Even when I managed to crack it, its regeneration was so fast that it healed in an instant." His meaning was clear. His magic was useless. He had faced an evolved monster, one that had shed its weaknesses and amplified its strengths. The holy mage's magic had been completely ineffective. When he heard that, Sojun's face paled. "It's that powerful," the old man sighed. "I'm not the man I once was. I'm old weak, just waiting for the end. Honestly, it's embarrassing that people still call me the Holy Mage. I can use magic to weaken its hype and suppress its regeneration, but I'm completely vulnerable while doing so. If only I were 5 years younger," he lamented. "Even weakened, we need a powerful strike to shatter its core. but we don't have that kind of firepower. Hearing that, the gears in Sojun's mind started turning. He spoke up suddenly. So, all we're missing is one powerful attack, right? Raising his Gungnir, he made a proposal. Alright, while you're weakening it, I'll destroy its core. A stunned silence fell over them. The holy mage quickly clarified. A normal attack won't shatter the core. I can weaken it, but I can't nullify its power entirely, he added. And most importantly, if we fail this, I don't think we'll get a second chance. Sojun considered this. The man was only talking thanks to his elixir. It wouldn't be surprising if he collapsed at any second. This means we only get one shot, he said weakly. I'll be the decoy. Both of you run. Sojun suddenly replied. It's possible. He showed the man the Gungnir, piquing his curiosity. He stammered. What is this? Sojun explained. This spear will let me land a powerful blow. Just watch. Sojun then remembered to warn him. And be careful if anyone but me holds it. A rejection. He asked. This thing recognizes its master? Yes. Gungnir's radiant aura once again left him stunned. What is this? He trembled. How? He then launched into a long-winded speech of praise, so much so that Manchun muttered. Never seen the old man this chatty. It reminded him of Junmin's reaction seeing him accept Gungnir's power. Sojun smirked. So is it possible now? As if mesmerized by Gungnir, he quickly answered. This spear alone is more than enough. It's on a completely different level. With this, I might not need the weakening magic. He then asked where Sojun got it, causing the young man to hesitate. Finally, Seojun answered, The sword Sen bought it for me. I don't recall him being so generous, the old man mused. He had no idea what unspoken truths Seojun was hiding. He thought, say, I sold the Asur dragon sword to save the magic saint should be okay. Suddenly, a brutal shriek from the dryad tore through the darkness. Seojun grinned. Leading his three-man party, he declared, Let's hunt this monster, boss. Sojun declared the plan was simple. He and the other two began discussing their strategy. He explained, Once the magic saint spell weakens it, I'll pierce its core with this spear. He carefully asked the magic saint, Can you cast the spell now? Of course, he replied, though it might not be at full power. But don't worry, I'll do it even if it costs me my life. No, Sojun quickly interjected. That won't be necessary. Just weaken it and I'll be the bait. He laid out the plan. First, I'll lure it away to buy some time. Step 2. During that time, the magic saint will focus all his power on the spell. Step 3. Once it's weak, I'll destroy its core with Gungnir. However, he quickly saw two potential flaws. There are two variables in this plan, he noted. He considered first, I might die acting as the lure. Second, it could ignore me and attack the magic saint during his casting. He figured the first variable isn't an issue if I perform well. But the second one, the magic saint is defenseless while casting. He told the other man, Uncle, I'll do my best to keep its attention, but I can't guarantee anything. His uncle just smiled. If something goes wrong, I'm counting on you to handle it. Don't worry, he said. I have no intention of dying and leaving Seojun behind. He turned to the magic saint with a grin. You heard him, old man. If you don't want to end up on an altar, you better hold on tight. The magic saint sighed. How shameful. I'm in your hands. I'm the one carrying you, his uncle replied. So you can trust me. The old man nodded. I'll never forget this step. Then let's begin, Sojun announced. Before them, the massive tree let out a terrifying roar. It looked vicious from a distance, but up close it was colossal and monstrous. He Here we go, Sojun muttered. It's just a big dumb tree, so it was easy to find. He told the others to stay back, warning them not to get too close in case it spots the magic saint. But the old man interjected, "That's too dangerous. We should." Seojun cut him off firmly. "No, I have to take this risk. There's no other way. I'm the only one who can dodge its attacks and get away." The old man finally conceded. "Fine, do as you say." Seojun smiled. "Then we'll proceed as planned. You two must have been bored lately. Let's head out." The old man blessed him. "Good luck." Manchun added with a grin. "Be careful." Kim Sojun. "You too as well," he replied. With that, he took off. Darting between the trees, he plunged deeper into the forest, his eyes scanning everything. He assessed. It looked big from far away, but up close, it's absolutely massive, he thought. More importantly, I can feel immense energy radiating from it. Seeing its sheer size, he finally understood. No wonder even the magic saint had trouble. And its monstrous branches were tearing the forest apart. Watching the branches, Seojun thought with relief. "Good, I don't see any other dryads around. It's just rampaging and destroying everything." He shifted his weight, telling himself, "Stay calm. One small mistake and I'm dead." He took a deep breath and then roared, "Hey, you monster!" Hearing him, it slowly turned, its gaze piercing right through him. A cold chill shot down his spine. It felt as if he was already being devoured by its sharp jaws. Powerless. Seojun cursed, "Damn it." In an instant, its roots shot out with incredible speed, stopping just inches from his feet. The branches slammed down where he had been standing, shattering the ground with a thunderous crash. But Seojun was already airborne, landing nimbly on its roots. His heightened senses instantly detected two more branches snaking through the trees from behind. As he ran, Seojun yelled, "Time for a breather." Seojun surveyed the area. The beast's assault was fiercer than he had anticipated, pushing him far from his allies. From the shadows, the holy sage wondered. Is the weakening spell not ready yet? A nail-sharp branch loomed beside him. It slammed into the earth like a spike, nearly crushing him like an ant beneath its relentless force. More branches erupted from behind, rapidly extending and thickening to ensnare him. Sensing them from below, Seojun gripped his holy spear and sliced through the grotesque wooden limbs. He spun again, severing the creeping hands behind him before landing deftly on all fours. Seojun's head snapped up. The monster's immense unseen pressure was growing stronger by the second. Facing this crushing force, he couldn't deny it. Damn, this pressure is no joke. Even the air itself trembled round him. Gripping his holy spear, Seojun steeled himself. Was there any choice but to dodge with everything he had? Suddenly, a brilliant light flared up behind him. Seojun clung to that light like a ray of hope, a signal the spell had finally been cast. Perfect timing. Seojun praised the holy sage, but he didn't realize other branches were already lying in wait. "I'm done." 4 branches shot down to pin him like an ant, but they struck empty ground. As the branches retreated, his body was gone. The creature shrieked, turning toward a voice. "Over here, you bastard!" Its eyes fell upon a very much alive Seorun, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he yelled, "Come and get me!" Sorun sprinted away. The monster's terrifying growls echoed right at his heels. The red-eyed dryad opened its maw, ready to devour him, forcing him to run for his life with a desperate scream. Suddenly, the dryad swung a massive root. It shattered the ground as Sorun leaped away, narrowly cheating death. This cunning tree had no intention of letting him escape. Its relentless attacks continued to shake the earth. He was forced to keep moving with no time to rest. A moment's hesitation would be his last. His stamina was reaching its absolute limit. Sweat pouring down his face, he glanced back. Great, it's still on my tail. His heart pounded knowing those branches wanted to tear him apart. Just a little more to the ambush point, he urged himself on. Keep going, and vaulted over an obstacle. All he had to do was lure it there. The plan formed as the dryad frantically closed the distance. The creature's roots were getting dangerously close. Closer. They were about to grab him. Sorun grimaced as the roots reached for him. Then chains erupted from the uneven ground. They shot out like striking vipers, binding the dryad tightly and catching the creature completely by surprise. With the beast restrained, Sorun finally stopped turning to witness the result. Perfect, the plan worked. A victorious smile spread across his face. The creature's speed and power were drastically reduced. The holy sage magic was incredibly effective. Sorun thought joyfully as the dryad continued to thrash about. It struggled against the magic chains. At this rate, I can destroy its core. Seoran thought with glee. The tree began to growl, its gaze shifting, as if it found something. Somehow it managed to free one enormous root. It took Seorun by surprise. He realized it's aiming for the holy sage, the one casting the spell. Images of Manchun and the holy sage flashed in his mind. The sage was out of mana and Manchun was just an ordinary man. A fire ignited within him, power surging from his hands. Worse, his uncle was carrying the sage on his back. At best, they can only dodge once or twice. He gritted his teeth in alarm as his spear pulsed with magic. This is my only chance. I have to pour everything into Gungnir. With their lives on the line, he took his stance. Failure was not an option. His gaze hardened as he raised the spear with ice-cold absolute precision. The spear unleashed the immense mountain-toppling force. Instantly, the chains around the monster began to vibrate. They tightened, threatening to crush the dryad like dry timber. A crimson mana orb appeared. It was the creature's core. Seorun's eyes blazed with focus. Now's my chance. He launched the mountain-toppling force straight into the dryad's core. A direct hit. The beast shrieked in agony. Following a massive explosion, the core began to crack. The dryad's screams faded as its strength gave out, its eyes finally closing. It was finally over. A thick white smoke lingered in the air. When it finally cleared, Sorun remained frozen in his attack stance. He looked up, gasping for air, completely drained. Seeing his victory, he let out a cry and collapsed. I'm spent, man. It's over. My head is reeling. Is this the backlash from using all my power? His body was limp, trembling violently. He couldn't move. Seorun screamed inside. But at least I destroyed its core. In this condition, restoring Gungnir is impossible. He slowly pushed himself up. Please, let them both be safe. Seorun groaned, lucky to even be standing. Manchun Hirak, are you two okay? He rushed to their side. I'm alright, but the hierarch trailed off, holding Manchun, who was writhing in agony. Seorun saw the massive wound on his leg. I'm fine, Manchun insisted. It's just a scratch. Manchun tried to hide the wound. Let me see. Seorun insisted we can't take any chances. Even with the debuff, dodging the thing's attacks is impossible for a normal person like him. Seorun analyzed. It's not fatal. Thankfully, with prompt treatment, he'll recover. Still, we need to get it looked at fast. The hierarch, of course, was unharmed. Seeing Sorun relax, Manchun grumbled. Told you it was just a scratch. Manchun scoffed at the kid's stubbornness. Huh, if I were just 5 years younger, I could carry you both for days. Manchun's joke lightened the tense air. You're all talk, the Hirak shot back. The Hirak jabbed back with a tired smile. After days trapped together, a bond had formed between them. Watching the two bicker, Sioran couldn't help but smile. They went from rivals to actually caring for one another. So we just need to get out of here now, right? Manchun asked, eyeing the huge gash in the dryad. Right. With the core destroyed, we should be safe, Sorun replied. I'm just going to restore my spear. He walked ahead, glancing back at the two. Can you even get up, huh? You should worry about yourself. They really never stopped. Suddenly, a massive tremor shook the very ground. All three froze, eyes wide with shock. The roots began to writhe again. The fallen dryad suddenly stirred back to life right before their eyes. What Seorun's face went pale, his mind reeling from the absolute shock. How is this possible? He stared at the giant, its murderous gaze locked on them. I know I hit it with Gungmir. Don't tell me the core wasn't destroyed. Then he saw it. Glimmering inside the wand was another purple mana stone. It has two cores. Kim Sojun whispered the horrifying truth dawning on him. The Herak and Manchun realized it too. We only finished half the job. Just then, the monster unleashed a terrifying roar. Its branches whipped out, striking at them all. Sojun planted his staff, shielding the two men behind him. The Herak supported Manchun, both stunned by the sight. The monster raised its branches for another strike. Sojun glared, bracing for the impact, but then he looked up. The Hirak had summoned a barrier blocking the attack. Sojun cried out. Hirak pushed to his limit. The holy man buckled, coughing up blood. Realizing his state, Sojun's mind raced. The Hirak is out of mana. He can't hold on much longer. To beat this thing, I have to destroy that other core. He stared at the raging monster, his eyes scanning the tangled branches. Kim Sojun searched frantically. Where is it? Then a faint glimmer. Something was glowing deep within the branches. His mind was a chaotic mess. Damn it, I can't get a clear shot. It's hidden deep within the branches. It's hiding deliberately, aware of my spear's power. But I still have Longinus at my side. If I can just land one direct hit, I can shatter that core. Sojun turned to the Hirak, his face grim. Can you use the decay magic one more time? The Hirak, barely holding on, nodded weakly. I will do my best. Outside, the monster relentlessly hammered the shield. The Hirak looked confused. But the core is moving. Sojun knew his resolve hardened. I'll be the decoy. The Hirak's eyes widened in shock. But you'll be... Even the injured Manchun was startled by his plan. Seojun's eyes blazed with resolve. There's no more time. We have to do whatever it takes right now. And as the decay magic flared, he shot out from the barrier. The two inside cried out, Wait, Sojun! He was already a blur, dodging and weaving. Slicing through branches, he moved with desperate speed, dodging every attack. His mind was screaming, one hit and I'm dead. The hierarch blocked all of this in his condition. The thought stilled his resolve. Kim Sojun glared and swung his staff. But he's at his limit now. I'm the only one left who can do this. He unleashed a powerful mana-infused strike. The powerful strike sliced through all the branches that had been swarming him. Meanwhile, the trembling hierarch saw the assault on his shield stop. The branches had changed their target and were now hurtling towards Sojun. In that instant, the creature lunged at him. Sojun leaped high into the air as they crashed into one another. Seeing his attack fail, he gritted his teeth in frustration. The Dryad's crimson eyes blazed with hatred. He vaulted backward instantly, taking a defensive stance. To pierce its core with Longinus, he knew he needed to get in deeper. But there were no openings to exploit. He looked up as a realization dawned on him. This was completely different from simply luring it out. As Sujun rose, he found a branch already coiled around his leg. Glancing down, he cursed, "Damn it." Suddenly, chains of magic shot out, binding all the branches tightly and stopping their assault just in time. Seeing the restrained branches, he thought the magic saint's paralysis spell. He gripped his kite. Seizing the moment, he dashed forward at full speed, vaulting off a large branch and aiming straight for its head. The dryad was trapped by the magic chains, but he knew they wouldn't hold for long. The chains were already thinning and growing weaker. Just as he predicted, the strain was immense to activate it again when he runs out of mana. He remained lost in his own thoughts. Then Sujun spotted something. He saw an opening in its defense. He instantly charged forward, launching himself into the air. He swung Longinus right at its torso, but the attack failed, and a sweeping branch sent him flying backward. He crashed violently to the ground, coughing up blood. He struggled just to regain his breath. Sojun grimaced, forcing his gaze forward. As he stared at the dryad, his vision blurred into a chaotic and terrifying scene. It was like facing a true monster. His hand trembled, clutching the spear Longinus. He had been so naive. The dragon's fang can destroy its core, so I just need to get close. A fatal miscalculation. Just then, a branch shot toward him. Sujun's face twisted as he gritted his teeth. I have to dodge. But his body refused to move. For a fleeting instant, he was frozen solid. When he snapped his eyes open, he saw who stood before him. It was the magic saint. He was using his magic to block the devastating blow. He poured every ounce of strength into the barrier, biting his lips so hard that it drew blood. I can't believe a student like him could achieve this masterful level of combat before even turning 30. How long has it been since another skill sent a shiver down my spine? 5 years. No, in just 1 year, his name will be known across the land. I can't even imagine how much stronger he'll become. He will continue to evolve, and one day soon, he'll become a hero for all mankind. But he hasn't reached that level yet. And that is why you must live even if I must die in your place today. He roared with absolute resolve. Run now! But he was refused. I won't. The old man stared in shock as Sujun, using Longinus as a crutch, painfully dragged himself to his feet. Seeing his reckless resolve, the magic saint bellowed, Don't get swept away by this. You must live. I don't have much time. Stop being a fool and face reality. The words silenced Seojun as he lowered his head. Then, gritting his teeth, he shot back a question. Then why aren't you running away? He pressed on. Why didn't you abandon us and escape? Why didn't you leave Manchun behind? You could have if you really wanted to. His words left the old man stunned. Seojun continued, Why are you so determined to sacrifice yourself? The moment he finished speaking, excruciating pain shot through his body, causing him to collapse to his knees, unable to stand. But he still managed to form a protective barrier. He thought back to the saint's words. He's right. Escaping is the best option now. He made his decision in that moment. Leave this place to the magic saint and get Manchun out of here. Conversely, the worst choice is fighting this beast at a disadvantage. I already know the answer, but for some reason, I don't want to run. A familiar figure flashed through his mind. He stared ahead, his eyes filled with an unbreakable resolve. Kim Seo-jun recalled one of Hercules' first lectures. Class, what do you all believe strength is? What is true power? Hercules, the mightiest god in Greco-Roman mythology. During orientation, he had emphasized the importance of muscle. However, physical strength wasn't the kind of power that he truly wanted to impart. The most famous of all gods in myth and legend, suddenly Hercules' words from that first class echoed in his mind. He remembered listening to the lecture while doing his missions training, so intensely that sweat poured from his body. Strength isn't purely physical. The power I wish to teach you is more than that. A weary Seojun sat up, slumped on the ground, sweat pooling around him. These daily quests are brutal. The lecture continued. So, are you curious about the power I'm speaking of? A heavy silence filled the space. Exhausted, Seojun glanced up at the phone in his hand. He thought to himself, what is the lesson over? Why did he stop talking? Seojun stared intently at the lecture. Suddenly, the lecture continued. It is atonement for the black family's curse. I saved his granddaughter's life as repayment for my own. Madness took me and I murdered my beloved wife and child. Crushed by guilt, I wished only for death. Thankfully, my dear friend Theseus urged me to face 12 trials for my atonement. 12 impossible trials. Slay the Nemean lion, capture the Hydra, seize the Erymanthian boar, and clean the Augean stables. Expel the Stympelian birds, capture the Cretan bull, steal the man-eating mares of Diomedes, and seize the girder of Hippolyta. Obtaining Gerion's cattle, stealing the Hesperides golden apples, and capturing Cerberus, the guardian of Hades. After completing the trials, my fame grew, but then suddenly people began to laugh at me. They jeered, "You seek glory." They were right. My sins were too great for me to ever be a hero, and so they found reasons why I could never be redeemed. Their insults cut deeper than any blade. Once more, I considered ending it all, but I couldn't give up. I lived for others, a sacrifice they mistook for foolishness. My only hope was that, far in the future, selflessness would one day become a matter of course. Only then could I forgive myself for that fateful day. And so Hercules completed his 12 labors and was hailed a true hero. He even saved the gods of Olympus in their war against the giants, a war that nearly ended the age of gods. Hercules, who lost his sanity and slew his family, became the greatest of heroes through his atonement. His words echoed once more. The will to atone is the very power that guides my path. When you try to become someone, people will always tell you that it's impossible. Well, as one who has faced the hardest trials, allow me to tell you this. I heard those same words throughout my labors. However, I want everyone to know that it does not matter. Again and again, they will tell you it's impossible. Again and again, they'll say you cannot do it. I won't tell you to ignore them. You only need one reason, your own personal reason. One that compels you to succeed. That alone is enough to be a hero. Back in the present, his face was bruised and bloodied. He gasped for air, struggling to reignite his will to fight. The saint struggled to hold the formation, screaming, "Stop! This is madness! You know you cannot win. That is not a monster you can handle at your current level." Seojun stood there frozen. His own thoughts echoed back. "I can deny it. I know better than anyone that I cannot win." The saint's voice rang out again. "Stop! It's hopeless." But Seojun stunned, gripped his weapon and advanced. Fear was a crushing weight on his chest. A voice whispered in his ear, telling him to retreat. Just then, Hercules' voice resounded in his mind. Remember when the entire world says you can't do it. 1,000 reasons why he couldn't win flooded his heart, but the hero's lecture echoed once more. Reason will tell you you've hit your limit. So Jun's mind screamed, I have 1,000 reasons to flee. The voice continued, but when you think you can't make it, Seo Jun's thoughts raced onward to an experienced saint. A 28-year-old like him must seem utterly reckless. Seo Jun kept moving forward closer to the saint. The voice urged him on. Advance, keep going. His thoughts echoed again. My 28 years are nothing compared to the saint's experience. The lecture continued. How foolish. But his heart screamed. I want my life to have meaning. I won't give up and destroy my future. Power surged from the weapon in his hand. That is your true strength. A power. A divine might awakened from deep within his body and soul. It radiated across the sky as both men looked up. The monster droid narrowed its eyes in horror. Power exploded, bathing everything in a magnificent light. An overwhelming force shattered every obstacle. Seorun focused all his power and charged ahead. The celestial beast began its descent. Seorun faced it bravely. Expertly readying his weapon for the strike, he landed a powerful blow with a single move. The battle raged, a chaotic dance of destruction. As the beast unleashed fatal strikes, Seorun was not to be outdone, releasing immense power of his own. Terrifying roars echoed through the heavens. After a moment, the sky grew quiet, but chaos still reigned below. The saint struggled just to hold his ground. Stepping back, he watched in shock as Seorun charged the monster again. But his strength was fading fast. Suddenly, his eyes shut tight, the power having drained him completely. The saint quickly created a cushion of energy to catch his fall. After some time, the sky cleared. Leaning on his staff, Uncle Manchun rushed to his side. The man yelled out, Seorun! He was shocked to see him unconscious on the ground. Seorun, are you okay? The saint spoke. His wounds are severe, but his life is not in danger. He likely passed out from using power his body could not handle. Manchun sighed in response. I see. The power he just used was extraordinary. He thought to himself, when did that sickly kid grow up so fast? The saint let out a sorrowful sigh. He turned to Manchun and said, to be honest, I was terrified. Confused Manchun asked, what are you talking about? Wait, you were afraid of that giant tree? So the old man called the saint can feel fear after all. The saint chuckled lightly. I feel fear too, damn it. Despite calling himself an old man near death, he added, I was not scared of the tree, but of death. More accurately, I fear what will happen to the world after I am gone. Manchun stared at him thoughtfully. He asked, what do you mean? The saint replied, the world is not as safe as people believe. Those words made Manchun freeze for a moment. He continued, so the closer I get to death, the more I worry. The world still needs me. Manchun understood. Is that why you take on disciples? The saint replied softly, that is right. Jimin has done far better than I ever expected. But I cannot escape this darkness in my heart. He looked wearily at the sky, thinking his worries were absurd. This was a wake-up call for me. Even if I die, my disciples will carry on. He recalled the question Sorun asked while wounded. Then why did you not run? The same continued. In that tenacious young man, I see the start of a new generation of heroes. The saint smiled gently, looking up at the clear blue sky. Time passes quickly. Kim Sorun woke up with a startled scream in a hospital bed. Hearing the noise, Manchun hobbled over on crutches. Oh, the kid is awake. From the opposite bed, a familiar voice asked, you are finally up. He quickly figured out where he was, a hospital. So I made it out of the dungeon safely. But why is a VIP, like the saint, in a 4-person room? Kim So-run sat up alertly and asked, "Is everyone okay?" Manchun grinned, looking strong. "I do not have any serious injuries. A few deep cuts, but with proper treatment I will be fine." The saint also smiled. "Same here. Thanks to timely first aid, I just need some rest." But Kim So-run knew they were lying. His worried eyes shifted. "Manchun looks okay, but the saint, he does not seem fine at all." Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Manchun changed the subject. "Forget about that, Kim So-run. How are you feeling? You were out for 6 hours." He yelled in shock. 6 hours, sir? Did you contact Sujin?" Manchun answered awkwardly. "I did." Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed things were handled without any issues. "What a relief!" Just then Manchun suddenly added, "And I have already spoken to Sujin." Se-run was surprised. "What? Why did you call?" Sujin Manchun replied, "Sujin said she was really worried about you. They must have mapped while searching for us. It seems they are both on their way here now." Kim So-run nodded understanding. He let out a soft, realizing that from the point of view of Sujin, he had vanished while searching for Manchun. He was missing and out of contact with everyone. To her, I disappeared too, along with the sword of her grandfather. Just then, the saint suddenly cut in. "Now I remember you said you had a daughter named Sujin, correct?" Manchun turned his head and replied, "That is right. I took this job to earn money for her to attend the Hunter Academy. So do not forget to double my pay as you promised." The saint did not answer right away, lost in thought. Manchun started to panic. "You are not planning on backing out now, are you?" "Hey, are you not supposed to be rich?" The saint shook his head. "No, I assure you, you will be paid." Before the others could wonder why, he continued, "If you will allow it, what if I were to mentor your daughter?" Manchun jolted in shock. While Kim Seo-jun was secretly impressed, Manchol asked stiffly, "Old man, what was that? Are you senile?" The sage clicked his tongue. "What do you mean? I may not have much time left, but I'm certainly not senile." Manchel frowned. "Then are you insane?" The sage replied firmly, "I'm not insane either." Manchel couldn't help but ask, "So you're not senile or crazy, then why the sudden change? Didn't you say you had much to do?" The sage chuckled. "That's true, but it's no longer necessary." He tilted his head with a soft smile. "Shouldn't I pass on my knowledge now? I doubt I'll survive the year. There's nothing else to do. It's best I spend my last moments guiding her." Manchol was stunned, but the old man just chuckled. "Unless the girl doesn't want to be a mage, there's nothing I can do. Ho ho ho." The holy mage then turned to Kim Seo-jun. "You also saved my life. I can guide you as well if you wish." But he flatly refused. "No, thank you. If you want to repay me, just give me money." The holy mage wasn't offended. He quickly agreed. "Very well. I'll give you what this old life of mine is worth. How much do you want? This life isn't cheap, so don't be shy." Kim So-jun cheered. "Really?" He smiled and said, "In that case," but before he could finish, the hospital door exploded inward. Manchil jumped. "What the?" He only saw a foot kick the door open as a familiar female voice rang out. "Oh, Grandpa, I think there's been a misunderstanding." Kim So-jun wept internally. "I almost forgot. Contacting Suyeon meant her grandfather was nearby." Park Min-chun roared back. "Misunderstanding? Get out of my way. I won't let it go this time. He won't escape punishment." Kim So-jun despaired. Park Min-chun furiously shouted, "You bastard!" Suyeon struggled to hold her grandfather back, yelling to Kim So-jun, "If you want to live, run." In that brief moment, his brain froze. What should I do now? Should I jump out the window? But this is the Sword Saint. He'd probably jump out and chase me. Should I just toss Gungnir and run? Wait, where is my Gungnir? Don't tell me I left it in the dungeon. He panicked, shielding his body with his hands. No, Sword Saint, it's a misunderstanding. Let me explain. Pak Min-chun roared. Silence! I won't let you off easy this time. The holy mage casually chimed in. My. As expected of the Sword Saint, the room instantly fell silent. Ignoring the tension, he greeted him cheerfully. Long time no see, Sword Saint. Pak Min-chun stared in disbelief. He grunted. Why is it you? The holy mage smiled warmly. I never thought we'd meet again like this. After so many years, it feels like yesterday. When the five of us were just kids running around. How have you been? The Sword Saint replied. Well, same as always. Forget that. Why are you here? How's your health? The holy mage explained. I almost died trying to act brave, so now I am hospitalized. The Sword Saint was startled. What? Almost died? Are you okay? You said you were getting old. Seems it's true. The holy mage laughed. Sword Saint, I'm so jealous, because you're still brimming with energy. Do you have a secret? Don't keep it to yourself. Share it with me. The other three huddled on the bed. For now, Kim Sojun was safe. He whispered, Where's Suyeon? Uncle Sojun, she whispered back. She's on her way. I came ahead to try and stop Grandpa. Because he was furious, Pak Min-chun stood by the bed with his arms crossed. He grumbled suspiciously. What are you blabbering about? You faking being sick, aren't you? The holy mage replied innocently. I really did almost die. Then he suddenly dragged Kim Sojun into it. If that kid hadn't saved me, I'd really be dead. The Sword Saint's peasant mood instantly turned into a furious glare. He hissed through his teeth. You rotten punk. Kim Sojun paled, waving his hands. No, Sword Saint, I didn't mean to. I really had no other choice. But Pak Min-chun wasn't listening to his explanation. Silence. I didn't give it to you to sell. It seems you've grown fearless, thinking you can escape because of Suyeon. The holy mage gently spoke up for him. I'm not sure what this is about, but can you forgive the boy this once for saving my life? The Sword Saint turned to him scowling. This has nothing to do with you. The holy mage gently took his hand to persuade him. It seems he made a big mistake. I don't think he meant it. He must have done it because he had no other choice. The Sword Saint was stunned, sputtering. How can you say that? The holy mage began his usual sermon on morality. Time takes much from us, but it also teaches us a great deal. The Sword Saint whipped his head back with a cold snort. However, this kid has crossed the line. Now the holy mage was getting curious. He asked the Sword Saint, What on earth did the boy do? The question just made him angrier as he replied with a scowl, He sold my dragon sword. The answer made the holy mage freeze. He quickly asked, Wait a moment. So the weapon you gifted the boy was bought with money from selling the dragon sword? Pak Min-chun asked, startled. What did you say? The holy mage asked softly. He said, You bought him that spear as a gift, right? Pak Min-chun yelled in disbelief. What, are you insane? When did I ever do that? Kim Sojun knew at this moment he was absolutely doomed. Seeing the immense power exploding from the Sword Saint's body, he screamed in terror. I didn't sell it. I only pawned it for a while. He continued to plead his case. I can get it back. The pawn amount wasn't even that much. If you just go see the association president. The other two were pale, huddling together in fear. Veins bulged on his forehead as the Sword Saint growled. You think I should forgive this brat now? The sage knew he couldn't defend him. He could only offer a warning, just don't kill him. Kim So-jun screamed inwardly. No, sage. Park Min-chun approached, radiating killing intent. Since you didn't sell the sword, and for the sage's sake, I won't kill you. I'll let it slide if you take one hit. No more, no less. He cracked his knuckles. Block it, dodge it, or die. You choose. He screamed in his mind. He's not just hitting me. He plans to end me with one punch. He pleaded trembling. Wait, I can find it, so please. The sword saint cut him off. That is why I said it. I'm only going to hit you once. His fist flew towards him. Kim So-jun tensed, gritting his teeth. A powerful fist blurred towards him. Park Min-chun struck without a hint of hesitation, but someone caught the blow. The shockwave from the impact thickened the air. The sword saint stared stunned at who blocked his fist with their own. It was none other than Kim So-jun. It met the attack head-on, gritting his teeth. The very moment their fists collided, the sword saint fell strangely silent. An instant later, Kim So-jun collapsed, writhing in agony. Arg! He screamed. The sword saint's fist remained extended. He was stunned. He actually blocked it. Seeing the boy's bruised hand, Park Min-chun's shock deepened. More importantly, his arm was completely intact. It should have been broken, no, completely shattered. The sword saint pursed his lip. You! But Kim So-jun, he leaped to his feet talking non-stop. Hey, you promised only one hit. You said I could block, dodge, or die. And I did my part. Don't you dare back out. Then he bowed quickly and scrambled away. I'll just get some fresh air. You two enjoy your reunion. Seeing this, So-jun ran and Min-chun followed. Hey, So-jun, wait up. In the end, only the two old friends remained staring at each other in silence. The sword saint clicked his tongue. The sage seized the chance to tease him. Getting old are we? Can't control your own strength anymore. Park Min-chun walked closer. It'd be a problem if he died, but who could have predicted this? The sage nodded. I'm surprised too. He stared at the sword saint and asked honestly, You don't really have the kid, do you? The sword saint looked at him as if he just heard a hilarious joke. He immediately denied it. Nonsense. He's an eyesore. I'd be glad to be rid of him. The sage smirked. Isn't it because Sorun favors him? The sword saint changed the topic. Let's drop the subject for now. He put up a chair beside the bed, his expression turning serious as he asked, What exactly happened back there? The sage could only respond with a sad smile. A voice echoed in the room. It's just one thing after another. We just found a trace of the Apostle of Discipline in a 10-star labyrinth when a variant pursuing the Justice Church appeared. At this Park Min-chun frowned. Besides, I still can't believe that Brad was the one who defeated it. The sage chuckled softly. You wouldn't say that if you'd seen it yourself. But Park Min-chun was still bothered. When I met him days ago, he wasn't this strong. The sage could easily read his friend's mind. He said softly, You still refuse to acknowledge the boy's true power. Park Min-chun instantly shot back. That's right. Even if it's true, I will never acknowledge that brat. I mean it, the sage sighed. It seems you just don't trust professional hunters. Min-chun scoffed. These so-called S-rank hunters, they are completely useless. The magic saint looked at him and replied, You are right, I agree with you. Their abilities are not yet worthy of being called talent. As heroes who saved the world from catastrophe, both the sword saint and magic saint shared this belief. Professional hunters meant something else. Now it was just a high-paying job. They were cautious, knowing a new era would come. After all, they desire peace more than anyone. But Min-chun continued gravely. The world is not yet truly safe. The magic saint listened in silence. Minchun went on. Once the heroes are gone and that threat awakens, can the world fight back? He added, I just don't know. In any case, that was the purpose for establishing the Church of Truth. The other replied, but Sword Saint among 8 billion people, one has appeared who makes the impossible possible. Our era is over. In the hospital lobby, Sorun was being questioned about the sword's location. Suddenly, someone else approached, making the three of them turn. The private word between those two continued on. It probably ended long ago. We were just too busy to notice. Manchun was stunned, stammering, What are you saying? The other man just laughed. We've grown too old, Sword Saint. Elsewhere, Surun rushed into Manchun's arms, sobbing with worry that had yet to fade. Manchun, equally distressed, looked toward Sorun and called out his name. Sorun! Tears welled up in Manchun's eyes. Thank you for saving me. Truly thank you. Sorun smiled faintly and replied, It was nothing. They say the most beautiful sight in the world is seeing things return to how they were meant to be. Time passed and all three of us were discharged. Life returned to normal. However, there were a few changes. Surun, full of passion, declared clearly, I promise I will definitely do it. The first change. The magic saint took Surun as his disciple. The second was receiving the promised reward for saving his life 10 billion won. Hearing the amount, Sorun was shocked. Are you sure I was only joking about that? The magic saint, like a living Buddha, smiled gently. I told you my life is quite valuable. I was going to use that money to build a better society anyway. Take it and use it when you need to. Seoran's face lit up. Wow, what a brilliant aura. So cool. I used 500 million to retrieve the blue dragon sword and return it to the sword saint. Returning the sword almost cost me my life, but I had anticipated that. Still, the sword saint's cold glare never softened. He gritted his teeth, saying coldly, I'm going to kill you. Terrified, Seoran turned and fled. I gave it back like I promised. Everything was finally falling into place. Notifications began to fill the phone screen. I didn't plan this, but fate led me to Gungnir and a massive 9.5 billion won. Seorun scrolled intently through his phone. With those items, I increased Herc's course completion rate to 47.3%. Lee Min-hoon's eyes lit up when he saw him, greeting him brightly. Oh my friend, you're finally back. Seorun quickly confronted him. Hey, don't you care about me at all? How could you not visit me even for a single day? Lee Min-hoon calmly replied, That's not true. I was worried sick, but she said you were fine, so I figured you were. Besides, you're an amazing friend, so I knew you'd recover quickly. Sorun gave up against his sly friend, saying, Right, whatever. Just then, Pelrun approached from a distance. Ah, so you're here? She glanced at Sohun. Is everything alright? Sohun replied softly. Yes, everything is fine. Lee Min-hoon got closer, pointing at her notepad. I need an item like this. Can you find it for me? Pelrun agreed without hesitation. Ah, if it's that one, I'll get it for you right away. Lee Min-hoon was overjoyed. You're the best. Even as the world changes, one thing remains the same. The Dream Hunter Academy. Seorun frowned during his training. Wait, how many did I do? This place feels like home now. Nearby, Herc's lecture echoed. In our last lesson, I spoke about the power of a god. Perhaps some students have realized the importance of a god's power. Even though it's difficult to attain, sometimes a student who just realizes this might be surprised at how fast their course completion rate increases, right? There's no need to be so surprised. This course was designed to teach you about divine power from the start. Simply put, you've progressed so quickly because you've just realized what you want to learn. Seorun listened with rapt attention. However, Herc's power suddenly surged with intense determination. Do you think this means you no longer need an instructor? How absurd! What blasphemy! The power of a god is the source of all strength. To fully control that limitless power, you need the muscles to support it. So, without a body pushed to its absolute peak, you can't withstand divine power. That's why I stress the importance of muscle to build a body worthy of a god's power. Lectures over time to train. Seoran froze his voice low. So I'll soon wield the power of a god. However, my body can't handle it yet, and the only answer is raw physical strength. Still, my progress is only at 49.3%. I finished Huck's daily quest early, leaving me with extra time. Seoran continuously scrolled on his phone. I could take another lecture, and I've got the money for it. Still no course from the great sage heavens equal. Suddenly an idea struck Sorun. What if I use the money to buy an elixir? If I had enough mana for Gungnir, I'd become a walking disaster, a literal catastrophe. The Transcendent Store is full of elixirs that could boost my mana. After a moment of deep thought, Sorun decided, no, another lecture is the better choice. Everything's fine, except I can no longer fully absorb elixirs. Even though I've learned from Merlin, his lessons were all mana theory, with nothing on actual mana refinement. To absorb an elixir's full power, I need to learn mana refinement. If I have to learn it anyway, it's best to learn it now, especially since I've saved 9.5 billion won. Decision made. Sojun pulled out his phone. He drafted a text. Mentor, I have some free time now. Please let me know if you find any interesting lectures. He quickly hit send. Then, scratching his head, Sojun began to pace. He usually answers within a week, so it won't be a long wait. The words had barely left his mouth when his phone chimed. What a reply! Already his mentor sent a barrage of suggestions, leaving him a bit overwhelmed. Sojun read every single one. He suggested so many he thought. Seems to be a difference between safe and effective. I should check the cost first. I have 9.5 billion won. There has to be one I can take. Sojun's head started to ache. He needed money, so he asked about upcoming competitions. The director sitting in a corner shyly spoke up. There is. Suddenly a sharp voice called out. Sojun! The director stormed over, unable to hold back. What is it with you and always running out of money? Money, money, it's all you ever talk about. Are you feeding a monster? Or does your money just sprout wings and fly away? As his phone screen flooded with notifications, Sojun bit his lip, his face filled with anguish. He didn't just need money. Each lecture's registration fee was 10 million won. I'm only 500 million won short. Sojun sighed annoyed. I'm about to go crazy. The director, despite scolding him, was still flipping through a notebook. There's a competition in 1 day. Hearing that, Sojun's ears perked up as he shouted his question. What's the prize money? The director said quietly, the winner gets 3 million won. 3 million won, Sojun thought. But the director added, there is one problem though. You need a team to compete. Kim Sojun was shocked. A team? He asked again. That's right, the director explained. You have to form a team of at least 3 members from the same academy to participate. That's going to be tough, Seojun thought helplessly. Behind him, Lee Min-jun, who was training, let out a grunt. So that's how it is, Seojun thought hopelessly. There are only 2 students here right now in Dream Hunter Academy. Minjun and me. Minjun could easily handle her part without any problems. But according to the rules, we can't compete since we don't have 3 members. Sojun turned his head at her and asked awkwardly, "So, does anyone want to join Dream Hunter Academy?" The director was left speechless. Sojun realized how it sounded and said sheepishly, "Right, sorry." His head ached as he tried to sort through the trustworthy candidates. Plus, trusting a new person is a huge issue. Is there anyone reliable? I can even invite someone I can trust enough to compete with. A person who wants to be a hunter but still hasn't registered with an academy. Anyone at all. I'm not asking for much, just one person. Then he saw Suyeon smiling and chatting and remembered her. In that instant, an idea formed. He spun around to face the director, startling her. Sojun suggested, "What if Suyeon wanted to enroll in the Dream Hunter Academy?" The director was taken aback. "You're planning to recruit Suyeon just to enter the competition?" she asked. Sojun answered and then picked up his phone and turned to leave. "Yeah, I'll be out for a bit." The director stopped him. "Hold on, Suyeon is already the disciple of the Saint of Magic, right?" She added, "It's not an issue for me, but is it really necessary for her to join the academy just for one competition?" Seojun froze for a second. Across the room, Minjun's training also faltered, curious about Suyeon. Seojun quickly clarified, "It's not just for the competition. In the city's heart lies a lavish mansion. That mansion was the Archmage's residence." Sojun entered to meet the butler, who greeted him with deep respect. "Please wait here. The Archmage will arrive shortly." He sank into a chair with a soft sigh, knowing one call was all it took. Meeting the Archmage was this easy. As he relaxed into the sofa, the Archmage suddenly appeared right behind him. With a soft chuckle, the Archmage stepped forward, smiling. "You just saw this old man a few days ago. What brings you here?" As he emerged, Seojun noticed the cane he was holding. Was the Archmage unwell? Shaking off the thought, he stood to greet him. "I didn't expect we'd meet again so soon, Archmage." The Archmage sat across from him and replied softly, "For you, I am always available." Sojun then asked, "Is Suyeon doing well?" The Saint laughed heartily, saying, "She's been all over since learning elemental magic. Once she studies something, she won't quit until she fully understands it." Sojun, surprised, asked back, "What elemental magic?" Sojun thought, "For real? She only became the Magic Saint's disciple 2 days ago." At the Hunter Academy, the first thing they teach is mana control and mana training. And for a beginner, mastering mana control should take 2 to 3 weeks. The Magic Saint added, "I was surprised. Myself surprised is an understatement. I nearly fainted. She mastered it in less than a day." At this, Sojun was stunned. "Less than a day?" The Magic Saint boasted proudly. "Can you imagine my shock? Even Jimin took a full day. I now see these kids are diamonds in the rough. I've decided to dedicate what's left of my short life to helping that child grow." Who knew it would be this exciting? Sojun felt a surge of admiration. The Magic Saint then got to the point. "So, what brings you here?" Sojun thought awkwardly. This is hard to bring up." He stammered, "Well, it's about this." After his explanation, the Magic Saint spoke about her. He chuckled softly. "So that's the reason he disappeared. Come to think of it, the Dark Saint's disciple was at your academy." "This is the first I've ever heard of him having a disciple." Sojun quickly replied, "The Dark Saint is wary of the Church of Justice, so he doesn't contact his disciple directly, and asked me to pass on a message." He added nervously, "The Sword Saint is being monitored by the Church of Justice. Don't you think you'll eventually become a target too? The magic saint listened intently to his words. Besides, even if Suan is just a student, who knows when the Church of Justice will come after you? Sojun stated his opinion seriously. However, if I'm involved with someone they can't touch, they won't make a move so recklessly. The magic saint sighed and replied, "So you want her to enroll in the same academy and live together?" Sojun confirmed, "Of course, if that happens, the time you have to train Suan will be reduced, but I hope you'll consider it for your safety and for Suan's." The magic saint stroked his beard thoughtfully. Sojun thought, "Suan is Uncle Manchun's daughter. She's like a little sister to me. Honestly, I would have made this proposal even without this threat." Just then, the magic saint finally spoke. "The dark saint feels the same way. Even if we're old, this isn't a decision to be made lightly." Sojun's face lit up. So then, the magic saint smiled. "All right, for Suan's sake, I won't keep her for too long. Thinking about it, she can gain combat experience there, and you have an incredible training plan." Meanwhile, Sujun brought Suan over to meet the others. Suan began with a simple greeting, "Hello." Sujun's uncle was delighted. "Oh my, we're so happy you agreed to come," Minjun asked curiously. "Ah, so you're Suan. Nice to meet you." Minjun eagerly stepped forward. "I'm Lee Minjun. I heard you're the magic saint's disciple." Eager to show off, Minjun added, "I'm a disciple too." Before he could finish, a hand clamped over his mouth as Sojun quickly shut him up. He muttered, "I told you not to say that to anyone but me." Muffled, Minjun struggled in protest. He continued to squirm. Keeping his hand firmly in place, Sojun explained, "This naive guy here is Lee Minjun. He's the disciple of the Dark Saint." Once his mouth was freed, Minjun protested. "What? You told me not to tell anyone. So why did you just blurt it out?" Sojun smirked. "It's fine when I say it." Minjun fumed. "Could you at least try to make sense?" Sojun shook his head with a sigh. "Whatever, don't ask me. Go talk to your own mentor about it." Changing the subject, Sojun gestured to Suan. "This is Suan. As you know, she's the disciple of the magic saint. But she's still in high school, so don't get any funny ideas just because she's cute." Blushing furiously, Suan yelled, "I'm about to graduate. How long are you going to treat me like a child?" Sojun got back to business. "All right, introductions are over. Everyone's heard about the competition, right? Me, Minjun, and Suan. The three of us will form a team to compete." Minjun said excitedly, "The three of us on one team sounds like fun." Suan asked shyly, "Can I do a good job?" Sojun immediately reassured her the competition is still a while away, so don't worry, you have me and Minjun here. Minjun chimed in cheerfully, "That's right, I'm pretty good, but that guy over there is on a whole other level. Frankly, we don't even need another person." Hearing his mock comment, Sojun sighed, all too used to his antics. A voice called out, "Sojun." His uncle walked over. "So you've decided to participate, have you? Alright, now we need a team name." Sojun asked confused. "A name?" His uncle replied, "That's right. Thought of anything yet?" Suddenly all eyes were on Sojun. He awkwardly asked, Why are you all staring at me?" Minjun spoke up quietly. "You should decide. You're our captain." Suan chimed in. "Yeah, the leader has to make the call." Sojun was completely baffled. "Team captain, me." The senior hunter chuckled, explaining, "You're the one who formed this team, so naturally, you're the leader." Feeling cornered, Sojun sighed. You too. He had only focused on entering the tournament, never considering things like a team name. Then his eyes landed on the Hope Hunter Academy banner, and an idea sparked. He quickly threw out his idea. "How about Team Dream?" No one could argue with that. "Oh, not bad." Min-jun smiled slightly. Let's make it official. Suan added, I love what it stands for. The senior hunter chuckled. Team Dream from Hope Hunter Academy. I like the sound of that. Sojun smiled satisfied as the four of them agreed on the name. He made it official. Alright, then we are Team Dream. Our one and only goal is victory, so let's train like crazy until the tournament begins. And so our legend spread across Korea, earning us well-deserved victories. Our name was on everyone's lips, and that is how Team Dream was born. This wasn't a competition run by the government or the Hunters Association. It was hosted by private corporations. To put it simply, this tournament was sponsored by the world's most powerful guilds. The reason these massive guilds poured in so much money was simple. They wanted exclusive rights to recruit the most promising cadets. While some pro-hunters worked solo, the vast majority belonged to a guild operating as part of a larger squad. So they weren't just looking at individual power, they were scouting for teamwork and untapped potential. They gave top priority to recruiting those high-potential cadets, a hidden agenda concealed within this very raid tournament. As a result, the big guilds began lobbying the government for support. Smelling a mountain of cash, broadcast networks and other organizations jumped on board. And that's how this competition was born. Only cadets from Tier 1 and Tier 2 academies could even enter. So this raid tournament is where all the money and attention is focused. This is a battleground for the absolute elite. The crowd's attention suddenly shifted. Hey, isn't that Jiangsu from Gaon Academy? Someone else confirmed it really is him, and look, Park Yun-rang and Yoo Min-jun are with him. The crowd buzzed with excitement. No way, not just Jiangsu, but Park Yun-rang and Yoo Min-jun too. That's 3 of the top 5 cadets from Gaon Academy. Another person gasped. This is insane. If Gaon is sending them, who are the Mir and EOS academies going to send? His friend replied, no idea. But you can bet they'll send their absolute strongest cadets too. Don't tell me Mir Academy is sending Lee Harun. The other gasped. You mean the cadet hailed as the greatest prospect in Hunter history? Honestly, isn't it about time he made his debut? I heard a rumor that the disciples of the 5 heroes are participating too. The other scoffed. Get real. That's just a crazy rumor. Disciples of the 5 heroes. Why would legends like them only take on cadets as apprentices? There are plenty of S-rank hunters in the country who would kill for that chance. This chatter caught Min-jun's attention. He grumbled, our captain is a big deal too. Why isn't anyone talking about him? Seo-jun looked confused. Famous me? The first round of the raid battle begins. Inside, a swarm of grotesque spider-like monsters awaits. Their horrifying size made the hunters below seem insignificant. They swarm chaotically, their long sharp legs striking fear into everyone. A 7-star monster, the Conqueror Spider. The scoring criteria, the speed of the raid's completion. Meanwhile, Lee Do-hyung, a B-rank hunter from Guild E, let out a tired sigh. Notifications flooded the main screen. Suja Academy's hunter team eliminated. Naju Academy Team Sunshine eliminated. Lee Do-hyung stared at the board, running a hand through his hair. Geez, why are so many teams getting wiped out in the first round? His colleague replied. The dungeon's difficulty setting must be higher than expected. Besides, what was that research Jung Jimin was working on? Some kind of mutation. Apparently, she saw something incredible and applied that data to this artificial dungeon. Lee Do-hyung was baffled. So that's obviously why all these academy teams are failing. His colleague answered quietly. It would seem so. Lee Do-hyung's face fell. The boss is going to flip when he sees these results. I should check which teams are still in the fight. Suddenly, the announcer's voice boomed. We have our first team to clear round 1. The main screen flashed. Gaon Academy team Bangup has completed the raid. A roar of discussion erupted from the stands. Look, it's Gaon. So, what about Mir and Eos? They probably haven't finished yet. There's a time delay since they didn't start together. Another person shouted, "Oh, another team just finished." Lee Do-hyung sighed. Such heroes appear. A man stroked his chin wondering, which team is it this time? Mir Academy or Eos? A notification appeared on the screen below. The crowd was buzzing with excitement. Dream Hunter Academy. Let's see. The screen flashed a time that stunned everyone. 9 minutes and 34 seconds. Seeing it, Lee Do-hyung's group was in total disbelief. Lee Do-hyung grabbed his friend. Wait a minute. 9 minutes? How can it be 9 minutes? That's impossible, don't you think so? His friend immediately yelled out, I'm filing a complaint. I think the machine malfunctioned. Check it now. The timer clearly showed 9 minutes. Could it be a malfunction? A referee stepped in to handle it. Let me confirm, please wait. After a moment, the man returned. Apologies, there was a measurement error. The other guy replied smugly. Just as I thought, right? Lee Do-hyung quickly agreed. Of course, 9 minutes and 34 seconds is ridiculous, isn't it? Below. The referee was speaking with the organizers again. They said the clock had a small issue and the measurement was delayed by 30 seconds. The friend couldn't hold back. What did you just say? Lee Do-hyung demanded a delay. You mean it wasn't running fast? The referee continued. The correct time will now be displayed on screen. A new notification popped up. Dream Hunter Academy Class B Team 9 minutes and 4 seconds complete. Back inside the spider's den, the monster roared as it lunged forward. A 7-star monster arachnid, but it was swiftly sliced in half. Inside, Sojun thought, if our guide arachnid heard this monster's name, she'd be terrified. He fought with everything he had, needing to save his ki for any unexpected situations. The other monsters immediately spat out webbing. Seojun recognized it instantly. Arachnid silk. It was said to have incredible strength and elasticity. He gripped his weapon tightly. However, the webbing spread out in a dense wave. He quickly found his footing, smiling confidently. Time to fight against the Spear of Longinus. They're just like simple threats. The creature stared at him in a state of confusion. Inside the cave, both sides charged into a desperate battle. It was a scene of pure chaos, but the tide was turning in favor of Dream Hunter Academy. Suyeon stood outside watching her two seniors fight the horde of monsters. Completely in awe, she was amazed and full of admiration for them. They're incredible. In mid-air, the two passionate figures fought on. Both of them were simply amazing. The monsters were falling before they could even react. They've lost the will to fight, haven't they? Suyeon thought to herself. She wanted to support them in battle. I can't just stand here like this. I still haven't learned many types of magic. Suddenly, a magic circle began to glow around her. Her eyes flew wide open. Something about Suyeon felt different. It was as if something deep inside her was awakening. Power erupted in 100 tangled vines, instantly ensnaring the hideous monsters. Seeing her power left the two of them speechless. The results board still showed that number as they walked out of the battle. Everyone was overjoyed with the result. Lee Min-jun quickly rushed over. Captain, every time I see you fight, I'm blown away. How can you move like that? His words made Sojun blush bright red. Sojun looked away shyly. Shut up. Lee Min-jun just had to tease him. He's getting flustered. You seem like a completely different person each time. Just how strong are you going to get? Brushing it off, Seojun said, forget it. More importantly, what happened with your weapons earlier? Lee Min-jun answered calmly. Oh, them. I threw them away. Seojun was confused. Threw them? Lee Min-jun explained. The boss said he doesn't like me using too many of them, he said, pointing to the basket on his back. So I threw them all out except for my daggers and this. Seojun replied. Then you should have used your arrows first, right? Why use daggers? He answered his captain. Well, obviously it was to protect Suyeon. If I used a bow, I'd have to deal damage from a distance. And I'd have to leave you all alone, wouldn't I? Suyeon gathered her courage and spoke shyly. Wait, Sanbe. Both of them replied in unison. Huh, she said quietly. Everyone is staring at us. A buzz went through the crowd. 9 minutes for real? Only 9 minutes? Is that even possible? What happened? Was there an error? Everyone's attention was now focused on the two of them. Ah, isn't that Kim Seojun? Kim Seojun, the one who aced the Mero mock exam? Ah, and isn't that Lee Min-jun next to him? Suddenly, a hateful gaze shot towards them, sending a chill down Kim Seojun's spine. He turned his head. It was someone from Gaon Academy. Kang-soo's eyes narrowed, his sharp gaze fixed on them. Kim Seojun thought, what's with that venomous stare? Their eyes locked. Kang-soo then turned away in anger. Seojun tried to recall his name. Was that Kang Sin-woo? Lee Min-jun answered cheerfully. Everyone's finally noticing us. Lee Min-jun shouted with glee, teasing him. Hey everyone, this is our captain. This made Seojun incredibly flustered. Hey, I told you to be quiet. Please, just shut up. Seojun's face was beet red, totally embarrassed by the two. Suddenly, footsteps echoed on the floor. The newcomer smirked and said, It's a little noisy here, isn't it? I guess everyone can hide their surprise at our performance, the man declared with excitement. This is Murim the Top Hunter Academy. The system displayed Murim Hunter Academy Divine Team completed in 31 minutes and 11 seconds. The three of them were incredibly smug. They looked to the sky and roared, Go ahead and stare. This is a true elite team. But reality was far from their dream. No one paid them any mind. Everyone was too busy discussing the records of the first two academies, leaving them utterly humiliated. He was sweating from the embarrassment. It was baffling. No one cared at all. Just then, students from Elo Academy walked past. Excuse us coming through. Round 2 within the time limit. Collect all magic crystals from the dungeon. The score was based on completion speed. Thanks to the incredible swiftness of Lee Min-jun, Dream Hunter Academy quickly finished the mission, taking first place in 4 minutes and 23 seconds. Round 3. Destroy the artificial monster. The score was based on attack time. With a single swift technique, they obliterated the monster. They clinched first place again in just 19 seconds. Round 4. The team of Kim Se-hyun desperately formed a barrier against monsters in the Thorn Forest. This round score was based on survival time. This stage, however, proved to be a real challenge for them. Lee Min-jun yelled, Captain, I am out of arrows. Lee Min-jun then pushed his power using his weapon to suppress the magic circle. Protect everyone. I will hold this position. Captain, go finish them. Hearing this, Soyun instantly shot forward. Dozens of vines shot toward the center. Within the thorny prison, Seoyun fought desperately, his attacks ferocious. A single magical sweep annihilated them. With every strike he unleashed, the monsters shrieked in agony. In the heart of the enemy swarm, he wiped them out. But among the trunks, he thought these monsters just keep regenerating. They were not gone, but their numbers had thinned. Suddenly, a brilliant light captured his attention. What is that? A brightly glowing sphere hung in the air. Xiaoyun wondered, something is hovering up there. He could not see it clearly, but his Sagittarius sense had definitely detected a foreign body. Xiaoyun grew anxious. It radiated an immense amount of mana. His eyes were locked onto it. Do not tell me, is that the dungeon core or a conduit for regenerating monsters? From behind, another attack. Without a glance, Xiaoyun destroyed it. He raised his weapon, aiming for the light. Should I test it? No, no more hesitating. He immediately threw his spear toward the orb. Just as his weapon was about to make contact, it suddenly phased right through, crashing into a nearby wall. The falling debris left him completely stunned. He cried out, "Did Gungmir just pass through thin air? Was I wrong?" More monsters appeared from behind him. They closed in fast, drawing the focus of Xiaoyun. He gritted his teeth, refusing to give up on his senses. But my Sagittarius sense definitely saw something. He looked at his weapon and paused. This is different from Gungnir. I have not fully mastered the power of Longinus yet. The spear of Longinus cannot be weaker than Gungnir. Perhaps Xiaoyun smirked as a realization dawned. The monster attacked again, whipping a vine at his back. He deftly launched himself toward the glowing orb. Raising his weapon high, he roared, "Let us try this again." Meanwhile, the Jion team was struggling to hold the formation. Kang Shin-woo yelled, "Lee Min-jun, you have to stay in the center." The other replied, "Do not worry." Lee Min-jun praised him internally. "Excellent, you are doing great. Just hold on a little longer." A notification appeared. Jion Academy, 44 minutes and 51 seconds complete. They quickly finished the mission and stepped outside. Lee Min-jun exclaimed, "Incredible! Our record will crush the other teams." Park Yun-seo was thrilled. "I did not make any mistakes this time, right? Our judgment was perfect with 0 errors. We even lasted twice as long compared to the previous 20-minute record set by the Hunter and Elo teams. We shattered our own limits. This is our best result." Park Yun-seo whispered excitedly to Lee Min-jun. Kang Shin-woo remained silent. "Looks like he is pretty happy, huh?" Stepping out, they ran right into the team of So-yun. They were whispering amongst themselves. "Captain, I give up. I do not get you. Why on earth did you do that?" Seeing this, Park Yun-seo just grinned. "They entered with us, but they are already out first. This victory is ours for sure." Jiang Su thought, as expected, their past achievement must have been just dumb luck. Suddenly, Lee Min-jun cried out, "Huh? What the hell? Is the results board bugged?" His outburst drew the gaze of Jiang Su, who noticed his utter disbelief. Outside the hall buzzed around the result board. "No way is that even possible." Lee Do-hoon stared completely stunned. No one should be able to see the true form of a dungeon core. What does infinite even mean? Dream Hunter Academy, Dream Team, Infinite, cleared. Lee Do-hoon could not believe it. It has been less than a month since the Hunter Team simulation test. How did he make such a huge leap in so little time? If they keep this up, they will become pro hunters. What will happen when the Pro Hunter exam ends in a few months? 5 years? No, not even 1 year will be needed. Lee Do-hoon smirked. This would create a massive ripple effect. I must recruit them wherever it takes. The others quickly contacted their higher-ups. "Boss, how much is in our guild fund?" "Oh no, I am not asking to challenge you or anything." Meanwhile, So-yun was explaining things to his team. He still could not believe it, staring at his glowing weapon. "For real," he thought to himself. "I first guessed that the spear of Longinus could pierce mana barriers, but Gungnir could do the same. I finally just told myself they were simply different grades. I felt like it was not a unique effect of Longinus, but back then, raising his weapon to the sphere, he yelled, "One more time!" With a single swing, the sphere split in two. Its fragments are scattering everywhere. Sojun mused. Gungnir didn't walk, but the spear of Longinus pierced it. Perhaps Longinus can negate direct attacks on the target's physical form. I need more tests before concluding. But then Lee Min-jun chimed in. All the monsters just disappeared. I thought you cleared them all out. Captain Sojun answered. No matter how hard, I think it's not logical. He definitely can't cause a dungeon collapse like that. A voice suddenly echoed. What kind of trick did you use? Jiangsu confronted him with a question. The other team members seemed surprised by this. Sojun thought his team looked shocked. Did he come alone? Sojun replied, A trick? What do you mean? Jiangsu lost his cool. Are you just trying to dodge the question? Seeing this, Lee Min-jun was about to charge in. You bastard. But Sojun calmly replied, Do you think I cheated? Jiangsu fell silent. I can't think of any other explanation for this situation. I admit Kim Sojun is a rare talent. I heard what happened during the Hunter Team simulation test not long ago. However, achieving an infinite result in round 4 should be completely impossible. If it were Lee Harun, maybe it would be possible. Jiangsu frowned and turned to leave. Lee Min-jun yelled, What a jerk! He just runs off after picking a fight with us. Jiangsu thought, perhaps I was too disappointed comparing him to her. Her level is on a completely different plane from ours. On the way to their room, Lee Min-jun cursed in anger. Does that guy think he can say whatever he wants? Seo-jun was also angry. I'm mad too, but cool it, the final round is about to begin. Lee Min-jun asked curiously, Hey Captain, haven't we already won? Seo-jun replied, That's what I thought as well. We've been first place in every round so far. The challenges were easier than I thought, so I'm a bit disappointed. But we must do our best. Lai Du-hun arrived at the waiting room. There they are. He approached them, asking, Excuse me, are you the dream team? Seo-jun replied, confused, How can we help you? The man hesitated. Well, you see. The man scratched his head. Actually, I have a proposal for all of you. Seo-jun asked in surprise. A proposal, he answered. That's right. And if you agree, we'll give you a spot in a competition with a 6.5 billion won prize. The three of them were astonished, thinking the entire prize money. He then added cautiously, In return, I have one condition. You know there's a 9-star monster in stage 5, right? Seo-jun replied, We've already been told about that. That 9-star monster will be the boss. Imagine 2 ferocious snake and cockatrice monsters before a team of cadets. Although it's not as powerful as a true 9-star monster since it's only summoned by magic, it's definitely not a monster that a few cadets can hope to confront. He calmly analyzed the situation. Besides, the goal of stage 5 isn't to kill the boss, it's to assess how cadets engage. Overwhelmingly powerful monsters will also judge how you adapt to the terrain. Everything will be assessed for your final score. Hearing this, Lee Min-jun scratched his head blankly. Got it? Beside him, Sujin simply nodded. He got to the key point. Of course, defeating the boss gives the highest score, but no team has ever conquered this annual battle. His words stunned Seo-jun. So about that condition you just mentioned, he replied, That's right, please defeat the boss. If the boss isn't killed, Team Dream loses all its prize money. Hearing this, Seo-jun's face turned serious. He shot back, And what if we refuse? The man began to persuade them nervously. There won't be any disadvantages for you. After all, it's just a proposal. You can still proceed with the stage according to the rules and claim the prize money if you win. He held out his hands in frustration. Actually, we aren't the only ones making you this offer. Seojun gave a strange smile, thinking to himself, the top 3 academies must have used their influence after all. We're the ones who knocked them from the rankings. Recalling that moment, they all faced each other. More importantly, Jiangsu's reaction went as planned. Along with his look of outrage, the other academies must think we cheated. Sojun glanced back, thinking, the top 3 academies are definitely trying to eliminate Team Dream and restore their lost honor. With this offer on the table, the two noticed his worried expression. Minjun spoke nonchalantly. I don't mind either way. You make the call, Captain. Sujin smiled sheepishly, adding awkwardly, Me too, I haven't really done much yet. So just then the man spoke urgently, reflecting the organizers' view. As the organizers, we sincerely hope Team Dream accepts this offer. He looked exhausted. Ever since, there's been no real tension in this conquest battle. Seeing this, Sojun was surprised, thinking, looks like the broadcast station is looking for sponsors. Are they having financial trouble? He stood still, arms crossed deep in thought. What's the right move? Success means 6.5 billion won. But if we fail, we lose everything. Even the 3 billion won we could have had. Seojun looked up and asked, Could I perhaps make a counteroffer? The man's eyes widened in shock. A new proposal. Sojun then laid out his terms. The total price for this tournament is 6.5 billion won. Use your influence. Raise the total prize pool to 10 billion won and we will accept their offer. His words made the two behind him gasp in shock. Hearing this, the man yelled in disbelief. Excuse me? 10 billion won? Sojun shrugged, continuing calmly. Otherwise, it is not worth accepting this offer. Not after we put ourselves on the line. His eyes were firm as he smiled. Even if we do nothing, we will still receive 3 billion won in prize money, he thought. I need 500 million won right now. If we split 6.5 billion 3 ways, everyone gets over 2 billion won immediately. System panels appeared with a notification. After spending 500 million won, the remaining 1.5 billion won will not cover the escalating law of causality. But if the prize money is raised to 10 billion, a sly grin spread across his face. I can afford both the lesson and the elixir. Sojun thought with confidence that is more than enough to justify the risk. He extended a hand to the dejected man. So, do you accept my counteroffer? The scene suddenly shifted as a voice rang out. I cannot believe Team Dream made a counter-proposal. Hearing this, Do-hyun, who watched the man talking, said, They saw right through the organizers' intentions. I knew their combat sense was sharp, but I expected them to refuse. Honestly, Team Dream has no reason to take such a risk. The person beside him marveled. Well, it just shows how confident they are. The boss asked with interest. Are they talking about Team Dream? Do you think they can pull it off? Do-hyun replied coolly, sipping his coffee. I think it is quite possible. The boss, startled, spoke up. Why do you sound so sure? But Do-hyun just walked away casually. The curious boss followed, asking, I heard the summoned monster is a mummy, right? He recalled the two-headed mummy with blood-red eyes. It is a 9-star undead system mummy. It feels no pain, and you have to kill it twice for it to truly die. Do-hyun replied dismissively. Yes, the monster itself is nothing special. They walked along the stands. The boss, holding a coffee cup, followed him. Nothing special, my foot. What are you saying? It is a 9-star monster. He called out politely to the crowd, "Please excuse us, let us through." He walked ahead with one hand in his pocket. "But if it is Team Dream, there is a good chance they can do it," the boss said, bewildered. "I know, they perform well, but..." Do-hyun glanced over and saw people discussing in disbelief. "Is that for real? What the heck?" He turned to see what they were all looking at. "Well, since we are here, let us just wait and see." Staring at the scene before him, he fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, inside the 9-star monsters dungeon, the boy walked over seriously. "Do you think our captain is possessed by a money demon?" Minjin asked Suyeon. "Hey, is the captain always like this?" Holding her staff, she replied. "He is obsessed with money, but not that bad." "These punks," he muttered, his spear resting on his shoulder. But Sojun's eyes flashed with resolve as he rallied them. "Even so, the price is 10 billion won. Let us give it our all," they cheered, raising their fists high. But suddenly a wave of dark energy began to swell. The three of them froze, sensing something was wrong. He glared as the boy and girl turned in the grim forest. Eerie sounds echoed as the dark mist gathered. Minjin's jaw dropped in sheer terror. Sojun stared in shock at the manically laughing monster before him. He stammered, "That is outside." A coffee cup slipped from a hand, shattering on the ground. Do-hyun gripped the railing. Stunned by the sight, the owner beside him paled, screaming in horror. The crowd panicked. "This is insane! Is that not a 9-star monster?" He gripped the railing, trembling. A droga, a 10-star monster, and among 10 stars, it was a nightmare-level threat. Someone muttered, "Are they trying to get them all killed?" Do-hyun's face twisted as he yelled, "Psychic types are banned. Why is it here?" Damn it, he thought. Something has gone terribly wrong. He vaulted over the railing without hesitation. Seeing this, the director cried out Do-hyun. He ignored him and sprinted, pushing himself to the limit. The students could not die since the damage was from a magical summon. However, students could die from a summoned monster. From a psychic type's mental attack, this monster reached directly into the minds of their victims. A mental attack meant direct damage to the brain. Do-hyun thought, even if the attack is an illusion, the mental shock is 100% real. The last accident involved a mere 5 or 6-star psychic type. Even then, his comrades were all severely injured fighting it. But this was a Draugr, an overwhelmingly powerful 10-star beast. This was not something students could handle. Inside the dungeon, Minjin was already breaking down in terror. He clawed his hair, screaming, "No, I did not do it. It was not me." Tears streamed down Suyeon's face as she shrieked, "Don't kill him! Don't kill my father!" At this rate, Sojun froze, thinking the entire team is already dead. Their dreams would end in disgrace. Outside, the Hui slammed the door open, yelling at the control room staff, "Get them out of there immediately!" One of them stood up. "We have already sent a team. It is probably overloaded. They cannot get in," he roared. "Then destroy the mana core, or cut the power supply. Do something." The other replied, "But what about the system installation fee?" Hearing that, the Hui's fist trembled with rage. His eyes turned bloodshot as he raged. "You idiots! You would let someone die over a few billion gold. They are kids with bright futures ahead of them. Are you people out of your damn minds?" Terrified, they replied, "We understand." Cursing, Do Hui clutched his head, then suddenly remembered Jaemin. What was that he was researching? Suddenly, the monitor operator froze. All three of them stared in utter disbelief. Meanwhile, the director gripped the railing incredulous. The other observing teams were just as shocked. "What is that in the dungeon?" The monster's eyes were empty. The drugger floated, seeing his two teammates had already collapsed. But he just stood there, touching his forehead as it screamed. He swept his hair back and grinned completely unaffected. "What is going on?" a curious voice asked. "Why is a drugger here?" Suddenly, its eyes widened. Red light shot from its gaze. The drugger let out a shriek. Then its voice pleaded desperately. "No, I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Don't kill him. Don't kill my father." "No." It froze when Seo-jun shouted. "Hey, what is wrong? Are you two okay?" Seo-jun urged his friends. "Snap out of it." He called their names. "Sujin, Minjun." But the drugger's voice tore through his shouts. "You must be enjoying your little winning streak." That voice, it stunned him with its sheer unexpectedness. The voice pierced his ears, dripping with contempt. "But how long will it last, I wonder? Do you not realize you are nothing? How pathetic." As if affected, he covered his face, reeling from its words. "You think this trick will continue after you go pro?" When Seo-jun looked up, his face was a mask of pure confusion. Face to face, his bewilderment seemed to spread through the air to the drugger. Its voice faltered. He just scratched his head. As system messages popped up above him. Enlightenment proficiency has increased by 0.8%. Increased by 0.9%. Increased by 1.3%. Total is 20.5%. Beneath the notifications, the young man asked, "What is this?" Through the mist, only the drauger's shriek echoed amidst the cold graves. He expertly twirled his spear, now ready. Without a word, Seo-jun charged. He moved at a speed the drauger barely registered. It retaliated with a blast of psychic power. Poisonous thoughts seeped into his mind. "Seriously, without the Ultimate Academy, you would be nothing, right?" The drauger's whispers echoed in his skull. "You are nothing but an empty shell." Stunned, Seo-jun warned himself. "Don't listen to it. This isn't the drauger's whisper amidst the deadly poison. Think you are doing well. You are just a useless, hypocritical bastard. You have no value." Seo-jun vaguely realized his own subconscious thoughts were being corrupted by the drugger's malice. They were the seeds of doubt and anxiety he had always harbored, now twisting deep within his soul. "Don't be imprisoned by your own thoughts." Those words awakened him. Gripping his spear, he followed the voice. Because coincidences are actually points of connection. He strode forward, boldly pursuing that same voice. And those points of connection will reveal your destiny. The teaching of Siddhartha Gautama was clear. Coincidence would unlock his fate. He stepped forward and a system message appeared. Enlightenment progress increased by 1.4% to 21.9%. His feet were trapped in an endless mire. Coincidence? What meaning could such a small word hold? The mud clung to Seo-jun. It would not let him escape. What if you were not a student at the Ultimate Academy? What if you did not have the Azure Dragon Sword? Then you would be nothing. A phantom lingered behind him. Then and now it was always right there, whispering, "You can achieve nothing on your own." He ran endlessly towards the master, whose voice then calmly emerged. One in despair dwells on their past, while another anxiously looks toward the future. But the one who speaks of the present finds peace in their heart. He held a cup, a symbol for his words. If a painter lets greed cloud their vision and paints recklessly, the canvas will only turn to black. Pouring the cup out, he thought that one must empty the heart of its burdens. The black ink became a clear blue sky. The words were seared into his mind. If you feel lost, accept the present. He climbed a green mountain and lay down. The mountain waterfall flowed like the master's teachings. Listen to the water and watch the blue clouds. His voice was serene. The sky turned to gold. Just as mountains and rivers merged into the earth, the universe around him whispered its guidance. Are you not also a child of the universe? His hand gently stroked the phantom clinging to Seojun's back. You deserve to be where you belong, he said, even if you do not feel it. His voice faded, repressed by a system notification. Enlightenment progressed up by 2.5% for a total of 24.4%. But Sujun was still frozen before the Draugr. His mind trapped black smoke enveloped his consciousness. The radiance of the present peace of mind. It sounds wonderful, doesn't it? A dark version of Sojun was speaking to him. At that moment, he couldn't escape the words inside his head. He remained motionless as the other Sojun continued. But do you really think you deserve to enjoy such things? The other Sojun's voice echoed. Can you truly say you're doing your best? But then a gentle voice cut through the doubt that the other Sojun had spoken. What is the Tathagata in your eyes? To those who know the Tathagata, they would say, he is a supreme being. Recalling the venerable existence of the Tathagata, they would surely say as much. Siddhartha Gautama appeared in Sojun's chaotic mind. With eyes closed, he said serenely, the Tathagata isn't known only for his grand moments. I see countless images emanating from him daily, clumsily stopping the fist fights between children. He didn't just play but also taught the children what's important in life. Truthfully, we receive and learn new things in every single moment of life. A memory of him with a young boy surfaced. The two played joyfully, sharing a small apple. Happy memories of Sojun and his friends began to surface one by one. The great image that the world remembers is nothing more than giving back what one has received throughout life. If you don't accept every moment of your life, you will have nothing left to give. If you have nothing of your own, there is nothing to share. Every single moment, every breath makes us who we are. Sojun closed his eyes, feeling the memories resurface, granting him courage and strength for the decisive moment. Sojun's eyes snapped open. Their original color was gone, replaced by a pale yellow brimming with immense energy. Sujun lunged at the other Sujun standing before him. His hands moved in a blur, seizing his dark counterpart, and at last he shattered the shackles of his past. The other Sojun began to fade into nothingness. As for the Draugr, it was frozen in utter disbelief. You could feel its rising panic, powerless now to stop him. Sensing mortal danger, its crimson eyes flared wide. Sojun lunged forward like a lightning strike. The Draugr was seized by uncontrollable panic. As he charged, Sojun felt every nerve in his body ignite. It was a jolt like an electric shock. But then a faint golden light began to emanate from deep within him. The seeds of doubt and anxiety he once harbored had finally withered away. He would no longer be swayed by dark thoughts. In other words, his will was now unshakable. A vast divine power enveloped him. At this moment, Sojun had achieved enlightenment. Just then, his enlightenment progress surged by 7.3%, now totaling 31.7%. He gripped his weapon, infusing it with immense power, a power known as a god's authority. Blinding light erupted from it, banishing the gloom. The darkness receded and the Draugr was frozen in place. Utterly paralyzed, it could only await its inevitable fate. He closed the distance instantly. As a terrified shriek echoed, Sojun offered his final words to the beast. It's too late to dodge. Thank you. You were the best instructor. His weapon pierced straight through the Draugr. The illusion shattered, revealing the quiet night. The sheer force of his strike disrupted the nearby surveillance cameras. The monitors immediately show a poor connection signal, the image filled with static obscuring the view before going completely black. The TV screen was now pure noise. Seconds later, the feed was completely severed. A single flash of light flared before the screen died. But the association members had seen enough. Some of them shot to their feet, unable to contain their shock. Amid the chaotic murmurs, Li Duhui's trembling voice cut through. No, that's impossible. How a Draugr is a 10-star intelligent monster. No trainee should be able to withstand its mental attack. On top of that, physical attacks are useless against it. It's a spirit without a physical form. That's why only the Sword Saint could handle the 8 Draugr dungeons that appear in Korea, Duhui thought in horror. But Kim So-jun had defeated it in a single blow. He could only let out a quiet sigh. Duhui scratched his head with a wry smile. To be honest, he's on a level our association can handle, isn't he? Meanwhile, in the player waiting room, everyone was stunned by the scene on the screen. Siwoo's face had turned deadly pale. He asked in sheer disbelief, how? In Siwoo's experience, even a summoned 10-star monster would be at least an 8 or 9-star trap. Against a 9-star monster, fighting is hopeless unless you're an S-rank hunter. Maybe if it were Lee Harin. Cold sweat dripped down his face. No Siwoo was forced to fully acknowledge Sojun's immense power. He felt a crushing sense of defeat, admitting he could never catch up. Back in the dungeon, a spear was planted firmly in the ground. Kim So-jun's whole body trembled. He barely stayed upright. Leaning on his spear for support, his voice was weak and breathless. Good, I didn't pass out like I did against the doppelganger, he mumbled to himself. Is it because my enlightenment increased? Sure enough, a new notification appeared on his phone. Enlightenment progress. Sakyamuni, 31.7%. Serun was stunned, marveling silently at the number. It took 90 days to reach 17.5%. Now it was 31.7%, a jump of 14.2% in an instant. Strangely, he felt a deep gratitude for the monster. Kim So-run even used his last bit of strength to thank it. No matter what, that dragon was a top-tier enlightenment lesson. Just then, his two teammates began to stir. He greeted them first. Are you two awake? Seeing them alive, Mindun shouted. Captain Suah was a bit more considerate, asking softly, Are you okay? It didn't take Mindun long to realize what happened. He yelled in astonishment. No way! Don't tell me you beat the dragon all by yourself. Sorun gave no comment, simply saying, Let's get out of here first. The three then helped each other exit the dungeon. Before his eyes could adjust to the light, he was hit by a sudden overwhelming wave of noise. There they are out. Before Serun could process it, a massive crowd swarmed them. They shouted over each other with offers. Trainee Kim So-run, no Hunter Kim, join the Bijo Association. Our life guild will give you anything. Don't push. The Dubo Association will make you a guild master. If you want, lead us. They kept shouting competing offers. Our Leon Association will waive all your future raid fees. Please, lead our Dubo Association. Alarm Sorun's team of three backed away from the crowd. His mind reeled. What's going on? But the guild recruiter were relentless. They swarmed him shouting, Please take our card, get out of the way. I was first. Thankfully, an event organizer finally arrived, yelling, What do you all think you're doing? As Seorun was buried under a mountain of business cards, his savior from the staff stepped in, shouting, The dream team suffered a mental attack. We need to check their condition. Please clear a path. Even as his team was led away, the guild members kept shouting, "Wait just a few words with him. Do you know how much our guild sponsored you? Come, be our guild master." The exhausted staff member led them away. "Dream team, this way." Later, Sorun burst through a door, shutting it with a shaky hand. Sojun held out a water bottle. He greeted her. "Miss Sojun." She rushed to his side, her voice filled with worry. "Is everyone okay?" she asked. He shook his head. "Thankfully, no one was hurt, but I knew you would be worried." Seorun pointed toward Sua and Mindun. "They're just sleeping," he said. "The staff has already checked their condition and they found nothing unusual." After confirming they were truly safe, she finally turned her attention back to him. He nodded. "Yeah, I'm a little tired, but I'm okay." Sojun gave a proud smile. Hearing him say that, she let out a quiet sigh of relief in her heart. She admitted, "I was so scared. I thought something terrible had happened to him." But seeing him safe and even stronger than before, a complicated feeling welled up inside her. "He hasn't even taken the professional hunter exam yet. But I can no longer see him as just a trainee," she realized. It had only been a few months. A sad nostalgia washed over her as she remembered their first meeting. This was destined from the start. "I've gained so much from him too. This should be something to celebrate." She suddenly clutched the front of her shirt. But a deep sadness filled her expression as she wondered, "What is this complex feeling in my heart?" The perceptive Seorun noticed her strange mood. He asked with concern, "Is something wrong, Miss Seojun?" She forced a smile, shaking her head. "No, it's nothing." Before he could press her further, a knock sounded at the door. A man stepped into the room. The man announced himself. Sorun turned his eyes wide with shock. "Chairman, why are you here?" Miss Sojun recognized the man and bowed her head in greeting. "It's been a long time, Sir Debum." Lee Debum walked in already explaining, "I came when I heard there was an incident." Seorum gasped. "You're here because of the dragon incident, right?" The chairman didn't answer, simply smiling as he appraised the young man. Lee Debum vividly recalled their shocking first meeting. This was the man who had wielded the azure dragon sword, a weapon the sword saint had never entrusted to anyone. "To be honest," he said, "when I heard a dragon had appeared, I didn't think anyone would survive." The chairman smiled helplessly. "And yet, he handled it all himself." A strange glimmer appeared in the chairman's eyes. "I finally understand why the Sword Saint is so interested in him." Meanwhile, in a location far away, the elderly Sword Saint suddenly shivered. "Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine?" Moonjun guessed. "Maybe the weather is getting colder." Back in the infirmary, Lee Debum thought to himself. On top of that, even the Sword Saint's beloved granddaughter is at his side. At that, Monsieur looked at him with a hint of suspicion. "How does the chairman know?" Sojun. Kim Sojun awkwardly scratched his head. I delivered the Azure Dragon Sword to him." Seeing their easy interaction, the chairman's imagination began to run wild. "It is a good thing I came myself. Does he have a special relationship with Miss So?" Far away, the Sword Saint felt his blood pressure spike. "Why does the back of my neck hurt so much?" Moonjun called out in worry. "Sword Saint." Back in the infirmary, Lee Debum finally asked, "So, how are you feeling now?" Kim Sojun stood politely. Yes, I am fine, nothing serious." He then took the opportunity to ask his own question. "Since you are here, I have something to ask. What exactly happened?" Sojun's tone was heavy. Why was the boss a dragon and not a mummy? After a moment of explanation, he yelled in shock. "What? The dungeon's mana core overloaded?" Debum confirmed with a nod. "Yes, miss. Jin was applying her new research on mutations for this competition. Kim So-jun shuddered. Mutations? His expression turned grave. If the mana core overloaded because of mutation, that means an artificial distortion can be created. And if we can truly cause a fake distortion, Kim So-jun voiced a crazy hypothesis. Then was the Great Cataclysm also an artificial distortion? The chairman suddenly bowed his head deeply before him. I sincerely apologize. I promise this kind of accident will never happen again, Lee Dae-bum vowed. Of course, my apology will not be expressed in words alone. Hearing this, Sojun looked up in surprise, thinking, oh, I was going to let this go out of respect for him. But the chairman's next words sparked a wicked idea. Is there anything you want? I will do everything in my power to grant it. He quietly held up 3 fingers. Kim So-jun looked like a fearsome bandit demanding payment. 3 billion won. Can we settle this matter for 3 billion won? The chairman smiled and nodded instantly. Of course, but he could not help thinking to himself. Just like before, this young man really loves money. But then, So-jun suddenly spoke again. He gave a bright, cheerful smile, but his words suggested something else entirely. Just like the initial deal, 3 billion won per person. The offer stunned everyone, but the chairman reluctantly agreed. He was clearly forcing the words out, of course. A series of events flashed through Kim So-jun's mind. The unpredictable, chaotic raid had finally ended, and he had unleashed skills beyond anyone's imagination. Skills of the elites from the 3 great academies. It was all because of the monster incident Kim So-jun caused by overloading his mana core. The guilds were in an uproar. I do not care who they are. Contact Team Dream now. Offer them better conditions than anywhere else, and recruit them by any means. The news even spread to the general public. Hey, did you read the article about the raid? Should we just give Kim So-jun his professional hunter license? The response came instantly. Issue it now. All of Korea was going crazy for Team Dream and Kim So-jun. And at the center of it all, Sujin mumbled guiltily. Brother, I will just take the 3 billion won. Minjun nervously scratched his head. Me too, you should take the rest. Captain Sojun was confused, but Sujin cut in. You and Minjun did everything in the tournament. I was just there to fill a spot on the team. Minjun let out a sigh. I did not do much either. Most importantly, you handled the dragon by yourself, Captain. We probably would have died without you. What good is money if you are dead? Sujin agreed. That is right. I am not even sure I should accept 3 billion won. Sojun's eyes widened, deeply touched. You guys, he threw his arms around them both. I love you guys. They gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. They were totally unfazed by the chaos. Sojun did the math. 3 billion won for the first place prize, plus a total of 3.5 billion won for second and third, and 3.5 billion won. Then came sponsorship money from major guilds, and finally the 10 billion won promised by the association. Looking at his phone, he mentally calculated his cut from the total of 19 billion won they had earned. Minjun and Sujin only took 3 billion won each, plus my 9.5 billion. That is a total of 22.5 billion won. A huge grin spread across Sujun's face. I can buy the Great Sage course with just over 4.5 billion won. At the main office, he peeked through the door, his face glowing like a child's. Miso, when will Dream Hunter Academy get its Class 1 promotion? Miso replied, oh, it has already been promoted. That was all Kim So-jun needed to hear as he laughed with glee. So we can raid 6-star dungeons now, right? Hearing this, she was at a complete loss for words. Well, about that, You can only rate those if you have at least one A-rank hunter on the team. Her words stopped him cold. Seeing her pain expression, he suddenly remembered their current situation. Miso was still a B-rank hunter. At this rate, they would not get clearance to raid those dungeons. She bowed her head in shame. "I'm so sorry," he waved his hands frantically. "No, I couldn't have even joined without you, so please don't worry." After leaving, Kim So-jun leaned against the cold door. Running a hand to his hair, he whispered to himself, "I shouldn't have asked her that." Now he was the one feeling guilty. Kim So-jun called on his phone, pacing the hallway as he tried to figure out a plan. "But what am I supposed to do now if I can raid 6-star dungeons? I can earn that kind of money." With a hand on his chin, he debated internally. Should I wait to earn the 4.5 billion won? Or should I just buy the mana course first? It would be best to learn both. Thinking of his mentor, an idea struck. He began typing. "I need some advice." "Can we meet?" Mentor suddenly burst from the screen. "What do you need?" The shock made Kim So-jun let out a huge curse. "What the hell was that?" Mentor just giggled, finding his reaction hilarious. "Surprised you this time, didn't I?" Kim So-jun clutched his heart, his voice shaking with annoyance. "Can you just appear normally?" Mentor just grinned. "It's more fun this way." With his hands on his hips, Mentor declared. "Anyway, why did you call me?" On the rooftop, Kim So-jun and Mentor looked out over the city, wanting to speak privately. He got straight to the point. "So you're wondering which course you should take first?" Frustrated, he sighed. "Yeah." Mentor closed his eyes, thinking, He floated closer. "At your level, Kim So-jun?" Kim So-jun was completely lost. "What are you talking about?" Mentor tilted his head, looking at him. "You can get both if there's a causality discount. Wanna try it?" Like a light bulb turning on, the world brightened around him as he asked, "What's a causality discount?" The being replied, "It's exactly what it sounds like." Mentor pitched enthusiastically. "It's a special event where you get a discount based on your causality, Kim So-jun." For added effect, a system panel even appeared. "Current course fee causality discount 50%. He squinted suspiciously. "So discount events like this exist in the Supreme Academy?" "That's right," Mentor smiled innocently. "Though they aren't very common." Before deciding, he pressed, "So what kind of discount will I get?" He replied cheerfully, "You could get up to a 100% discount." The number stunned Kim So-jun. 100%. In disillusionment, he scowled. Knowing there's no such thing as a free lunch, he would just have to endure this. "So, how can I get a discount?" The mentor explained. "There's an event going on at our academy. It's a support program for the highest scoring students." Still confused, he stared blankly. "A support event for the highest scoring students? You're absolutely certain it is specifically an event to help those with high scores on the mock exam?" Those words hit him like a sledgehammer. Kim So-jun's face paled as if he'd seen a ghost. Mock exam scores. Despair washed over him, and his mood instantly soured. "If this is a mock exam for transcendent students, my last score was a complete disaster." Kim So-jun's score report was beyond terrible. At the thought, he wished the ground would swallow him whole. But it's different now. He knows Chang Sang-feng's footwork and has the strength of Hercules. His steadfast Buddhist heart has grown much stronger too. Compared to then, he could definitely score higher on that test. Still believing there was no chance, Kim So-jun felt hopeless. But it's still possible to score enough to become one of the students with the highest scores. The mentor suddenly clapped his hands. It seems there was a small mix-up." He quickly corrected himself. I think instead of calling them the highest scoring students, it's more accurate to call them the students with the most improved scores. He was baffled. Students with the most improved scores. This was getting more confusing. The mentor continued his enthusiastic pitch. That's right. To put it simply, it looks at the point increase from your last mock exam. That's the discount. It's equal to your improvement. So if your score goes up by 50% from the last test, you get a 50% discount. For example, last mock test 40 points. This mock test 60 points. That's a 50% improvement. So a 50% discount. An unbelievable discount. He was finally starting to understand. The mentor added, "It means you don't need a perfect score because the standard is your previous test. You just need to improve your score by over 50%. The truth struck Kim So-jun like lightning. In other words, my score just has to be better than last time. He asked again, "I think it's possible at your current level, Kim So-jun. Do you want to give it a try?" A spark ignited within him, a light of hope. If I can add 14.5 points, that's 50%. 17.4 points is 60%. Kim So-jun's heart soared. He couldn't possibly miss this opportunity. He grinned and accepted. Of course. At the city park, Kim So-jun stared at his hand, his resolve hardening. The fake gold ingot was ready. Meanwhile, the mentor kept looking at his phone. He was lost in thought. "Last time I saw that Fafnir really loves gold." He pulled up the data. Wait a moment. A system window appeared announcing calculating user's karma level and entry fee. Entry fee is 1 billion won. Would you like to take the Transcendent mock exam? Only then did Soo-jun remember, I still have to pay the fee for the test. The mentor handed back his phone. The mock exam is only free for the first attempt. Soo-jun's brain went into overdrive calculating every move. Let's see, if I do this, I'll have 21.5 billion won left. I need to get at least a 60% discount to bring it to 10.8 billion. That way, I can still get both. On top of that, if I include the 2 billion won for the elixir, I'll need 70%. A fiery glint appeared in his eyes. Converted to points, that's 20.3 across 7 subjects. I just need to raise each subject's score by 3 points. He immediately hit confirm to participate in the Transcendent exam. Perfect! The system wheeled to life. The mock exam is now beginning. Please stand by. The exam is based on previous questions. Its difficulty does not reflect a student's personal karma. The exam consists of 7 subjects. Points are based on questions and individual subject scores. Remember that this is a mock exam, not the actual test. The notifications continued. First subject, combat ability. Mission 1. Provide the correct answer to the 15-part question. Begin part 1 of the question. Please stand by. Gripping the gold ingot tightly, his heart pounded like a drum. Here it comes. So-jun's mind raced. The Dragon of Dion Fanny. The system read, problem has been generated. A green blur lunged forward with terrifying speed. The mentor yelled, "Oh no!" The force sent the phone flying as So-jun scrambled to the side annoyed. He prepared to throw the gold ingot. The moment it was thrown, he grabbed his spear. Seo-jun dashed forward with a triumphant grin. He celebrated inwardly. Perfect! While it's distracted by the gold ingot, the ingot hit a hard height and bounced off like a mere pebble. A furious guttural roar echoed. A multi-headed dragon loomed over Seo-jun. The world went silent as he froze. His muscles seized. A hydra. He blinked, hoping his eyes were deceiving him. No way! Did Fanny gain weight and grow a few more heads? Sojun whipped his head toward the mentor to confirm that he wasn't hallucinating or blind. But that little punk just gave a slight smile. On the phone screen, it read, "Defeat. Time limit 30 minutes. He could clearly see the monster's name. Please defeat the 9-headed Hydra within the time limit. Time limit 30 minutes. Sojun couldn't laugh or cry as the 9 heads prepared to roast him alive. The mentor just casually raised a hand to cheer. Kim Sojun, you can do it. Do what? Do my butt. But what was coming had already arrived. From within the raging inferno, Kim Sojun's loud scream rang out. Wait, this is completely different. Kim Sojun yelled, "Wait, you never told me the test would change." The mentor looked innocent. Huh? You didn't know? I assume you did. We'd never use the exact same questions, so people can just memorize the answers.
Is that why you brought the gold ingot?
No wonder I was curious why you had that. He dodged the Hydra's attacks, shouting, "You should have warned me." Seojun looked up, his eyes filled with danger. The Hydra unleashed purple energy from its jaws. He gritted his teeth, encouraging himself. Just need to raise each subject by 3 more points. He clenched his jaws so hard he could barely breathe. Sojun used his agile movement, the cloud stepping ladder technique. The mentor was amused by his evasions. "Oh, when did you master that technique so well? I only told you about it recently." Meanwhile, Sojun was gasping for air. Right now, all I can do is dodge. One of the Hydra's heads snapped its massive jaws at Sojun, but he dodged just in time. His left shoulder was grazed. The pain made Sojun cry out. That was too close. Suddenly, a chilling sensation washed over him instantly. He clutched the wound, screaming in agony. The Hydra's red eyes burned, ready to tear its prey apart. Sojun felt every bone, every cell shattering. What is this? The pain. I can't take it. It hurts. Just kill me. Death is better than this. A notification appeared. Phase 1 failed. Time remaining 28 minutes and 47 seconds. He lay on the ground, gasping. The mentor peeked over. "Hurts, doesn't it?" Seojun mumbled through his tears. "What the hell was that?" "The Hydra's poison. Yeah, it's painful. The Hydra is a top-ranked monster for its venom, so it definitely stings a bit." He offered a weak smile, cursing internally. "Sting a bit? I'm in so much pain, I could die," Sojun thought. Come to think of it, in Greek and Roman myths, when Chiron was poisoned by the Hydra, he couldn't overcome the pain. He gave up his immortality and begged for death.